Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 611 to Chapter 702. A perfect ninja? Hearing Orochimaru's warning, second Dame Sama, who had broken into the dark red Susanoo, raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately, he glanced at the ruins of the altar at his feet, distinguishing the various sealing techniques left on the ruins, and then his eyes followed the route of the chakra's transmission array, extending all the way out. His eyes gradually became solemn. Obviously, with just a few glances, second Dame Sama had roughly guessed the outline of the Kekkai Genkai ritual. Perhaps because of Naruto's superior strength, second Dame Sama's scientific research attributes were often subconsciously ignored, but in fact, second Dame Sama was the top inventor in the shinobi world. Whether it was Orochimaru or Hyojin, in terms of scientific research, they all paled in comparison to second Dame Sama. For example, Shadow Clone Technique, Edo Tensei Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, and so on, these ninjutsu and forbidden techniques that changed the shinobi world were all created by second Dame Sama. And as Hyojin's teacher, Orochimaru, most of the time, was just copying the wisdom of the predecessors, absorbing and learning the techniques left behind by second Dame Sama. Boom, suddenly, an afterimage flashed, and directly hit second Dame Sama, who was standing in the dark red Susanoo, making a loud noise. Accompanied by a deafening noise, second Dame Sama was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing into the wall of the cave in the distance, smashing a large hole in the solid rock wall. Huff. Huff. After hitting second Dame Sama, the afterimage revealed its original appearance. It was Danzo, who was panting heavily, roaring in his throat, looking like a half-human half-demon. In that attack, he had almost used his Hakushin to the extreme. Among all the people in the cave, only first Dame Sama and Hyojin, who had the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, were aware of it. As for the second generation, who was famed for his speed, because he was distracted by the bloodline fusion ritual, he wasn't able to detect it in time, allowing Danzo's ambush to succeed. At this time, Danzo, who seemed to have completely lost his mind, used the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that was filled with killing intent and murderous aura to sweep through Hashirama, Hyojin, and Orochimaru one by one and roared, "Die! Die! Die! All of you must die!" After roaring, the Danzo instinctively formed a hand seal and detonated the detonation talisman that he had planted beforehand. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the four walls of the lava cave emitted a series of violent explosions at the same time. At the same time, a blood-red crystal silently appeared at the exit of the cave. These crystal-clear, diamond-like crystals blocked the exit tightly in an instant. Outside the lava cave, the violent tremors of the ground and the continuous rolling of shattered rocks from the volcano caused both parties who were in a stalemate outside the cave to shift their attention to the volcano in front of them at the same time. What's going on? Is it an earthquake or a landslide? Is Naruto-sama still inside? Whether it was the surviving Mai ninjas on the chakra transportation array or the root ninjas who were confronting Kakashi, all of them were at a loss at this moment. As the tremors became more and more intense, a series of bottomless cracks began to appear on the surface of the volcano. These cracks extended from the foot of the volcano all the way to the peak, as if the whole volcano was collapsing. Facing this sudden change, the group of root ninjas couldn't care less about Kakashi, because their leader Danzo was still inside the lava cave. On the other side, Kakashi was also shocked. He didn't know what happened in the lava cave that caused the whole volcano to show signs of collapse. Of course, he also didn't know that it was because of his sudden decision that a new pair of Rinnegan was born, in the distance. Rumble. Listening to the faint rumbling sound in the distance and feeling the tremors of the earth, for generations Lei Ying's anxious face showed a trace of doubt and asked the cloud ninjas around him, "Is it that direction?" Well, this sound is indeed coming from the Mai ninja gathering place. A perception-type ninja of the Cloud Village immediately confirmed it. For generations Lei Ying said, "We can't wait any longer, let's go immediately." On the side, an elite Cloud Jonin quickly stopped the anxious four generations Lei Ying and advised, "Lei Ying-sama, according to the Umbu report, there are more than 1,000 Mai ninjas gathered there. Even if we wait for all the Umbu who went out to investigate to return, we will still be at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, not to mention that half of the scouting team has not returned yet." Because of the need to sneak into the territory of the Land of Fire to investigate, For generations Laying didn't lead a lot of cloud ninjas this time, only more than 20 squads and more than 100 cloud ninjas, so they didn't set off for a long time. Otherwise, even if 4 generations Laying is leading a team of a few dozen people, it will still be very dangerous to attack thousands of ninjas with only a few dozen people, even with 4 generations Laying leading the team. Although 4 generations Laying is impatient, he also knows that he is the pillar of the Cloud Village, and with the current situation of the shinobi world, if he had an accident, then there is a possibility that the Cloud Village will be overturned, so he suppressed his impatience and asked, "How long will it take for all of them to return?" The ninja of the communication team quickly replied, "Laying-sama, the news of the assembly has been spread, at most 15 minutes, all the members will be assembled." For generations Laying waved his hand, 10 minutes, no matter how many people have gathered, we will set off in 10 minutes. Inside the lava cave. The exit was blocked by the Danzo's crystal release, the walls of the lava cave exploded again, and smoke filled the air. For a time, the entire lava cave was dark, as if hell had arrived. Hyojin and Orochimaru who were inside the lava cave looked at each other, and their faces were somewhat ugly. The more chaotic the battlefield is, the more disadvantageous it is for the side with the advantage in numbers, not to mention that the Danzo has 7 kinds of Kekkei limit, so they are not afraid of the collapse of the lava cave. At this time, first generation pressed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Would release, tree world descend." In the blink of an eye, countless thick trees drilled out of the ground, they intertwined with each other, some were like pillars, holding up the rock wall that was about to collapse, some were like ivy, like a net wrapped around the falling rocks. In just a few breaths of time, they easily stopped the collapse of the lava cave. Looking at the trees in front of him full of lava cave, Orochimaru's face was full of shock. Although he knew that first generations would release was very strong, he did not expect it to be this strong, almost effortlessly stopping the collapse of the mountain, which in his eyes was impossible to stop. After stabilizing the collapsing cave, exceptional talent shouted loudly, "Fan Jian, I'm going to get serious." First generation, who was previously smashed into the rock wall by the Danzo, staggered 2 steps, then stood up and said, "Yes, big brother, you make your move." Pa, the serious Shodai no longer held back. He immediately put his hands together and activated the world of trees to attack the Danzo. In an instant, countless trees wrapped around the Danzo's Susanoo from all directions. In just a moment, the Danzo's dark red Susanoo was wrapped in 3 layers. Not only that, the trees that wrapped around the Danzo's Susanoo were slowly shrinking, squeezing the space that the Danzo's Susanoo could move. Damn it! Under the Susanoo, the Danzo roared angrily, and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets were filled with violence and blood. 2 lines of blood tears flowed out of his eyes. As the blood tears dripped down, the dark red Susanoo that was tightly wrapped by countless trees began to struggle wildly. The Danzo's Susanoo was already powerful, and with its sharp claws and fangs, it quickly tore the thick trees apart one after another. At the same time, the blood mist that permeated its body became thicker and thicker. This corrosive blood mist was extremely overbearing, and even the trees that Shodai used the wood release to grow couldn't withstand it, and slowly withered and deformed in the corrosion. Seeing this, Shodai frowned, made another hand seal, and shouted, "Would release, would man technique." Countless trees that rose from the ground gathered together, and in a moment, they gathered into a wooden man that was a bit taller than the complete Susanoo. With a leap, Hashirama jumped onto the shoulder of the wooden golem and commanded the wooden golem to punch at Danzo's Susanoo. Bang! With a loud bang, Danzo, along with his Susanoo, was sent flying by a single punch and slammed into the rock wall. After the successful blow, Shodai didn't give the Danzo a chance to breathe, and once again commanded the wooden man to pounce on the Danzo's Susanoo. But at this moment, a blood-colored crystal suddenly appeared on the wooden man's feet, connecting the wooden man's legs to the ground, and imprisoned them. Crystal escape? The first generation on the wooden man's shoulder was slightly startled. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Danzo immediately used his Susanoo to charge towards the Kajuto, clashing with it. The fight between the 2 giants caused the already shaky lava cave to collapse even more. The 4 walls of the lava cave were covered in cracks. If it wasn't for the first generation trees supporting it from the inside, perhaps the entire volcano would have collapsed a long time ago. Roar! At this time, the Danzo's dark red Susanoo that was locked in a stalemate with the first generation wooden puppet let out another roar. This roar seemed to have a special ability to penetrate one's soul. The first generation and the second generation, because of their impure earth bodies, didn't have much of a reaction. However, Hyojin and Orochimaru were different. Hyojin felt a sweetness in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff, Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground, his face extremely pale. It was the same just now. What kind of ability is this? Hyojin was very afraid of Danzo's ability to directly attack spiritual bodies. Ordinary ninjas didn't have any methods to train the strength of their spiritual bodies, so when faced with this kind of attack on the spiritual level, it could be said that they had no power to resist. The dispirited Orochimaru said, "I didn't expect Danzo to be this strong." Hyojin curled his lips and said, "If you didn't mess around, there wouldn't be this kind of trouble," Hyojin said as he looked at the battlefield. Although the first generation was strong, it was only an impure earth body. According to Hyojin's judgment, the current Danzo, whether in terms of chakra's amount or chakra strength, was not much inferior to the first generation's impure earth body. If the first generation only relied on the first generation to subdue Danzo, he was afraid that it would not be so smooth. If Danzo was allowed to escape, it would be too dangerous. Therefore, Hyojin immediately said to Orochimaru, who was next to him, "We can't watch the show anymore. Let's go together and finish this quickly." Yes. Orochimaru also knows that he can't let the monster he created escape, otherwise, once Shimura Danzo adapts to his new body and becomes proficient in all kinds of Kekkei Genkai, it will be extremely difficult to deal with Shimura Danzo. After reaching an agreement with Orochimaru, Hyojin immediately urged his golden Susanoo to rush forward. Swish, as soon as he made his move, Hyojin slashed with all his strength. As the dazzling golden sword slashed down, the right arm of Danzo's dark red Susanoo flew off. Danzo was obviously stunned. It didn't expect Hyojin's golden Susanoo to be so strong. Its own Susanoo's arm was cut off in one hit. After recovering, Danzo roared angrily and immediately reached out towards Hyojin's direction. Rumble, the earth trembled again. Countless trees were uprooted from the ground. However, this time, the trees that rose all rushed towards Hyojin's golden Susanoo. Would release. The first generation on the woodman's shoulder was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Danzo to be able to use such a powerful wood release. Seeing countless trees uprooting from the ground and entangling him, Hyojin didn't sit still and wait for death. Instead, he calmly raised his arms and began to make hand seals. To everyone's surprise, Hyojin's golden Susanoo also raised his hands and made the same hand seals as Hyojin, just like Hyojin himself. Flame release, Hell's Golden Lotus. After a few breaths, Hyojin and his golden Susanoo launched the flame release at the same time. In an instant, golden flame soared into the sky within a radius of 100 meters with Kuroto as the center, illuminating the originally dark cave. The golden flames were not only Hyojin's blood limit, but also the unique talent ability of his Susanoo. So when he and his Susanoo launched the flame release at the same time, its power could be imagined. Soon, the wood release and flame release began to tug at each other. The trees that entangled Hyojin's golden Susanoo kept growing, but they were constantly burned by the monstrous golden flames. All of a sudden, it entered into a cycle. Huh? The first generation on the woodman's shoulder lightly exclaimed. Danzo's wood release was already very strong, but he didn't expect that it couldn't do anything to Hyojin, and could only barely hold Hyojin back. While Danzo used Susanoo and crystal release to resist the woodman, and at the same time, used wood release to delay Hyojin's Susanoo, Orochimaru made his move. 8 branches technique. With the unique hoarse voice of Orochimaru, he turned into a huge white snake with 8 heads and pounced on Danzo's red Susanoo. Resisting the corrosion of the blood mist, the 8 snake heads tore at Danzo's Susanoo. Rumble, the booming sounds of falling stones, the roars of the monsters and giants, the burning of the flames, and the corrosion of the blood mist. The booming sounds and noises interweaved with each other, causing the already shaky, smoky, and fiery cave to become even more chaotic. 2 complete Susanoo, a wood burner that was a head taller than the Susanoo, and an Yamata no Orochi with 8 heads. These 4 huge monsters were fighting each other in the volcanic cave that was small for them, so one could imagine how chaotic it was. Under such destruction, the structure of the volcano had already collapsed. On the walls of the lava cave, there were layers of cracks, like a spider web, and on the dome, several tons of broken rocks were falling into the magma pool, splashing fire. If it wasn't for first generations would escape supporting it from the inside out, the entire volcano would have collapsed. The reason why Hashirama spent a large amount of chakra to maintain the volcano is because he sensed that there are many unconscious Konoha ninjas outside the volcano. Once the volcano collapses, the remaining Konoha ninjas outside will be buried alive by the collapse of the volcano. In such chaos, the fierce battle was still going on. At first, when Dai and Hyojin drew most of the attention of Danzo, Orochimaru transformed into Yamada no Orochi and attacked, which caught Danzo off guard and completely broke the balance of the situation. Yamada no Orochi is a very powerful forbidden technique. As long as the caster's chakra is not exhausted, the incarnation of Yamada no Orochi can not only compete with the tailed beasts, but also has the powerful recovery ability of immortality. Because of this, Yamada no Orochi, with such a terrifying regenerative ability, resisted the corrosive blood mist on the dark red Susanoo of Danzo and launched a fierce attack. To be able to fight against the tailed beasts, the power of Yamada no Orochi was naturally unquestionable. And at this moment, Danzo, who was fighting against first Sama and Hyojin at the same time, was already busy. His dark red Susanoo, with the help of the crystal release, and under the situation where first Sama was protecting the volcano, could barely compete with first Sama's woodman. Now, the woodman had an extra Yamada no Orochi that could resist the blood mist, and his own wood release was used to delay Hyojin's golden Susanoo. Thus, the balance of the tug-of-war was broken. Almost at the moment when Orochimaru joined the battle, Danzo, who was fighting 1 against 3, fell into an overall disadvantage. His dark red Susanoo was quickly suppressed by first Sama's woodman and Orochimaru's incarnation of Yamada no Orochi. His wood release, which was used to delay Hyojin, also began to decline, and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position in the confrontation with Hyojin's golden flame. In the incomparably dazzling golden flame, Hyojin was like the god of fire, looking down on all living beings. The power of Danzo's wood release was already not inferior to the power of first Sama's wood release. Logically speaking, with wood release being able to absorb the characteristics of chakra, Susanoo would more or less be at a disadvantage when fighting against it. But don't forget, the golden flame of Hyojin's Susanoo also had the characteristics of burning chakra. Danzo's wood release could absorb the chakra of Hyojin's golden flame, and the golden flame could also absorb the chakra of wood release by burning wood release. In this way, the two types of Kekii limit restrained each other. In terms of attributes, no one had the advantage. In terms of concentration, the distracted Danzo was obviously not Hyojin's opponent. Damn it, why do you all want to go against me? Seeing that his Susanoo was being torn to pieces under the joint suppression of Konoha and Yamada no Orochi, Danzo became more and more hysterical. However, at this moment, whether it was Hyojin or Orochimaru, there was no joy of victory. Everyone was tense and didn't dare to relax. Because the strength of Danzo was far beyond everyone's expectations. Even first Sama, the shinobi god who created the shinobi village system, was amazed by the strength shown by Danzo at this moment. To be able to fight 1 against 3 to this extent, Danzo can be proud of himself. As for Danzo's current strength, not to mention anything else, just the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets makes him an existence that surpasses ordinary Kage ranks, and considering the other Kekii Genkai, it can be said that in the current shinobi world, there are very few people who can defeat him with absolute certainty. Crack! With a series of crisp sounds, the Danzo's dark red Susanoo finally broke under the joint attack of the first generation's wooden puppet and Orochimaru's incarnation of Yamada no Orochi. Danzo didn't seem to expect that his Susanoo would really be destroyed, and as the blood fragments continued to fall around him, a trace of surprise flashed on his twisted face. At this moment, the second king, who had been hiding in the shadows, silently appeared behind Danzo and shot out a thin stream of water from his mouth towards Danzo's body. Whoosh, with a spray of blood, Danzo's body was cut in half at the waist by the water stream. His strong body that was transplanted with Hashirama's cells and survived the Kekii Genkai ceremony was almost defenseless under the attack of the second king's water release ninjutsu. Hey, it's finally over. Seeing that Danzo was cut in half by the second king's water release ninjutsu, Orochimaru's figure immediately appeared from one of the heads of the Yamata no Orochi. He smiled as he looked at the broken body of Danzo with eyes full of greed. Then, Orochimaru's whole body turned into a long snake and suddenly rushed out from one of the heads of the Yamata no Orochi and rushed towards the broken body of Danzo. In the process of rushing, he didn't forget to make hand seals. Obviously, he wanted to snatch the fruit of victory before Hyojin. Orochimaru's action immediately attracted the attention of the Hashirama, second king, and Hyojin. The Hashirama and second king subconsciously wanted to stop him, but as soon as they moved, they found that their souls began to be pulled out of their bodies. Edo Tensei, release. Orochimaru, who was rushing towards the body of Danzo, smiled. It turned out that the hand seals he made were none other than the hand seals to release the Edo Tensei Jutsu and to send away the Hashirama and second king who no longer had any value to him. At this time, Hyojin, who was a little further away, suddenly said anxiously, "Idiot, don't." Seeing that Danzo's body was close at hand, even the lines on the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets were clearly visible. Orochimaru turned his head and glanced at Hyojin and said jokingly, "Homasubi, this time I won." Orochimaru's gaze did not linger on Hyojin for too long. In the blink of an eye, he turned his attention back to the two halves of Danzo's corpse. After the fierce battle just now, Orochimaru's desire for Shimura Danzo's body has already reached a point where it cannot be further increased. From Orochimaru's point of view, Danzo could be said to have suffered an honorable defeat in the face of the first generation, second generation, Amatsukumi's fire demon, and himself. What's more, Danzo was in an abnormal state at the time. He seemed to have lost his mind, and the new body he obtained from the ritual did not have the time to familiarize and adjust. Therefore, in the battle just now, Danzo did not display the true limits of this body that had survived the ritual. There was still room for further development in this body. Orochimaru thought to himself that if he had obtained this body and given him some time to familiarize himself with it, even if he were to face the situation just now, where he had to face 4 enemies at the same time, he still had a chance of winning. Harboring such expectations, he flew towards the Danzo. At this time, as the tainted earth reincarnation technique was dispelled, the spirits of the first generation and the second generation had already left the tainted earth physique they had been residing in. Amidst the faint fluorescent light, they flew into the air. Orochimaru, who was rushing towards the Danzo, did not notice the worried expressions on the faces of the two ancestors, Naruto. To Orochimaru, Naruto, who was as strong as the first Sama, the second Sama, or even Amatsukumi's Balrog, were all tools that could be used at any time. Right now, he only had one thing on his mind, and that was Danzo's body. "It's mine." Seeing that Danzo's body was getting closer and closer to him, Orochimaru could even see his own reflection in Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan eyes. The greed on Orochimaru's face suddenly overflowed, and his snake-like vertical pupils flashed with a strange light. Swish, amidst the whistling wind, Orochimaru's pouncing figure passed by the two halves of the Danzo's corpse on the ground. Staring at his empty hands, Orochimaru's face was filled with joy from the success of his conspiracy, his long-cherished wish, and his expectations for the future. All these emotions froze at this moment. Following that, he mechanically turned his head, gazing at the spot where Danzo's corpse was laid out. To his horror, he discovered that the two halves of Danzo's corpse had vanished into thin air. Illusion? This strange scene caused Orochimaru to freeze in place. Just as Shimura Danzo's body disappeared into thin air, Suijin, who was not far away, suddenly turned around, and without saying a word, he urged his golden Susanoo to slash several times towards his back. Boom boom boom, the huge golden sword slashed down fiercely, and suddenly smashed several deep ravines on the ground of the lava cave. The cracks of these ravines were connected to the magma pool not far away, and suddenly the magma in the magma pool surged into the ravines through the cracks. Ah! As the magma poured in, a familiar scream came from the ravines that Hyojin and Orochimaru heard. There is no doubt that this scream was made by Danzo. Previously, Danzo was indeed cut in half by the second Dame Sama's water release ninjutsu, but Danzo had already mastered the Uchiha clan's fate-changing forbidden technique Izanagi before the bloodline fusion ceremony. He even used this forbidden technique to sneak attack Shisue, so when second Dame Sama killed him, he instinctively activated this forbidden technique. Uchiha had used Izanagi to deceive Hashirama and second Dame Sama, so Hashirama and second Dame Sama doubted whether Danzo was dead or not. Hyojin was also aware of this, so he immediately tried to stop Orochimaru. But because Orochimaru didn't understand the Izanagi that was developed by the Uchiha clan, and because he was blinded by greed, he didn't give Hashirama, second Dame Sama, and Hyojin a chance to explain, and instantly removed the Edo Tensei Jutsu, sending away two important forces on the battlefield. Orochimaru looked at Hyojin and asked, "What's going on?" Danzo, who was obviously dead, suddenly appeared behind Hyojin, and Hyojin seemed to be aware of it, and once again killed him in the magma. This scene is too strange, so strange that even people like Orochimaru can't react to it. Hyojin was speechless. "Idiot, haven't you heard of Izanagi?" Orochimaru frowned. "Izanagi?" Obviously, Danzo didn't share any information about Izanagi with Orochimaru, and after the betrayal of the village, Orochimaru didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan, so he really didn't know about the existence of Izanagi. In the original world, Dodo, who inherited all of Orochimaru's legacy, also knew nothing about Izanagi, Izanami, and other forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan that can change fate. He confidently entered the Sage mode, wanting to compete with Itachi and Sasuke, the two Uchiha brothers, but Itachi taught him a lesson with Izanami. Hyojin didn't have the time to explain Izanagi to Orochimaru, he just asked, "How many Sharingan does Danzo have?" Orochimaru replied without hesitation, 9. Before the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, Danzo had a total of 8 Sharingan, that is, the 1 in his right eye, and the 7 on his right arm. And during the ritual, Danzo's left eye, because of the fusion of the chakra attribute in his body, under the stimulation of the power of the universe, Danzo has a total of 9 Sharingan in his body at the moment. That means he has a total of 9 lives. After a pause, Hyojin said, "You only killed one of his lives, you are in a hurry to send away Hashirama. What about Hashirama?" "Without Hashirama's sealing technique, we have to kill him 7 more times." Orochimaru instinctively narrowed his eyes and pondered over Hyojin's words. At this moment, Kuroto didn't have the time to think about whether Orochimaru could understand the meaning of Izanagi or not, because just now, he had a feeling that something was amiss. The reason why he was able to accurately predict the location of Danzo's resurrection and kill Danzo was because of the warning from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets. Due to the interruption of the ritual, both pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan lost the opportunity to evolve into Rinnegan at the same time. Taking advantage of Danzo's lack of rationality and his eagerness to absorb the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, after killing Danzo, Hyojin not only did not relax, but his nerves became even more tense. Orochimaru's greed made the current situation plummet. If the Hashirama and second Yama still had their Edo form, even if they wanted to kill Danzo 8 or 9 times, it would still be a piece of cake, with no difficulty at all. What's more, both Hashirama and Hashirama also have all kinds of terrifying sealing techniques of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. As long as Shimura Danzo can cast the forbidden technique Izanagi that can change fate, then with the rich experience of both Hashirama and Hashirama, as well as the absolute combat advantage on the battlefield, Shimura Danzo won't have a chance to consume the 9 Sharingan on his body. But under the influence of greed, Orochimaru made a very stupid decision. He hastily cancelled the Edo Tensei and sent away the 2 most important combat power in the field. Although he was a little annoyed, Hyojin did not despise Orochimaru too much. Because not to mention Orochimaru, even Hashirama and Hashirama were tricked by Uchiha Madara using the forbidden technique Izanagi. In the original story, even someone as strong as Shursui had his Mangekyo Sharingan seized by Shimura Danzo using Izanagi. It can be said that it is very normal to be tricked by Uchiha Madara without understanding the Izanagi in advance. Using his own intelligence advantage to despise Orochimaru's choice, to some extent, is also a performance of arrogance, so Hyojin restrained his thoughts and focused on the present. Hiding under his golden Susanoo, Kuroto fully stimulated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets, using his extraordinary insight to capture the next resurrection point of Danzo. Through the killing just now, he vaguely felt that Danzo seems to have completely lost his mind, acting completely on instinct. Acting on instinct wasn't completely derogatory. Because sometimes intuition is more sensitive than rational analysis, in this case, whether it is the Danzo's perception of danger, or the use of various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, there will be no obvious weakening. However, there were also things that instincts could not do, such as formulating tactics and analyzing the situation. Humph, don't you want my eyes? Then come and get it. Hyojin snorted coldly. At this time, Kuroto's eyes flashed. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets is a target that Danzo is determined to obtain, and this can be used by him. Rumble, as Orochimaru sent away the soul of the first generation and removed the impure earth reincarnation technique, the trembling in the lava cave suddenly intensified. After the wood release that had been maintaining the structure of the volcano lost the supply of the first generation's chakra, the wooden pillars supporting the mountain began to crack, and the vines that wrapped around the rock walls began to wither. In the increasing frequency of falling rocks, the magma in the lava cave churned, and smoke lingered. There is no doubt that with the failure of the first generation's wood release, the structure of the volcano has long been destroyed, and it began to collapse naturally. Once the wood release fails, this towering volcano will no longer exist. And in this violent shaking and pungent smoke, the dark red Susanoo of Danzo suddenly appeared. From the side of Hyojin's golden Susanoo, bang, the two Susanoo that wrestled together fell heavily to the ground, smashing a big hole in the loose ground. At this moment, both Hyojin and Danzo were in the crystal on the forehead of their respective Susanoo. In the wrestling, the two of them looked at each other, staring at each other. And feeling the blazing desire in Danzo's eyes, Hyojin was even more sure that Danzo had lost his mind, and was being controlled by the evil pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. At this time, Hyojin noticed a magma pool not far away from the corner of his eye. Hyojin suddenly grinned, and urged his Susanoo to grab Danzo's Susanoo and throw them into the hot magma pool together. Hua, two huge Susanoo fell into the magma pool together, and immediately splashed magma all over the sky, making the chaotic lava cave even hotter. Like hell, one-on-one, in a regular battle, the combat power of Hyojin's Susanoo and Danzo's Susanoo was about the same, and the outcome was 50-50, and the outcome could not be determined in a short time. But because of the flame release, Hyojin's flame release doppelganger and his golden flame Susanoo, before the chakra was exhausted, they were not afraid of ordinary flames and high temperatures, so the magma in the magma pool was only a small trouble for Hyojin. But Danzo was different. The high-temperature magma could greatly restrain the corrosive blood mist on Danzo's Susanoo, and the narrow and sticky magma pool could also limit the movement of Susanoo, suppressing its advantage in close combat with its claws and fangs. Roars came from the magma pool from time to time, and staring at the magma pool that was constantly churning and sparking, not far away, Orochimaru's face was gloomy. With the two strange resurrections of Danzo, he had now realized that his actions just now were like shooting himself in the foot. At present, let alone seizing Danzo's body, it was unknown whether he could kill Danzo. Because he was very clear that with his strength, without the help of the first generation and the second generation impure earth body, he was not a match for the current Danzo. Even if Danzo had lost his mind and could only act by instinct like a beast, it was the same. Suddenly, the churning magma pool calmed down. There was no doubt that the fierce battle between the two complete Susanoo and the magma pool had finally come to an end. Who won? Orochimaru looked at the surface of the magma pool with a perturbed face. If the winner was Balrog, then Orochimaru could still hope, but if the winner in the magma pool was Danzo, then his only choice now was to run for his life. At this moment, a big golden hand reached out of the magma pool, stirring up a fire. Then, Hyojin's golden Susanoo climbed the edge of the magma pool and slowly climbed out of the magma pool. Hew, Orochimaru first let out a long breath, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he suddenly noticed that inside the golden Susanoo, Balrog's hand was holding a broken arm with many Sharingan inlaid. That's the right arm of Danzo? Although the magma cave was filled with smoke and the vision was extremely poor, Orochimaru still recognized the right arm that he had personally transplanted into Danzo. Just as Orochimaru was staring at the severed arm held by Homasubi in the distance, an arm pierced his body from behind, piercing through his chest. Puff, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Orochimaru looked down and was stunned on the spot. Because at this moment, the arm that pierced through his chest was the right arm with 7 Sharingan that he had transplanted into the Danzo during the modification surgery. However, at this moment, the sockets for the Sharingan were all closed, and from the outside, there did not seem to be any Sharingan in these sockets. Why? Wasn't this arm in Yamato's hand? For a moment, a doubt came to Orochimaru's mind. Because the severed arm that Homusubi was holding by the magma pool in the distance, and the arm that pierced through his chest at this moment, should be Shimura Danzo's iconic Sharingan inlaid right arm. At this time, the Danzo that quietly attacked Orochimaru from behind suddenly swung his arm and threw Orochimaru, whose chest was pierced through, away. Bang! The injured Orochimaru fell into a pile of rubble and soon stopped breathing. At this time, the Danzo, who had all four limbs, turned his head and panted heavily while staring at Hyojin, who was bathed in the golden flame. In his eyes that were full of animalism and desire to attack, in addition to the boundless violence and bloodlust, there was also a hint of clear doubt. That's right, doubt. Under the flame mask, Hyojin gradually raised the corner of his mouth. The right arm of the Danzo in his hand was real, not an illusion. The reason why two identical right arms appeared at the same time was all because of the eye-power confrontation between him and the Danzo at the bottom of the magma pool. Just now, by taking advantage of the Danzo's weakness of losing his mind and only following his instinct, Hyojin successfully dragged the Danzo into the magma pool and quickly broke the defense of the Danzo's Susanoo with the help of the high temperature in the magma pool. In this process, Hyojin did not take killing the Danzo as his first goal, but tried to use sealing techniques to restrain the Danzo's Izanagi. However, among the sealing techniques that Hyojin has mastered, the most powerful one is the four-symbol seal, but the four-symbol seal is a kind of sealing technique that targets the flow of chakra. It has no effect on the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, even if Hyojin engraved the four-symbol seal on the Danzo's body, it still couldn't stop the Danzo from using Izanagi. However, in the process of Danzo using Izanagi, not only did Hyojin cut off the Danzo's right arm, but he also subconsciously activated his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power. At a very close distance, his pupil power directly interfered with the Danzo's Izanagi, causing the fate to deviate and overlap. As a result, although Shimura Danzo was successfully resurrected, and his severed right arm was also restored, the remaining Sharingan on his right arm disappeared without a trace, and the severed right arm was inexplicably preserved in this space-time. Although Shimura Danzo was successfully resurrected, and his severed right arm also recovered, the remaining Sharingan on his right arm disappeared without a trace, and Kuroto's severed right arm inexplicably remained in this space-time. Hey, so Izanagi can also be interfered with, Hyojin chuckled while sealing Danzo's right arm with 4 Sharingan left in the storage scroll. There is no doubt that as long as one's pupil power is strong enough, even a forbidden technique like Izanagi that can change fate can be interfered with. Hyojin even suspected that if the person who used Izanagi was not strong enough, he may be able to directly eliminate the opponent's unfavorable fate with his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power. The reason why he failed to completely eliminate Danzo's Izanagi just now is probably because Danzo has the same pupil power as him. After putting the storage scroll that sealed Danzo's right arm back into the ninja bag on his waist, Hyojin slowly walked towards Danzo. Watching Hyojin approaching, the bloodthirst in Danzo's eyes gradually faded and was replaced by a strong fear and dread. He is afraid, the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eyes is afraid, because after losing the 3 Tomo Sharingan on his right arm, if Danzo wants to use Izanagi to save his life, then he can only sacrifice the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. And at this moment, it is the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that is affecting Danzo's will, and obviously, it is impossible for him to sacrifice himself. Panting and trembling, Danzo began to retreat. He has just survived the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual not long ago, but he has already experienced a series of battles and used Izanagi 3 times in a row. One should know that although Izanagi can change the fate that is disadvantageous to him, but the chakra consumed by Izanagi cannot be recovered. Therefore, Danzo at this moment, whether in terms of chakra reserve or courage, he has lost the confidence to defeat Hyojin. Suddenly, Hyojin's eyes flashed. He found that Danzo has closed the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, and his eyes turned back to normal black color. At the same time, the ferocious expression on Danzo's face also disappeared, as if he has changed into a different person, and his eyes revealed a bit of uneasiness. Hyojin stopped approaching and frowned. Without waiting for Hyojin to finish his words, Danzo quickly made a hand seal and pressed his hands on the ground. In an instant, countless blood-colored crystals spread out with Danzo as the center. These blood-colored crystals were like sharp blades, instantly cutting off the wooden stakes and vines that were supporting the volcano. After losing the support of Hashirama's chakra, these wooden stakes and vines were already in a state of decline, and were no longer able to support the volcano. Now that they were hit by Danzo's crystal release, they didn't even have the slightest power to resist and were all dispersed by the crystal release. Rumble. After losing the support of all the wooden stakes and vines, the whole volcano collapsed with a loud noise. At the moment when the sky fell and the earth cracked, Suijin keenly observed that the expression on Kuroto's face changed again. From the previous uneasiness to nervousness, even a thin layer of sweat appeared on Kuroto's forehead. Immediately, Danzo made a hand seal and activated swift release, disappearing from the place. He wants to escape. Hyojin was taken aback. He was sure that Danzo, who had lost his mind, would keep insisting on taking his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and he could also use this to take advantage of Danzo's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but he did not expect that Danzo would ignore his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and decisively activated Crystal Release to destroy the volcano, and then activated Swift Release to escape from the cave. No, he is not Danzo. In an instant, Hyojin had a judgment. The reason why Hyojin was able to kill Danzo twice in a row and successfully seize Danzo's right arm with Sharingan is not because his strength is superior to Danzo, but because he took advantage of the fact that Danzo has lost his mind and has lost his ability to analyze and judge the battle situation. This is more like a hunter setting a trap to catch a beast, not a game between ninjas. If Danzo could still retain a trace of reason like when he fought 4 enemies at the beginning, the result would be completely different. Not to mention anything else, as long as Danzo uses would release at the right time, he can easily restrain Hyojin's Susanoo. If combined with Danzo's own Susanoo, then Hyojin's fire release clone won't be a match for Danzo, who has survived the ritual and fused 7 Kekii. But for some reason, Danzo, who is in a difficult situation, has regained his sanity. This is also the reason why Hyojin stopped abruptly, because he knows very well that he alone is not a match for Danzo, who has regained his sanity. If he is not careful, not only will he fail to grab Danzo's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but he may even lose his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. However, Hyojin soon discovered that Danzo does not seem to have regained his sanity, but more like he has directly changed his personality. Because according to his understanding of Danzo, Danzo is a narrow-minded and extreme person. He may be afraid, but he will never show the anxiety and nervousness that only rookie ninjas have. Is there something wrong with his soul, or did he deliberately set a trap for me after he regained his sanity? Looking at Danzo using swift release to escape from the cave in a panic, Hyojin's face flashed with a trace of hesitation. In this competition for the power of omniscient nature, Kuroto and Danzo's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan formed a connection, becoming the most special existence to each other. These 2 pairs of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan are like 2 opposite sides, the 2 extremes of yin and yang. Not only were they mortal enemies, but they were also the only conditions for each other to evolve the Eye of Reincarnation. Only by completely absorbing each other's pupil power would one of them be able to successfully evolve the Eye of Reincarnation. Otherwise, no matter how many Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan they absorb, they won't be able to evolve into Rinnegan. Because of this, Hyojin had to be extra careful, because in his eyes, Danzo was prey, and in Danzo's eyes, he was also prey. To Hyojin, obtaining the Rinnegan was just another trump card, an additional resurrection card. However, if Danzo were to obtain the Rinnegan that could distort the boundary between life and death, that would be a huge problem. Because of this moment of hesitation, Hyojin missed the opportunity to escape from the cave. At this time, the lava cave completely collapsed, and countless falling rocks came crashing down. Suijin had no choice but to maintain the Susanoo with all his strength to resist the landslide and earthquake. Outside the cave. Looking at the towering volcano collapsing in front of him in an instant, the one-eyed Kakashi showed despair. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the past, back to the Battle of the God No by bridge that made him extremely regretful but helpless. At that time, just like now, rocks also fell, but at that time, the one who was hit by the rocks was Obsidian who saved him, and now, the ones who are about to be hit by the countless rocks are the hundreds of unconscious ninjas of the same village on the chakra transportation array. It can be foreseen that if there is no help, then all the ninjas of the same village will inevitably die under the landslide. At this moment, the ninjas of the route have already fled in all directions. For them, if all the ninjas of the same village on the chakra transportation array can die under the landslide, it may not be a bad thing, because only when all the people involved are dead, the inhumane things that the root has done will not be exposed. No, I can't escape. What Sensei can do, I can also do. In the huge shadow of the falling rocks, Kakashi restrained the despair on his face, and with a resolute face, he threw all the special kunai in his ninja bag that was engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique towards the chakra transportation array. Whoosh, in an instant, his figure turned into countless afterimages, constantly flashing on the chakra transportation array, and every time he flashed, an unconscious Mai ninja would die on the chakra transportation array. While Kakashi was trying to save the unconscious Mai ninjas, a figure jumped out of the collapsed volcano, stepping on the falling rocks in midair, and with just a few steps, he flew out of the collapsed volcano range and landed on the ground far away. As soon as the figure that jumped out of the volcano landed on the ground, several nearby root ninjas gathered in his direction and shouted, "Naruto-sama." Obviously, the person that jumped out of the volcano is not someone else, but Danzo. However, seeing his subordinates surrounding him, Danzo's face was filled with uneasiness. He immediately flashed and killed a root ninja head-on, and hurriedly broke out of the encirclement. The remaining root ninjas stopped and looked at each other in dismay. In the distance, Orochimaru poked his body out of the ground, and after seeing this scene, a trace of doubt flashed on his face. Obviously, he also didn't understand why Danzo killed his own root ninjas and fled in panic. But without too much hesitation, he still followed Danzo from a distance. Before, he faked his death in the lava cave to escape, just to avoid a head-on confrontation with Danzo, because he also knows that he is not the opponent of the current Danzo. Not long after Danzo broke out of the encirclement, he bumped into the Cloud Village's entourage in a hurry. Looking at the oncoming Danzo, for generations Laying angrily asked, "Danzo, what the hell are you doing? Why did you kidnap our Cloud Village's Kekkei Genkai?" Although Danzo's appearance has changed a lot, but 4 generations Laying still recognized his Naruto attire at a glance. Looking at the large group of cloud ninjas rushing towards him, Danzo's face suddenly showed a panicked expression, his figure flashed, and rushed through the encirclement of the cloud ninjas. Whoosh, with a burst of wind, for generations Lei Ying's body flashed with blue electric light and caught up with Danzo. Then, the two extremely fast figures collided with each other and hit the ground with a loud bang. In the rising smoke and dust, for generations Lei Ying stood up and angrily said, "How can you be so fast? Did you also carry out that evil ritual like your village's traitorous ninja Hiriko?" Danzo also got up from the ground and said, "I don't want to kill anyone, don't force me." Thinking that the Kekkei Genkai of his clan was kidnapped, and it is likely that not even his bones are left, for generations Lei Ying angrily said, "Today, on behalf of the 5 great shinobi villages, I must get rid of you, scum." Boom, the sound of the explosion echoed in the dense forest, and against the backdrop of smoke and lightning, Danzo dragged a long afterimage as he shuttled through the forest like a ghost. Every time he flashed, there would be screams of the cloud ninjas. With the absolute speed, except for 4 generations Lei Ying, no other cloud ninja could keep up with his pace. Damn it! Watching Danzo slaughtering the cloud ninjas under his nose, for generations Lei Ying was furious. Although he had entered the Thunder Release Chakra mode and could barely keep up with Danzo's swift release, he couldn't stop Danzo from attacking the other cloud ninjas. The existence of these cloud ninjas around him has instead become a burden for the Raikage, making him unable to display his peak speed to his heart's content. Fortunately, Danzo's taijutsu was unexpectedly bad. It can even be said that there was no method to it, otherwise, the casualties of the cloud ninjas would be 10 times more serious than now. Whoosh, another quick surprise attack. Danzo used swift release to flash behind a cloud ninja, and easily cut the opponent's throat with his shuriken. Danzo's face showed a strange expression as his opponent's blood splashed. It was a kind of joy mixed with excitement and complacency. It seemed that he had succeeded again and again easily, which made him feel very surprised. Thunder attack. With a loud shout, for generations Lei Ying finally found an opportunity to attack, and fiercely rushed towards Danzo, who was rarely relaxed. At this time, for generations Lei Ying, who had activated the ninjutsu thunder attack, his whole arm was like a lightning axe, and in the dazzling lightning, he slashed towards Danzo, bam bam bam, facing 4 generations Lei Ying's ultimate ninjutsu. Danzo couldn't put up any resistance. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a tree in the distance. Even after knocking down 4 or 5 trees, he still couldn't stop his fall and created a huge pit on the ground. For generations Liang gasped for breath as he turned to the Kumo ninjas around him and said, "Take Danzo's body, we're going back to the village." In the eyes of the 4 generations Liang, the lightning tyranny unleashed at full power under the lightning escape chakra mode was a sure death scenario. Therefore, he had already tacitly agreed that the distant Danzo was a corpse. Yes. The 2 nearby cloud ninjas hurriedly responded and stepped forward to retrieve Danzo's body. No one can use their own flesh and blood to resist Lei Ying's thunder abuse, this is something they firmly believe, Kacha. But at this moment, a sound came from the rising smoke, and soon, under the surprised eyes of the cloud ninjas, Danzo walked out of the smoke. Although the Naruto robe on his chest was damaged by 4 generations Lei Ying's thunder tyranny, but the exposed chest looked intact. If it weren't for the damaged Naruto robe still stained with some blood, no one would be able to see that he was injured. How is this possible? Is he a monster? This guy won't become a perfect ninja like Hiriko, right? The strange scene in front of them caused the surrounding cloud ninjas to whisper to each other. For generations Lei Ying's face also became gloomy. He realized that he can no longer look at Danzo with the old eyes. At this moment, Danzo is no longer an old man who has fallen from his peak, but a monster like Hiriko. After walking out of the smoke, Danzo seems to have changed into a different person. Although his expression is a little dignified, he is still calm. There is no nervousness and panic like before, nor is there the usual sinister and ruthless Danzo. He glanced at the cloud ninjas, and immediately made a seal with his hands and shouted, "Boiling release, mist technique." In an instant, a mist enveloped the surroundings, but this mist is different from the mist created by the mist concealment technique, it is a strong corrosive killing mist. My eyes, I can't see anything, my face is melting. This is the mist's boiling release ninjutsu, everyone quickly withdraw from the range of the mist. The cloud ninjas hesitated for a moment in the mist, and a large number of casualties occurred. After being reminded by the experienced elite ninjas, they withdrew from the mist one after another. During this process, Danzo was like a shadow, and in just a blink of an eye, he killed 7 or 8 cloud ninjas, including 1 jonin. How did his taijutsu suddenly become stronger? For generations Liang, who has been observing Danzo, was shocked. Because the current Danzo and the previous Danzo are like heaven and earth in terms of taijutsu strength. Although the current Danzo's taijutsu is not too high, but compared to before, it is a lot of progress, at least at the level of a qualified ninja, coupled with the swift and fierce rapid release, he suddenly turned into a killing machine. At this time, Danzo suddenly appeared behind one of the Kumo Jonin's elite ninja. As an elite jonin, this cloud ninja was not unaware of Danzo's attack, but it was too late to dodge, so he decided to die together with Danzo, or at least hurt Danzo and create an opportunity for 4 generations Liang to kill Danzo. In an instant, both sides waved their kunai towards each other, and the target was the most vulnerable part of the human body, the throat. But just as the kunai of both sides were about to cut each other's throat, Danzo suddenly stopped attacking and retreated while shouting, "Stop!" The sudden change of Danzo made the cloud ninjas somewhat confused. At this time, Danzo covered his head and said with a painful expression, "It's me, I'm Hamui." Hamui. Including 4 generations Liang, all the cloud ninjas present were taken aback when they heard this, because the name Hamui is the name of the jonin who possessed the mist release Kekkei limit that was captured by Danzo. For generations Liang frowned and said, "Danzo, what kind of trick do you want to play?" At this time, Danzo knelt on one knee and said to 4 generations Liang-sama, "It's really me, I'm Hamui. Danzo's ritual went wrong, so I temporarily took control of this body." For generations Liang looked at Danzo with a scrutinizing look and tentatively said, "How can you prove that you are Hamui?" Danzo shouted, "Liang-sama, we can talk about this later, we must evacuate as soon as possible, it's not safe here." Before Danzo's voice fell, the sound of ninjas rushing through the forest came from the distance. There is no doubt that the root ninjas are following the direction of Danzo's escape. For these root ninjas, the safety of Danzo is their first priority, so they must make sure that Danzo is safe. Looking at Danzo, for generations Liang, and the other cloud ninjas hurriedly leaving, and the root ninjas chasing after them, Orochimaru's figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. At the same time, Hyojin also came out from behind a big tree. The volcanic collapse just now completely buried Hyojin inside the cave, although because of the protection of Susanoo, he didn't suffer much injury, but his black gold-edged robe was still stained with mud, so he looked a bit embarrassed at the moment. After looking at Danzo leaving, Orochimaru glanced at Hyojin. "Why didn't you chase?" Hyojin brushed the dust off his body and asked rhetorically, "Then why didn't you chase?" The master and disciple looked at each other and immediately avoided each other's eyes. Both of their faces were a bit gloomy. In the continuous battle, Danzo wasn't the only one who suffered losses. This fire-release clone has neither the sage body nor the Hashirama cells transplanted, so the amount of chakra is not too good, so even with the support of the Ryumyaku chakra, maintaining the Susanoo complete form is a very difficult task for Kuroto. So, even with the support of Ryumyaku chakra, maintaining the Susanoo complete form is a very difficult task for him. What's more, he also controlled his own Susanoo to fight with Danzo's Susanoo for a long time, and then resisted the landslide, and also launched several large-scale flame-release ninjutsu in the battle. Therefore, on the surface, he seems to be invincible. Even the perfect ninja Danzo, who survived the ritual, can only choose to flee when facing him. But in fact, the chakra reserves in his body have already been consumed. Even if he fought against Danzo one-on-one, he doesn't have full confidence, let alone dealing with the cloud ninjas led by 4 generations Liang. Naturally, Orochimaru isn't much better. Whether it's the Hashirama, 2nd generation's impure earth form, or the Yamata no Jutsu that can fight against tailed beasts, all of them require a lot of chakra. In addition to the fake death in the cave, he used the Orochimaru Ryu substitution technique. Although this substitution technique is brilliant and can recover from injuries, the shortcomings are also obvious, that is, it consumes a lot of chakra. After a while, Hyojin said, "Our cooperation is over." Orochimaru grinned, "Of course." After thinking for a while, Hyojin said coldly, "You better not tell anyone about the ritual, otherwise, you know the consequences. Our Amatsukami is different from Akatsuki, you can't bear the consequences of angering us." In fact, Hyojin isn't worried that Orochimaru will spread the improved Chimera technique and the bloodline fusion ritual, because Orochimaru's possessiveness of some core technologies is stronger than anyone else. Even pharmacist Do, who was Orochimaru's research assistant, only inherited the various technologies of Orochimaru after Orochimaru died, through the confidential documents left by Orochimaru. Humph. Orochimaru snorted lightly, and his figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. From the beginning to the end, the master and disciple, each with their own ulterior motives, didn't mention the strange behavior of the Danzo just now, as if they didn't notice it at all. After Orochimaru left, Hyojin looked at the direction where the Danzo left, thought for a while, then also left the forest. It didn't take long for Suijin to return to the Sky Fortress on the sea. After returning to the lab, he quickly calmed himself down and began to record everything that happened during the blood sequence fusion ceremony. He didn't miss out on any of the steps and details, recording everything down in detail. In the process of this ceremony, although there were many unexpected accidents, but in terms of the rehearsal effect alone, it was better than Kuroto expected. It could be said that after this rehearsal, using the bloodline fusion ritual to attack the Supreme Bloodline Web was no longer just a theoretical idea, but a plan that could be put into practice. Because from the performance of the Danzo in the ritual, if all the conditions were met, the fusion of the chakra attribute in the Danzo's body would continue. After completing the fusion of the 2 yin and yang chakra attributes and evolving the Rinnegan, it would enter the ultimate stage, the fusion of the 7 yin and yang attributes of the 5 elements and the 7 chakra attributes to attack the Supreme Bloodline Web. The effect of the new ghost sprout is very good. Although there is a hidden danger of it going berserk, the low temperature can solve this problem. Soon, after recording the process, Hyojin began to write a summary. The performance of the new ghost sprout in the ritual could be said to be perfect. Although it went berserk once, the berserk of the ghost sprout was immediately contained under the ultra-low temperature. Moreover, due to the characteristics of the new ghost sprout being less active under low temperature, the ghost sprout that had already completed the fusion process of flesh and blood was directly killed by the ultra-low temperature, which did more harm than good. In other words, during the ritual this time, Danzo easily solved the hidden danger of the ghost sprout in his body, completely avoiding the bad luck of being devoured by the ghost sprout in his body like Hiriko. There is no problem with the layout of the ritual, but the altar needs to be stronger. Hyojin also noticed the fact that the altar was easily destroyed by the irrational Danzo. The altar was the key to maintaining the ritual, and Hyojin couldn't guarantee that he could stay awake during the ritual, so he had to build the altar stronger to ensure that nothing would go wrong. These are all the details that I need to pay attention to. There is only one problem that I really need to worry about, and that is chakra. As he wrote, Hyojin's face became solemn. He was solving all the other problems, or he had already found a solution, but the problem of chakra supply was really a headache for him. The Danzo's preparation this time could be said to be adequate. However, even if there was no external interference during the Danzo's ritual, Hyojin estimated that the best result for the Danzo would be to evolve a pair of Rinnegan, and this was under the situation of completely sacrificing the 1,500 Mai ninjas on the chakra transport array. As for breaking through the supreme Kekki net, it was even more impossible. The reason was that the chakra amount required for the fusion of different levels of chakra was completely different. The higher the level, the higher the chakra amount required would be several times or even 100 times more. Based on the estimation of the Danzo's ritual, Hyojin suspected that at least 50,000 excellent ninjas would be needed for the chakra transport array to barely have the conditions to break through the supreme Kekki net. Making 50,000 excellent ninjas stay on the chakra array and wait for their chakra to be drained, this kind of outrageous thing, even if Hyojin becomes Naruto, he still can't do it. It must be known that even if the samurai of the Iron Kingdom are added, in the Fourth Shinobi World War in the original universe, there were only 80,000 ninjas. So controlling the life and death of 50,000 ninjas at one time, not to mention Naruto, even if he unified the 5 great villages and became the only king of the shinobi world, it would be extremely difficult to do it. What's more, the Kekki fusion ceremony can't be disturbed by external factors. The more people participate in the ceremony, the more difficult it is to manage, and the greater the probability of trouble. The frequent accidents in the Danzo's ceremony this time is a good lesson. So Hyojin will never let unnecessary people participate in his ceremony. If the situation permits, he even feels that completing the whole ceremony alone is the safest and safest. But chakra has become a problem that can't be avoided at the moment. Unless, suddenly, Hyojin thought of a way, but soon he shook his head and drove the idea out of his mind. The method he thought of is very simple, that is, the Eye of the Moon plan to rescue Kaguya. As long as Jubi is resurrected and the infinite Tsukuyomi is launched, the ninjas of the world will fall into the infinite Tsukuyomi, and everyone's chakra will naturally gather together. At that time, there will be no shortage of chakra. But this idea is obviously not reliable. Once the Akatsuki organization resurrects Jubi and launches the infinite Tsukuyomi, then what Hyojin will face is either Nagato in the state of 6 paths, Madara in the state of 6 paths, or Kaguya in the state of 6 paths. Anyway, no matter who it is, he is not an opponent. On the other hand, if Hyojin were to act alone and collect tailed beasts by himself and use the infinite Tsukuyomi, then the Sage of the 6 Paths, the guardian of the shinobi world, would definitely take action, and at that time, Hyojin's fate would definitely not be any better than those villains in the original timeline. Therefore, while activating infinite Tsukuyomi could solve the problem of chakra's amount, the implications were too broad, and it was very easy to burn oneself while playing with fire. It was the worst of the worst. Looks like I have to think of another way. At the end of the summary, Hyojin wrote chakra heavily and closed the notebook. In fact, there are many ways to obtain chakra. Extracting chakra from other ninjas through the chakra transmission array is only the crudest and cruelest method. For example, Hiriko's idea was to borrow the power of celestial phenomenon. By arranging corresponding rituals at special times and special places, through which one can absorb and transform the power of nature to provide himself with chakra. In addition, by taking some magical items that stimulate the body, at the cost of one's life, one can obtain a huge amount of chakra for a short period of time, such as the hero's water of Takanobi village, the tricolored secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, and so on. In addition to medicines, some secret techniques and forbidden techniques such as Yin-seal and Hashiman Tonko can also be used to store chakra or open the limiter of the human body, allowing one to erupt 10 times or even 100 times of chakra's amount in a short period of time. What's more, there is a giant Tenseigan on the moon, and it is suspected that there is another giant Tenseigan hidden in the shinobi world. As long as this pair of giant Tenseigan is mastered, the predicament of chakra will be greatly alleviated. In short, the method is always more difficult than the method. As long as there is a path in front of him. Hyojin is not afraid of difficulties. What he is really afraid of is the confusion of the unknown and the despair of having no way forward. Walking out of his archive room, Hyojin arrived in front of the 10 large nutrition tanks used to cultivate the Earth Release clones. Currently, Hyojin has cultivated 10 Earth Release clones at a time, and because of the progress of his cell fusion technology, the cell activity of these 10 Earth Release clones is very strong, and all of them belong to the category of high-quality clones. After observing the 10 large nutrition tanks one by one, the corners of Hyojin's mouth unconsciously rose. Although it will take another month for these Earth Release clones to fully develop, but through the monitoring data on the new nutrition tanks, Hyojin found that the aptitude of these Earth Release clones seems to be better than expected. The data of 2 of these clones can even be described with the word best quality. This kid's cell tissue is really good. Rock Village. Deadale, who was severely beaten by 3 generations Inoki, curled his lips and said, "Old man, the shinobi world is too dangerous. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." Humph. Inoki snorted with his hands behind his back, but his eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible joy. The current rock village, like Mai, is also suffering from a lack of youth. Moreover, this problem is even more serious than Mai. There are many elite jonin in the village, but none of them have the strength of a Kage and can take over the burden of its Suchikage. Fortunately, 3 generations Inoki who mastered the dust release is still able to hold the situation, otherwise, the status of Rock Village as one of the 5 great shinobi villages would be in jeopardy. However, Inoki is old, and he is very clear that his body is deteriorating every day, and his strength is deteriorating with the passage of time, so he must cultivate its Suchikage candidate as soon as possible, a shinobi who can take over the burden of its Suchikage from his shoulders. But in the Rock Village, there aren't many shinobi who have the potential to become its Suchikage. Inoki's son, Ataru, is not good, and his granddaughter, Kuratsu, is also a bit bad. The only one who has amazing talent and has the potential to become its Suchikage is his disciple, Deadale, but he is a traitor, which makes Inoki worried. Now, Deadale, who suffered a setback outside, changed his ways and returned to the village. Although Inoki doesn't seem to care on the surface, he is very happy in his heart. In his opinion, the current shinobi world where Amatsukami and Akatsuki are wreaking havoc will only become more and more chaotic and dangerous, and only a talented shinobi like Deadale can guarantee the future of the Rock Village. At this time, Deadale said, "Old man, I want to learn your dust release." Inoki looked at Deadale in surprise and said with a smile, "Don't you only care about your art? Why do you suddenly want to learn my dust release?" Deadale recalled his sorry state when he faced the Balrog from God's organization and saw the godlike figure of the Balrog bathed in the dazzling golden flames. His faith in the art of explosion was shaken and he immediately gritted his teeth. I just feel that your dust escape is also very artistic, Looking away from the large nutrition tank, Hyojin narrowed his eyes and thought about Danzo. Rinnegan, feeling the restlessness of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, Hyojin whispered. After experiencing the competition with Danzo for the power of the universe in his eye sockets, the pupil power of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets has improved a lot, and it seems that he is only one step away from the Rinnegan. Therefore, the restlessness of swallowing the pupil power of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to achieve the Rinnegan was not only felt by Danzo, but also by Hyojin himself. This feeling is very wonderful, as if with a little more effort, the Rinnegan that can distort the boundary between life and death will be at hand. Previously in the forest, Kuroto spent a lot of effort to suppress the influence of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets on his greed and the influence of the Manjikyu Sharingan on him. He always warned himself that if he is driven by greed, he will surely die. In the ninja world, no one has the capital to underestimate the enemy and act recklessly. Kaguya, who was overturned in the hands of her sons, Uchiha Madara, who fell in the hands of Black Zetsu, and so on, are all bloody lessons. Restraint is a very precious quality for a ninja. Boundless greed needs to be restrained, arrogance due to the gradual growth of strength, arrogance due to the frequent success of plans, and so on also need to be restrained. Only by remaining calm and assessing the situation would one be able to live longer and walk further. After exhaling, Hyojin once again suppressed the restlessness of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets and thought about the Rinnegan with a calm mind. He now has a new idea about the Rinnegan. Through the meticulous summary just now, Hyojin found that the risk of the bloodline fusion ritual is actually very high, so he prepared a pair of Rinnegan in advance and gave it to a trusted subordinate, such as Xiang Lin, who has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, as the last insurance. If there is a problem with the ritual and he accidentally dies, then he can use the Rinnegan to resurrect once and get a chance to start over. So the problem of Danzo must be solved, and the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of Danzo must be recovered, but the specific operation and how to minimize the risk is the key to the problem. The situation of Danzo is indeed a bit strange. When he thought of the conversation between Danzo and the 4 generations laying in the forest, Hyojin couldn't help but frown. On the way back to the Sky Fortress, he has already analyzed the reason for the strange behavior of Danzo. In his opinion, the reason why Danzo is like this is most likely caused by Orochimaru's curse seal and the accidental interruption of the ritual. Orochimaru's curse seal is not the real solution to the soul fusion. The natural energy in the curse seal only weakened the strength of the 6 souls in Danzo's body, including Danzo himself, and weakened the suppression of the soul of Danzo on the 5 souls that merged into his body. The accidental interruption of the ritual caused Danzo to be unable to mix all the souls in his body together like Hirako did. Although Hirako also failed to solve the problem of the soul fusion, he at least completed the whole ritual and mixed all the souls that merged into his body with his own soul. Although he was also affected by the other souls, and his personality became irritable, and he easily lost control of his emotions, it was his own soul that controlled his body. Therefore, on the one hand, because of the curse seal, the weakened soul of Danzo lost the absolute suppression of the other souls. On the other hand, because of the interruption of the ritual, all the souls in Danzo's body were not forcibly mixed together by the ritual. Instead, they coexisted and lived together in the body of Danzo. It seems that this is the only explanation. This is the only explanation that Hyojin can think of for Danzo's behavior and personality change. Thinking of this, he immediately communicated with a communication crow and sent a message to the 4 generations Mizukage Goji Yugura. If his guess is correct, it means that there are multiple independent wills in Danzo's body, and after careful thinking, he found that there seemed to be 4 independent wills in addition to Danzo's, and these 4 independent wills all appeared after Danzo closed the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The first independent will appeared when Danzo used Crystal Release to destroy the wood release ninjutsu left by Hashirama in order to escape from the volcano cave. At that time, Danzo obviously showed fear, nervousness, and other emotions that shouldn't be there. Therefore, this independent will should belong to the ninja who has Crystal Release but has not received orthodox ninja education. The second independent will appeared when Danzo used Rapid Release to destroy the structure of the mountain. At that time, Danzo showed panic, completely unlike a qualified and ruthless ninja. Therefore, this independent will should belong to the ninja who has Rapid Release and has Rapid Release. The third independent will appeared when Danzo used Boiling Release to kill the Kumo ninjas in the forest. At that time, Danzo showed neither fear nor panic like when he used Rapid Release. Therefore, this independent will should belong to the Kumo ninja who has Boiling Release and has Rapid Release. The fourth independent will obviously belongs to the Kumo ninja named Hamuai who has Mist Release. At present, these 4 independent wills seem to only be able to use their own Kekiai limit, so there are fights and compromises between them, which is why Danzo frequently changes the will that dominates his body. Because of this, Hyojin sent a message to 4 generations Mizukage Goji and Yugura. If the Kumo ninja who has Boiling Release gets control of Danzo's body and controls Danzo's body to escape back to the Mist Village, then he can receive the news as soon as possible, and then gather people to encircle and annihilate Danzo. As for the secret of the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eyes, Hyojin is not too worried. Those who know this secret, except for him and Orochimaru, have all been buried in the lava cave, and Danzo himself and the independent wills in his body will obviously not take the initiative to betray themselves, and even if one of the independent wills wants to betray the secret that Danzo's eyes are a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that can affect Danzo's will stop it. Because in the face of a crisis, the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo will support Danzo's soul in order to protect himself, and as long as he gets the support of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Danzo's soul can easily regain control of his body. The existence of multiple independent wills at the same time makes it impossible to predict Danzo's behavior according to normal logic. But at the same time, this also gives Hyojin the opportunity to deal with Danzo, because apart from Danzo himself, the other independent wills in his body are not very good ninjas, so the probability of them making mistakes is much higher than the insidious and cunning Danzo himself. Moreover, these independent wills are cooperating with each other, but also restraining each other. Therefore, no matter which of them makes a mistake, they will leave a trace, and at that time, Hyojin can gather people to surround Danzo and retrieve the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets. The only thing Hyojin needs to pay attention to is that he must be ahead of Orochimaru. Because with his understanding of Orochimaru will never let go of Danzo's perfect body, not to mention that the body has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that Orochimaru yearns for. And as long as Orochimaru is given enough time, Orochimaru can prepare the sacrifice again and use the Edo Tensei Jutsu to summon the souls of Hashirama and Hashirama from the underworld again. After all, in the original story, Orochimaru was the one who broke the zombie demon seal that Sandaime used on Hashirama and Nidaime at the cost of his life, and forcibly pulled Hashirama, Nidaime, and Nidaime out of the belly of the Shinigami using the Edo reincarnation, changing the situation of the Fourth Shinobi War in one fell swoop. After changing back to the Yin body, Suijin sealed the fire-type clone in the storage scroll he carried with him, then immediately left the Sky Fortress and rushed towards the village. But as soon as he returned to the village, he clearly felt that the atmosphere in the village is not right. The guards on the outer wall are twice as many as usual, and some enhanced perception barriers that are not easily activated are also activated, so it took him a lot of effort to avoid all the guards and sneak back to the village. Quietly returning to the principal's office, Suijin replaced the shadow clone that was left in the office and quickly sorted out the memories of the shadow clone. The village's reaction is not slow. Hyojin walked to the window of the office and looked at the Naruto building in the distance. According to the memories of the shadow clone that stayed in the office, the reason why the village strengthened the security was because Sandaime-sama led a large number of Konoha ninjas out of the village in a hurry not long ago, and at this point in time, the only thing that could cause Sandaime-sama to mobilize so many people is the secret Kekkai Genkai fusion ritual that Shimura Danzo is holding outside. Paper can't cover fire. It seems that using a large number of ninjas to arrange the chakra transmission array is indeed the worst way to obtain chakra. Hyojin shook his head with emotion. In his view, in order to cover up their Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony, Danzo has been very careful in the selection of personnel, and the security measures are almost to the extreme. But even so, this matter was quickly discovered by the village. It can be seen that as long as there are too many people involved, it is impossible to completely keep it a secret. This also strengthened Hyojin's determination to complete the Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony alone, because only in this way can he ensure that the ceremony will not be disturbed and the secret will not be leaked. With one hand supporting his chin, Hyojin thought, learning the Yin seal and 8 inner hidden gates should also be put on the agenda. The sooner he learns the Yin seal, the sooner he can start accumulating chakra. After awakening the Tenseigan, Hyojin's Yin body's chakra amount has been slowly increasing every day. Over the years, his chakra amount has far exceeded that of an ordinary ninja, so the efficiency of him using the Yin seal to accumulate chakra won't be any worse than Tsunade, who has the 1,000-hand bloodline, or even better. Once he masters the Yin seal, perhaps by the time he wants to carry out the Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony, the chakra amount stored in the Yin seal will be enough to fill a large part of the gap in chakra. As for the 8 inner hidden gates, he must start practicing it as soon as possible. Because the 8 inner hidden gates is different from ordinary forbidden arts, it requires the practitioner to constantly hone their body day after day, constantly surpassing the limits of the body. Only then can it become profound step by step. And the first 6 gates are almost useless for Hyojin's Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony. According to Hyojin's estimation, he must at least reach the point of opening the 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder, or even the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, in order to play a decisive role in the final sprint of the Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony. But Guy, who has been training hard for 10 years, may not have the ability to open the 8th gate, the gate of death. So if Hyojin doesn't start practicing soon, it is likely that he will be in a situation where he has already developed all the attributes of chakra, and is also ready to carry out the Kekkei Genkai fusion ceremony, but because his practice is not enough, he can't open the 7th gate, or the 8th gate. If that happens, it will be really embarrassing. Danzo, Yin Seal, 8 inner hidden gates, Earth release clone. Hyojin looked out of the window, lost in thought, while muttering softly. What he muttered were the tasks that he had set for himself in the near future. Hunting down Danzo, practicing the Yin Seal and the 8 inner hidden gates, as well as developing the Earth Escape avatar. Among them, 8 inner hidden gates can be learned from Guy. With Hyojin's current status in the village, and his close relationship with Guy, as long as he asks, Guy will probably not refuse, and the village should not have any objections. But the matter of Yin Seal is a little troublesome. Although Yu has become the disciple of Tsunade, because Yu's own strength is limited, and because Byakugan Kekkei is more suitable to learn medical ninjutsu, so Tsunade's guidance to Yu is more inclined to the field of medical ninjutsu. But medical ninjutsu is broad and profound, involving the human body structure, organs, meridians, drugs, poisons, and many other fields. It is not something that can be learned in a year or two. Therefore, such as Yin Seal, monstrous power, slug spirit contract, and other unique skills of Tsunade, Yu has not yet come into contact with them. And Yin Seal is one of the core secret techniques of Tsunade, and under normal circumstances, this kind of unique technique is not easily taught to outsiders except for the disciples. Even if Hyojin offers generous conditions, it is unlikely that Tsunade will agree. I can only let you find a way. Thinking of this, Hyojin is ready to go to my hospital to discuss with you, and let her find a way to get the secret technique scroll of Yin Seal from her sensei. But just as Hyojin was about to go out, Jishui rushed into the principal's office and said, "Senpai, something bad happened, Naruto-sama defected." Naruto building, my high-level meeting. Hyojin was sitting in his seat, looking at the my high-level meeting without leaving a trace. Among them were 3 generations, Xianxia Chun, Tsunade Haim, Uchiha Fuyue, Hyuga Hayashi, and the heads of various departments in the village. Hyojin participated in this high-level meeting as the headmaster of the ninja school, and this is the first time he has participated in such a high-level meeting in the village. At this time, the faces of everyone in the meeting room were a little gloomy. 3 generations, Xianxia Chun, and other leaders of the Naruto faction, needless to say, each and every one of them had a gloomy expression on their faces. The heads of various departments, such as the class leader of the Jonin class Narashiisa, the class leader of the intelligence class Kaichi Yamanaka, and so on, all had a look of shock and disbelief on their faces. The expressions of the patriarchs of the various clans were different. Uchiha Fuyue's face was indifferent, and there was even a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes, while Hyuga Hayashi seemed to be analyzing the impact of this matter on the Hyuga clan. After a while, 3 generations broke the silence in the meeting room. What do you think of this matter? Hyuga Hayashi hesitated for a moment, then immediately asked, "Is the news reliable?" 3 generations nodded helplessly. As soon as they received the secret information from Kakashi, 3 generations immediately led an elite ninja army and rushed to the volcano where Danzo held the Kekkei Genkai ceremony. But by the time the Sandaime-sama arrived with his army, the volcano had already collapsed, and corpses littered the ground. Suppressing the monstrous anger, 3 generations organized people to rescue the injured while sending people to hunt down Danzo and the root ninjas who assisted Danzo in committing the crime. And after interrogating the captured root ninjas, 3 generations no longer had the slightest hope in their hearts. According to the confession of the root ninjas, Danzo did hold the same Kekkei Genkai ceremony in the collapsed volcano cave, and in order to achieve his own goals, he cruelly killed hundreds of my ninjas. If it weren't for Kakashi stopping him, the 1,500 my ninjas bound to the chakra array would have been killed. Now that things had developed to this point, although Sandaime-sama was incomparably angry, he didn't panic. However, the next piece of news made Sandaime-sama dizzy. He couldn't believe it. Danzo, who had completed the ritual, had actually defected to escape punishment. Naruto's defection, such a ridiculous thing actually happened, although Danzo was only a representative of Naruto, and his portrait was neither engraved with Naruto rock nor recognized by the village as the official title of 5th generation leader Naruto. he was still the current highest authority in Mai. So when the news of his defection was announced, the first reaction of the village leaders was not anger, but shock. Uchiha Fuyue calmly asked, "Where did he escape to?" 3 generations sighed, "Cloud Village." According to the captured root members, when they followed Danzo, they had a small conflict with Cloud Village, and because Cloud Village had 4 generations laying, not only did they fail to stop Danzo, but they also lost a lot of people. Tsunade on the side slammed the table. "They dare to accept that madman Danzo, this is really hateful." Koharu also chimed in, "That's right, Cloud Village must give us an explanation." At this time, Shikaku said in a deep voice, "The village can't do without Naruto. Our priority now is not to discuss Cloud Village, but to choose a new Naruto as soon as possible." As soon as Shikaku's voice fell, everyone looked at 3 generations. There is no doubt that in the face of such a complex situation, the experienced Sandaime-sama would be the best and safest choice for the current Hokage. Soon, the voting began. Without any twists and turns, after a unanimous vote by the village elders, Sandaime once again restored Hokage's position and immediately issued an order to negotiate with Cloud Village. After leaving the Naruto building with a calm expression, Hyojin sorted out the information he had just obtained from the meeting. Because they know that Amatsukami and Orochimaru also participated in the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, Hyojin and Orochimaru are also very careful. They secretly entered the volcano cave first and didn't meet the 1,500 Mai ninjas on the chakra transmission array outside the cave. Therefore, until now, the village still doesn't know that Amatsukami and Orochimaru also participated in Danzo's Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual. In addition, because Danzo had already closed the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets before escaping from the volcano cave, the village also doesn't know that Danzo has a pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, let alone the fact that there are several other independent consciousnesses residing in Danzo's body. After walking for a while, Hyojin came to the Mai hospital. Because of the sudden influx of nearly 1,000 injured people and hundreds of corpses of the dead, the Mai hospital at this moment is in chaos. The families and friends of the dead and injured are coming in and out, almost blocking the main entrance of the hospital. Looking at these sad people in front of him, Hyojin's expression became slightly gloomy. When designing the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, neither he nor Orochimaru had the thought of abandoning the 1,500 Mai ninjas in the chakra transmission array. Because in their estimation, the chakra transmission array composed of 1,500 ninjas is simply too luxurious, and there is no need to worry about the chakra. However, both of them were wrong, very wrong. They underestimated the need of the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual on chakra. Although the safety power they designed for the chakra transmission array can ensure the safety of the ninjas in the chakra transmission array, it can't maintain the normal operation of the ritual at all. Therefore, although it was Danzo himself who raised the chakra transmission array to the highest level, the 2 designers, Hyojin and Orochimaru, also have an unshirkable responsibility for this. In the plan of the strong, the weak are always insignificant, and can be sacrificed at will. For a moment, Hyojin sighed with emotion. He was like these dead and injured Mai ninjas in the Third Shinobi World War. He could only go with the flow and helplessly pray for the blessing of fate. It is precisely because he deeply felt the pain of not being able to control himself, as well as the humbleness of being ordered around by others, that he is even more determined to break through the Kekkei Genkai net. He wants to change his fate, and control his own life and death in his own hands. No one can decide my life and death, not even God. After entering my hospital from the side door, Hyojin did not disturb you who was busy treating the wounded, but went to use room alone and waited quietly. It was not until midnight that you returned to the room with a tired face. Seeing Hyojin sitting inside, Yu was taken aback. "Kuroto-kun, why are you here?" Hyojin smiled. "I have something to discuss with you." "What's the matter?" Yu asked curiously. "If you were looking for me, why don't you go directly to the infirmary? How long have you been waiting here?" Hyojin got up and said, "It's not long, you have been busy all day, you must be hungry, let's go out and eat something." Yu nodded obediently. After leaving my hospital side by side, the 2 found a barbecue restaurant that was still open. In the private room, Hyojin asked about the casualties. Yu looked tired and whispered in a depressed tone, "Many senpai did not die on the battlefield, but died in the hands of their own Naruto. This is really difficult to accept." Kuroto-kun, do you know, even those senpai who were lucky enough to survive can no longer be a ninja. Because this incident involved too many people, it was impossible to keep it a secret, so in just half a day, the news that Danzo, the agent of Naruto, held an evil ritual and killed hundreds of my ninjas was thoroughly spread. And the my hospital that received the wounded and the dead became the distribution center of this news, so even if you didn't deliberately inquire about it, she knew the general context. Hyojin asked casually, I heard that Kakashi was the first to discover it? You nodded gently. Well, if it weren't for Kakashi, the casualties would have been more serious. Many of the wounded in the hospital were rescued by Kakashi from the landslide. At the moment when the volcano collapsed, Kakashi used the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue hundreds of people, and Kuroto also heard about it in the high-level meeting. It can be said that Kakashi is not inferior to the 4 generations Naruto at the beginning of the Third Shinobi World War. This is a metamorphosis from an elite jonin to a Kage-level expert. After losing the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye, Kakashi seems to have gained a blessing in disguise, breaking free from the shackles of his past and finding the path of shinobi that truly belongs to him. Kakashi is also growing. Kuroto sighed softly and immediately changed the topic to the main topic. He said to you directly, I need the Yin seal. What? Ling was taken aback and looked at Hyojin blankly. Hyojin explained, I know that this is your sensei's secret technique, but I really need this secret technique, so I hope you can help me get it, only you can help me. Facing Ling, Hyojin neither wants to lie, nor does he need to lie. Ling suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This secret technique, sensei hasn't even taught you mute sensei, even if I want to help you, I can't help you. Hyojin smiled and said, it doesn't matter, I'll give it a try first, if I really can't get it, I'll think of other ways. Ling nodded, okay, I'll give it a try then. In order to minimize the negative impact of Danzo's defection, the next day, the village solemnly announced that Danzo will be removed from the position of Naruto, and 3 generations Naruto Sarutobi will replace Naruto's position. Then, the delegation headed by the consulting elder Xianxia Chun went to the Land of Lightning to demand an explanation from the Cloud Village. Hyojin didn't stay idle, he secretly ordered 4 generations Mizukage, Yugura, and the Mist to send people to collect information about Danzo from all over the shinobi world. While contacting Kurenai, Gale, and Quion, his former subordinates in the Umbu, he collected information about Danzo through the intelligence channels of Myumbu. On the 3rd day after Hyojin asked Ling for the Yin seal, Ling finally got the result. After her bitter begging, Tsunade's heart softened and finally taught her the secret technique of the Yin seal. Midnight. With a guilty conscience, Ling asked Hyojin to meet in an alley outside the clan land, and said solemnly, Hyojin, you have to promise me one thing first. Say it. Ling said with some hesitation, I can lend you the secret technique of the Yin seal, but you must not spread it. After all, this is Sensei's secret technique, without her permission, it is already a big mistake for me to lend it to you, if you spread it, I will be too sorry for Sensei. Hyojin smiled and said, I thought you were going to say something, don't worry, I will only study and practice by myself, I will never spread it. After getting Hyojin's assurance, Ling breathed a long sigh of relief, and immediately took out a very delicate scroll from the ninja bag on her waist and carefully handed it to Hyojin. After receiving the secret technique of the Yin seal, Hyojin gently rubbed Ling's head and said, don't worry, I am here, go back quickly. Okay. Ling nodded, and then quickly left the alley. After Ling walked a little further, Hyojin's face sank and said, come out. At this time a figure came out of the shadows of the alley. This figure was wearing a green robe, with beautiful yellow hair casually tied behind her, and on her eyebrows, there was the iconic diamond-shaped pattern of the Yin seal. There is no doubt that this figure is one of my Sannin, Tsunade Haim. Walking closer, Tsunade looked at Hyojin from head to toe, and her eyes finally fell on the Yin seal secret technique scroll in Hyojin's hand, and said, you didn't open the Byakugan, but you were able to find me, it seems that I underestimated you. Hyojin said calmly, I'm sorry about the secret technique scroll, this has nothing to do with Ling, I forced her to do it. Tsunade asked, I was wondering why Yui suddenly wanted to learn the Yin seal. So it was you who played tricks behind the scenes. Tell me, what do you want to do, why do you want to steal my secret technique? Facing the interrogation of Tsunade, one of the Sannin, Kuroto looked as usual and replied calmly, I have no other purpose, I just want to practice the Yin seal, that's all. Because I know that the Yin seal can accumulate chakra at ordinary times, and then burst out during the battle. If I can master this technique, it can greatly improve my strength. Seeing that Hyojin could still be so calm after being caught by her, Tsunade was a little surprised, and said, even if what you said is the truth, what is the crime of stealing other people's secret technique? As the headmaster of the ninja school, you should know better than me. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, what do you want? State your conditions. In the alley. Tsunade and Suijin looked at each other, and when their eyes met, they didn't avoid each other's gaze. After a while, Tsunade snorted lightly, you don't seem to be worried that I will spread the news of you stealing the secret technique? Humph, you're really courageous. Do you think that a mere position as the headmaster of a ninja school can exempt you from the village's punishment? Or, do you think that the Hyuga clan can protect you? Seeing Hyojin's calmness, Tsunade was a little annoyed. Hyojin said indifferently, what do you want? Please say it directly. In his eyes, since Tsunade didn't directly take back the secret technique scroll of the Yin seal, nor did she turn around and leave, it means that most likely Tsunade has something to ask of him, so he didn't panic at all. Of course, Kuroto can keenly notice these things because he is calm enough, and what makes him calm is his confidence. If it were any other ninja, being caught by Tsunade, one of the three Sannin, I'm afraid that they would have already lost their sense of propriety. Seeing that ordinary means of intimidation have no effect on Hyojin, Tsunade curled her lips and said, it's not impossible for me to not pursue this matter, but you have to do me a favor. What favor? Tsunade's face sank. Because of the stupid things Danzo did, the village's prestige has been swept to the ground, and the Uchiha clan has begun to become restless again. The Uchiha clan's desire for power in the village has never diminished before, because external enemies such as Amatsukami and Akatsuki were too strong. Under the pressure of life and death, the Uchiha clan had no choice but to cooperate with Naruto's faction, which is the reason why they settled down for some time, but this was not their original intention, they were forced to do so. Now that Amatsukami has reached an agreement with the village, and with the checks and balances of Amatsukami, Akatsuki has also begun to lie dormant, and the external pressure has suddenly been reduced a lot. At the same time, because of a series of events such as the destruction of the village, Danzo's defection, and so on, the prestige of Naruto's faction has been repeatedly thwarted, so they have begun to move again. In fact, Hyojin has long been aware of this. The last time he acted decisively and taught a lesson to the Uchiha clansmen who broke into the Hyuga clan's territory, he wanted to suppress the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. I received reliable information that at the Uchiha clan meeting the day before yesterday, they have begun to openly discuss how to compete for the position of Naruto, which is a very dangerous signal. After a pause, Tsunade looked at Suijin and said with a serious expression, at this time, the village needs the clear support of the Hyuga clan. Hyojin glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade's so-called reliable information was most likely provided by Tsunade's other disciple, Uchiha Izumi. In short, all the clansmen who were sent by the Uchiha clan to approach Naruto's side were all instigated to defect without exception. Jishui was the same, Itachi was the same, and Uchiha Izumi was most likely no exception. However, Tsunade's words did make some sense. The current might could only be maintained by 3 generations, which was the best choice that everyone could accept. Firstly, because the 3 generations are experienced and have a lot of experience in stabilizing the situation. Secondly, the 3 generations are already old and won't be able to stay in the position of Naruto for long. Others still have a chance, so whether they are ambitious or not, most people can accept the 3 generations as Naruto again. But if the Uchiha clan is allowed to rule the village, then there will be some trouble. And what Hyojin needs now is a stable a Mai who can provide him with various technical and intelligence support. After a little consideration, Hyojin said, no problem, I will try my best to exert influence on the clan and let the clan support the village in this matter. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. She has investigated the influence of Hyojin in the Hyojin clan. As far as she knows, although some members of the Hyojin clan are quite dissatisfied with Hyojin, but Patriarch Hayashi still trusts Hyojin very much, and most of the members of the branch family worship Hyojin very much. They feel proud of the rapid rise of Hyojin in the village. At this time, Hyojin raised the secret technique scroll in his hand and said, do we have an agreement? Tsunade gave Hyojin a meaningful look. Although I don't know what means you used, I know that Manjikyu of the Uchiha clan listens to you, so I hope you can also exert influence on him so that he will not participate in the conspiracy of the Uchiha clan. Hyojin smiled. Okay, I can also promise you this. In fact, as long as Naruto can fully trust Jisue, Jisue will also listen to Naruto, and it is not entirely impossible for Jisue to make a move against the Uchiha clan. However, Naruto can't be blamed for this. After knowing that Jisue has the Manjikyu Sharingan level Manjikyu Sharingan technique that can easily change the will of others, Naruto can no longer fully trust Jisue. Tsunade said, very well, this time I will not pursue the matter of you stealing my secret technique, but you only have 7 days. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your own ability. Anyway, you must return the secret technique scroll to Bell after 7 days. 7 days. Hyojin pondered for a moment, and then immediately nodded, okay. As long as it is not Jinjutsu or Spacetime Ninjutsu, it is not difficult for the current Hyojin. The essence of the Yin seal is actually a very delicate sealing technique. Coincidentally, he is very good at sealing techniques, so he is confident that he can master the Yin seal in 7 days. Seeing that Hyojin agreed so readily, Tsunade reminded him, before this, the people who have successfully mastered the Yin seal are all women. I don't think you can master it in 7 days, so you better not have too much hope. The reason why Tsunade is so generous, in addition to asking for help from Hyojin, is also because she does not believe that Hyojin can master the Yin seal. Since they have reached an agreement, there is no need for Hyojin to apologize, so he immediately replied, thank you for the reminder, but you don't have to worry about it. Tsunade turned around, and as she walked out of the alley, she said, also, don't tell anyone. Hyojin casually put the Yin seal secret technique scroll into the ninja bag on his waist, and then said, please don't blame Belle because of this, she actually respects you very much. Humph. With a heavy snort, Tsunade deliberately turned her head to Hyojin and said, you don't have to worry about the matter between me and my disciple. Looking at Tsunade's figure leaving, Hyojin curled his lips, and in his heart, he thought, what a vengeful woman. After returning home, Hyojin immediately closed all the doors and windows, then in his bedroom, he couldn't wait to open the scroll that recorded the secret technique Yin seal. With just a cursory glance, he found traces of the Vortex clan sealing techniques among the many sealing techniques of the Yin seal. Obviously, the creator of the Yin seal should be from the Uzumaki clan, moreover, it should be a person with high attainments in Fuinjutsu, an extremely meticulous person, most likely a woman. Then, Hyojin touched the secret technique scroll with his hand while studying it word by word. During this process, he sometimes frowned and fell into contemplation, and sometimes raised the corner of his mouth, showing a proud smile. Unknowingly, 2 or 3 hours have passed. Phew, after gently exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Hyojin withdrew his gaze. This Yin seal is indeed a very high-end and exquisite secret technique, just as he expected. With Hyojin's attainments in Fuinjutsu, he can easily see that this Yin seal must have gone through several generations of perfecting. All aspects have been considered by the developers of the past generations. It is a very mature secret technique, almost without any hidden dangers or defects. But because the Yin seal has been perfected to the point that almost no hidden dangers or defects exist, the difficulty of practicing it has also increased exponentially. It has harsh requirements on the practitioner's attainments in Fuinjutsu and the ability to control chakra. In Hyojin's impression, there are only 3 people who have successfully mastered the Yin seal. They are the first 9 tails Jinchuriki Mido, Tsunade Haim, and the disciple of Tsunade Haruno Sakura in the original world. Among these 3, the first 2 are the strongest of the Uzumaki clan, and the other is the strongest of the Senju clan. Whether it is bloodline or ninja aptitude, they belong to the top group in the shinobi world. As for the third one, Haruno Sakura, although she doesn't have a powerful bloodline, but her talent in controlling chakra is also one of the best in Mai's 12 roaches. And as the direct disciple of Tsunade Mute, because of his innate aptitude, he couldn't master the Yin seal. From this, it can be seen that the Yin seal has harsh requirements on the practitioner, but this is not the most troublesome thing for Hyojin. What really gives him a headache is that the Yin seal is indeed, as Tsunade said, it is a secret technique that can only be practiced by women. The original Yin seal may be something that can be practiced by both men and women, but because the creators of the Yin seal in the past were all women, the Yin seal has become more and more compatible with the body structure of women, leading to more obstacles for men to practice the Yin seal, and the requirements for the Yin seal are extremely harsh, so under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for men to successfully practice the Yin seal. Hyojin has some confidence in his own attainments in Fuinjutsu and his ability to control chakra, so he quickly put away his fear and tried to practice the Yin seal. Like all Fuinjutsu, the core of the Yin seal is also a Fuinjutsu technique. The only difference is that the Fuinjutsu technique is not engraved on the enemy's body, but on the user's body. Moreover, it is engraved on the most sensitive and vulnerable part of the human body, between the eyebrows. This is a test of the practitioner's understanding of the human body structure. Fortunately, Hyojin is a member of the Hyuga clan with Byakugan, so he has received strict education in this aspect since he was a child. In addition, he has been researching human cloning all year round, so his understanding of the human body structure can at least squeeze into the top 10 of the current ninja world, so this aspect is not difficult for him. He can try repeatedly without worrying about accidentally injuring his brain tissue. Mobilize chakra, hand seals, engraving the Fuinjutsu technique. Hyojin followed the steps of the secret technique scroll, and each step was completed in one go, almost flawless. After successfully engraving the Fuinjutsu technique of the Yin seal on his eyebrows, Hyojin slowly opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror in front of him, and found that the symbolic diamond pattern of the Yin seal has appeared between his eyebrows. Success? Hyojin was overjoyed, but immediately frowned. Because he suddenly found that the Fuinjutsu technique of the Yin seal engraved between his eyebrows is not connected to all the meridians of the body as recorded in the secret technique scroll. If the Fuinjutsu technique between the eyebrows is not connected to the meridians of the body, then naturally it can't absorb and store chakra. How can this be? Which part of the plan went wrong? Hyojin suppressed his impatience and began to calm down to examine the casting process just now, but after some investigation, he found that there are no mistakes in his casting process, so he removed the Fuinjutsu technique and tried again, but the result was the same. No matter how he tried, the Fuinjutsu technique after engraving could not be connected to the meridians of the body. Is it because of the difference in the body structure of men and women? In a trance, Hyojin came to a conclusion. It was impossible for Tsunade to give a fake Yin seal secret technique scroll to Bell, and he didn't make any mistakes during the casting process, so the only explanation was the difference in the body structure of men and women. Perhaps the same casting process was successful for women, but not for men. It must be caused by the slight difference in the meridians of men and women. Hyojin was a little annoyed. If it was as he guessed, then it was not his problem, but the Yin seal problem. However, Tsunade only gave him 7 days. Such a small amount of time was enough to cultivate the Yin seal, but it was far from enough to improve the Yin seal and make it suitable for men to cultivate. No wonder Tsunade was not in a hurry to take back the secret technique scroll. It seems that she was sure that I could not learn the Yin seal. Hyojin finally understood that Tsunade was sure that he could not learn the Yin seal, so she used the secret technique scroll to make a deal with him. It seemed to be a fair deal, but in fact, he had to work for Tsunade for nothing. Not only could Tsunade smoothly cover up the matter of Hyojin stealing the secret technique, but she could also let Hyojin help her suppress the Uchiha clan. After all, Hyojin was no longer a small character who could be manipulated at will. Even if Tsunade really wanted to punish Hyojin, she would have to consider the impact of various aspects, such as the violent resistance that Hyojin might have, and the attitude of the Hyuga clan. "TSK, how dare you look down on me?" Hyojin spat lightly, and immediately took out the storage scroll from the ninja bag that sealed the fire release clone. 7 days later, according to the agreement with Tsunade, Hyojin came to my hospital early in the morning and personally returned the Yin seal secret technique scroll to you. Receiving the secret technique scroll handed over by Hyojin, Yu was surprised. "Huh, you learned it so quickly?" "Kind of." Yu was even more surprised when she heard this. "Kuroto, are you worried that I won't be able to explain it to Sensei?" "Don't worry, Sensei didn't ask about the secret technique scroll these days. You can keep it in your hands and practice it for a few more days." As a disciple of Tsunade, Yu is very clear about the difficulty of practicing the Yin seal. Therefore, she has doubts about Hyojin learning the Yin seal in just a week, thinking that Hyojin was worried about her, so he returned the secret technique scroll early. Hyojin was angry and amused at the same time, so he urged, quickly put it away, don't let others see it. You couldn't help but ask again, you really don't need it? Hyojin nodded with a smile. In a sense, Hyojin didn't lie, he has indeed mastered the Yin seal. It is an indisputable fact that the Yin seal is more suitable for women to practice, but this is not a problem that can be solved. As long as Hyojin is given enough time, he can improve the Yin seal so that men can also practice it. But 7 days is obviously not enough for Hyojin to study and improve the Yin seal in depth, so he tried to use the female body of fire-type avatar to practice the Yin seal first, because only by mastering the Yin seal and personally feeling the operation principle of the Yin seal can he make corresponding improvements. Although the aptitude of Hyojin's fire-type avatar is not as terrifying as the wind-type avatar, but compared to ordinary people, it is still 1 in 1,000 excellent aptitude, coupled with the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the eye sockets. The cultivation of the Yin seal was very smooth. In just 1 day, Hyojin, who was controlling the fire-type avatar, successfully recorded the Yin seal technique and connected the meridians of his body. After that, it took him 2 days to use the sealing technique, 2 days to familiarize himself with the operation and storage of chakra, and another 2 days to practice the release of chakra. For a whole 7 days, Hyojin didn't waste a single day. If it was said that he had completely grasped the Yin seal, then he was still far from it. However, if it was said that he had grasped the Yin seal, then it was not a problem at all. And according to the experience of practicing the Yin seal with the fire-type avatar these days, Hyojin has a vague idea of improving the Yin seal. In fact, there is no need for any major changes, because the Yin seal is already perfect, too many changes may be superfluous. Therefore, Hyojin's changes are only aimed at the obstacles encountered by men when practicing the Yin seal, and most of these obstacles were intentionally done by the previous developers. They did this to make the Yin seal more suitable for women, so there are traces of their modifications to the Yin seal. If he hadn't mastered the Yin seal, then everything would have been like looking at flowers in a fog, and Hyojin naturally wouldn't have been able to find the traces of these artificial modifications. But Hyojin cleverly used the fire-type avatar to bypass the threshold that men can't practice the Yin seal. Coupled with his own attainments in Fuinjutsu, it's not difficult for him to find the traces of the modifications made by the predecessors. After chatting a few more words, Hyojin said goodbye to you. And until the farewell, he didn't mention the agreement between him and Tsunade, because he doesn't want his affairs to affect the master-disciple relationship between you and Tsunade. After leaving the Mai hospital, Hyojin went to the ninja school. Standing by the window of the principal's office, Kuroto looked at the children practicing taijutsu on the playground while thinking about his own matters. This week, although he has been practicing the Yin seal, he has never relaxed his attention to the shinobi world. According to the information he has obtained from various sources, the shinobi world is not peaceful these days. First of all, there was news about Konoha's delegation to the Cloud Village. Before the delegation arrived at the Cloud Village, they were intercepted by the negotiation team sent by the Cloud Village in the border area of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. As a result, the two sides began to accuse each other. Mai accused Cloud Village of sheltering Danzo and destroying the unity of the 5 great shinobi villages, while Cloud Village accused Mai of abducting Cloud Village's Kekkei Genkai ninjas and carrying out inhumane evil rituals in private. Both sides spoke eloquently as if the other party is the one who is deliberately stirring up trouble. Just when the representatives of the two sides were wrangling, an inexplicable fierce battle suddenly broke out in the Cloud Village. Because the scope of the battle was very wide, although the Cloud Village blocked the news for the first time, the spy that Mai placed in the Cloud Village still sent back an important piece of information. That is, in the fierce battle in the Cloud Village, a strange dark red Susanoo appeared. The reason why the spy was able to identify that Susanoo was unfamiliar was that the dark red Susanoo was very recognizable. It was completely different from all the Susanoo known so far. Its appearance was closer to that of a beast and a devil, so it was very easy to distinguish. After that inexplicable fierce battle, the 4 generations Lei Ing and Hachibi's Jinchuriki left the village in a hurry with a large number of elite cloud ninjas, seemingly in pursuit of something. When the village received this information, everyone was confused. Only the Uchiha clan showed clear concern. After all, the appearance of a Susanoo means the emergence of a new pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. When Hyojin heard this, he roughly guessed what happened. There is no doubt that the two sides in the fierce battle in the Cloud Village were Danzo and Cloud Village. Because according to the previous analysis, the other independent wills in Danzo's body seem to be unable to use Kekii. Only Danzo's will can use all Kekii, so the one who used the Susanoo must be Danzo himself. After that, the 4 generations Lei Ying and Hachibi's Jinchuriki led a team out of the village, and the target should also be Danzo. From this news, Hyojin got 2 pieces of information. First, Danzo and Cloud Village had a falling out, and second, after the fierce battle, Danzo escaped from the Cloud Village. As for the cause of the conflict that caused the two sides to fall out, Hyojin is not interested in understanding. He only needs to know one thing, that is, the fact that Danzo has a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can't be concealed anymore. Because obviously, Mai is not the only one who has a spy in the Cloud Village. It can be expected that in a month or 2, this news will spread in the 5 great shinobi villages and even the entire shinobi world. At that time, Hyojin, Orochimaru, and Cloud Village won't be the only ones hunting Danzo. Where will Danzo hide after escaping from the Kumo village? Standing by the window of the headmaster's office, Hyojin muttered to himself. As a senior Mai advisor elder, Danzo must know a lot of secret hideouts. Even if he excludes those that are recorded at the root, there should still be many secret hideouts that only Danzo knows. Therefore, even if he is in a bad situation at this time and is being hunted by many parties, as long as there is no problem with his soul, it will be difficult for anyone to find him in a short time. What's more, with a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and the other 6 Kekii limit, his strength has long exceeded the scope of ordinary Kage level. If it weren't for the serious flaws in his soul, there would only be a handful of people in the shinobi world who can defeat him one-on-one. Therefore, even if his whereabouts are discovered, the hunters may not be able to do anything to him. This can be seen from the turmoil in the Kumo village. Kumo village couldn't even catch Shimura Danzo in his own village, letting him break through the encirclement. Then how effective the Yondaime Reikage and the Hachibi's Jinchuriki's pursuit will be. Whoosh! At this time, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly came from the air. Hyojin walked out of the office and looked up at the black spot in the sky that was gradually fading away and muttered, "This is the Umbu's communication eagle. It seems that the village has also made a move." Although the information sent back by the Kumo village is confusing, it does not prevent the village's top officials and intelligence team from conducting in-depth analysis of this information and making bold guesses. After all, there are not many people who can make the Kumo village mobilize such a large force, and it just so happens that Danzo has just defected to the Kumo village, so it is difficult to not think of Danzo. Therefore, even if it is just a hypothesis, it is not difficult to conclude that the target of 4 generations Lei Ying and Hachibi's Jinchuriki is Danzo, and it is reasonable for the village to send the Umbu to investigate this matter. After weighing the pros and cons, Hyojin decided to bide his time for now. Kuroto's personal energy is limited, so instead of searching aimlessly in the shinobi world by himself, it's better to stay in the village and concentrate on collecting information. Anyway, he now controls the entire intelligence system of the mist, and he also has a certain degree of penetration into Mai's intelligence system. With the help of these 2 intelligence systems, as long as Danzo shows himself, he will definitely be able to find him. When he arrived at the field, Hyojin looked around, searching for Guy. He had already obtained the Yin seal. The next step was to master the 8 inner hidden gates, and the best way to obtain the 8 inner hidden gates was undoubtedly Guy. After walking around the school for a while, Hyojin finally found Guy in a secluded grove. Bang, 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 a low and rhythmic beating sound came from the depths of the forest. Hyojin walked slowly to Guy's side and found that Guy was hiding behind a big tree, watching Lee Luaka, who was practicing alone in the forest with a smile on his face. Hyojin walked over and whispered, "What's wrong, do you like this kid?" Guy nodded, still looking at Xiaoli, who was practicing hard in the forest, and said, "Kuroto, don't you think this kid is very similar to us?" Hyojin's face suddenly turned black. "What do you mean similar to us? It's just similar to you. I was not like this when I was a child." Guy recalled the past and said with emotion, "Yes, after all, you are the genius of the Hyuga clan. After you grew up, your talent gradually revealed itself, and you are different from us. And this kid is very similar to me, he also can't learn the basic ninjutsu like transfiguration jutsu." The content of the last ninja school assessment was to choose one of the 3 body jutsu. As a result, because of the existence of Liluaka, Naruto was lucky enough to escape the bad luck of being the last one, and Liluaka, who didn't know the 3 body jutsu at all, naturally became the first one whose name was published on the bulletin board. But under such a blow, the young Liluaka was not discouraged. On the contrary, he secretly increased his training, such as now, he is practicing taijutsu alone in the grove. Although he looks clumsy, his eyes show a fortitude far beyond his peers. Perhaps it is this fortitude that moved Guy, who also has no talent in ninjutsu. Looking at Xiaoli, who was sweating in the forest, his clothes were all soaked, Hyojin said, "This child has no talent in ninjutsu, but he is indeed a good seedling in jutsu. If you like him, guide him well." Guy said with a serious face, "Let's wait and see. It is very difficult for an average person to persist on this path. Practicing taijutsu day after day, not to mention the hard work, just the boredom alone is not something that anyone can endure." No one knows this better than Guy, so although he is very tempted, he still wants to wait and see, because he is not sure if the child in the forest can also endure this loneliness like him. Really strict. After a soft sigh, Hyojin went straight to the point and said his intention, "Guy, I want to practice 8 inner hidden gates." Guy looked at Hyojin with some surprise. "Hey, strange?" Hyojin asked, "What is strange about this? Can't I practice 8 inner hidden gates? A few days ago, Kakashi also came to me, saying that he wants to practice 8 inner hidden gates." After a pause, Guy said, "Hey, did you two make an appointment?" Hyojin was stunned. "Kakashi also wants to learn 8 inner hidden gates?" Guy scratched his head and said with a proud face, "Kakashi actually wanted to learn 8 inner hidden gates for a long time, but he was afraid of trouble, so he delayed it. Several days ago, he suddenly came looking for me and asked me to teach him the 8 inner hidden gates. You also know that it's not easy for that fellow Kakashi to open his mouth and ask for help, so it's hard for me to refuse, haha." Hyojin said, "So that's how it is." In the original spacetime, Kakashi did have some superficial knowledge of the Hashiman inner Tonku. This is something that Kuroto knows, but judging from the current situation, Kakashi seems to be different from when he was in the original spacetime. He seems to be seriously practicing the Hashiman inner Tonku. Guy said, "Coincidentally, I have an appointment with Kakashi tomorrow. Kuroto, if you also want to practice 8 inner hidden gates, then come with me tomorrow." Hyojin immediately nodded, "Okay." Guy laughed and said, "Kuroto, don't say that I didn't remind you, 8 inner hidden gates is not so easy to practice. Even geniuses like you and Kakashi have to be prepared to suffer." Early the next morning, Hyojin came to the training place agreed with Guy. This is a remote grove near the river, which will not be disturbed, and it is not too far from the village. Swish, before Hyojin walked into the forest, there was a sound of wind breaking in the forest. Immediately afterward, 2 figures rushed out of the forest one after the other and fought fiercely together. The whistling sound of punches and the muffled sound of fists and feet colliding were incessant for a while. "Oh, these 2 guys really can't stay still." After chuckling, Hyojin jumped onto a big tree and sat down leisurely. The people fighting in the forest were not bystanders, but Kakashi and Guy. The 2 of them may have arrived first, so they waited for Hyojin while sparring as usual. Hyojin on the tree took this opportunity to carefully observe the 2 people in the sparring. Both of them have excellent physical skills, and their speed is also extremely fast. When shuttling through the forest, they looked like 2 ghosts dragging long after images. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to see the details of their fight at all, but this is not difficult for Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan. With one hand supporting his chin, Hyojin observed while commenting, "Guy's moves are really getting sharper and sharper. There is actually no shortcut for a ninja of the Iron Fist school to improve their strength. They can only improve their speed and strength through hard training day after day. Therefore, compared with ninja, the strength of the Iron Fist school ninja is slower to improve. But this does not mean that there is no future for the Iron Fist school. On the contrary, as long as they can stand the loneliness and hard work, the upper limit of the Iron Fist school ninja is far higher than that of the general ninja. Guy is a good example. In the same batch, except for a few geniuses like Kakashi, most people in their 20s, the improvement of their strength has obviously begun to slow down, and some have even begun to stand still. Guy, on the other hand, was different. He was not eye-catching when he was in the ninja school, and he was left behind by many of his peers, but as time passed, his strength steadily improved little by little, and he even surpassed his peers who were better than him before. Unknowingly, he grew into a powerful jonin that made people feel at ease. Turning his attention to Kakashi again, Hyojin observed for a while and whispered, "Hey, Kakashi, why?" Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped because he found that he couldn't think of a word to accurately describe Kakashi's current state. Kakashi now gave him a very strange feeling, as if he was at a critical point, or in some kind of critical transformation. At this time, after noticing Hyojin's arrival, the two stopped at the same time. Jumping down from the big tree, Hyojin walked over and said hello. "Hey, you two are so early." Guy showed his big white teeth and said with a smile, "Kuroto, sweating in the morning sun, this is what youth should look like." Kakashi didn't speak, he just nodded to Hyojin. After approaching, Hyojin felt that Kakashi's body had a kind of sharpness. His whole person seemed to be like a sharp blade with bursts of cold light. Hyojin couldn't help but ask, "Kakashi, are you okay?" Kakashi shook his head, "I'm fine." In fact, he knew what Hyojin was referring to. He also understood that in order to obtain stronger power during this period of time, both his character and temperament had changed a lot, but he had no regrets, because he needed power to correct a close friend who had gone astray. Hyojin smiled, "I'm really not used to you being so energetic." Guy also echoed, "Yes, in the past, you were always late for the appointments. I didn't expect you to come earlier than me today, it really scared me." Kakashi was not in the mood to make fun of them. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he urged, "Let's get started." After the three of them came to the woods, Guy put away his smile and said with a serious face, "Hashiman Tonku is not so much a forbidden technique, a skill, it is better to say that it is a habit of the body." Starting from the first gate between the eyebrows, Guy pointed at the corresponding acupuncture points of the 8 gates in turn, and finally stopped his hand at the heart, which is the position of the 8th gate of death, and said, "These 8 gates are actually the 8 hubs that protect the meridians of the human body. The meaning of their existence is to restrict the ninja from over-refining the chakra, so as to avoid causing irreversible damage to the body." Hyojin asked, "So the key to practicing Hashiman Tonku is not to open the 8 hubs in the meridians, but to let the body get used to the overload state of opening these hubs?" Kakashi also asked, "The order of these 8 gates should also be arranged according to the degree of difficulty of the body to adapt to it, right?" Whether it was Hyojin or Kakashi, they were both excellent ninjas who had both theoretical and practical skills, so the two of them got a lot of information from Guy's introduction of the Hashiman Tonku. Listening to the questions of the two people in front of him, Guy, who was about to introduce the Hashiman Tonku in detail, choked. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say for a long time. Hyojin asked, "What's wrong, did we misunderstand?" "No." Guy, who had recovered, quickly shook his head, "You two understood it very well. The core of Hashiman Tonku is to let the body get used to the state of opening these hubs. However, the body can only adapt to the first 7 gates, and the 8th gate in the heart, the Hashiman Tonku, is a forbidden gate that must not be opened easily." Kakashi asked, "What will happen if the Hashiman Tonku is opened?" Guy said with a solemn face, "Once the Hashiman Tonku is opened, chakra will increase tenfold, or even tenfold, in a short period of time. It can let an ordinary jounin instantly surpass Naruto's strength, but the consequence is death. Because no matter what, ordinary people cannot bear the huge burden after opening the Hashiman Tonku, so death is inevitable. This is also why the 8th gate is called the taboo gate." After knowing the effect of opening the Hashiman Tonku and the price, Kakashi did not feel fear like a normal person. Instead, he fell into deep thought, as if he was seriously considering when to open this taboo gate. Hyojin was also thinking. In the original spacetime, Guy, who opened the Hashiman Tonku, did not really die because he was treated by Naruto, and Naruto's power came from the 6th-path deity. Therefore, as long as Hyojin could achieve Kekkei Net in the bloodline fusion ceremony and make his life level change, even if he opened this taboo gate in the ceremony, he would still not die. Hey. What are you two thinking about?" After listening to his description of the Gate of Death, not only did Kuroto and Kakashi not show the slightest shock, they even had a thoughtful look on their faces, as if they were thinking about how to use the gate of death, which made Kai speechless. Kakashi shook his head. As he collected his thoughts, he replied, "No. Nothing." Hyojin also collected his wandering thoughts and smiled. "Don't worry. We know what's at stake here. We won't open the gate of death carelessly." Kai shouted, "You two are too arrogant. Do you think that the gate of death can be opened just because you want to? I've trained hard for so many years and I don't know how much sweat I've shed, but I barely reached the 7th gate of surprise. I'm still far from opening the 8th gate of death." Kakashi interrupted Kai and said, "Kai, we know all that. Don't waste any more time. Start teaching us the 8 inner hidden gates now." Guy no longer spoke any nonsense and directly explained the technique of opening the first gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the door of opening, as well as the relevant precautions, in detail to Kakashi and Suijin. Then, Kai looked at the two of them with a look of confirmation. "Do you understand now?" Kakashi and Hyojin looked at each other and nodded at Kai. Gate of opening is the first of the 8 gates. It's relatively easy to open, and it's easier for the body to adapt. But even so, it's not something that can be opened overnight. After a pause, Kai continued, "How about this? I'll now show you how to open the gate of opening. You two can familiarize yourselves with it." "Huh." After saying that, Kai let out a soft shout. In an instant, the chakra on his body surged. Swoosh, 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 then, Guy easily completed a few teleportation spells amidst the whistling of the wind. In the end, he flashed back to where he was and explained to the two of them without blushing or panting, "The gate opening in the brain limits the physical strength of our body. As long as it is opened, we can use 100% of our physical strength. Be it speed, strength, or resistance to fatigue, they will all be greatly improved." Hyojin, who had activated White Eye, immediately nodded and said, "Yes, the effect is very obvious." In Hyojin's vision, after activating the door opening, Guy's chakra flow in his body and the expansion and contraction of his muscle tissues all improved significantly. It could be said that although the door opening was only the first of the 8 inner gates, the effect after opening it could not be underestimated. Moreover, because it acted on the body function, the stronger the physique and the better the ninja's physical skills, the more significant the effect after opening it. There were also actual examples of this. For example, after Guy's father Matt Dai opened the 8th gate of death, he killed 4 of them in one fell swoop when facing the Mist Ninja swordsman. And after Guy, who had a better foundation and was stronger, opened the 8th gate of death, he almost kicked Uchiha Madara to death in the state of 6 paths. Like Hyojin, Kakashi also looked solemn. It's worthy of being the ultimate meaning of Iron Fist. At this time, Guy gave a thumbs up to Kakashi and Hyojin, laughed and said, "Amazing, right? This is the secret technique of my Azure Beast. As long as you two are willing to practice hard, I believe that in a few months, you can also." "Huh." Before Guy finished speaking, Kakashi gave a low shout and successfully opened the door opening. "Huh." Then, Hyojin tried it and also successfully opened the door opening. You guys." Guy opened his mouth wide in shock, and his face was full of disbelief. When his father guided him to practice the Hashiman Tonku, it took him more than 100 days and nights of hard work to master the technique of opening the door of opening and let his body get used to the state of opening the door of opening. Therefore, he didn't expect that Kakashi and Kuroto would be able to successfully open the door of opening just by listening to his explanation and watching his practice. Whether it was Hyojin or Kakashi, they couldn't care less about the surprised Guy at this moment. After successfully opening the door opening, the two of them seemed to have stepped into a new world. Therefore, at this moment, their minds were completely focused on feeling the changes in their bodies after opening the door opening. Looking at Hyojin and Kakashi, who were immersed in feeling the changes that the door opening brought to their bodies, Guy sighed and said, "You geniuses are too much of a bully." The reason why Kakashi could open the door opening so smoothly was indeed because of his talent. However, the reason why Hyojin could also open the door opening so smoothly was not because of his talent, but because he was familiar with the structure of the human body and had received detailed guidance from Guy. In addition, his current strength had already surpassed the ordinary Kage level, so he could open the door opening so easily. In fact, if Guy had only learned the 8 inner gates at this time, the speed at which he opened the door opening would not be much slower than Kakashi and Hyojin. After a while, the two of them came back to their senses. Kakashi said, "Guy, let's continue, it's time for the second door of healing." Guy looked at the two people in front of him as if he was looking at monsters and asked, "Hey, don't tell me you two want to learn the 8 inner gates in one day?" Kakashi was a little puzzled. "Isn't one day enough?" Hyojin said, "How can one day be enough? This is the 8 inner gates we are talking about." Guy nodded repeatedly. Hyojin then said, "I estimate that it will take at least a week." Guy was angry and annoyed. "Well, I want to see how many gates you two can open today." Guy was not jealous of Hyojin and Kakashi. Since he has practiced taijutsu to this point, his mind has long been as firm as a rock and will not be easily shaken. He is just a little curious about the true geniuses who practice the 8 inner gates, a forbidden technique. Is it as easy as practicing other ninjutsu? Without any delay, Guy immediately explained the key points and precautions of opening the second door of healing, and once again personally demonstrated the effect of opening the door of healing to Hyojin and Kakashi. After a while of research, after 2 hours of trying, Hyojin finally succeeded in opening the door of healing. And Kakashi, who had just opened the door of opening before Hyojin, fell behind Hyojin when he opened the door of healing. It took him a full 3 hours to successfully open the second door of healing. It can be seen that although talent is important, it is only talent. It is no match for experience, vision, theoretical knowledge, and the powerful chakra. Soon, the two of them looked at Guy together. Guy gritted his teeth. "Okay, I will now explain the key points of opening the third door of life." Looking at the gorgeous sunset in the sky, Guy smiled. "Oh, what a full day. Kakashi, how is it? Have you found the trick to opening the gate of life?" The two were immersed in finding how to open the gate of life and didn't respond to Guy. It was obvious that after reaching the third gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the gate of life, whether it was talent or experience, none of it was useful. After searching for an entire day, Hyojin and Kakashi were still stuck outside the gate of life. Seeing the two of them frown, Kai proudly said, "There are some treasures that can only be harvested through youth and sweat. I've already told you that if you want to practice the 8 inner hidden gates, you must be prepared to endure hardships. How about it? The 8 inner hidden gates isn't a technique that can be casually grasped just by relying on talent." Guy was proud not because the two had suffered setbacks, but because his past efforts had been valuable. Hyojin said, "The difficulty of opening the gate of life at the throat is indeed higher than I imagined. The sun is about to set. Let's call it a day." Kakashi glanced at the setting sun and said to Guy, "Guy, I've really troubled you today. I've already memorized the technique to open the gate of life. When I go back, I'll practice it myself." Guy hurriedly said, "Hey, when you go back, don't mess around. Exercise your body and let your body gradually get used to it. This is the core of practicing the 8 inner hidden gates." Hyojin chuckled. "Don't worry." Kakashi replied, "I'll pay attention." Seeing that the two didn't seem to take his warning seriously, Guy sighed with emotion. "In fact, the speed at which you two open is already amazing. You are truly worthy of the title of geniuses. But, there is really no need to blindly pursue opening more gates. The 8 inner hidden gates is different from other techniques. The more impatient you are, the more likely it is that you will injure your body. Only by putting all of your energy into consolidating your foundation can you walk further and more steadily." Hyojin patted Guy's shoulder and smiled. "I was just joking with you before. I know very well what sort of technique the 8 inner hidden gates is. I won't mess around." Guy nodded at Hyojin. He wasn't worried about Hyojin. Then, Guy shifted his gaze to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, I'm really worried about your current state. What exactly are you carrying on your back?" In reality, Guy was a very sensitive person. He just didn't like to be overly distracted when it came to matters other than physical skills. That was why he was occasionally a bit careless. That was why he had noticed that Kakashi had been acting strangely recently. He just couldn't find a chance to ask about it. Now that he saw that Kakashi was so eager to increase his strength, he couldn't help but ask. In the face of Guy's concerned inquiry, Kakashi's face darkened and he kept his mouth shut. In his opinion, there were some things that could only be solved by himself, and some fetters could only be broken by him. Looking at Kakashi, Hyojin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the past, Kakashi always had drooping eyes and a lazy look. No matter what he did, he always had a lazy look, but since the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye was taken back by Obsidian Sharingan, he realized something, and his whole person changed, gradually becoming cold and sharp. This kind of change is actually not entirely a bad thing for Kakashi. The most suitable style for Kakashi is his sensei 4 generations Naruto Minato, who is a swift and fierce ninjutsu-type ninja, rather than Uchiha Shinobi style, which Kakashi himself should be clear about. It's only after the Battle of God No by Bridge, because of the transplant of Obsidian Sharingan, his style changed, and he gradually became a famous copy ninja in the shinobi world. Now that he has lost his Sharingan, Kakashi has returned to his original style, but compared with 4 generations Naruto, Kakashi's current state is indeed not quite right, or rather, Kakashi's mentality is not quite right. When 4 generations Naruto Shinobi was selecting disciples in the ninja school, Hyojin had close contact with 4 generations Naruto. At that time, 4 generations Naruto gave Hyojin the feeling of a warm spring breeze, without the slightest sharp edge, which is a world of difference from the current Kakashi. It can be seen that even if 4 generations Naruto has a fierce fighting style, in daily life, he can also be as warm as the wind, gentle as jade. Seeing that Kakashi is unwilling to say, Guy could only sigh softly, "Well, I just want to tell you, we are friends. If you need help, please be sure to tell me." Kakashi gently nodded his head. His figure flashed and disappeared without a word. After Kakashi left, Hyojin casually said, "Kakashi has become a lot stronger recently." Guy's expression was solemn. "Well, I felt it when we were sparring in the morning. If I don't use Hashiman Tonku, I can't keep up with his speed." Hyojin comforted, "Don't worry about it, he is not a child, he knows how to choose. Besides, it's better to have a goal than to be dispirited like before." Guy nodded, "I hope so." After returning home at night, Hyojin carefully sorted out today's practice of the Hashiman Tonku. The 8 human body hubs of the Hashiman Tonku are in a progressive relationship. While each one is more difficult than the last, the effect after opening is also more significant. The first gate, Gate of Opening, and the second gate, Gate of Healing, belong to the introductory stage. With Hyojin's current strength, he can barely open 2 gates in a day, but after the third gate, the Gate of Life, the situation is very different. This is not only because the Gate of Life is located in the throat of the human body and is incomparably fragile, but also because when opening the Gate of Life, Hyojin has to simultaneously open the Gate of Opening and the Gate of Healing, and his body can barely bear the burden of opening 2 gates, so even if he masters the essentials of opening the third gate, the Gate of Life, it is still very difficult to smoothly open it. Guy is right, the matter of opening the gate can't be rushed. Hyojin sighed faintly. He knows that what is blocking him from opening the Gate of Life is nothing else but his own body. As long as his body completely adapts to opening the Gate of Opening and the burden of the first 2 gates, the Gate of Healing, then the opening of the Gate of Life will come naturally. My body has been strengthened by the Tenseigan, and in terms of physique, it has far surpassed ordinary people, so I should be able to adapt faster than ordinary people. Hyojin narrowed his eyes and secretly estimated the time needed to completely master the Hashiman Tonku. According to his estimation, it should take about a week to open the third gate, the Gate of Life, about 3 weeks to open the fourth gate, the Gate of Pain, about 2 to 3 months to open the fifth gate, the Gate of Stop, about half a year to open the sixth gate, and about 1 to 2 years to open the seventh gate, the Gate of Wonder. As for the eighth gate, the Gate of Death, with Hyojin's current understanding of the Hashiman Tonku, there is no way to calculate it. Since he had mastered the opening technique of the first 3 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates, all that was left was to train hard. For this, Hyojin used his privilege as the headmaster of the ninja school to set up a remote training ground in the forest at the corner of the campus as his private training ground. During the day, he would train alone in this training ground. On the field, the children were looking for their own opponents, preparing for a one-on-one physical battle. Because the ninja school's assessment next month would be on physical skills, the children were very serious. Even the naughty Naruto, and the others were well behaved at this moment. Last month, Lilake's experience was too tragic, and it gave the children a great shock. The naughty Naruto, the undisciplined Shikamaru, and the willful Ziyuan didn't dare to look down on the school's assessment anymore. Because everyone was afraid that they would end up like Lilac, and their names would be announced on the bulletin board outside the school. Standing in the corner of the field, Ningxi's eyes swept across the field, looking for a suitable opponent to practice with. Physical skills were his advantage, plus he had been training hard during this period of time, and had made great progress in all aspects. Therefore, there weren't many students in the same batch who were qualified to be his opponent. Soon, Ningxi's eyes unconsciously fell on Sasuke in the distance. And Sasuke also seemed to be paying attention to Ningxi, looking over with eagerness. Is this a fated battle? Ningxi slowly opened his Byakugan and whispered. Although he felt that now was not the best time to fight with Sasuke, he couldn't avoid Sasuke's eagerness at this moment. At this moment, Ningxi suddenly found that in his Byakugan's vision, there was a thick chakra that almost condensed into a substance. This, Ningxi was shocked, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Because he possessed White Eye, Ningxi had seen many chakra in the open and in the dark. However, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful and condensed chakra. I'm afraid the family head doesn't have such a powerful chakra. No, even the Mai Sanin, or even Naruto-sama, can't have such a powerful chakra. Then whose chakra is it? While still in shock, Ningxi looked towards the direction where chakra was erupting with suspicion. Seeing Ningxi's expression suddenly change as he stared into the distance in a daze, Sasuke frowned. He immediately put his hands in his pockets and walked over, asking coolly, "What's wrong with you?" Ningxi said in a low voice, "Find someone else to practice with. I still have other things to do." After that, Ningxi didn't wait for Sasuke's response. He stepped towards the direction of the chakra. Such a powerful chakra was beyond his imagination. He couldn't restrain his curiosity. He must find out the owner of such a terrifying chakra. What the hell is he doing? Looking at Ningxi's back, Sasuke muttered, and then quickly chased after him. Ningxi asked, "Why are you following me?" Sasuke asked, "I'm going to ask you what you're doing. Are you afraid of losing to me, so you ran away on purpose?" Ningxi didn't stop. As he walked, he glared at Sasuke with a supercilious look. "You're no match for me in physical combat." At this time, Sasuke also opened his Sharingan, and an ink-colored Magatama slowly rotated in his scarlet eyes. He snorted lightly, "Humph, that's not necessarily true." Soon, the two came to a small forest in the corner of the campus. Sasuke looked puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Ningxi said solemnly, "It's inside." Sasuke's face became even more puzzled. "Hey, tell me clearly, what is inside?" In fact, Sharingan also has the ability to see through the flow of chakra in the human body. The reason why Kakashi was able to become the famous copy ninja in the ninja world with Sharingan was that he was extremely talented. Not only could he remember the hand seals of others when they used ninjutsu, but he could also see the flow of chakra in the other person's body through Sharingan, and instantly copy the other person's ninjutsu. But Sharingan can't see through things from a distance. Once there is something blocking the field of vision, Sharingan can't do anything. So in Ningxi's supercilious eyes, the powerful chakra is clearly visible like a torch in the sky, but Sasuke didn't notice it at all. Ningxi didn't explain much, but whispered, "Don't make a sound, and follow me closely." With that, Ningxi walked toward the woods. Sasuke curled his lips and followed with a depressed face. Whoosh, bang, as soon as the two children stepped into the woods, a series of sharp whistles and low muffled sounds came into their ears. Although the two children were not old, they were both from the noble ninja clan, so they were not unfamiliar with some sounds. So they instantly recognized the sharp whistles and muffled sounds. It seemed to be the noise caused by someone practicing martial arts. However, this sharp whistle was too ear-piercing, hurting their eardrums and making them dizzy. The muffled sound was too low, like an invisible sledgehammer pounding on their chests, disrupting their breathing rhythm. Huff, huff, the two children panted heavily as they looked at each other in horror. Just the noise caused by the opponent's martial arts training made them breathless and dizzy, so they really didn't dare to imagine how strong the person in the woods was. Sasuke asked with a look of disbelief, "Who? Who is in there?" Ningxi shook his head, "I don't know either. The opponent's chakra is very strong. I've never seen such a powerful chakra." Sasuke asked hesitantly, "It might be the enemy. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Ningxi shook his head, "This is the center of the village. Even if the enemy sneaked in here, they wouldn't be so ostentatious. I'm going to take a look anyway. If you don't dare, you can go back to the field. Sasuke was furious. Who said I don't dare? Let's go. The two children calmed themselves down and walked into the depths of the forest. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure landed behind the two children and pressed down on their shoulders, saying, "Why are you two here?" "Brother Jishui, you scared me." After seeing the figure's face, Sasuke let out a long sigh of relief. So it's Mr. Jishui practicing in the woods. Halfway through his sentence, Ningxi suddenly stopped, because there were still sharp whistles and muffled sounds coming from the woods from time to time. Obviously, it wasn't Jishui who was practicing in the woods. In an instant, the two children pointed to the depths of the woods and asked Jishui, "Who's practicing in the woods?" Jishui said with a smile, "Remember, this will be the principal's exclusive training ground from now on. You're not allowed to enter." "Principal?" The two children were stunned, and then said in unison, but inside, before the two children could finish, Jishui waved his hand, "Don't be surprised. That's just the principal's routine practice. It's normal." Swoosh swoosh, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, Hyojin's figure pulled out a series of afterimages under the bright sun, creating an inexplicable sense of crowding in the empty training ground. Is this the 8 inner hidden gates? Hyojin, who was flying at high speed, was faintly immersed in it. Because of Orochimaru's teachings, Hyojin had always been used to holding back his trump cards and holding back his leeway. He would not easily use his full strength to avoid falling into a disadvantageous situation of a life-and-death battle. This habit had allowed him to survive many crises and grow safely to the present. However, it was also because of this habit that he missed a lot of hearty moments when he went all out, as well as the unique wonderful scenery of life and death battles, and to practice the 8 inner hidden gates, he had to overcome this habit of holding back. This was because the 8 inner hidden gates was different from other secret techniques and forbidden techniques. It only focused on one thing, and that was to dig out the potential of the body. If one wanted to practice it and master it, he had to go all out, let himself touch his own limit, and then cross this limit without hesitation. Therefore, practicing the 8 inner hidden gates was actually a process of constantly surpassing one's own limit. If one held back, they would never know where their own limit was, let alone surpass it. Bang bang bang, almost instantaneously, after accurately hitting several targets in different positions and angles, Kuroto's figure flashed and landed firmly in the center of the practice field. In the past, it was not impossible for him to hit multiple targets in an instant, but he could not do it so easily and accurately. But after opening the gate of opening and gate of healing and pushing his body to the limit, this kind of thing became unusually easy for him. Clenching his fist, Hyojin murmured, "This feeling." When he pushed his body to the limit without holding back, Hyojin realized that his escape was stronger than he had imagined. It seems that I haven't dug enough into my body. There's actually a cognitive deviation of my body's limit. If it weren't for him cultivating the 8 inner hidden gates, Hyojin suspected that his perception of his own limits would continue to be biased, and it might even become more and more serious. And if a ninja can't have a clear understanding of their own limits, it means that their mastery of themselves is not in place. This may not be a life-threatening thing for ordinary ninjas, but for Hyojin, who is trying to break through the supreme Kekkai net, it is a hidden danger that cannot be ignored. Only by having absolute control over one's own body would one be able to control the fusion of yin, yang, 5 elements, and the 7 attributes of chakra. Only then would one be able to break through the illusory bloodline succession net. If one couldn't even have complete control over one's own body, breaking through the bloodline succession net would be a joke. After realizing this, Hyojin placed even more importance on the 8 inner hidden gates. The current 8 inner hidden gates was no longer just a method for him to erupt with chakra, but a tool for him to unearth his body and train his control over it. Swish, at this moment, Jishui's figure flashed and came to the side of the practice field. Hyojin also walked to the side of the field, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat on his body, and asked casually, "Did you get rid of those 2 little guys?" There is no doubt that Hyojin, who was in the practice field, had already noticed Ningxi and Sasuke approaching, but he was too lazy to show up in person, so he arranged for Jishui to send the 2 little guys away. Jishui replied, "Well, I've already warned them." Hyojin smiled and said, "Was it Ningxi who first discovered it?" After setting this place as his personal practice ground, Suijin placed several seals around the area to block the perception of perception-type ninja. But these seals can only block general perception-type ninjutsu, they can't completely block the close-range detection of Byakugan jutsu. If someone uses Byakugan on the campus, then the shielding effect of these seals will be very limited, so Hyojin guessed that Ningxi, who has Byakugan, first discovered the strangeness here. Jishui smiled and said, it was Ningxi's Byakugan who first discovered it, and Sasuke was curious and followed. They dare to come forward with everything. It seems that these two little guys haven't suffered enough. After joking, Hyojin asked again, when will the people from the enchantment class arrive? To completely shield the detection, it is not enough to rely on seals alone, it also requires the enchantment class to arrange a special barrier. Jishui quickly replied, I have already sent an application to the enchantment class in the name of Senpai, they should send someone soon. Hyojin dropped the towel in his hand and said, get this done today, I don't want to complicate things. Jishui nodded and said, yes. Just a short exercise attracted the attention of Ningxi and Sasuke, so Hyojin did not continue to exercise, but returned to the principal's office and decided to wait for the enchantment class to arrange the barrier before continuing to exercise. On the playground. Both Ningxi and Sasuke are still a little shocked. The experience of exploring the woods just now still makes them a little scared, as if they experienced a dream. Sasuke suddenly asked, hey, what just happened is true, we did go to the woods, right? Ningxi glanced at Sasuke and said, of course it's true, why do you ask? Sasuke curled his lips and said, you don't understand, in our Uchiha clan, there is a famous saying, that is, what the eyes see, what the ears hear, is not necessarily true, as long as the eye power is strong enough. Our Uchiha Jinjutsu can confuse reality and illusion. Ningxi was stunned for a moment. You suspect that we just fell into a Jinjutsu? Sasuke gently nodded and said in a deep voice, Jishui-san has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, if he cast a Jinjutsu on us, my Sharingan won't be able to resist it. Ningxi was speechless, then why did Jishui-sensei cast a Jinjutsu on us? This doesn't make sense at all. Sasuke immediately asked, then why is the headmaster so strong? According to what you said, the headmaster should be stronger than Naruto-sama, but how is this possible? How can the headmaster be stronger than Naruto-sama? This doesn't make sense at all. This, Ningxi was speechless by Sasuke's question. Sasuke looked at Ningxi proudly and said, so, my speculation is more reasonable. We just fell into a Jinjutsu, it must be so. Ningxi turned his head to look at the woods just now, and thought in his heart, is Sensei really stronger than Naruto-sama? In the following days, Hyojin practiced taijutsu in the ninja school during the day. In order to get his body closer to the limit faster and adapt to the limit, he almost always maintained the state of opening the gate of opening and gate of healing during training. If Guy were to find out about his training method, he would definitely be flabbergasted. Because even if gate of opening and gate of healing are only the first two of the 8 inner hidden gates, the burden on the body is still very big. It's not a problem to open them for a short time, but if you maintain it for a long time, it's not something that ordinary people can do. This is not a matter of hard work, but the body of ordinary people can't bear such consumption. Of course, Hyojin who has the Tenseigan is not an ordinary person, so although this training method is crazy, he can still grit his teeth and persist. And the effect of this almost inhuman hard work is also very obvious. On the afternoon of the 5th day of hard work, Hyojin successfully opened the 3rd gate of 8 inner hidden gates located in the throat, a full day and a half earlier than expected. But when Hyojin found Guy and asked him about the technique to open the 4th gate of pain, Guy told him that Kakashi also came to ask in the morning. Even faster than me by half a day. After learning that Kakashi also came to ask, Hyojin was taken aback. In order to master 8 inner hidden gates as soon as possible, his training these days can be described as crazy, but even so, he still lagged behind Kakashi by half a day. It can be seen how desperate Kakashi is. Guy said with emotion, it took me a full 3 years to open the gate of life, but you two mastered it in less than a week. Compared with you, I am simply an idiot. Hyojin shook his head, you can't count it like that. Your 3 years also included basic training. At that time, weren't I and Kakashi also training? If you had the current foundation, and then learn 8 inner hidden gates at that time, your speed of opening the gate won't be much slower than us. Guy revealed a row of white teeth and said with a smile, you don't need to comfort me. Challenging geniuses like you is a very interesting thing. I'm enjoying it. Hyojin also knew that Guy was a determined person, so he didn't say anything more. After asking about the technique and precautions to open the fourth gate, the gate of pain, he bid his farewell. Returning home in the evening, Kuroto went to the bedroom, closed the door and windows, took out a scroll of storage from the ninja bag he carried with him, and then took out the things one by one from the storage scroll. There were meridian diagrams of the human body, information on sealing techniques, and many unfinished manuscripts. Hyojin's daytime time belonged to the 8 inner hidden gates. But at night, when he returned home, he would begin to study how to improve the Yin seal. Finally, he took out the fire release clone from the storage scroll and placed it on the side. While comparing the meridian diagram of the human body, he also studied the fire release clone and made some changes to the manuscript. If he encounters any difficulties, he will use the Tenseigan soul descent technique to let his spirit body enter the fire release avatar and control the fire release avatar to feel the circulation of chakra in the body when activating the Yin seal, then compare it with the meridian diagram of the man in front of him to find the subtle differences, and then mark them one by one. It was not easy to modify a perfect secret technique like the Yin seal. Fortunately, Hyojin has a fire release clone that has successfully mastered the Yin seal as a reference. Plus, his requirements are not high. He just wants the man to be able to smoothly practice the Yin seal and obtain the magical effect of chakra. Therefore, with a clear goal in mind, the improvement is not completely without a clue. And after 5 or 6 days of meditation, Hyojin already has a preliminary plan in his mind. According to the circulation of chakra when the fire release clone activates the Yin seal, and after comparing it with the meridian diagram of the man, he found a total of 12 subtle differences between the two. It is precisely these subtle differences that lead to the male ninja not being able to smoothly practice the Yin seal. According to the normal improvement routine, Hyojin needs to conduct a comprehensive analysis of these subtle differences one by one, and design a variety of verification tests. But the meridians of the human body are incomparably mysterious, any small difference is enough to be studied repeatedly, so Hyojin doesn't have the energy and time to analyze these subtle differences one by one. If it was someone else, they would be at a loss at this time. But Hyojin is different. He has one of the best biological cloning technology in the shinobi world, so he came up with a very simple solution, that is, the trial and error elimination method. Simply put, it is to use more than a dozen clones to try and make mistakes one by one. Anyway, he is controlling the clones, so he doesn't have to worry about irreversible damage to the meridians of the body. And through this method, he can quickly find out which of these subtle differences, or which of these differences cause obstacles to the male ninja's practice of the Yin seal. As long as these obstacles are accurately found, with Hyojin's attainments in sealing techniques, it is only a matter of time before these obstacles are solved one by one. While Hyojin has been practicing hard day and night, the shinobi world is not peaceful. As Hyojin expected, the riot that broke out in the Cloud Village quickly spread throughout the shinobi world, and the speed of the spread even exceeded Hyojin's expectations. And with the spread of the riot in the Cloud Village, some true and false news also spread throughout the shinobi world. One of the news attracted Hyojin's attention, and that is, there is a rumor that Danzo had a big problem in the ritual. Although he succeeded in obtaining a variety of Kekkei Genkai, but the most important thing is that there is a problem with his soul body, and there are many souls in his body that can compete with him for control of his body. At first, Hyojin thought that this news was spread from the Cloud Village. But after thinking about it carefully, Kumogakure would never easily leak such important information. One must know that the Cloud Village is still blocking the truth of the riot in the Cloud Village, blocking the news of their connection with Mise Danzo, so this information is unlikely to be leaked from Kumogakure. Is it Orochimaru? Now, in addition to Kumogakure and Hyojin, only Orochimaru who was present at the time knows this information. If it is not Kumogakure, then it is most likely Orochimaru. But Orochimaru does not have this motive. And if it is not Orochimaru, then who is it? Suddenly, Hyojin thought of a person, someone who also knows this news. In fact, apart from Kumo, Orochimaru, and Hyojin, there is actually one more person who knows that Danzo's soul has a problem during the ritual. This person is Danzo himself. If the possibility of Kumo and Orochimaru leaking this information is ruled out, then Hyojin has to consider whether this information was deliberately spread by Danzo himself. But why would Danzo spread this information that is detrimental to himself? While thinking, Hyojin gradually narrowed his eyes. A problem with the soul is a very fatal flaw for a ninja. Under normal circumstances, it would be too late to cover it up, let alone actively publicize it. What's more, as long as the various forces slightly summarize the information leaked from Kumo, it would not be difficult to find a subtle connection between the strange Susanoo that appeared in the Kumo village riot and Danzo. Hyojin even suspects that many forces have already determined that Danzo accidentally obtained a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan that can unlock Susanoo during the ritual. In other words, after losing the protection of Mai, it won't be long before Danzo becomes the target of all forces. After all, a pair of Sharingan that can unlock Susanoo is too tempting. As long as Danzo is captured and obtained the pair of Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets, it would be equivalent to obtaining a Kage-class combat power for no reason. Moreover, they would be able to study the secrets of the Sharingan. Even the 5 great shinobi villages would find it difficult to refuse such a temptation. And capturing Danzo, who has become a traitorous ninja, would not arouse Mai's hostility. At most there would be some disputes. These are not difficult to deduce, and with Danzo's cunning personality, it is impossible for him not to have thought of this. And knowing that he will fall into a dangerous situation of being hunted by many forces, and still spreading this information that is detrimental to himself, this can only mean one thing, that is, Danzo wants others to know that he has this flaw. What does he want to do with this? Hyojin's mind was filled with suspicions. For a moment, he was unsure of what the Danzo was up to. Hyojin was present for the entire process of Danzo's bloodline fusion ritual, so he knew very well that there was a problem with Danzo's soul, and it wasn't just a facade. As for the domain of the soul, even Hyojin who has the Tenseigan has a very limited understanding, so he doesn't think that Danzo has the ability to solve this problem by himself. Thinking of this, Hyojin's expression turned cold. If I were Danzo, what would I do now? If Hyojin was in the Danzo's current situation, he would feel that his top priority would be to seize the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Homasubi's eye sockets as soon as possible and evolve his eyes into Rinnegan. Only in this way can it be possible to solve the problem of his soul with the help of the Rinnegan. But Amatsukami has always been mysterious, even the Akatsuki couldn't find any clues about Amatsukami, so instead of looking for Homasubi all over the world, it would be better to lure Homasubi to find him. Tisk, he's purposely spreading his flaws to create a vulnerable state. Could it be that he's trying to lure me out? After a pause, Hyojin was speechless, already homeless, being chased like a dog, and still daring to have ideas about me. Should I say that Danzo is really worthy of being called Danzo? After thinking about it, Hyojin felt that he seemed to have guessed the thoughts of Danzo, because with his understanding of Danzo, Danzo is really willing to do such a risky thing out of desperation. And Danzo dared to use himself as bait to lure Hyojin to make a move. At least it shows that he has temporarily suppressed the problem of his soul, and with so many days of buffer and adaptation, he should have familiarized himself with the 7 Kekii, and his combat power should have returned to its theoretical normal state. One must know that Danzo's state was abnormal during the previous battle in the lava cave. This was not only because the ritual was interrupted midway, but also because he didn't have time to adapt to the multiple Kekii that he just obtained, and was unable to use his abilities reasonably. Now that he has a buffer and is prepared, he can't simply measure his current combat power based on his combat power in the lava cave. Thinking of this, Hyojin suddenly smiled. I guess a lot of people will be tricked by Danzo this time. The secret that Hyojin and Danzo need to absorb each other's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in order to evolve the Rinnegan is only known to Hyojin and Danzo. Even Orochimaru, who has been watching the ritual, doesn't know about it. Therefore, other people can't guess Danzo's true motives at all, so 9 out of 10 people will be deceived by the weak state created by Danzo and fall into the pit dug by Danzo. However, Danzo obviously miscalculated one thing. Kuroto thought that he understood the Uchiha clan and Homasubi very well. Whether it is because of his confidence in his own strength or to protect the secret of evolving the Rinnegan, Homasubi will definitely find an opportunity to fight him one-on-one and try to kill him with his own hands. And then Kuroto will take this opportunity to kill Homasubi and take away his Manjikyu Sharingan. However, he never thought that the one under the flame mask is not the Uchiha tribesmen who always feel good about themselves, but the one taught by Orochimaru, Hyojin. One-on-one. Humph, that's impossible, Land of Lightning. Whoosh, with a burst of wind, several Cloud Shinobi tribe members arrived in front of 4 generations Laying and reported, Laying-sama, our search team has found the target. 4 generations Laying asked eagerly, what is the target's current state? The leader of the Cloud Shinobi replied clearly, according to the news from the search team in front, the target didn't fight with them and is running away with all his strength. It seems that the only Keketsu he is using is the rapid release. For generations Laying said to himself, rapid release? It seems that the one controlling the target's body is the will of the rapid release ninja. One of the Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin standing next to him stepped forward and said, we have investigated. The target's fusion with the rapid release ninja is just a remnant of the Land of Whirlpools. He hasn't received any formal ninja education. There is nothing to worry about except his bloodline. If his will is controlling the target's body, then our chances of capturing the target are very high. For generations Laying nodded and said, everyone, let's go after the target. And just when 4 generations Laying led a large number of Cloud Shinobi elites to move out, dozens of kilometers away, Danzo looked back and glanced at the Cloud Shinobi team behind him, his scarlet eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. In the next week or two, because he was busy preparing the clone body required for the improvement of the Ein seal, Kuroto frequently traveled between the Konoha village and the Sky Fortress and slowed down the practice of Hashimantanku. In the floating fortress, Hyojin placed a batch of cell tissues that he had just collected from his Ein body into the incubator. Then, he slowly walked out of the cell cultivation room. Because the clone body used for the Ein seal doesn't have any strength requirements, so the process of cell fusion and activity screening is omitted. Kuroto can directly collect cell tissues from his own body, and then cultivate these cell tissues to carry out mass production of cloning and replicating the cloned body. The clones cultivated in this way were limited in strength and could not be used in high-intensity battles. However, they were more than enough to undertake the trial-and-error task of improving the Ein seal. Moreover, there was another advantage of the mass-produced clones. That was the shorter cultivation period. The 10 earth element clones that Hyojin had painstakingly cultivated needed at least 2 months to grow no matter what method was used to accelerate their growth. As for the mass-produced clones, the growth period could be shortened to 1 month by sacrificing strength. After exiting the cell cultivation room, Hyojin's gaze naturally fell on the long row of large nutrition tanks in front of him. After waiting for 2 months, he could finally reap the harvest today. Arriving in front of the large nutrition tanks, Hyojin carefully observed the clones inside. Now, these 10 earth element clones had finished growing. Although they were cultivated together, they looked different from each other. Among them, some had black hair, some had blonde hair, some had strong physiques, and some had skinny physiques. After taking out the 10 earth element clones from the large nutrition tanks, Hyojin placed them on the 10 operation tables one by one. Then, he performed a physical examination and recorded their data. After being busy for about 4 hours, Hyojin finally completed the physical examination and the records. Just as the previous data showed, 2 out of the 10 Earth Escape clones had developed very well, surpassing the other 8. Although they could not be compared to the Wind Escape clone with a horn on its forehead, their aptitude was definitely top-notch. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000. But that was to be expected. After awakening the Tenseigan, Hyojin's own physique improved little by little under the influence of the Tenseigan. Now that so many years have passed, Hyojin's aptitude is no longer what it used to be. And Dedail was the most talented ninja among the new generation of the Rock Village. In such a big rock village, among his peers, even among the 3 generations of Inoki, no one could compare with him. By fusing the cell tissues of these 2 people and selecting the 10 most active groups from the dozens of groups of embryos after the fusion, the probability of producing high-quality products was naturally very high. With a joyful expression, Hyojin numbered the 10 clones. Among them, the 2 with the best aptitude were numbered as clone number 1 and clone number 2. The other 8 clones were numbered as clone number 3 to clone number 10. Clone number 1 had black hair, and his appearance was very similar to Hyojin. His data in all aspects were excellent. The only shortcoming was that his main attribute, Earth Chakra, was not outstanding compared to the other sub-attributes of Chakra. Clone number 2 had blonde hair, and although his appearance was similar to Hyojin, he looked more childish. The Chakra attribute was excellent, perfectly meeting all the requirements of Hyojin for the Earth clone. The only shortcoming was that his physique was not strong enough. Compared to the other 9 clones, he was relatively thin. As for the remaining 8 clones, their data was actually not bad, but compared to clone number 1 and clone number 2, there was still a gap. Leaving clone number 1 and clone number 2 on the operating table, Hyojin placed the other 8 clones back into the large nutrition tank. Then, Hyojin quickly returned to the operating table and cast the Soul Descend technique, throwing his spirit into clone number 1. Whoosh, in an instant, clone number 1, who was lying on the cold operating table, suddenly sat up. Controlling clone number 1 to jump off the operating table, Hyojin shook his head and moved his limbs, muttering, "In terms of compatibility, it really can't be compared to the wind clone." Previously, when Hyojin threw his spirit into the wind clone, there was almost no feeling of sluggishness. It was as if his spirit had entered the Yin body, like a fish in water. As for this clone number 1, although its data was excellent in all aspects, in terms of compatibility with Hyojin's spirit body, it was obviously lacking. Or rather, it was too ordinary. After Hyojin threw his spirit body in, he could clearly feel a sense of sluggishness. After exiting the first Earth clone body, Suijin put his spirit body into the second Earth clone body, but the result was the same as the first Earth clone body. There was an obvious sense of sluggishness. The wind clone is indeed a top-grade item that can only be found by luck. Hyojin, whose spirit body had returned to the Yin body, sighed softly, but there was not much disappointment on his face. The 2 Earth Escape clones in front of him were already very outstanding. They weren't any worse than the Water Escape clone or the Fire Escape clone. They just couldn't compare to the Wind Escape clone. However, the Wind Escape clone had a very low probability of having an ancestral reversion. It was extremely rare. Circling around clone number 1 and clone number 2, Hyojin fell into deep thought. The 2 clones are almost the same in terms of data, and there is no obvious advantage or disadvantage, but the first clone's Earth Chakra as the main attribute is not outstanding enough, and later when developing the explosion release of the Kekkei Genkai and the dust release of the Kekkei Genkai elimination, there may be some obstacles. In comparison, clone number 2 did not have to worry about this. However, clone number 2's physique was weaker. Compared to clone number 1, there would be an obvious disadvantage in terms of physical skills. After weighing the pros and cons, Hyojin decided to develop clone number 2 first. The strength of taijutsu is not a rigid requirement for the Earth Release clone. In contrast, the faster and better mastery of the blood limit or Kekkei elimination related to the Earth attribute is what Kuroto needs. Based on this point, clone number 2 had an obvious advantage over clone number 1. Walking to the side of the golden-haired clone number 2, Hyojin patted on the operating table that clone number 2 was lying on and said to himself, "I hope you won't disappoint me." My village, archive room. One of the Myumbu shinobi guarding the archive room bowed respectfully to Hyojin and said politely, "Kuroto-sama, please come inside." Hyojin nodded in response, then strode into the archive room. As the headmaster of the ninja school, Kuroto is already a veritable high-ranking person in the village. Coupled with his Hyuga origin and several achievements in the Uchiha clan, his reputation in the village has been getting higher and higher in the past 2 years. Many young ninjas in the village regard him as a goal to surpass. Many busybodies even call him Kakashi and Jishui together, and regard the 3 of them as the new generation of the Maisanin. Tsunade caught him for the Yin seal, but she didn't make it public and chose to deal with him privately. This is also because he has grown into a character that even Tsunade can't deal with at will. After entering the archive room, Hyojin didn't go straight to the archive room where the explosive clay of the Rock Village is recorded, but he lingered in front of several archive rooms, such as the Mist Village, the Cloud Village, and the Sand Crypsis Village. He casually flipped through the information of some ninjutsu of these villages, and finally walked to the archive room. From the archive room, Hyojin found the information of the explosive clay of the Rock Village and carefully read it. After reading it, he found that there are more than 10 kinds of explosive clay recorded by Mai, among which there are as many as 5 kinds that match the description of the white explosive clay used by Dead Ale when he used the explosion release. Which one is it? Forget it, let's just write it down. After thinking for a while, Hyojin decided to write down all the recipes of the 5 kinds of white explosive clay in the archive room. The reason why the village has the detailed recipes of these explosive clay is because the village has seized a lot of rock ninjas on the battlefield and captured many rock ninjas who used the explosive clay, and used genjutsu to interrogate them. The second reason is because the village's spies in the rock village would send back various information about the rock village from time to time. This kind of thing is very common among the 5 great shinobi villages. For example, the shadow clone jutsu developed by Naruto, the second generation of Mai, can be used by many ninjas of other villages, and the water clone jutsu developed by the mist, the earth clone jutsu developed by the rock, the lightning clone jutsu developed by the cloud, and so on can be used by many Mai ninjas like Kakashi. After memorizing the formula of the 5 types of white explosive clay on the file, Hyojin left the archive room with a natural expression. For the next 10 days, Hyojin practiced the 8 inner hidden gates during the day, studied the explosive clay during the afternoon, and analyzed the Ein seal at night. There were no problems with the cultivation of the 8 inner hidden gates and the analysis of the Ein seal, but there were some problems with the explosive clay. According to the recipes in the archive, Hyojin configured the 5 types of white explosive clay one by one and found that the explosive clay was far inferior to Dedale's explosive clay in terms of both the transmission of chakra and the intensity of the explosion. This undoubtedly shows that the explosive clay used by Dead Ale should not have appeared in the Third Shinobi World War and should be a new type of explosive clay developed after the war. While Hyojin was busy with these things, as he expected, the rumors about the Danzo in the shinobi world were getting more and more intense. First of all, the news that the Danzo has a pair of Sharingan that can open Susanoo has been fermenting in the shinobi world for more than a month. Therefore, after Kumo, Mai, Rock, Sand Crypsis, and Kiri also sent their people to join the hunt for the Danzo. Of course, all the actions of the Kiri are secretly controlled by Hyojin. In addition, the Uchiha clan also made some movements. According to the news delivered by Itachi, Hyojin learned that Uchiha Fuyue, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, has led the elites of the Uchiha clan to secretly leave the village and join the hunt for the Danzo. Not only the 5 great shinobi villages and the Uchiha clan, but even the smaller shinobi villages such as Kusanagi village and Takanobi village, under the temptation of the Manjikyu Sharingan, also seem to be eager to try their luck. Finally, the news that there is a problem with the Danzo's soul and that there are multiple wills competing for control of the body gradually spread, and many ninjas who have fought with the Danzo have confirmed the accuracy of this news. After hearing this news, Hyojin thought that he would be very anxious, worried that Danzo died in the hands of others, worried that Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan would be taken away by others, but for some reason, he was very calm after learning this news, so calm that even he himself was a little surprised. After calming down and thinking about it carefully, Hyojin found that the reason why he is so calm is because there is no need for careful analysis. He has already discovered the trick in this matter just by intuition. One must know that even if Danzo had an accident during the ritual, and the souls that merged with his body were not able to mix together and have their own independent will, Danzo is still the master, and he has a certain advantage in fighting for control of the body, plus the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets with the living characteristic obviously supports him, so it is very difficult for the other wills in his body to compete with him for control of the body. In the Battle of the Lava Cave, the reason why Danzo lost control of his body in the end was because he was in a very bad state at that time. His will almost lost its rationality, coupled with the fact that he was forced to use the forbidden technique Izanagi many times to save his life, consuming a lot of chakra and pupillary jutsu. All these factors combined led to his defeat in the battle for control of the body. But this is not normal. Once Danzo's will recovers, and his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupillary jutsu recovers, it will not be difficult for him to regain control of the body. Because the more rumors about Danzo's soul in the shinobi world, the more he feels that something is wrong. Danzo is laying a bait. It seems that I don't need to look for him in the shinobi world. After some time, he will be ready, and I am afraid that he will deliberately leak his whereabouts to let me know. Hyojin has a feeling that it won't be long before Danzo takes the initiative to leak his whereabouts, because if he was in Danzo's position, he would also do the same. However, Hyojin obviously won't be completely led by Danzo. He ordered 4 generations Mizukage and Yugura to strengthen the search for Danzo's whereabouts, and reminded Yugura of the tricks that Danzo may play, and also told Jishui and Itachi not to leave the village in the near future, and to be on standby in the village, ready to participate in the encirclement and suppression of Danzo. On a deserted island. Then Hyojin, who was controlling the Earth clone number 2, gave a light shout, and a rumbling explosion suddenly came from not far away, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. In the fresh sea breeze, sparks flew in all directions, and thick smoke billowed up. Looking at the explosion in front of him, Hyojin, who was controlling the Earth clone number 2, raised the corner of his mouth, and a touch of pride appeared on his slightly childish face. Just now, he had successfully used this Earth escape clone number 2 to detonate a clay bird. And that clay bird was made of the new type of detonating clay that he had configured himself. Whether it was the power of the explosion, the smoothness of Chakra's control, or the speed of detonation, all of them were close to the detonating clay used by Dead Ale. Hey, the improvement of the detonating clay formula is not as difficult as I thought. Hyojin chuckled while holding the detonating clay in his hand. Although the detonating clay formulas recorded in the My Archive are outdated formulas used by the Rock Village during the Third Shinobi War, but Dedale's improvement of the detonating clay formula is also based on these outdated formulas. Therefore, after obtaining some of the detonating clay formulas from the Mist Village, Hyojin combined all the detonating clay formulas collected by the Mist Village and My Village and conducted a comprehensive analysis, and then concocted dozens of his own improved detonating clay, from which he found a formula very similar to the detonating clay used by Dead Ale, which is the formula of the clay bird he just detonated. In fact, the power of the detonating clay alone, no matter what formula is used, is not much different from the detonating talisman. It's just that because the detonating clay and earth release ninjutsu are very compatible, it can often play a miraculous effect when used together with earth release ninjutsu. Therefore, it is very popular among the rock ninjas, and over time, it became a school of thought in the rock village. The reason why Dead Ale has the destructive power to destroy an entire village is because he fused the exploding clay with his Kekiai limit, explosion release. By injecting his explosion release chakra into the exploding clay, the power of the exploding clay is greatly enhanced. Therefore, in his hands, even an inconspicuous little clay spider could explode with a power that far exceeded that of an ordinary detonation talisman. In the original spacetime, Gaara, who had become the 5th Kazekage, was ambushed by the Dead Ale clay spider. And in order to better inject his explosion escape chakra into the explosive clay, he didn't hesitate to transform his body and add 3 more mouths. 2 of the mouths were in the palms of his hands. The 2 mouths on his palm can quickly and evenly inject the explosion-released chakra from his body into the explosive clay by chewing, greatly reducing the time it takes for him to prepare the explosive clay in battle. The 3rd mouth was on his chest, and it was his final trump card. This mouth can instantly pour all the explosion-released chakra in his body into the explosive clay he swallowed, launching his strongest and final move, self-detonation. If Hyojin's Earth Release clone wants to have the same destructive power as Dead Ale, then he must master the explosion release bloodline boundary just like Dead Ale. With a slightly fishy sea breeze blowing, Hyojin, who was riding the 2nd Earth Release clone, slowly arrived on the beach. After looking at the boundless sea for a while, Kuroto gradually calmed his mind, converged all the scattered thoughts, and began to mobilize the Earth attribute chakra in his body. The Earth Release clone's 2nd Earth Release clone's Earth Release chakra was very powerful. Therefore, Hyojin didn't need to do much before his body overflowed with an intense Earth attribute chakra. After stabilizing the Earth attribute chakra in its explosive state, Hyojin's expression became serious. He split some of his attention and refined the Fire attribute chakra as a secondary attribute. Explosion Release was a bloodline boundary formed after the Earth attribute chakra and Fire attribute chakra completed the fusion. Therefore, if one wanted to master the Explosion Release, their body would have to meet a few rigid conditions. First, their body would have to be sufficiently powerful and have a huge chakras amount. This was the foundation of all bloodline boundaries. Second, the body's main attribute must be the Earth attribute chakra, and the Fire attribute chakra as a secondary attribute. Only by meeting these 2 rigid conditions at the same time can one meet the requirements of practicing explosion release. Of course, it is only meeting the requirements. In the shinobi world, there are many ninjas who meet these two conditions at the same time, but those who can master the explosion release are few and far between, because fusing two different attributes of chakra is a very difficult thing in itself. However, for Hyojin who has practiced ice release, fire release, and magnetic release, and chakra release, fusing two different attributes of chakra in his body is a very easy thing to do. This is a problem for others, but it is not a big problem for him. It can be said that as long as the body's strength is sufficient and the chakra's attribute is suitable, in theory, Hyojin, who has rich experience in fusing different attributes, can master any bloodline boundary that is not limited by the bloodline. After activating the two different attributes of chakra in his body at the same time, Hyojin, who is standing by the sea, did not feel nervous at all. Under the sea breeze and the waves, his expression was calm. There was even a hint of satisfaction on his childish face. With a hint of laziness, he began his first attempt at fusing the attributes of chakra. "Take it slow," as he murmured softly, he began to slowly inject the fire attribute chakra, which was the secondary attribute, into the earth attribute chakra, which was the main attribute. Soon, the two different attributes of chakra began to fuse, and the process was very smooth. Other than Hyojin's rich experience in fusing attributes, the main attribute, the earth attribute chakra, was a type of chakra with a very stable attribute. Therefore, Hyojin only needed to focus on controlling the unstable fire attribute chakra, and he could easily fuse the attributes between the two types of chakra. Based on Hyojin's own experience, the explosion escape was actually a type of bloodline boundary that was easier to master. Among all the bloodline boundary that he had cultivated, the one that was really difficult to master was the magnet escape. This was because the attribute fusion of the magnet escape was very special. It required the cultivator to have an extremely high level of control over the chakra. Fortunately, his wind escape clone had an excellent quality. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary wind escape clone, even he would have a hard time mastering the magnet escape. Not long after, Hyojin felt that the attributes in his body had begun to fuse. After the earth attribute chakra and the fire attribute chakra had fused, a brand new type of chakra was produced. Hyojin grinned and snapped his fingers. Bang! The explosion that appeared out of thin air in front of Hyojin was the most direct use of explosion release. An explosion release ninja can detonate any object within the range of their chakra's influence, and even if there is nothing in the surroundings, an explosion release ninja can detonate their own chakra to create an explosion. When Hyojin snapped his fingers just now, he detonated a small ball of explosion release chakra. However, for the vast majority of ninjas, the range of chakra's influence is extremely limited, so ordinary explosion release ninjas can only create an explosion in a certain area around them. As a result, the explosion release ninjas have to face a contradiction. If the intensity of the explosion created is too high, then it is easy for them to be affected at close range, but if the intensity of the explosion is not enough, then the lethality will plummet. Therefore, before Dead Ale, the explosion release was slightly useless compared to other Kekkei Genkai, and in the shinobi world, the reputation of the explosion release ninjas was not very famous. As a member of the explosion release ninjas, Dead Ale naturally couldn't avoid this contradiction. With his innate intelligence, he came up with a solution, which was to fuse the exploding release with the exploding clay. This way, with the exploding clay as a carrier, the explosion would not be limited to the area around the exploding release ninja, and the exploding release ninja could also activate the exploding release at full power from a safe distance without worrying about accidentally injuring himself. And with the support of the explosion release, the power and flexibility of the exploding clay also rose sharply, becoming a terrifying deterrent with the ability to destroy an entire village. It can be said that Dead Ale's fusion of the explosion release with the exploding clay is an epoch-making innovation, an innovation that is enough to make everyone have a new understanding of the exploding clay. Of course, the current Dead Ale didn't break into the Sand Crypsis village alone like in the original spacetime and capture the 5th Kazekage alive, so not many people have realized Dead Ale's potential. After completing the first fusion of natures and successfully casting the explosion escape, Hyojin put his hands into the storage bag on his waist. The Earth clone number 2 has excellent data in all aspects, and the Earth attribute is even more powerful. It is simply the best body for practicing earth release ninjutsu and Kekiai limit. Therefore, mastering the explosion release was completely within Hyojin's expectations, but he didn't feel too happy about it. Soon, he took out a ball of explosive clay from the storage pouch on his waist. Compared to mastering the burst evasion technique, the problem Hyojin had to face was how to skillfully fuse it with the explosive clay like dead ale. This was because he was not very good at making clay figurines. After tossing and turning for a while, Hyojin finally made an exquisite clay bird. Then, he injected the explosion escape chakra that he had just fused into the clay bird. Bang! In a burst of white smoke, the clay bird that was originally the size of a palm suddenly grew a few hundred times bigger, becoming a large clay bird that was 2 to 3 meters tall and had a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters. After circling around the clay bird, Hyojin smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, it's vivid." Perhaps because he injected his own explosion escape chakra, Hyojin felt that the clay bird in front of him was like an extension of his body, a part of him that could be controlled at will. In order to confirm this feeling, he had a thought. Immediately, the clay bird flapped its wings, seemingly ready to take off. Suijin smiled, and with a light leap, jumped onto the back of the clay bird. Whoosh! Soon, the clay bird flapped its wings fiercely and carried Hyojin on its back, spreading its wings and flying, in the country of hot water. Danzo was sitting cross-legged in a small cave, absent-mindedly eating his dry food, seemingly thinking about something. According to the rumors in the outside world, he had been hunted by countless forces in the past few months, and he was like a stray dog that lived in constant fear. But at this moment, he didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all, and there was no fear on his face. Obviously, the rumors don't match the reality. Why is there no movement from Amatsukami? After a while, Danzo whispered to himself. This question has been bothering him for a long time, making him puzzled. In his opinion, Amatsukami's Homusubi should be the same as him, eager to absorb the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of the other party so that his Manjikyu Sharingan can evolve into the Rinnegan. But this was not the case. Seeing more and more forces joining in the hunt for him, even small shinobi villages such as Kusanagakure and Takaganobi villages have sent teams to hunt him down, but Amatsukami still hasn't shown up. This made Danzo, who has always been suspicious, feel inexplicably puzzled. Suddenly, Danzo's expression turned cold, and he looked outside the cave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at the same time, with a dense sound of wind breaking, figures fell outside the small cave where Danzo was hiding, faintly surrounding the small cave. Walking out of the cave, Danzo found that these people surrounding him were not bystanders, but a group of Umbu of Mai. Kakashi? After looking at the other party's leader, Danzo said in his heart. Although the leader was wearing an Umbu mask, Danzo was a temporary Naruto, so he guessed the identity of the other party from his signature white hair. At this time, Kakashi, who led the Umbu to surround Danzo, said, "Danzo, surrender." Danzo's eyes flashed, "I am not Danzo." Kakashi's eyebrows slightly raised, thinking of the rumor that Danzo's soul had a problem in the ritual, so he asked, "Then who are you?" After thinking for a moment, Danzo slowly said, I am just an innocent remnant of the land of whirlpools." Kakashi looked at Danzo, "No matter who you are, you have to go back to the village with us, surrender, don't force us to take action." Whoosh, as soon as Kakashi's voice fell, Danzo used the rapid release and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chase. Kakashi, who had been guarding against Danzo's escape, did not hesitate and immediately gave the order to the group of Mai Umbu. While galloping, Danzo looked back at the group of Konoha Umbu behind him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. As the village's representative Naruto, Danzo was very clear about some of the deals between Mai and Amatsukami, so he thought that he could use the Umbu behind him to deliberately lose to the Umbu, pass the news that he was seriously injured and weak to the village, and then pass the news to Amatsukami through the hands of the village to attract the Balrog to show up. While Danzo was thinking about the trick, a kunai shot behind him. When he wanted to turn around, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. He looked down and saw an arm flashing with lightning piercing his chest from behind. This? Danzo's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at the arm that had pierced through his chest. At this time, a bone-chilling voice came from behind Danzo. "No matter who you are, you must be punished for tarnishing the village's honor." Danzo endured the pain and activated swift escape. his body flashed and he reappeared not far away. At the same time, Mizumbu caught up and surrounded Danzo once again. Kakashi! Danzo clutched the wound on his chest and shouted Kakashi's name in his heart. Without a doubt, the one who had just used the Flying Lightning God technique to launch a surprise attack and used the Chidori to pierce through his chest was precisely Kakashi. Danzo was indeed planning to put on a show with the Umbu behind him, letting these weak and incompetent Umbu in his eyes injure him, so as to use the village as a channel to pass the news of his weakness to Amatsukami and lure Homasubi to attack him. However, this was merely a plan. He did not expect that before he could carry it out, Kakashi would ruthlessly make a fool out of him. He did not care about such a small injury, but the fact that a junior like Kakashi dared to offend him made him extremely furious. Suppressing his anger, Danzo deliberately said with a trembling voice, I'm not Danzo. You can't do this to me. Surrender and follow us back to the village. Or die here and be brought back as a corpse. It's your choice. Kakashi, who was still maintaining the Chidori, had a grave and stern gaze. In the lightning that flickered in his right hand, his entire body was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness. Danzo continued to act, "My is too overbearing. I just want to live. I'm also a victim of that ritual." Kakashi said coldly, "Save these words for our Naruto-sama." "Explain to your Naruto-sama?" Danzo purposely snorted and sneered, "The one who captured me for the ritual is Naruto of Mai, right?" Kakashi was silent. The Mizumbu were also embarrassed. They couldn't refute each other. Although Danzo wasn't the official Naruto, he was indeed the acting Naruto elected by the village. This couldn't be denied after the fact. At the same time, seeing Danzo's reaction, many Umbu felt that the outside rumors might be true. Danzo's body might have multiple independent consciousnesses that could seize control of the body. Seeing that the Umbu were distracted, Danzo immediately seized the opportunity and used swift escape to break out of the encirclement. After the previous lesson, Danzo no longer dared to underestimate Kakashi. While activating the rapid release with all his strength, he paid attention to any kunai engraved with the Hataru Thunder God technique that might come from behind. Soon, a chase began. Among the Mizumbu, only Kakashi could keep up with Danzo's swift escape. But because Danzo increased his vigilance and wanted to escape, even Kakashi, who mastered Flying Thunder God technique, couldn't do much to him. After a moment, the Umbu led by Kakashi stopped in front of a pool of blood. Blast, who also participated in the capture, squatted down next to the pool of blood and said, "This is the last pool of blood." It seems that he used some method to temporarily stop the bleeding. The bloodstains left by Shimura Danzo's wound were the only clues left by the Umbu who had lost their target. Now, even the bloodstains had disappeared, the Umbu had to accept the fact that they had failed to capture Shimura Danzo. Hongmei frowned and asked, "Kakashi, that Chidori of yours should have hit his heart. Why didn't his movement seem to be affected?" She looked at Kakashi in the distance and lightly shook her head, "I don't know." Not knowing why, Kakashi felt that there was something wrong with the fight with Danzo. But what exactly was wrong, he couldn't tell for a moment. Xian said, "He lost so much blood along the way, his injuries shouldn't be light, right?" Kakashi said, "Send the news back to the village, we will continue to search for him." The Umbu, who was in charge of communication, immediately sent the news that the hunting team had found traces of Danzo in the territory of the country of hot water and severely injured him, as well as the news that Danzo's soul was indeed abnormal, back to the village through the Umbu's exclusive communication eagle. In a gloomy cave. Danzo, who got rid of the pursuit of my Umbu, looked a little gloomy at the moment. He looked down at his chest, which had already completely recovered, and coldly snorted, "Humph, I didn't expect Kakashi to be able to injure this old man. Has the disciple of Minato grown to this level?" Being injured by Kakashi before was really beyond his expectations. One must know that whether it is speed, reaction, or insight, he is now at the top of the shinobi world. Even without the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, he has the qualifications to compete with Yandere Laying in terms of taijutsu, so Kakashi's surprise attack really stunned him. In a trance, he even had an illusion that the one who just fought with him was not Kakashi, but the man with the title Golden Flash. Danzo is very clear about his own strength. Even if he doesn't use his full strength, he can easily resist the joint attack of Yandame Laying and Hachibi's Jinchuriki, so it's not that he is weak, but Kakashi has really grown. After a while, Danzo smiled gloomily. No matter what the process is, the news that this old man is seriously injured should be known by the village soon. Although being injured by Kakashi was somewhat beyond Danzo's expectation, his goal was still achieved, and because it was unexpected, it seems more real and not easy to be seen through. As for the injury, if an ordinary person was pierced through the chest by Chidori, even if they don't die on the spot, they won't live for long. But for Danzo, who has transplanted Hashirama cells and survived the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, this is just a small injury. On the way to escape, Danzo even deliberately suppressed his own recovery ability, deliberately leaving a trail of blood along the way. Otherwise, with this degree of injury, as long as he consumes some chakra, he would be able to recover on the spot. It would be impossible to leave a trail of blood. Danzo sneered, "Homosubi, this old man wants to see how long you can endure." Ah. At this moment, Danzo's face suddenly distorted, as if something was attacking his mind, causing him to wail in pain. After a long time, the wailing gradually subsided. Kneeling on the ground, Danzo panted heavily as he spoke fiercely, "You lowly fools, you dare to vainly try to control this old man's body? Wait until this old man obtains the Rinnegan, your doomsday will come." Inside the Sky Fortress. "Hee, it seems that I still have some talent." Looking at the table full of works in front of him, Hyojin nodded with satisfaction. When it came to the attainments of clay molding, Hyojin was naturally far inferior to Dedale's artistic brain. Therefore, he simply gave up on Dedale's combat style of only carrying the exploding clay with him and shaping it on the spot according to the changes in the battle situation. Instead, he shaped the exploding clay one by one in advance and used it directly during the battle. By doing so, the tactical flexibility was naturally greatly reduced, but it also saved him the process of shaping the exploding clay during the battle. Instead, it was more in line with Hyojin's concise and smooth fighting style. Mobility is the key. I need to bring at least 3 clay birds. Clay spiders are excellent at sneaking people, so I need to bring more. Clay centipedes can burrow underground, so I need to bring 2. Clay clones can save my life at critical times, so I need to bring 2, no, 3. While pondering, Hyojin sorted out the shaped clay products on the table one by one and put them into the ninja tool pouch at his waist that was specially used to store clay products. In just a moment, the 2 ninja tool pouches on both sides of his waist that were filled with clay products were bulging. Counting the 2 ninja tool pouches that were used to store other ninja tools, he now had 4 ninja tool pouches hanging on his waist. Patting the bulging ninja bag lightly, and looking at the many clay products left on the table, Suijin sighed with regret. "What a pity, it seems that I can only bring these. If I bring any more it will affect my agility. What a pity, it seems that I can only bring these. If I bring any more it will affect my agility." Exploding clay was different from ordinary items. Its nature was very unstable, so it was not suitable for storage scrolls. Therefore, Hyojin could not use the storage scrolls to carry more exploding clay or molded clay products. Without affecting his body's agility, carrying 2 full ninja tool pouches was almost the limit under normal circumstances. After leaving the molding room that was specially made for the purpose of molding the explosive clay, Hyojin strolled to the large training field in the center of the Sky Fortress. This training ground was where Hyojin, Jishui, and Itachi besieged Shino. Not only was it large, but it was also very spacious. Therefore, Hyojin used it as a training ground. For this reason, Hyojin had spent a lot of money to strengthen the training ground. Arriving at the center of the training field, Hyojin slowly stood still. Then, he closed his eyes and put his hands into the ninja bag around his waist and took out 8 shurikens at once. Then he jumped up and flipped a circle in the air, and at the same time threw the shurikens in all directions at the same time. Swish swish swish, listening to the sound of shurikens flying in the air, Hyojin, who had not yet landed, clasped his hands together and activated explosion release. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sound of explosions sounded one after another. When Kuroto landed firmly on the ground, there were exactly 8 explosions corresponding to the 8 shurikens he threw. Only then did Hyojin slowly open his eyes and look around. Seeing the 8 shurikens scattered on the ground, he could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. In just a few days of training, Hyojin could skillfully use explosion release. For example, just now, he used explosion release to accurately blow up the 8 high-speed shurikens he threw with his eyes closed and only relied on the sound to determine the position of the shurikens. In a few breaths, he used explosion release to accurately blow up the 8 high-speed shurikens that he threw. This clone body is simply tailor-made for the explosive escape technique. It's so convenient to practice. While sighing, Hyojin suddenly had a new idea. That was to try to train the advanced version of explosion release, the bloodline elimination dust release, which was based on the earth attribute chakra, fire attribute chakra, and wind attribute chakra. Originally, Hyojin did not plan to try to train dust release so soon. After all, dust release was a rare bloodline elimination in the ninja world. It required the fusion of 3 different attributes of chakra, and the difficulty of training it was far higher than the fusion of 2 different attributes of chakra. However, due to the fact that his Earth Escape clone body too was too compatible with the explosive escape technique, coupled with his rich experience in training the blood limit technique, he was able to easily grasp the explosive escape technique. The process was so smooth that it was beyond his expectations. Therefore, he decided to challenge the explosive escape technique to a higher difficulty. Phew. After a light breath, Hyojin said confidently, "As long as it is a ninjutsu, it will not be difficult for me, even if it is a bloodline elimination." After calming down his mind, he began to refine the earth attribute chakra in his body. Because the earth attribute was the main attribute of this second earth release clone body, he only needed to move his mind slightly, and a rich earth attribute chakra immediately burst out of his body. After completing the first step, he calmly refined the fire attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra, and tried to fuse these 2 attributes of chakra into the earth attribute chakra. Bang bang bang. In an instant, a series of explosions occurred around Kuroto, and he himself was also affected by the explosions. The clothes on his body were blown to pieces, and even his face was covered in wounds. Obviously, he had a small accident when he was fusing 3 different attributes of chakra at the same time. TSK, the wind attribute chakra is so troublesome. Hyojin, who was keeping his hands clasped together, complained, but he did not seem to care too much about the explosion just now, as if he was not the one who was injured by the explosion, and his expression was still calm. After the previous attempt, he found that fusing 3 different attributes of chakra at the same time was completely different from fusing 2 different attributes of chakra at the same time. The difficulty of fusing 3 different attributes of chakra at the same time was at least 10 times more difficult. If it was someone without experience, it would be impossible to do it, and even if he had the experience and strength, he would have to bear a great deal of risk when practicing, and it could be said that the slightest mistake could cause the death of the practitioner. As Hyojin continued to try to fuse 3 different attributes of chakra in his body, he curled his lips and said, "No wonder there are so few ninjas in the shinobi world who can master the dust release." The reason he could continue to try so calmly was not only because of his rich experience and confidence, but more importantly, he was only controlling a clone that could be abandoned. Even if there was an accident, he would only lose a clone. Perhaps because of his courage and good mentality, after the first accident, he gradually entered the state of mind. The 3 different attributes of chakra began to fuse in his body, and following that, a large amount of chakra was consumed. Damn it, I didn't expect that maintaining the fusion of 3 types of chakra would consume so much chakra. Hyojin frowned as a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He is very clear that the fusion of different types of chakra will consume a large amount of chakra, which has been confirmed by Danzo's Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual. It's just that he didn't expect that the fusion of 3 different types of chakra would consume so much chakra. Chakra alone is enough to block most ninjas. No wonder that even after thousands of years, the entire shinobi world has only developed the legacy Kekkei Genkai, which is called dust release. Hyojin's Earth clone number 2 has excellent data in all aspects, but even so, when he tried to fuse the 3 types of chakra, he faintly felt a little strenuous. From this, it can be seen that 99% of the ninjas in the shinobi world don't even have the qualifications to practice Kekkei Genkai. And the few ninjas who have a large amount of chakra may be stuck at the bottleneck because of the problem of their own chakra attribute, experience, skills, and so on. Therefore, even though the Sage of 6 Paths has established the shinobi world for a long time, there are very few types of Kekkei Genkai that have been developed. Maintaining the fusion of 3 types of chakra is already so difficult. It seems that Kekkei Genkai should be the limit of a ninja under normal circumstances. Hyojin gritted his teeth while secretly analyzing the situation. After personally experiencing the difficulty of practicing Kekkei Genkai eliminations, Kuroto suddenly understood why there are 2 types of Kekkei Genkai eliminations, 3 types of Chakra Kekkei Genkai eliminations, but not 4 types of Chakra Kekkei Genkai. Because the fusion of 3 types of chakra is already the limit of a normal ninja. If you want to go further, then you must rely on external forces, such as directly swallowing the chakra fruit like Kagaya, or becoming a Jubi's Jinchuriki like Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian, or using the power of the ritual like Hirako and Danzo. Drip, drip, drops of sweat slid down Hyojin's cheeks and splashed on the stone bricks of the practice field, one drop after another, and after a while, the sweat accumulated into a pool of water. At this time, Hyojin was a little dizzy, but he didn't give up, he still clenched his teeth and persisted. Because after this period of running in, Kuroto found that the earth, fire, and wind chakra in his body no longer reject each other as they did at the beginning. There's hope. Feeling the fusion of the 3 types of chakra in his body getting closer and closer, Hyojin's mind was refreshed, and he became more focused. Soon, a new type of chakra, different from the earth, fire, wind, and even the explosion-released chakra, appeared in Hyojin's body. His heart skipped a beat, and he said in surprise, "Success?" Hyojin's face was just filled with joy, but before he could smile, he suddenly found that he had lost control of this strange chakra. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed in front of him, blinding him. Rumble, accompanied by this dazzling white light, a roar came from above his head, causing his eardrums to hurt. At the same time, he felt a violent tremor under his feet. Hyojin, who couldn't see, was shocked. What's going on? He was now in the Sky Fortress, which was high up in the sky. Even if it was an earthquake, a tsunami, or even a hurricane, it would not be able to affect the Sky Fortress that was protected by the defense boundary. Soon, the dazzling white light disappeared, and his vision gradually recovered. What came into view was a mess. The entire training field was almost destroyed. Not only that, there was a big hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the dome. Woo woo woo. Then, the alarm in the Sky Fortress rang. This alarm system was installed by Suijin after he received the huge sum of money from Sandaime-sama, and it will only sound when the defensive enchantment of the Sky Fortress is under attack. Only when the defense boundary of the Sky Fortress was broken and the main structure was damaged would the alarm sound be so dense and sharp. Swoosh, a figure hurriedly landed on the training field. It was the Kazekage puppet of 3 generations, who was responsible for the daily maintenance of the Sky Fortress. Seeing Hyojin standing in the middle of the field, it quickly asked, "Master, what happened?" Hyojin, who was still staring at the big hole on the top of his head, waved his hand and said, "Deactivate the alarm, it was just an accident." Yes. The Kazekage puppet of 3 generations didn't ask much about the reason and just responded respectfully. Although Suijin is currently controlling the Earth Clone number 2, the Tenseigan chakra has given consciousness to the puppet, so it only recognizes the soul and not the body, so no matter what body Suijin changes to, it can immediately recognize it. So, no matter what body Suijin changes to, it can immediately recognize it. Hyojin said again, "By the way, don't forget to comfort those 2 little guys." What he was referring to was naturally Ai Luo and Xianxia who lived in the Sky Fortress. Since moving to the Sky Fortress, Ai Luo and Xianxia, who had a rough childhood, have lived a carefree life. Today, they suddenly encountered this accident. Hyojin estimated that the 2 of them were also shocked. After Sandaime Kazekage's puppet left, Suijin had a look of annoyance on his face. "I'm really out of my mind, how can I explore the dust release in the air fortress? Isn't this just looking for trouble for myself?" With that, he couldn't help but look at the big hole on the top of his head. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This penetrated through 3 layers in a row? And it's such a big hole, how much money will it cost to repair it? It's a big loss. To repair such damage, there is no need to calculate carefully. Hyojin knows that at least 10 million will be needed. If the cost of restoring the defense enchantment and the cost of modifying and strengthening the damaged area are counted, tens of millions may be thrown in. In a flash, Hyojin rushed to the laboratory in fear. After a careful inspection, He confirmed that all areas in the laboratory were not affected by the accident just now. He breathed a sigh of relief and rejoiced that he had done additional reinforcement to the laboratory. Returning to the messy practice field again, Hyojin jumped on the pierced outer wall and carefully examined the damage on the top of the sky fortress. Looking at the messy hole, he understood that although the accident just now was most likely caused by his own dust release chakra losing control, what he used just now should not be the real dust release, because the real dust release would leave a very smooth and flat mark after the attack, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. It would never be as messy and disorderly as the one in front of him. Squatting at the top of the air fortress, Hyojin touched the edge of the uneven hole and thought, this kind of instantaneous destructive power should be dust release, but why is it so different from Inoki's dust release? The accident just now happened in an instant. Even a ninja of Kuroto's strength was caught off guard, and there was no time to stop it, and everything has already happened. The power was also amazing, whether it was the training ground where Hyojin was at that time or the upper areas of the training ground. Hyojin had already modified and reinforced them. But these areas that had been modified and reinforced were instantly penetrated like tofu when the accident happened. Not only that, even the defensive enchantment protecting the air fortress was the same as these areas. It didn't even last for a second before it was instantly broken. Of course, this was because of the attack from the inside, but even if the defensive enchantment on the inside side of the defensive enchantment was relatively weak, it could be instantly broken, which showed how terrifying the power of the accident just now was. Ordinary blood limit boundaries couldn't do this at all. Only blood limit boundaries that were above the blood limit boundary, through the fusion of 3 attributes of chakra, could have such instantaneous explosive power. Is it because of the ratio? After thinking about it, Kuroto felt that the accident just now, as well as the damage caused by the accident, was not consistent with the normal dust release, most likely caused by the wrong fusion ratio of earth, fire, and wind chakra. The importance of the chakra fusion ratio, Hyojin, who had practiced many blood limit boundaries, actually knew. But because Kekkei Genkai only needs to fuse 2 attributes of chakra, the fusion ratio can be easily found, so Kuroto didn't pay much attention to it before. But because Kekkei Genkai only needs to fuse 2 attributes of chakra, the fusion ratio can be easily found, so Kuroto didn't pay much attention to it before. But dust release was different, because dust release needed to fuse 3 attributes of chakra. Although it seemed like there was only one more type of chakra that needed to be fused than the bloodline limit boundary, it was precisely because of this additional type of chakra that needed to be fused that the ratio of combinations increased by a lot. And because Kekkei elimination was close to the limit of a ninja's ability to control chakra, it was more difficult to control than Kekkei limit. Every mistake could lead to an unexpected accident like the one just now. So, trying to figure out the most stable fusion ratio was far more troublesome and dangerous than figuring out the fusion ratio of Kekkei limit. Back then, the developer of Dust Escape was able to find the most suitable fusion ratio. Luck probably played a big part in this. Regardless of whether the original developer of Dust Release was lucky enough to find the best fusion ratio of Dust Release in 1 or 2 attempts, or he was lucky enough to survive after many accidents, this shows that he is a lucky person. And to develop a Kekkei Genkai elimination that is close to the limit of a ninja, luck is indeed a must. At this time, the benefits of inheritance were reflected. If there was Inoki's guidance, Hyojin could take a lot less detours and take a lot less risks. But Hyojin didn't have any ideas about Inoki, because practicing dust release was to develop the second earth release clone, not to master dust release itself. Kuroto's goal is to obtain an Earth Release clone that is qualified in terms of strength and soul compatibility. And the process of exploring the optimal fusion ratio of the Dust Escape was in fact the most efficient way to develop the Earth Escape clone number 2. It was just like practicing the 8 inner hidden gates. It was the best way for him to improve his control over his escape body. After some simple repairs to the Sky Fortress, Hyojin sat on the clay bird and arrived at a deserted island nearby. From a certain point of view, the previous accident proved that Hyojin had managed to fuse the 3 attributes of earth, fire, and wind chakra. Therefore, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. While the state of fusing the 3 attributes of chakra had not completely disappeared, he wanted to make his body remember the state. Landing on an open beach, Hyojin threw the ninja bag that he carried with him onto the clay bird's back and signaled it to fly high up in the sky. With the previous accident, he didn't dare to bring dangerous items like the explosive clay with him when he was practicing the dust escape technique. If an accident were to happen again and accidentally detonate them, then he would really not even have a corpse left. Phew. After everything was ready, Hyojin let out a breath and began to fuse the 3 attributes of earth, fire, and wind chakra again. Unlike the last time, the fusion of the 3 attributes of chakra was much smoother this time. It didn't take much effort and the 3 attributes of chakra began to fuse in his body. This time, Hyojin was careful. He adjusted the ratio of the main attribute, earth, to the maximum and only infused a small amount of fire and wind chakra. By doing this, the fused dust release chakra might be weak, but it was definitely the most stable and safe. After all, the earth attribute was the most stable chakra attribute. After a while, Hyojin's eyes focused. He felt that his body had fused enough dust release chakra. At this time, he slowly opened the palm of his right hand and released the dust release chakra that was fused in his body. In an instant, a peanut-sized fluorescent ball appeared in his palm. Hyojin looked happy and immediately shot the fluorescent ball in his hand to a shell buried in the beach not far away. Puff, the fluorescent ball hit the shell and made a soft sound of a bubble bursting. Kuroto looked at the shell and saw that after being hit by the fluorescent ball, the shell was unscathed. There was not even a trace of damage on the surface, as if it was really hit by a soft bubble just now. Hyojin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But if the 3 generations Tsuchikajinoki was here and saw this scene, he would be surprised because Hyojin had touched the prototype of dust release. Gaga, at this time, a shiny ninja crow flew to the deserted island and landed on Hyojin's shoulder. Did you find the trace of Danzo? Hyojin was happy. Although he knew that Danzo would deliberately leak its trace in the near future to lead him to attack, the sooner he locked the trace of Danzo, the sooner he could get the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets. But before Hyojin could take off the communication scroll on the legs of the ninja crow, another ninja crow flew over and hovered over his head. Hyojin quickly took off the communication scroll on the legs of the 2 ninja crows, looked at it and smiled. Interesting. The 2 crows flew from the direction of Konoha and the mist respectively, but the message they conveyed was the same, that is, they found Shimura Danzo's tracks. But to Hyojin's surprise, the information from the 2 channels was not the same. From the Mist Village, for generations Mizukage Goji Yagura reported that they found traces of Danzo near a cave in the country of Long. As for Mai, Jishui got the information from the Black Ops that Danzo was hiding in a cave on the coast of the country of Hot Water. The country of Long and the country of Hot Water were separated by the country of Iron and the country of Tian. The distance between the 2 countries was thousands of miles. It was impossible for Danzo to appear in these 2 places at the same time in such a short time. Therefore, one of the 2 places must be fake, a smoke bomb deliberately released by Danzo. They didn't forget to use a smoke bomb when setting a trap. Are they afraid of being besieged? Hyojin saw through Danzo's plan at a glance. Danzo revealed 2 fake hiding places of Shinichi at the same time to confuse Amatsukami. He wanted to divide the powerful Amatsukami into 2 groups to share the pressure and avoid being besieged by all members of Amatsukami. From Danzo's point of view, with his current strength, as long as Amatsukami didn't gather together, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. Which hideout is the real one? Hyojin pondered for a moment, but he couldn't figure it out. With limited information, he couldn't determine which of the 2 hiding places Danzo deliberately revealed was real and which was fake. But the uninhabited island he was on happened to be on the sea east of the country of Hot Water. It was very close to the hiding place of Danzo in the country of Hot Water according to Mai's Black Ops. If he rode on the clay bird, he could reach it in a few hours. Calling down the clay bird hovering in the air, Kuroto tied the 4 shinobi pouches to his waist, and then took out a black gold-edged cloak of Amatsukami from one of the shinobi pouches and put it on. Then he put on a new mask, a new one with a mountain pattern painted on it. Let's go. After jumping on the clay bird, Hyojin said lightly. Since he already knew the exact hiding place of Danzo and it happened to be so close, he naturally had to go and find out, in a dark and damp cave. Danzo was sitting cross-legged in the cave. The water dripping from the stalactites on the ceiling splashed on his body, but he didn't seem to notice it. At this time, his face was full of uncontrollable desire and greed. His eyes were a little out of focus after activating the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion. He muttered to himself, when this old man gets the Rinnegan, I will be the strongest in the shinobi world. What Amatsukami, what Akatsuki, all of them will be crushed by this old man. The shinobi world belongs to this old man, it belongs to my sensei. I will let you see with your own eyes how I unify the shinobi world and how I will make my great. I want you to understand that you were wrong in the past. You should have passed the position of Naruto to me. A weak guy like Hizen doesn't deserve to be Naruto. He will only lead the village into a bottomless abyss. Danzo seemed to be completely immersed in his own world. His emotions were getting more and more agitated. His murmur slowly turned into a hysterical roar, at the same time. A group of figures wearing the Akatsuki red cloud uniform came to a cave. There were a total of 7 people in this group, all wearing the Akatsuki red cloud uniform. Although 6 of them were different in stature and appearance, they all had the same orange hair and a conspicuous black stick inlaid on their body. Without a doubt, they were the 6 paths of pain controlled by the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato. Along with the 6 paths of pain was Konan, who wore a paper flower on her head and was known as the Angel. At this time, Tendo glanced at the cave not far away and asked Konan, "Is it here?" Konan gently nodded. According to the intelligence, this is one of the 2 hiding places of Danzo. Danzo, Tendo muttered the name Danzo, and a trace of hatred gradually appeared on his indifferent face. Just like Hanzo, Danzo is also the culprit behind Yahiko's death, but Danzo is too despicable. Even when the Akatsuki attacked me several times, he didn't show up, so Nagato couldn't find a chance to take revenge. Konan also looked at the entrance of the cave. Her beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost, and said, "In fact, you can leave it to me, you don't need to waste chakra on this kind of person." Tendo shook his head, "I have to do it myself, I want him to apologize to Yahiko." The reason why Nagato sent the 6 paths of pain, in addition to using Tendo's hand to personally deal with Danzo and avenge Yahiko, is also to be safe. After all, the abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan are very strange, and since Danzo has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan that can activate Susanoo, then he can't be careless, so he didn't feel at ease leaving Konan to deal with it. Konan turned her head and looked at Tendo. Looking at Yahiko's face, she was in a trance for a while. Tiandao asked again, "What about his other hiding place?" Konan recovered and said, "Don't worry, he has already gone there." Outside another cave. A twisting vortex appeared out of thin air, and then a figure wearing a vortex mask walked out of the vortex. There is no doubt that this person is Uchiha Obsidian. At this time, the ground next to Obsidian squirmed, and then Zetsu leaned out of it and complained, "Danzo is really annoying, he made me travel so far." Obsidian crossed his arms and gestured towards the cave not far away. "Is it here?" Zetsu nodded. "Well, this is one of the 2 hiding places where Danzo leaked his whereabouts. As for the other hiding place, Nagato has already sent the 6 paths of pain there, so you don't have to worry about it." Obsidian said, "I'm really curious, how did Danzo get his hands on a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan? Did he dig out the eyes of Homusubi of Amatsukami?" Obsidian had witnessed Hiriko's Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, and he doesn't think that such a ritual can create a pair of precious Manjikyu Sharingan that can activate Susanoo. Zetsu shrugged, "Who knows, but if he really dug out the Manjikyu Sharingan of Homusubi of Amatsukami, I'm afraid he would have already been killed by Amatsukami, right? Those guys are not to be trifled with." Tisk. Thinking of the fact that he was killed once by the female Homusubi of Amatsukami, sealed once by the male Homusubi of Amatsukami with the Totsuken sword, and beheaded once by the wind chime, Obsidian's face turned black and he spat lightly. At this time, a black shadow flew in the air. Obsidian glanced at it and said, "Everyone is here, let's go." Almost at the same time, the 2 groups of Akatsuki members who were thousands of miles apart from each other entered the cave in front of them. The Akatsuki officially participated in this hunt against Danzo. Drip, drip, in the dark and damp cave, the sound of water dripping was intermittent. Naruto belongs to this old man, the village belongs to this old man, the shinobi world belongs to this old man, everything belongs to this old man. Danzo, who was sitting on the ground, was still muttering to himself. His scarlet eyes flashed with a strange brilliance from time to time, and his whole body seemed to have an inexplicable evil aura. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard from afar, faintly approaching. Are they here? The corner of Danzo's mouth twitched, revealing a strange smile. After a while, a group of people appeared in Danzo's field of vision. Danzo looked at the opposite side and smiled with an infatuated expression. Is this the Rinnegan? What an intoxicating treasure. There is no doubt that the one who appeared in front of Danzo at this moment is Six Paths of Pain, whose eye sockets are full of Rinnegan runes. In this lottery, Six Paths of Pain is obviously lucky to meet the main character. Tendo stared at Danzo with an indifferent expression. His gaze paused on the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan on Danzo's body for a moment, and immediately said in an indifferent tone, "It really is the Manjikyu Sharingan." Nagato didn't seem to be too surprised that Danzo really has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan as rumored, nor did he care too much about it. For him, it's just a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. At this time, Danzo stood up from the ground. I didn't expect that you would be the first to find this place. Well, today let this old man experience the power of the Rinnegan. Facing the Six Paths of Pain that had once destroyed Danzo showed no signs of fear. In fact, his scarlet eyes were filled with eagerness. Could it be that you're waiting for someone? After a pause, Heavenswell continued, it doesn't matter. In any case, today is the day you die. Time to die. Laughing coldly, Danzo said, a bunch of mere puppets dares to determine this old man's fate? Humph, you don't understand how powerful this old man is now. Whether it is your Akatsuki or Amatsukami, you will all be destroyed by this old man. This shinobi world belongs to this old man. Heavenswell slowly raised his right hand and spat out 2 words, Ant, in another cave. Obsidian and Ju walked into the cave side by side and saw Danzo sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave. Ju chuckled and said, looks like we made the right choice. At this time, Danzo snorted and said, I didn't expect that your Akatsuki would dare to cause trouble for this old man. Humph, this old man will remember this debt. Bang, as soon as Danzo's voice fell, his whole body turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared from the cave. Shadow clone. Ju was startled for a moment and immediately felt annoyed. I didn't expect this hiding place to be fake. Obsidian's eyes narrowed as he analyzed, since the hiding place in the land of hot water is fake, then Danzo should be in the land of long. Looking at his appearance just now, it seems that he intentionally leaked his whereabouts. Although I don't know what he wants, I'm afraid that Nagato will have some trouble. Ju was puzzled. Even if Nagato doesn't use his true body, he should be able to easily deal with a trash like Danzo. Obsidian curled his lips, let's hope so. There is too much information about Danzo in the shinobi world, true and false. So far no one knows what happened to Danzo and what state Danzo is in right now. Boom. Boom, suddenly, there was a violent explosion outside the cave. Obsidian and Ju glanced at each other, then quickly rushed out of the cave and found that Sasori, who was standing on top of a summoned beast, was confronting the Mai Umbu led by Kakashi. The reason why Jishui was able to pass the information to Hyojin was because Konohagakure found this hiding place of Danzo, so Kakashi and other Umbu naturally rushed here to hunt down Danzo. As a result, the Mai Umbu and the Akatsuki organization encountered each other in this fake hiding place of Danzo. In the air, Sasori, who was standing on top of the summoned beast left by Hirako, asked Obsidian and Ju as if there was no one else present, how was it, did you get rid of that trash Danzo? Ju shrugged and said, that guy is not here. Bah, I came here for nothing. After complaining casually, Sasori turned his gaze to the Mai Umbu opposite him and said with a smile, but it's not like we didn't gain anything, at least we can collect some puppet materials. Obviously, in the eyes of Sasori, the Mai Umbu in front of him are just a pile of puppet materials for him to choose from. On the side of the Mai Umbu, Kurenai nervously approached Kakashi's side and whispered, Kakashi, what should we do now? Originally, they only wanted to hunt down the seriously injured Danzo, but they didn't expect to encounter the Akatsuki organization in this damned place. Moreover, 3 members of the Akatsuki organization at the same time, so including Kurenai, all the members of the Mai Umbu present were extremely nervous. Everyone is very clear that no one in the Akatsuki organization is easy to deal with. If it's just one person, then they can barely fight, but now that they encountered 3 people at the same time, there is basically no chance of winning. But Kakashi didn't seem to hear Kurenai's question. His eyes were fixed on Obsidian, who was wearing the vortex mask opposite him. Feeling Kakashi's fiery gaze, Obsidian secretly sighed in his heart. Has he already noticed it? Kakashi is still as sharp as ever. This is the puppet technique I just improved. Everyone in the Mayumbu, please advise me. Sasori said and took out a scroll from the ninja bag on his waist and lightly shook it. Bang, with a burst of white smoke, a puppet with the unique bun of the Kagaya clan on its head and 2 red dots between its eyebrows appeared in front of everyone. But unlike before, this puppet's body is not connected to any chakra lines, but just like the 6 paths of pain, there is a conspicuous black stick inlaid in the key position. In the distant sky. On the clay bird, Hyojin, who had activated the Byakugan, looked into the distance. Just like all the previous clones, the Earth clone number 2 that Hyojin is controlling at the moment also has a pair of incomplete Byakugan, and when Hyojin's Ryatsu was injected into this clone, the incomplete Byakugan was restored to a healthy Byakugan, and the purity of the Byakugan is not inferior to that of the Hyuga clan's Hyuga clan. Because of this, Hyojin, who is controlling the Earth clone number 2, doesn't need any observation equipment to observe this situation in the distance from a high altitude. After flying a little closer, Hyojin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he wondered, Akatsuki. Because of the distance, he still couldn't see some details of the battlefield at the moment, but he still noticed the conspicuous red cloud suit of the Akatsuki. After discovering the traces of the Akatsuki, he immediately ordered the clay bird to slow down, and then he fully activated the Byakugan in his eye socket to observe. On the battlefield. Clang clang clang, the sound of sharp weapons clashing echoed on the battlefield, and it was often followed by mournful wails. At this time, Sasori's Kagaya clan puppet was like a dancer, flashing and moving among the Umbu members of Mai, and the sharp bone blades protruding from its palms were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives one after another. The improvement of the puppet technique allowed Sasori to no longer control the puppet through the complicated chakra lines like before. This not only allowed him to control the puppet from a distance, but also made the puppet far more flexible than before, like a living ninja. Therefore, in just a moment of confrontation, several Umbu members of Mai's side died tragically in the hands of Sasori's puppet. On the other side, Kakashi was entangled with Obsidian, and he had no extra energy to help his Umbu members resist Sasori's puppet. Swish, another flash, in the whistling sound of the wind, Sasori's puppet suddenly attacked Red's back, and the bone blade in its palm slashed down, cutting Red's body into 2. Bang, however, the expected blood did not appear, instead, it was replaced by white smoke after the shadow. Clone was broken. At that moment, Red's real body silently appeared behind the humanoid puppet. The kunai in her hand, which was forged from fine steel, stabbed into the humanoid puppet's back. Clang, the periosteum on the back of the puppet easily blocked the sharp kunai in Red's hand, making a sharp sound that could only be heard when metals collided. Red was startled. This. The puppet turned around and kicked Red, who was sneakily attacking from behind, away. Cough, cough. Red, who was sent flying, immediately got up. She coughed twice with a gloomy face, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. In the sky. Standing quietly on the back of the fusion spirit beast, Sasori looked at the dead and injured Mai Umbu members below and said with a chuckle, everyone in my modified human puppet didn't disappoint you, right? Oh, I forgot to introduce, this human puppet was the patriarch of the Kagaya clan when he was alive, a powerful ninja with the bone vein. Red snorted, this level of bone vein is nothing. Don't be too proud. In her eyes, only Wind Chime's bone blade that could easily cut through the Uchiha clan's Susanoo was a truly powerful corpse bone vein. Although the so-called patriarch of the Kagaya clan was powerful, compared to Wind Chime, he was nothing. Scorpion's face turned cold. Do you have a problem with my work? Red said, I'm just telling the truth. If your puppets really encountered Amatsukami, they would just be some inferior toys. Sasori narrowed his eyes, and his murderous intent exploded. Just when Sasori's attention was focused on Red, a sword light suddenly flashed from behind him, and without any hesitation, it slashed his body. Crack, the sword light fell, and Sasori's body was cut in half, and the puppet parts scattered on the ground. This isn't his real body? Gale, who deactivated the penetrating escape, revealed his figure on the back of the fusion spirit beast, and looked at the scattered puppet parts in front of him with a serious expression. Without a doubt, Red talked to Sasori on purpose to attract his attention and create an opportunity for Gale's sneak attack. Although she was facing a strong enemy, her mind was clear, and she understood that the battle would only end when the puppet master was defeated, and it was meaningless to fight with the puppet master's puppet. Clap clap, at that moment, Sasori walked out from behind a big tree, and while clapping, he said with a relaxed smile, "TSK, not a bad strategy. Mai's Dark Division is quite capable, much stronger than those trash from the Sand Crypsis, but you guys are underestimating me. *T. As soon as he saw Sasori appear below, Gale, who was fused with the fusion spirit beast, instinctively felt that something was wrong. Therefore, he did not dare to hesitate, and immediately activated the penetrating escape, trying to hide himself again. Suddenly, an ice blade silently pierced through Gale's abdomen. Gale, whose body was gradually disappearing, was stunned on the spot. The penetrating escape that he was about to activate was also interrupted by this sudden sneak attack. Immediately after that, Gale turned his head to look behind him in disbelief, and all he saw was a puppet with a cold gaze, emitting a biting cold aura standing behind him, staring at him coldly. This scene was almost exactly the same as when he ambushed Sasori. Gale's eyes were filled with astonishment. "When did you get close to me?" Of course, the puppet would not answer Gale's question. It suddenly pulled out the ice blade that pierced through Gale's abdomen, and blood splattered everywhere. As the ice blade that pierced through his abdomen was pulled out, Gale spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the back of the fusion spirit beast. In the sky far away. As he flew closer, Hyojin could already observe the battle in detail through the whites of his eyes. When he saw the two sides fighting, his face sank. The Dark Division of the village is fighting with the Akatsuki, which means this hiding place is most likely fake. I'm afraid that Danzo is not in the country of hot water, but the country of long. After that, Hyojin looked at the battlefield again. Although the Dark Division on Mai's side had the advantage in numbers, they were firmly suppressed by the two members of the Akatsuki. Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique was indeed getting smoother and smoother, but against Obsidian's holy aura, he could only barely block it. The others were no match for Sasori at all, and they were being one-sidedly beaten up by him. Seeing that the casualties on Mai's side were getting more and more serious, especially Red, Gale, and Xian, who were his subordinates in the Dark Division, were all injured and in a precarious situation, Hyojin could only sigh helplessly. What a bunch of idiots. Didn't I tell you long ago to run if you can't win? On the battlefield. On the back of the fusion spirit beast, the human puppet that was originally from the Snow Clan and could use ice escape condensed a sharp ice spear in its hand, and it aimed at Gale's head, who was kneeling on the ground. At the same time, the human puppet that was made by the Kagaya clan's leader on the ground also suppressed Red and Xian, and the bone blade extended from its palm was about to pierce them. At this critical moment, the two human puppets in the air and on the ground stopped what they were doing at the same time. Sasori, who was controlling them, looked at a big bird in the sky and murmured, wearing a mask, black robe with golden edges, "A member of Akatsuki?" In today's shinobi world, Amatsukami is undoubtedly the organization that is most capable of colluding with Akatsuki. Therefore, when Sasori discovered the target in the sky that he suspected to be a member of Amatsukami, he no longer had any interest in the Umbu members of my clan around him. Soon after, he leaped up and landed on the back of the fused spiritual beast. As he kicked the injured Gale off the fused spiritual beast, he put the ice escape and the corpse bone vein into the scroll. Throughout the process, his eyes never left the big white bird in the sky. At this time, Zetsu, who has not participated in the battle, poked out half of his body from a big tree and asked Sasori, "What do you want to do?" Sasori smirked and said, "I'm going to kill him." Zetsu hesitated for a moment and said, "The other party is Amatsukami. Although he seems to be a new member, wouldn't it be too difficult for you to go alone?" "Don't worry, I can handle it, hehe. I have long wanted a puppet of Amatsukami." After saying that, Sasori didn't wait for Zetsu to persuade him again and immediately urged the fusion-summoned beast under his feet to fly into the sky, fiercely pouncing towards the big white bird hovering in the sky. The fusion-summoned beast under Sasori's feet is a masterpiece left by Hiriko. Not only can it release explosive feathers to carry out high-altitude bombardment, but it also has extremely high maneuverability. Its flying speed surpasses the vast majority of summoned beasts that have the ability to fly. It is a true bird of prey, a true flying monster. Seeing Sasori pouncing towards him, Hyojin immediately ordered the clay bird to turn around and run. Want to run? Sasori snorted and said, Humph, do you think you can run away? Whoosh, in an instant, amidst the whistling gales, the clay flying bird and the fused spiritual beast engaged in an intense chase high up in the sky. Both of them flew extremely fast, and in just a few breaths of time, they were far away from the battlefield. On top of the clay bird, Hyojin squinted his eyes and looked back. Seeing that the distance between him and the fusion spirit beast was getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect that this monster that Hiriko transformed with the Chimera technique could actually fly so fast. Hyojin, who has a variety of flying abilities, is very clear about the speed of his clay bird, so he was slightly surprised that Hiriko's fusion summoned beast was able to catch up with his clay bird. After chasing for a while, Hyojin, who was on the clay bird, could clearly see the playful expression on Sasori's face behind him. Xiao xiao, just then, a few sharp whistles came from behind. Before Hyojin could turn around, 6 or 7 colorful feathers stabbed into the tail of his clay bird. Hiss, immediately after, the feathers emitted a sound similar to detonation talismans. Tisk. Kuroto spat lightly and immediately jumped down from the clay bird. Boom boom boom, as soon as Hyojin jumped off the clay bird, the feathers stabbed into the clay bird's tail exploded, and the explosion of the feathers caused the clay bird itself to explode. As a result, the whole clay bird completely exploded in the air like a large firework. Hyojin, who fell from the sky, fell to the ground in a sorry state. Before he could catch his breath, a large shadow appeared above his head. He quickly looked up and saw that the fusion spirit beast that was chasing him was hovering above his head. At this time, Sasori leisurely jumped down from the fusion spirit beast, looked at Hyojin from head to toe, and asked, Who are you? Hyojin patted the dust off his body and casually said, Amatsukumi's Xidagarba. Xidagarba, huh? You really are a new member. After a pause, Sasori smiled and said, Unfortunately, I'm afraid you will be the first member of Amatsukumi to die in battle. But don't worry, you will soon become a member of my collection. Hyojin curled his lips. Hey, don't look down on me. Maybe you will die in my hands. Sasori covered his face with one hand and laughed. Although you are wearing a cloak and a mask, do you think I don't know who you are? Hyojin was startled, and a trace of doubt flashed on his face under the mountain mask. Sasori's mouth cracked and he said, Don't tell me you have forgotten about the previous debt, dead ale. I thought you were just a complete lunatic, but it turns out that you have joined Amatsukumi. Fine, then I will settle the old and new debts with you. Dead ale? Hyojin really didn't think that Sasori would mistake him for dead ale, and was speechless for a while. At this time, Sasori put his hand into the ninja bag on his waist and solemnly took out a scroll. He slowly shook it and said, This is a masterpiece that I recently completed, an art of art. Dead ale, you should feel honored. If you were not a member of Amatsukumi, you wouldn't be qualified to see my work. Looking at the scroll that Sasori shook open and saw the words Hiriko written on it, Hyojin was taken aback. Hiriko is dead? And he was turned into a human puppet? In the previous battle, although he cut off Hiriko's head, but Hiriko's body has the demon sprout, and he also mastered Shino's dark medical ninjutsu, so he has always felt regret for not being able to completely kill Hiriko. Now that he saw Sasori take out the scroll with the words Hiriko written on it, he knows that Hiriko is dead. Holding the scroll, Sasori smiled and said, Don't worry, it will be over soon. Coming back to his senses, Hyojin nodded in agreement, Yes, it will be over soon. As soon as his voice fell, Hyojin's body rapidly expanded. You. The smile on Sasori's face instantly froze. Boom, a huge explosion instantly engulfed everything on the battlefield. Hyojin, dressed in Amatsukumi's uniform, descended from the clay bird in the air. While vigilantly watching Kakashi and Obsidian who were fighting not far away, he walked towards the Umbu of Mai who were healing. Seeing the unfamiliar member of Amatsukumi coming over, although the Umbu of Mai didn't show too much hostility, they were still on guard. Only Red went up and asked, You were the one in the sky just now, didn't you leave? That was just a clay clone to lure the enemy away. After answering indifferently, Hyojin came in front of Gale and asked, How is his injury? Xian, who was squatting beside Gale, shook her head bitterly. The team's medical ninja was killed by Sasori's human puppet in the battle just now, so at this moment, Xian could only barely bandage Gale's wound. But Gale's abdomen was completely pierced. Ordinary bandages wouldn't last long. If not treated in time, Gale would inevitably die from excessive blood loss. Hyojin raised his hand and called down the clay bird hovering in the air, then immediately said to Red, Xian, and the others, move the seriously injured up, it will carry them back to Mai. When the twisting whirlpool appeared behind Hyojin, Red and Xian had a strange expression on their faces. Nervousness and horror instantly spread on their faces. Be careful. At the same time, Kakashi's shout came from afar. Seeing the change in Red and Xian's expression, Hyojin realized that something was wrong. He didn't even turn around to see what was going on. Instead, he directly used the body flicker technique to leave. But at this moment, an arm was placed on Hyojin's shoulder. Almost instantly, a huge feeling of stripping filled Hyojin's body. It completely disrupted the chakra that he had just refined in his body, and the body flicker technique that he was about to use was also stopped abruptly. Obsidian, who had both eyes, was able to use Kamui at a speed that was twice as fast as when he only had one eye. Hyojin's reaction was fast, and his response was impeccable. But even so, he still fell into Obsidian's trap. His body was twisted along with the whirlpool. Humph! Obsidian's cold snort passed into Hyojin's ears. Listening to this cold snort full of contempt, Kuroto couldn't do anything. At this moment, he was already paralyzed, not to mention launching ninjutsu, he couldn't even move his arms. Whoosh, soon, the whirlpool disappeared, and Hyojin who was swallowed by the whirlpool also disappeared. The whole process only took 1 or 2 breaths. When Red and Xian in front of Hyojin reacted and waved their kunai, Hyojin had already been swallowed by Obsidian into the Kamui space. Clang, Obsidian raised the chain tied between his wrists and easily blocked the attack of Red and Xian. His figure flashed and retreated to the distance. He said with a proud smile, the members of Amatsukami are only SOSO. If there were no outsiders present, Obsidian really wanted to laugh a few times to relieve the hatred in his heart. Red said angrily, damn it. Xian also gripped her sword tightly as killing intent filled her chest. When they thought about the members of God's organization who had just helped them being ambushed right in front of them, the two of them were filled with shame and anger. Whoosh 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 at this time, 3 kunai were shot at Obsidian at different speeds. With a glance, Obsidian could tell that the 3 kunai that were shot towards him were all specially made kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on them. Hence, the corner of his mouth twitched, and without giving Kakashi any chance, he directly entered the voidification state. In an instant, the 3 kunai seemed to have pierced through the air, directly penetrating Obsidian's body, and then nailed to a big tree behind Obsidian. Whoosh with a flash, Kakashi's figure also landed beside the tree. Looking at Obsidian who remained in the voidification state and seemed to have no desire to attack, Kakashi could not do anything at all. His face was extremely gloomy. The masked man crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, although you've grown a lot lately, in my eyes, you're still a useless piece of trash. Just like before, you can't stop anything, you can't protect anything. Kakashi said coldly, I will stop you. I am really looking forward to it. With a smile, Obsidian said, I will accept this member of God's organization. Goodbye everyone. For Obsidian, it did not matter whether or not he killed the Mayambu in front of him. He only cared about one thing, and that was the information about God's organization. Therefore, after successfully capturing a member of God's organization, he could not wait to go back and interrogate this member of God's organization. He wanted to get all the information about God's organization from this member of God's mouth. Don't go. Kakashi once again pounced forward. Not only that, but Red and Xian also pounced forward. In the voidification state, Obsidian avoided Kakashi, who was the fastest. Then, he instantly materialized and caught Red and Xian by surprise. One in each hand, he grabbed their necks. Holding both Red and Xian in his hands, Obsidian activated Holy Aura and sucked them into the vortex. At the same time, he looked at Kakashi with disdain and said coldly, what do you think? Am I right? You are still as useless as before. You can't stop anything, and you can't protect anything. Seeing that Red and Xian were about to be sucked into the Holy Aura space by Obsidian, Kakashi shouted, no. Obsidian's face was full of disdain. His hands did not stop activating Holy Aura. At this moment of life and death, two hands suddenly reached out from the ground beneath Masato's feet and grabbed Kurenai's and Quien's legs, instantly pulling them underground as they were about to be swallowed by the whirlpool. Who? Obsidian was shocked and quickly entered the voidification. At this time, not far away, a figure came out from the ground with Red and Xian. Obsidian looked over, and his face immediately darkened. It's you. Just now. Because he activated holy aura through physical contact, Obsidian could confirm that the member of God's organization that was swallowed by his holy aura was indeed a real body, and not a shadow clone created by chakra. Therefore, he was very sure that he had successfully captured a member of God's organization. Now that he saw this member of God's organization in front of him again, he knew that he had been tricked by the other party. And the one that was swallowed by holy aura was most likely a special clone of God's organization that had a real body. On the other side, Hyojin curled his lips and said to Red and Xian who were lying on the ground next to him. So troublesome. Can't you just let him go? Why did he go up and die? In the distant forest. The huge explosion almost destroyed the entire forest nearby. The 10-meter-wide crater was deep in the ground. Thick smoke billowed in the surroundings, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Ashes were also flying in the air. Damn it! Sasori crawled out of the dust, gritting his teeth. In the explosion just now, if he hadn't summoned the Haruhu puppet from the scroll in time and had it use both steel release and swift release to protect him from the center of the explosion, he would have been reduced to ashes in the explosion. The second time, this is the second time. Looking at his left arm and leg that were damaged in the explosion, Scorpion's face distorted with anger. He then thought about how he had been blown up twice by Dedale's clay clones and almost lost his life both times. He was about to explode from anger. Dedale, just you wait. Even if I have to turn the entire Hidden Rock Village upside down, I will drag you out. Hidden Rock Village. Achoo. Dedale, who was practicing dust release, suddenly sneezed for no reason. He scratched his head. Hey, what's going on? I didn't catch a cold. At this time, Inoki fiercely knocked Dedale's head. Don't be lazy, continue practicing. On the battlefield. Hyojin brushed the dust off his robe and looked a little helpless. In fact, from the beginning, he planned to deliberately give Obsidian a clay clone so that Obsidian would think that he had succeeded and deceive Obsidian. Because his second Earth Release clone's Earth attribute chakra is very strong, it has a very high compatibility with Earth Release ninjutsu, and it has the effect of increasing the power. In addition, the clay clone is made of explosive clay and has a physical body, so the clay clone used by his second Earth Release clone can be completely fake. But he did not expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes. Kakashi and the others' fierce pursuit aroused Obsidian's fierceness, so Hyojin had to show up again to save Obsidian. Looking at Tsuejin's casual tone and calm demeanor, Hyuga Kuroto felt ashamed and angry, but fortunately, the vortex mask on his face covered his expression and didn't show the embarrassment on his face. You bastard! Soon, Obsidian burst out with killing intent, and the Scarlet Sharingan gradually narrowed. Back off, don't get in the way. Seeing that a battle was inevitable, Hyojin casually ordered Kurenai and Xian next to him. Kurenai, who was on the ground, looked up at Hyojin and said stubbornly, "But, no buts." Before Kurenai could finish her words, Hyojin interrupted her, and then said, "The enemy on the opposite side is not someone you can deal with." Kurenai shouted unwillingly, "Why is it like this every time? Why can't I help?" Xian also bit her lips, her eyes were full of unwillingness. Hyojin glanced at Kurenai and Xian, and said in a calm tone, "In the shinobi world, being weak is the original sin, there are not so many why. Didn't your captain teach you such a simple truth? Remember, don't do things beyond your ability. If you feel unhappy, then work hard to become stronger." Obsidian smiled. "You are a sensible person." Hyojin shifted his gaze to Obsidian and said, "The Scarlet Sand Scorpion that I lured away probably won't be able to return anytime soon. If I were you, I would choose to retreat now." Before completely mastering the dust escape, Hyojin actually didn't want to use this second Earth escape clone to fight with the Obsidian. Obsidian sneered, "Do you know why I hate God's organization so much?" Hyojin replied matter-of-factly, "Isn't it because you almost died in our hands several times?" "Of course not because of that. Pausing for a moment, Obsidian roared in exasperation, "I hate you guys because you guys always have an inexplicable sense of confidence. Fire Demon is like that, Wind Chime is like that, and even a newcomer like you is like that. It's really annoying." After saying that, Obsidian got into a fighting stance. Not many people in the ninja world were afraid of him because he had too divine aura. In his opinion, the reason why he lost so many times in the hands of the members of God's organization was because they were too despicable and shameless. Hyojin's expression turned serious. He said to Kakashi on the other side, "Kakashi, you'll be the main attacker." "Okay." Kakashi clenched the special kunai in his hand and responded. He wasn't surprised that this member of God's organization could call out his name. He knew that God's organization not only had a strong intelligence network, but they also cooperated with the village. They had many ways to know his identity. Obsidian looked at Hyojin and Kakashi who were attacking him from the front and the back. He grinned and said, "Any attack from you guys is useless against me." While Obsidian was talking, Hyojin gave Kakashi a look, signaling him to attack. Kakashi understood and immediately threw a few kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique at Obsidian. At the same time, his right hand flashed with dazzling blue lightning. Obsidian immediately shut his mouth and entered the void state. Looking at the kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God incantation passing through his annihilated body, a faint mocking smile appeared on Baitu's face. However, at this moment, the sneer on his face froze. He felt a strong chakra reaction from the other side of the divine aura space. It was a chakra reaction that made him have a bad feeling. Oh no, it's that clone. Realizing that something was wrong, Obsidian immediately exited the void state and cut off the connection with the divine aura space, returning to the solid state. Seeing that Obsidian exited the invincible void state for no reason, Kakashi was slightly surprised. However, he did not hesitate at all. He instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and flashed to the last kunai that had just passed through Obsidian's body. Then, while he was still in midair, he turned around and stabbed his right arm that was flashing with dazzling lightning. Bzzzt bzzzt bzzzt, countless sharp cries sounded as if hundreds and thousands of birds were chirping at the same time. This attack was the technique that made Kakashi famous during the Third Shinobi World War, Chidori. In the blink of an eye, Obito, who was unable to hide in the holy aura space, was unable to dodge. Kakashi's Chidori pierced his right shoulder, causing blood to blossom. Did he succeed? Seeing that Kakashi's Chidori managed to hit Obsidian, the Mai Umbu members including Kurenai and Kurenai were overjoyed. If they can get rid of this member of the Akatsuki, it will be a great blow to the Akatsuki organization, and it will also mean the first major victory for Konoha against the Akatsuki organization. The injured Obsidian didn't panic. Instead, he stared at Kakashi in front of him and said with a sigh, "Kakashi, why did you deliberately avoid my vital parts?" Kakashi was silent for a while. Just now, he had the opportunity to directly pierce through Obsidian's heart, but for some reason, his body subconsciously moved towards Obsidian's right shoulder. Obsidian said lightly, "Unfortunately, you won't have a second chance." Instantly, an emerald blue phantom was projected from Obsidian's body. Even if he can't use divine aura for the time being, with his pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, he still has the means to sweep the entire battlefield. Susanoo? Kakashi was taken aback and immediately used Flying Thunder God technique to get away from Obsidian. In just a moment, an emerald blue Susanoo appeared on the battlefield and covered Obsidian's body, protecting him. Huh. Seeing Obsidian activated Susanoo, Hyojin chuckled and immediately shouted, "Explode." Kacha, suddenly, a pure white clay centipede drilled out of the ground and entangled Obsidian from below. Obsidian's face turned cold. This. Boom. Boom, with a huge roar, a violent explosion broke out in Obsidian's emerald blue Susanoo, and the earth trembled slightly with this roar. The shock wave of the explosion instantly squeezed the whole Susanoo, causing it to swell up. Looking from afar, the originally awe-inspiring Susanoo seemed to have become a ball filled with air in an instant. At this moment, the powerful defense of Susanoo formed a closed space inside it, and the shock wave generated by the explosion had no way to vent in this closed space, so all of it surged back, cycling, forming a repeated impact inside Susanoo. Roar. At this time, Obsidian's Susanoo let out a roar. With this almost mournful roar, the armor on Susanoo quickly faded, followed by the muscles, then the tendons, and finally only a skeleton was left, barely standing on the battlefield. Obviously, both Susanoo and Obsidian in Susanoo were seriously injured in this explosion. After the smoke dissipated, everyone on the battlefield looked at the interior of Susanoo at the same time. They saw Obsidian half kneeling on the ground, covering his face with his arms. The whole person looked extremely miserable. The Akatsuki red cloud suit on his body was blown to pieces, leaving only some pieces of cloth hanging on his body. His arms, legs, and even his back had obvious scars, and some places were even burnt, emitting bursts of smoke. This set of combo attacks was indeed carefully planned by Hyojin. The clay clone that he first gave to Obsidian to throw into Kamui space, in addition to confusing Obsidian and deceiving Obsidian to leave, it was also a backup plan prepared in advance for a possible fierce battle. Because the clay clone is in Kamui space, Obsidian cannot use Kamui space to avoid attacks from the outside world, because once Obsidian launches Kamui, the Kamui space will form a connection with the shinobi world, and Hyojin can remotely control the clay clone in Kamui space to self-destruct through the channel opened by Obsidian himself. In short, as long as Obsidian tries to hide in Kamui space, Hyojin can use the clay clone in Kamui space to force Obsidian out, unless Obsidian is willing to face the self-destruction of the clay clone in Kamui space, and if Obsidian can't use Kamui for the time being, then Obsidian will inevitably launch Susanoo. This is not difficult to speculate. Regarding Susanoo, ordinary ninjas may have heard of it, but very few really understand it. Even the Manjikyu of the Uchiha family, such as Jishuei, Itachi, and Shinichi, will not easily launch Susanoo if it is not necessary, as it would consume their precious pupil power for no reason. But Hyojin is different. During the period when he was practicing flame release, he used Susanoo almost every day, so he has long been familiar with Susanoo. It can be said that in the current shinobi world, no one knows the advantages and disadvantages of Susanoo better than him. He knows that unless the caster enters the diamond-shaped safe zone between the eyebrows of Susanoo, otherwise, the ground under his feet will be the biggest flaw of Susanoo. Well aware of this, Hyojin has already placed a clay centipede under Obsidian's feet, and waited until Obsidian launched Susanoo and covered himself in a closed space before detonating the clay centipede, maximizing the explosive effect of the clay centipede. It's just that Obsidian's physical strength after transplanting the first-generation cells has somewhat exceeded Hyojin's expectation. Let alone killing Obsidian, he couldn't even force Obsidian to use Izanagi even once. As expected of the man who caught Rasengan with his face, he can even resist this. Seeing this, Kuroto cursed silently, and then secretly became vigilant. Ahem, after coughing twice, Obito slowly stood up and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you really think you can kill me like this?" Yama's eyes were fixed on Suijin. "Do you think you can kill me like this?" Hyojin shrugged. "How would I know if I don't try?" At this time, Obsidian slowly raised his arms, and in front of everyone, he used the shadow clone technique, and then put one hand on his shadow clone's shoulder and threw it into the Kamui space. Hyojin's face sank. He knows that Obsidian wants to use the shadow clone to destroy the clay clone he left in the Kamui space, so he can only take advantage of the short moment when Obsidian launched Kamui to create a connection between the Kamui space and the shinobi world, and detonate the clay clone in the Kamui space. Obsidian seems to have guessed that Hyojin will do this, and immediately stopped launching Kamui. Therefore, the explosion of the clay clone in the Kamui space just rushed out of the twisting vortex, and in an instant, it stopped abruptly, and only a brilliant flame was transmitted to the shinobi world. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's face also sank. Among the Umbu present, only he who has mastered spacetime ninjutsu understood what just happened. At this moment, when he saw Obsidian use the shadow clone to destroy the clay clone placed in the Kamui space by the members of Amatsukami, Kakashi knew that Obsidian is once again in an invincible position. After removing the hidden danger, Obsidian's eyes narrowed at this time. Roar! Instantly, Obsidian's emerald blue Susanoo roared, and then the tendons, muscles, and even the armor on its body were restored one by one. In just a moment, the skeleton state of Susanoo has turned into a majestic god. There is no doubt that Obsidian's recovery ability is also amazing after transplanting the Hashirama cells. After a short rest, not only did his injuries recover, even his Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power has recovered a lot. At this time, Zetsu leaned out from beside Obsidian and said, "Found it." "Humph, sure enough." Obsidian snorted lightly. and immediately rushed towards a big tree not far behind Hyojin together with the mighty Susanoo. Seeing Obsidian pass over him and rush behind him, Hyojin seemed to be taken aback, and his whole body froze in place. Boom, with a loud noise, Obsidian who was riding Susanoo easily destroyed the big tree, and then activated Susanoo's huge palm to dig the ground, and grabbed another Hyojin from the ground. Using Susanoo to grab the Hyojin that was found from the ground tightly in his hand, Obsidian said coldly, "I knew that was also a clone, this is your real body." This? Oh no. Not good. Seeing that Obsidian had used Susanoo to capture another member of Amatsukami from the ground, all the Umbu of Mai, like Obsidian, were sure that this was the real body of the member of Amatsukami, and they all exclaimed. Under the control of Susanoo, the corner of Obsidian's mouth rose slightly. "You're finally caught by me." And Hyojin, who was being strangled by Susanoo, was struggling violently at this time, but because the power of Susanoo was too great, not to mention breaking free, even breathing was a little difficult for him. Looking at Hyojin, who was caught in Susanoo's hand, panting violently, it seemed that his breathing was not smooth. Obsidian chuckled and said, "See? This is the absolute strength gap between us." With that, Obsidian glanced at the Umbu of Mai around with disdain, and then said to Hyojin, "This absolute strength gap is not something that you can make up for by playing with one or two puppet clones and creating one or two explosions. No matter how you resist, how you struggle, you are doomed to fail, and everything you do is in vain." Obsidian's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the Umbu of Mai hard. Some Umbu with weak will looked at the Susanoo in front of them, and looked at the members of Amatsukami who were struggling in the hands of Susanoo, and their hearts were filled with despair. In their opinion, even such a powerful member of Amatsukami couldn't defeat this Susanoo, they had no hope. Clang, at this time an Umbu let go of the long sword in his hand and let it fall to the ground as if he had accepted his fate. This seemed to be a signal, and despair began to spread quickly on the battlefield. Some Umbu even took off the masks on their faces, revealing the faces of fear under the masks. Akagami said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you think you can survive by retreating?" A despairing Umbu said with a numb face, "The Akatsuki can destroy our village with just a few people, what can we do now?" Akagami was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The haze of the destruction of the village has been hidden in the heart of every Mai ninja, and the spirit of the Mai ninja has been swallowed up little by little, so when all the Mai ninja heard the words Akatsuki, they couldn't help but remember the tragedy of the night when the village was destroyed. Obsidian smiled and looked at Kakashi on the other side, his face was full of mockery. Although Kakashi was silent, there was no fear in his eyes, and his eyes were still sharp. Suddenly, Hyojin, who everyone thought was just a doppelganger, rushed towards Obsidian's Susanoo and seemed to want to rescue the real body trapped in the hands of Susanoo. Obsidian glanced at him and said with a smile, "What can a mere doppelganger do? Do you want to rush over and explode?" Although his tone was relaxed, Obsidian was really worried that the captured member of Amatsukami would want to use the self-explosion of the doppelganger to commit suicide in order to keep the secret of Amatsukami, so he changed his mind and threw Hyojin, who he thought was the real body of Susanoo, into the Kamui space. In Obito's view, he now had the protection of Susanoo, and there was also the warning from the underground, so he was not afraid of any variables. Even if he guessed the real body of the opponent and threw the opponent's doppelganger into the godly might space, it would not have any effect, because at this moment, no one in the field could break his Susanoo. This was the gap of absolute strength. The twisting vortex suddenly appeared and quickly disappeared, and along with it, Hyojin, who was held in the palm of Susanoo, disappeared. After dealing with Hyojin, who was held in the hand of Susanoo, Obsidian turned his head and looked at the suspected doppelganger of Hyojin, who was rushing towards him, with a playful expression on his face. At this time, Kuroto was really a little curious, where exactly did Amatsukami recruit this new member, because whether it is tactical attainment or mental quality, this new member of Amatsukami is impeccable, especially the doppelganger jutsu, which gives him a headache until now, because even with his Manjikyu Sharingan, he can't find the slightest flaw in this doppelganger. His previous experience in distinguishing shadow doppelganger is completely ineffective in the face of this doppelganger jutsu. At this moment, Obsidian's expression became solemn, because he found that Hyojin, who was rushing towards his suspected doppelganger, not only did not show any signs of self-explosion, but he even put his hands together, as if he was about to use some kind of ninjutsu. What does he want to do? Instantly, a doubt surged in Obsidian's heart. For some reason, even though he was sure that the opponent had no means to break his Susanoo, he still felt a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. Mai's group of Umbu also cast their eyes on Hyojin at this moment. Like Obsidian, they couldn't tell whether this Hyojin was the real body or a doppelganger, but they couldn't help but focus on him. In just a few short breaths, Hyojin suddenly attacked in front of Obsidian's emerald blue Susanoo, and his palms suddenly opened at this moment. And when he saw a flash of fluorescence in Hyojin's palm, Obsidian's pupils shrank sharply, and he was shocked. Dust release. Swish, at the moment when no one reacted, the fluorescence in Hyojin's palm suddenly soared, as if it was out of control, and drowned the emerald blue Susanoo in front of him. Crack, after resisting the fluorescence for a moment, the emerald blue Susanoo shattered inch by inch into countless fragments. Taking advantage of the short time bought by his Susanoo, Obsidian made a prompt decision and immediately launched Kamui and hid in the Kamui space. After hiding in the Kamui space, he panted and scolded, how could he possibly know dust release? Isn't Inoki the only one in the ninja world who knows dust release? This despicable guy obviously knows dust release, but he didn't release it immediately, and deliberately rushed to confuse me. Before Obsidian finished scolding, a dazzling white light flashed beside him. Damn it! Obsidian just remembered that he had just thrown in a Hyojin, and the dust release outside that could perform blood inheritance elimination, then the one inside was undoubtedly just a doppelganger. No, it was a doppelganger that could self-destruct. Boom, in an instant, a huge explosion swallowed Obsidian who had just hidden in the Kamui space. With a flash of white fluorescence, the huge emerald blue Susanoo immediately shattered into pieces of debris and scattered in all directions. The scene in front of them made the group of my Black Ops dumbfounded. The awe-inspiring and invincible Susanoo was so easily defeated. For a time, a strong suspicion surged in their hearts, making them feel incredulous. At this time, a knowledgeable assassin asked his companions around him, hey, that should be dust release, right? Regarding this question, the other Umbu members present also found it difficult to answer. Because the fluorescent light just disappeared too fast, almost as soon as it appeared, and the shape was extremely irregular. It was obviously different from the dust release used by the 3 generations Tsuchika Jinoki, so even the Umbu who had seen dust release before were not sure at this moment whether it was really dust release or not. Kurenai analyzed, it should be, other ninjutsu would not be able to break Susanoo so easily. With the increasing number of cases of Susanoo in the shinobi world, everyone has a general understanding of the Susanoo used by the Manjikyu Sharingan. That is ordinary ninjutsu. Even the ninjutsu launched by Kekkei Limit, which is at the same level as the Sharingan, is extremely difficult to break through the defense of Susanoo. In theory, only Kekkei Elimination, which is above Kekkei Limit, can destroy Susanoo in an instant. Realizing that this new member of Amatsukami in front of them is likely to be the only ninja in the shinobi world who has mastered the Kekkei Genkai, and is on the same level as the famous members of Amatsukami such as Homosubi, and Kaze Chime, all the Umbu members of Amatsukami felt a chill in their hearts and sighed, as expected of Amatsukami. Swish, a kunai flew past, and Kakashi caught it and flashed to Hyojin's side. The place where the huge Susanoo used to be was now empty. Looking at the debris of the Susanoo gradually drifting and annihilating in the air, Kakashi asked with a complex expression, did you kill him? Hyojin gasped and shook his head, I don't know. What happened to Obsidian now? Hyojin really didn't know. When he just released the dust release chakra, he vaguely saw Obsidian using the Goku technique, so he detonated the clay clone in the Goku space. Therefore, if Obsidian stayed in the shinobi world, he would be drowned by the chakra, and if he hid in the Goku space, he would be devoured by the clay clone. In short, Obsidian is definitely not feeling well at this moment. Of course, Hyojin is also not feeling well at this moment. He has just touched the threshold of dust release, and there is still a long way to go before he can use dust release in actual combat, so the attack just now was completely forced to take a risk. The timing of his release of dust release seemed to be very good, catching Obsidian off guard, but in fact, it was not his intention, because at that time he had lost control of the dust release chakra in his body, and he was faced with the choice of either releasing the dust release chakra out of his body, or reaping what he sowed and letting the dust release chakra explode in his body. Hyojin naturally chose the former, and released the dust release chakra out of his body. but because he doesn't have the ability to shape this dust-released chakra, so he is not sure what form this dust-released chakra will take, and in which direction it will be released, so he can only resign himself to fate and gamble on his luck. Although the result was not bad, because he was worried that the power of the fusion of earth, fire, and wind chakra wouldn't be enough to break through Obsidian's Susanoo, so he blindly increased the proportion of fire and wind chakra, resulting in the fusion of dust-release chakra, but its nature is extremely unstable. Although he released the unstable dust-release chakra out of his body in time, but in the process, it inevitably injured some of the meridians in his body, causing the Earth-release clone body number 2 to suffer damage that can't be seen on the surface. At this time, hidden in his sleeves, his faintly trembling hands are the best proof, but Hyojin didn't show his injuries in front of everyone, but quietly said to the Mai Umbu, "Take this opportunity to retreat." Glancing at the seriously injured people on the clay bird not far away, Kakashi nodded. He also knows that now is not the time to be entangled with the Akatsuki members. Hyojin no longer said anything, endured the pain, took out the last clay bird that he carried with him from the ninja bag on his waist, and gently threw it into the air. Bang! In a burst of white smoke, the clay bird that was originally only the size of a palm immediately expanded into a big bird with a wingspan of several meters. With a light leap, Hyojin jumped on the back of the clay bird, then pointed to the clay bird that carried Gale and the other Mai members not far away, and said to Kakashi and the others, "I'll lend that clay bird to you for the time being, don't stay here for too long, they might come back at any time." After saying that, Hyojin immediately urged the clay bird under his feet to quickly fly into the air. Kakashi quickly asked, "Hey, what should we call you?" Standing on the clay bird, Hyojin did not turn around, but just answered casually, "Amatsukumi's Xidagarba." Xidagarba, including Kakashi, all the Konoha Umbu members silently chewed on this codename. It seems like they want to remember this codename in their hearts. They want to remember this codename of Amatsukumi, Xidagarba, who played with 3 members of Akatsuki in the palm of his hand. In the Kingdom of Long, the originally lush mountain had been completely shattered at this time. The collapsed mountain rocks were scattered all over the ground in a disorderly manner, causing the entire landscape to change beyond recognition. Everywhere in sight were deep pits of different sizes and crisscrossing ravines, coupled with the raging mountain fire and rolling smoke. Everything in front of them was just like hell. In this hellish battlefield, Danzo stood on a broken rock, controlling his dark red Susanoo to tear the azure path in Susanoo's hand in half, then threw it aside like throwing garbage. At this time, Danzo looked disdainfully at Tendo and Konan in the air, and with a ferocious expression, he said, "Who's the ant?" In the air. Little Nan looked at the mortal Dao, animal Dao, hell Dao, hungry ghost Dao, and the remains of the Azura Dao that had just been torn apart on the battlefield. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like it was about to drip water. No one would have thought that Danzo, who was rumored to have a serious soul injury and was seriously injured, would have such a powerful combat power. Not only can he use the 5 practical Kekkei Genkai, such as Hell Release, Rapid Release, Boiling Release, Crystal Release, and Mist Release at will, but he can also use the Manjikyu Sharingan Susanoo, as well as the incredibly powerful Wood Release. In the previous battle, the earth-exploding heavenly star cast by Tendo was forcibly broken by Danzo's red Susanoo combined with Wood Release. One must know that although the earth-exploding tensei performed by Nagato through Tendo is far less powerful than the earth-exploding tensei performed by his true body, but it is still not something that can be easily broken by anyone. But Danzo, with Susanoo and Wood Release, broke the seal of the earth-exploding tensei with almost no effort and got out of the earth-exploding tensei. As for the powerful spiritual beasts that were controlled by the Black Rod, they became pets that could be trampled upon by others under the effects of Wood Escape. They were of no use at all. Unlike Konan, Tendo still had the same indifferent look on his face. The strength shown by Danzo is indeed far beyond Nagato's previous expectations, but even so, it is not enough to move him, because in the entire shinobi world, there is only one strong enemy that can pull his heartstrings, and that is the leader of Amatsukumi, Yama. After a while, Tendo said lightly, "Your eyes don't seem to be ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan." Although Nagato doesn't know much about the Sharingan, but as a pupillar-type ninja, he can still faintly feel that the Sharingan in the Danzo SI sockets is different from the others. Moreover, the Danzo's dark red Susanoo was obviously different from the other Susanoo that Nagato had seen. Even Nagato had to admit that the Danzo's Susanoo had refreshed his understanding of the strength of the Susanoo. Danzo chuckled, "Isn't it too late to realize now?" Roar. As soon as Danzo finished, his dark red Susanoo roared at Tendo and Konan in a threatening manner. Konan immediately scolded, "Danzo, do you think you can escape from our Akatsuki? You're dead." Danzo grinned, "There are a lot of people who want to kill this old man, but this old man is still alive and well." Tendo's indifferent face flashed a trace of anger. Danzo's words reminded him of Yahiko's death. Hanzo's short-sightedness and this old man's mistake for not being able to kill you two in the rain country. After saying that, Danzo's expression suddenly became fanatical, and he laughed hysterically, "Ha ha ha, but just you wait, it won't be long before this old man will personally correct this mistake." Listening to Danzo's arrogant declaration, Conan's eyebrows furrowed. After the fight, she understood that all the rumors about Danzo are false, and Danzo deliberately created such rumors and leaked his whereabouts, seemingly to lure someone into a trap. Tendo's curiosity was piqued by Shimura Danzo, and he asked, "What exactly did you experience? Why do you have Hiriko's Kekiai Genkai fusion technique? Who helped you do it? Do you want to know?" Pausing for a moment, Danzo grinned and said, "When this old man has the same eyes as you, this old man will personally tell you before twisting your neck." After saying that, Danzo's figure flashed, and together with his dark red Susanoo disappeared. "Don't go." Konan saw this and wanted to chase after him. At this time, Tendo stopped Konan, "Don't chase after him." But, Konan looked at Tendo, her face was full of worry. Before Danzo left, he said, "When this old man has the same eyes as you," which made her particularly concerned, because Danzo's words clearly indicated that Danzo is seeking the same Rinnegan as Nagato. Thinking about Danzo deliberately spreading false information in the shinobi world, as well as his strange behavior of deliberately leaking his whereabouts, Konan became even more worried. Tendo shook his head and said in a flat tone, "I underestimated him, now we can't do anything to him, even if we catch up with him, it won't be of any use." Because of the enhancement of his physique after the transplantation of the Hashirama cells, Nagato's pupil power has also skyrocketed. This allows him to truly control the 6 paths of pain from a long distance, so this time his true body didn't hide somewhere nearby like before, but far away in the Akatsuki organization's base in the Land of Iron. Because of this, his true body won't be able to catch up for a while. Konan said, "The trap laid by Danzo this time is obviously to plot against someone. I think this matter is not as simple as it seems." Tendo gently nodded, "Well, the pair of Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets is not an ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan, I can feel the power of Omura Genjutsu." "What?" Konan was taken aback. Seeing the worried expression on Konan's face, Tendo said, "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape from our hands, I'm already on my way here, on the Danzo's side." After escaping from the battlefield, Danzo didn't stop to rest, he put away the Susanoo and used the swift release to quickly get away from the Land of Long. In the battle just now, although he destroyed 5 of the 6 paths of pain in a row, he also consumed a lot of chakra and pupil power when breaking free from the Tendo's earth-exploding tensei. He deliberately leaked the location of the Land of Long. If the Akatsuki organization can find this place, then the other shinobi villages and Amatsukami can also find this place, so he must get away from this place as soon as possible, lest he runs into the people of Amatsukami before his chakra and pupil power completely recover. Whoosh! 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 At this time, several figures appeared in front of Danzo, all of them wearing the forehead protector of the Kusanagakure village, and there are hundreds of them, completely a ninja army configuration. Seeing Danzo's appearance, panting heavily, obviously having just experienced a battle, the leader of the Kusanagakure village laughed and said, "Danzo, hand over the Manjikyu Sharingan, and I can consider sparing your life." Hoo-hoo, the whistling sound of the wind constantly echoed in Hyojin's ears, and even though he was high in the sky, he still maintained a high level of vigilance, and the Byakugan in his eye sockets searched for all suspicious targets around him. Until he reached the sea, Hyojin was a little relieved. Looking down at his hands, he curled his lips and said, "The injuries are not light." Previously, he rashly used the dust release, which he was not proficient in, causing serious damage to the meridians of his hands. At this moment, let alone performing any ninjutsu, even raising his hands was extremely difficult. In addition, the clay doppelgangers that he carried with him had been used up in the previous battle, and the only clay bird that could move was the one that carried him. Therefore, even if his hands were intact, his combat strength would still be greatly reduced. After all, a ninja like him who relied on the explosion release of the explosive clay is the most important. But if he wants to be strange, he must have enough explosive clay for him to squander. Therefore, when all kinds of clay products are available, the combat power of a ninja like him will often be unexpectedly strong. It is not uncommon for one person to fight against 100, or even to destroy a village. In the original story, Deadale broke into the sand crypsis alone and captured the 5th Kazekage alive in front of everyone's eyes. But once the clay products on his body are exhausted, then he will be like a tiger falling to the plains. Compared to Deadale, Hyojin is inferior in a protracted battle. Because Deadale can quickly shape the explosive clay on the spot, he only needs to carry enough explosive clay and make whatever he needs on the spot. But Hyojin doesn't have the ability to quickly shape the explosive clay, so he can only carry clay products that have been shaped in advance. But in this way, there will be an awkward situation like he is now. Clay centipedes, clay spiders, and the like still had a bunch of them that hadn't been used. However, the clay clones and clay birds had been used up in the battle, causing them to lack life-saving and mobility methods. This was a clear shortcoming, causing their overall combat strength to plummet. Not long after, the fortress hidden in the clouds finally appeared in Hyojin's field of vision. After safely returning to the fortress, Hyojin immediately went to the laboratory and put the second Earth release clone into the large nutrition tank to repair it. This time, he actually didn't prepare to fight at all. When he received the news, he found that one of the Danzo's hiding places was near the deserted island where he practiced the dust release, so he came to take a look. Although the second Earth release clone has not been fully developed and isn't very reliable in combat, it is blessed in scouting. There are clay birds in the sky, clay spiders in the ground, and clay centipedes in the ground. Coupled with the Byakugan in its eye sockets, it is just right to confirm the Danzo's whereabouts, so he didn't return to the fortress to swap clones. He didn't expect that before he could find the Danzo, he would run into Red, Xian, and Gale in danger. He had no choice but to act hastily, so he didn't make sufficient preparations in all aspects. But the result wasn't too bad. At least he saved some of his subordinates and confirmed that the Akatsuki has joined the hunt for the Danzo, Long Country. Soon, Nagato led Shinichi, Bipa Ghost Mermaid, Lotus, Sasori, and other members of the Akatsuki to the battlefield and met up with Conan, who stayed on the battlefield to collect information. Because the Land of Iron and the Land of Long are neighbors of the Akatsuki, Nagato's action was very fast. The reason why he brought so many members of the Akatsuki was not because he was afraid of the Danzo, but because he felt that the more manpower he had, the higher the efficiency of the hunt for the Danzo would be. As for the Danzo, although the strength of the Akatsuki has surpassed the Kage level and belongs to the top of the shinobi world, but Nagato still didn't put him in his eyes. In front of his true body, his evaluation of the Danzo is still that of an ant. After meeting up with Conan, the Akatsuki started to chase after the Danzo. Because Conan's paper butterfly has been following the Danzo from a distance, the Akatsuki quickly followed the Danzo's retreat route and arrived at the place where the Danzo encountered the Kusanagi ninjas. But at this moment, the place was completely silent. Broken limbs and dismembered corpses were everywhere, and the blood on the ground was pooling together, forming a stream, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. And the most horrifying thing is that many of the Kusanagi ninjas were pierced through by the wood release and were hanging in the air in rows, looking extremely horrifying. Looking at this hellish scene, even the members of the Akatsuki who were used to seeing life and death couldn't help but frown. There is no doubt that a battle took place here not long ago, and the two sides should be the Danzo and the Kusanagi ninjas. As for the result, the corpses of the Kusanagi ninjas are enough to explain everything. Shinichi muttered with a dark face, could it be that Danzo did all of this alone? I know that he is a bad guy, but I didn't expect that he is not only bad, but also crazy. If the Akatsuki's target was other people, then Shinichi may not have come, but this time, their target was Danzo, so he volunteered to join the hunt. But he didn't expect that Danzo's bloodthirst would be so heavy that he actually slaughtered hundreds of Kusanagi ninjas, which made him feel slightly nauseous. Bipa observed the surroundings and said in confusion, Danzo is much more ruthless than us. He could have easily broken out of the encirclement, so why did he waste his chakra on these people? Berserk Lotus from the Kagaya clan said with disdain, "What's the use of bullying Kusanagi ninjas?" At this time, Konan brought a Kusanagi ninja to his side, checked the other's breath, and immediately got up and said to Nagato, "Nagato, there is still one alive here." Nagato's figure flashed and came to the side of the dying Kusanagi ninja, pressed one hand on the other's forehead, extracted the other's soul, and browsed the memory of the battle just now, country of Tion. Danzo, who was covered in blood, flew through the forest, and his body was filled with a terrifying aura. After slaughtering hundreds of Kusanagi ninjas, he did not stop at all. He went all the way east through the country of Iron and came to the country of Tion. At this time, a figure flashing with blue lightning slammed into Danzo, forcing him to stop. Swish swish swish, then, one figure after another fell around, surrounding Danzo. The figure flashing with lightning is naturally Lei of the 4 generations of Cloud Village. After he forced Danzo to stop, he looked at Danzo covered in blood and asked, "Are you Danzo now? Warhamui?" Boom, the dark red Susanoo fiercely collided with the dazzling lightning, making a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the shock wave surged out in all directions, and several thick trees that several people couldn't even wrap their arms around were instantly blown away. Along with them, a large number of cloud ninjas were also blown away. Fortunately, Hachibi's Jinchuriki was also present on the scene. He resisted the shock wave of the torrent and entered the state of half-tailed beast, using his 8 powerful tails to catch most of the cloud ninjas that were sent flying. In the field. After easily swatting away the attack of 4 generations Lei, Danzo grinned, his face was full of ridicule. "Is your anger only this much?" Activating the lightning release chakra mode, 4 generations Lei, bathed in the dazzling lightning, gasped while glaring at Danzo, "You damn bastard." Danzo smiled casually. It turns out that the lament of a defeated dog is so pleasant to the ear. Danzo, who defeated the army of the 6 Paths of Pain and the Grass Ninja Village, and made the leader of the Akatsuki organization helpless, is no longer interested in acting like a schizophrenic in front of the Cloud Ninjas, so in the face of the previous question of 4 generations Lei, his answer was the roar of Susanoo. Now, Danzo finally experienced how powerful he is. This infinite power made him addicted to it, unable to extricate himself. This is the reason why he couldn't control his surging killing intent and slaughtered hundreds of grass ninjas, even though he could save chakra and forcibly break through the encirclement of the grass ninjas. "Danzo, you really pissed me off this time." Pausing for a moment, 4 generations Lei roared, "How can I allow a scoundrel like you to challenge Lei Ying's honor?" After saying that, 4 generations Lei activated the lightning escape chakra mode to its limit. The lightning escape chakra mode on his body instantly expanded. At the same time, all the muscles on his body expanded, and his hair stood up like a hedgehog. Without a doubt, 4 generations Lei Ying's killing intent had been completely aroused. Boom, in a flash of lightning that could not be seen clearly, 4 generations Lei Ying, who was in the extreme lightning escape chakra mode, punched the dark red Susanoo of the Danzo. Crack, a crack appeared on the sturdy outer armor of the Susanoo. Danzo, who was inside the Susanoo, was a little taken aback by this. Boom, but before the Danzo could activate the Susanoo to launch a counterattack, 4 generations Lei Ying's figure suddenly disappeared, and then immediately flashed behind the Susanoo, launching another fierce attack. As soon as the Danzo turned around, 4 generations Lei Ying's figure disappeared again. Boom, then, another roar echoed in the ears of the Danzo. And in this sound of heavy attacks, 4 generations Lei Ying, who had raised his speed to the limit, launched a round of fierce attacks around the huge Susanoo as if he could teleport. Through this continuous fierce attack, he was looking for the flaws of the Susanoo. From this side, it looked like a lightning was constantly lingering around the Susanoo, and every time the lightning flashed, there would be a conspicuous crack on the Susanoo. The face of the Danzo, who was under fierce attack, was slightly gloomy at this moment, but his pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan eyes were still shining with a strange brilliance, with a relaxed and playful look. Suddenly, 4 generations Lei Ying found a flaw under the ribs of the Susanoo, and immediately shouted without hesitation, "Thunder Abuse Water Level Chio Dance." 4 generations Lei Ying's full strength slashed the ribs of the Susanoo, causing the huge Susanoo to stagger. Kacha kacha. In an instant, a large area under the ribs of the Susanoo shattered. Whoosh. At this moment, with a whistling sound, the 8 tails Jinchuriki in the distance quietly entered the tailed beast state and shot out a Bijuu Bujutsu that had been brewing for a long time, hitting the ribs of Shimura Danzo Susanoo accurately. Boom. 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 After being hit by this tailed beast Jade, the Susanoo, whose body was already full of cracks, could no longer support it and exploded in a huge explosion. Whoosh! Without waiting for the smoke to disperse, a Cloud Jonin holding a chakra sword launched the body flicker technique and attacked the Danzo who had lost the protection of the Susanoo. Without the slightest hesitation, the chakra sword in the hand of the Cloud Jonin fiercely slashed toward the Danzo. Did it work? Beautiful. Quickly cut him down. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Cloud ninjas immediately applauded. However, just as the chakra sword was about to cut the head of the Danzo, less than a centimeter away from the tip of the Danzo's nose, the chakra sword suddenly stopped. The Cloud ninjas were taken aback, and when they looked carefully, they saw that the Cloud Jonin holding the sword had blue veins bulging on his arms, and his face was also gritting his teeth, as if he had used all his strength, but the sword in his hand was unable to cut down, as if there was an invisible barrier separating him from the Danzo. At this time, the Danzo retracted the Genjutsu and stretched out his right hand. In an instant, countless wildly growing trees swarmed out from his right hand, and fiercely pierced through the Kumo Jonin who was under the control of the Genjutsu and was unable to cut down the sword in his hand. The impact sent the Jonin flying away like a piece of rag. With a smile, the Danzo's eyes narrowed, and a new dark red Susanoo appeared in front of everyone, and the moment it appeared, the Susanoo grabbed the Yondaime Laying who had just used his full strength. Big brother! Not far away, the Hachibi's Jinchuriki exclaimed. Whoosh! At this time, countless trees rose from the ground, firmly imprisoning the tailed beast in place. Standing in the middle of the Susanoo, the Danzo glanced at the Yondaime Laying who was held in the Susanoo's hand, and then looked at the Hachibi's Jinchuriki who was trapped by his own wood release, and said with a smile, "The era of the 5 great shinobi villages will end in this old man's hands. The era of the gods has arrived, and this old man is the god of the shinobi world. How can Danzo be so strong?" Seeing the Yondaime Laying and the Hachibi's Jinchuriki who stood at the peak of the shinobi world being easily defeated by the Danzo, the Cloud ninjas were stunned, and their faces were full of disbelief. They never thought that their own AB and AB combination would be defeated in the hands of the Danzo. Just when the Cloud ninjas thought that a disaster was coming, a paper butterfly leisurely flew to the battlefield. Cough, cough, after being thrown out by Danzo's Susanoo, for generations Laying fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently while gasping for breath. Regarding the sudden departure of Danzo, for generations Laying was full of doubts, but he also felt afraid. If all the elite Cloud troops he led were killed here, the blow to Cloud Village would be immeasurable, and Cloud Village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, may even fall into decline. Whoosh! At this time, a group of Cloud ninjas immediately surrounded him. Laying-sama, are you okay? For generations Laying did not answer the concerned questions of his subordinates, but pushed aside the several Cloud ninjas blocking his view and locked his eyes on the paper butterfly fluttering in the battlefield. Big brother, are you okay? Why do you look like a fool? Hachibi's Jinchuriki also rushed over at this time and asked while humming a rap song. Listening to Hachibi's rap song, for generations Laying punched Hachibi, and then ordered all the Cloud ninjas, "Take the wounded, we will retreat immediately." Hachibi followed the gaze of 4 generations Laying and glanced at the paper butterfly that was gradually flying away, and asked, "What's wrong?" For generations Laying said with a solemn expression, "Danzo left so decisively, it means that someone is chasing him, and the strength of the other party must be very strong, stronger than us." Hachibi is also a smart person, and immediately responded, "So, Danzo didn't kill us just now because he wanted us to help him resist the pursuers and buy time for him to escape?" For generations Laying nodded with a gloomy face. Because he really can't think of any other reason that would make Danzo let them go so decisively, and the only thing that can make Danzo feel fear is either Amatsukami or Akatsuki. Amatsukami and the 5 great shinobi villages now have a preliminary cooperation relationship, so even if they meet, the two sides may not necessarily fight, so the one who is chasing Danzo is most likely a member of Akatsuki. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, a group of Cloud ninjas quickly cleaned the battlefield, and then quickly evacuated with all the wounded and dead. On the way back to the Land of Lightning, Hachibi said with lingering fear, "This time was really too thrilling. I didn't expect that Danzo not only has a pair of Sharingan that can use Susanoo, but also such a powerful wood release." Even if I used the power of the Hachibi, I still couldn't break free from the shackles of his wood release, it's simply too scary. Because of the use of wood release, Hachibi as a Jinchuriki can't use his full strength when facing Danzo, which makes him very afraid of Danzo. For generations Lei Ying, who has always been reckless, said with a rare self-reflection, I was too careless, and almost caused Cloud Village to fall into eternal damnation. Hachibi asked, what should we do now? After suppressing the unwillingness and anger in his heart, for generations Lei Ying said with a slightly dejected expression, that madman Danzo is no longer someone that our Cloud Village can deal with, we can only convene the Kage Assembly and gather the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages to deal with him together. After this battle, for generations Lei Ying, who is extremely confident in his own strength, also realized the strength of Danzo, and knows that only by gathering the power of the 5 Kage can they deal with Danzo. In the land of hot water. After passing through the land of Tian, Danzo still went all the way east and came to the land of hot water near the sea. In an open area, the galloping Danzo suddenly stopped and said, come out. At this time, Orochimaru walked out leisurely from behind a big tree not far away. TSK, Danzo, it seems that your current situation is not very good. Just from the appearance alone, Danzo's body is covered with blood at the moment, his robe is also torn, and even his breathing is a little disordered, completely in a panic, completely in line with the rumors that his soul has gone wrong and he is seriously injured. Danzo snorted coldly, Orochimaru, do you also want this old man's Sharingan? Orochimaru looked up and down at Danzo, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and said with a greedy look on his face, this body of yours is all made by me, isn't it natural to return it to me? Looking at the greed in Orochimaru's eyes, Danzo suddenly laughed, before you, do you know who has stopped this old man? Orochimaru said, I'm not interested in who those idiots are, but I do want to thank them for helping me consume so much of your chakra, saving me a lot of trouble. At this time, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eyes suddenly rotated. How, almost at the moment when Danzo launched the power of the eyes, Orochimaru was surprised to find that he could not move. Danzo walked in front of Orochimaru with a gloomy face and said, Orochimaru, how dare you appear in front of this old man like this, the real stupid one is actually you. Orochimaru's expression was stiff. It seemed that he still didn't believe that Danzo could easily subdue him with just a look. Speaking of this old man, I really want to thank you, if it weren't for your tricks in the ritual, this old man would not have the power I have now. After a pause, Danzo continued, you are obviously a very good chess piece, what a pity. After saying that, Danzo launched the Susanoo. Soon, the dark red Susanoo grabbed Orochimaru who was trapped in the Genjutsu and couldn't move, and the blood mist that permeated around Susanoo also enveloped Orochimaru's body. The body of Orochimaru who was enveloped by the blood mist immediately melted, the great pain made him as one of the Sannin couldn't help but cry out loud. Listening to Orochimaru's painful wails, Danzo seemed to be enjoying a beautiful piece of music, closing his eyes and enjoying it with a ferocious and satisfied expression on his face. After a while, Orochimaru completely melted in the hands of Danzo's Susanoo. At this time, Danzo turned his head to the east, he went all the way east, through the land of iron, the land of field, and the land of hot water. His purpose was to go to the land of water across the sea. He is in urgent need of a safe foothold, and the lonely mist village is obviously a good target. First, the Mist Village was once controlled by Akatsuki, so the Mist Village is certainly not the territory of Amatsukami, otherwise, the Akatsuki that controls the Mist Village would have already discovered it, and they wouldn't be looking for Amatsukami all over the shinobi world. Second, the Mist Village hates the Akatsuki that played with them, so the Mist Village is one of the best places to hide from the Akatsuki. Third, the Mist Village is isolated in the sea, and the news is relatively backward, so they shouldn't know about his killing along the way, so as long as he pretends that there is a problem with his soul, and the boiling release ninja in his body takes control of his body, he will have a great chance to get close to the 4 generations Mizukage, and use the Genjutsu to control the 4 generations Mizukage. Just like the Akatsuki before, he can secretly turn the Mist Village into his own territory. Danzo activated the swift release and walked on the waves of the vast sea. His speed was extremely fast, and in less than half a day, he easily crossed the land of whirlpools located in the southeast of the land of hot water and completely entered the boundless sea. At this time, he has gotten rid of all the pursuers, even the paper butterfly that has been following him from a distance was cleverly thrown off by him in the land of hot water. Not only that, but with his rich experience, he also divided two shadow clones, one went north into the land of the moon, and the other went south into the land of fire, one in the light and one in the dark. He forged his tracks to confuse the pursuers. Even with so many means arranged, he didn't slow down in the slightest when crossing the sea, he still maintained the swift release at full speed without any regard for the consumption of chakra. Looking down from the sky, he looked like an invisible longsword slashing at the surface of the sea, leaving behind a thin line of water on the surface of the sea, leaving behind a thin wave. The reason for this is because time is the key to everything. Danzo must hurry up and get in touch with the 4 generations Mizuki before the news of his killing spread to the Mist Village. He must use the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to control the Mist Village's 4 generations Mizuki, making the Mist Village the only isolated and relatively isolated village out of the 5 great shinobi villages is his temporary shelter. One must know that in the previous battles, although he defeated the 6 paths of pain of the Akatsuki organization, the hundreds of shinobi of the Kusanagakure village, the AB combination of Kumo, and Orochimaru, but his own consumption is not small, especially when facing the 6 paths of pain. He used all his means to deal with the other 5 paths except for the Tendo, so he currently needs a safe hiding place to recover. In addition, the efficiency of collecting information is too low for him to be alone, so he also needs a channel to collect information about Amatsukami, and the Mist Village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, is obviously the best choice. As long as he can secretly control the 4 generations Mizuki, then all the shinobi of the Mist Village will become his eyes and ears to gather information for him. As for whether or not he could control the 4 generations Mizuki with the perfect Jinchuriki, Danzo wasn't worried at all. Through the previous fight with Orochimaru, or, to be more precise, through the fight with Orochimaru, Danzo has deeply realized how powerful the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets is. Coupled with his wood release, the Jinchuriki is nothing but a toy in his eyes. After a long time, an archipelago appeared before the Danzo's eyes. Seeing the archipelago means that they are about to reach the land of water, which is separated from the shinobi continent by the sea, so the Danzo immediately slowed down and quietly passed the small islands guarded by the mist ninjas. He can't reveal his whereabouts yet, because no one can guarantee that there are no spies from other forces among the mist ninjas guarding the island, so he can't stay here any longer. He has to go directly to the Mist Village and directly contact the Mist Village's higher-ups. And the excuse to contact the Mist Village's higher-ups is also ready-made. Among the 5 Kekai Genkai that Danzo fused with, one of them is a boil-release Kekai Genkai from the Mist Village. In order to secretly control the Mist Village, Danzo has already begun to make arrangements. He deliberately announced that something went wrong during the ritual, that there are major hidden dangers in his soul, and that his body may be controlled by other souls at any time. After a month or 2 of fermentation, Danzo believes that the Mist Village must have already heard of this rumor. Therefore, he only needs to pretend that the will of the boil-release Kekai Genkai is controlling his body, and there is a great chance that he can meet the 4 generations Mizuki. Of this, Danzo is confident. He is sure that no village can resist the temptation of a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, especially this kind of Manjikyu Sharingan that is almost at his fingertips. Not long after, with the help of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Danzo successfully avoided the Mist Village's patrols and sneaked all the way to the Mist Village. When he reached the Mizuki building, he closed the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets and revealed himself. Who is it? The sudden appearance of Shimura Danzo surprised a group of mist ninjas guarding the Mizuki building. No one thought that someone could sneak in here without a sound. Danzo covered his chest and pretended to be injured while shouting hoarsely, "It's me, I'm Kiko Susumu, I have important news to report to Mizuki-sama, quick, take me to Mizuki-sama." In the land of Long Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, with a burst of wind, several figures landed on the battlefield where Danzo and 6 paths of pain were fighting. Hey, I remember there should be a mountain here, right? Yeah, I also remember that there was a mountain here. Could it be that the entire mountain collapsed? What happened here? Who did it? Looking at the unrecognizable scene in front of them, the ninjas wearing the rock protector looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with disbelief. At this time, the captain of the scouting team ordered, "Don't just stare blankly, immediately check the battlefield and collect information. I have a hunch that something big is going to happen in the shinobi world. We must report the situation here to the village as soon as possible." Yes. After the several rock ninjas responded, they immediately dispersed to various parts of the battlefield and carefully inspected the battlefield. The same thing happened on the battlefield where Danzo and Kusanagakure shinobi fought, as well as on the battlefield where Danzo and Kumo's AB fought. All kinds of ninjas were traveling back and forth on these battlefields, collecting and delivering all kinds of information. Among them were the elite Umbu who were responsible for collecting information from the 5 great ninja villages, as well as the scouting ninjas from Kusanagakure, Takanobi, and other small and large mercenary organizations, as well as various intelligence dealers in the black market. In this short day, on every battlefield in the land of Long, the land of Iron, the land of Field, and the land of Hot Water, there were several groups of ninjas busily collecting information at every moment. Coincidentally, there were even 2 or 3 villages reconnaissance teams bumping into each other, but everyone had a tacit understanding and just collected their own information, and they lived in harmony with each other. And with the work of these investigative ninjas belonging to various shinobi villages and organizations, the results of Danzo's trip to the east were also pieced together. Looking at this terrible record, no matter which side the scouting ninjas were aware of the seriousness of the problem. Therefore, the news of Shimura Danzo's massacre of the Akatsuki, Kusanagi, and Kumo spread like wildfire in the shinobi world. Mist Village, inside the Mizukage building. Drip, drip, Shimura Danzo, who was following behind the 2 Umbu members of the Mist Village, was constantly dripping with blood. As he walked, his blood flowed along with him. At this time, one of the Umbu members looked back at Danzo and saw that Danzo's wounds were open, and his body was covered in blood. The Umbu member of the Mist Village felt a little less vigilant and asked casually, "Do you need me to bandage you first?" Danzo shook his head and said weakly, "Don't delay, I don't know how long I can hold on. If Danzo recovers, things will become troublesome. It's more important to see Mizukage-sama first." "All right." The Umbu member of the Mist Village didn't say anything else. It didn't take long for them to come to the underground palace under the Mizukage building. After taking Danzo to a secret room, the Umbu member of the Mist Village said, "You stay here, we have already sent someone to report to Mizukage-sama. I think Mizukage-sama will come to see you soon." Danzo nodded silently. Next to the secret room where Danzo was located, Mei, Aojirai, and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki of the Mist Village were observing Danzo through a special one-way glass. Mei frowned and asked, "Do you think he is that Susumu Kiko?" Natsutsuki Kiko is the name of the boiling release Kekiai Genkai of the Mist Village that was fused with Shimura Danzo in the ritual. However, because Natsutsuki Kiko is very rebellious and has very little contact with the village, coupled with the frequent rebellions in the Mist Village in recent years, the internal management of the village is in chaos, so there is no detailed file on Natsutsuki Kiko in the village. The Umbu members of the Mist Village were not familiar with Susumu Kiko. Even Mei, who also has the boiling release, had only seen Susumu Kiko before, so they didn't have any friendship with him. If this happened in other villages, it might be a little strange. However, in the Hidden Fog Village, which had the title of Blood Mist Village, it was normal. In fact, even now, there are still many solitary ninjas in the Mist Village. They rarely have any contact with the village, and some of them have even remained in a state of being uncontactable for a long time. Of course, it was also because of this that the Danzo's route targeted Susumu Kiko, because this kind of lone target was the easiest to strike. Ching said, "There are indeed related rumors outside." Danzo's soul seemed to have a problem during the ritual. The souls that were integrated into his body would compete with each other for control of the body. Mei Ming shook her head, "Even so, I still feel that something is wrong." He sneaked into the village at this time and threatened to meet 4 generations. "It's too suspicious." One of the Mist elites on the side chuckled and said, "This guy is already injured to this extent, what's there to worry about? Even if the soul controlling his body is Danzo, the one who should be worried should be him." "Humph, this is the Hidden Fog Village, where does he think it is? Since he's here, we have the final say." Mei glanced at Ching and asked, "Are the injuries on his body real?" Ching nodded, "I have checked with the Byakugan before. The wounds on his body are real, and the one on his chest is a penetrating wound. It's very serious. Mei pondered for a moment. I remember that the injuries on his body should be from the encounter with the Mayambu, right? Penetrating wound. This reminds me of a ninjutsu. Speaking of this, Mei and Qing looked at each other, and then both of them said in unison, Chidori. Yu Gao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, don't forget, he has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Listening to Yu Gao's words, all the leaders of the Mist Village frowned. Because the Mizukage of 4 generations was controlled by the Manjikyu Sharingan, the Mist Village was extremely afraid of the Manjikyu Sharingan. So even if Danzo was injured, as long as he had a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, the Mist Village had to be careful. Suddenly, an Umbu member of the Mist Village came to the room and said to the leaders of the Mist Village, Mizukage-sama already knows. Mei Ming asked, what does 4 generations want to do with him? The Umbu member quickly replied, Mizukage-sama decided to meet him in person and listen to his secret. What? Mei Ming was stunned for a moment, and then immediately wondered, why does 4 generations want to meet him in person? Isn't this too risky? Let us interrogate him, we can also pry open his mouth. Aojirai narrowed her eyes and asked, 4 generations wants to meet him alone? The Umbu member nodded, yes. Aojirai then asked, is he going to meet him here? The Umbu member shook his head and said, Mizukage-sama wants to meet him on Tadu Island. Soon, after disguising himself, Danzo was secretly escorted out of the Mist Village by a team of Umbu members and rushed to the Tadu Island located in the southwest of the Land of Water. On the way, Danzo asked the Umbu member who was escorting him, where are we going? The Umbu member said fiercely, shut up, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, just follow us obediently. Danzo's face turned cold, and immediately activated the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, using Genjutsu to instantly control the 4 Umbu members who were escorting him, and asked again, speak, where are we going? The Umbu leader replied with a dull expression, we are going to Tadu Island, Mizukage-sama is waiting to meet you there. Tadu Island? After a pause, Danzo asked again, why does Mizukage-sama want to meet me on Tadu Island? The Umbu leader replied, because Mizukage-sama is now on Tadu Island. Danzo didn't doubt him, and immediately lifted the Genjutsu. The 4 Umbu members who escorted Danzo didn't realize that they were under the Genjutsu, and silently escorted Danzo to Tadu Island. After a long time, Danzo set foot on Tadu Island. Soon, Danzo found that the entire island was heavily guarded, and he saw hundreds of mist ninjas, and there were many patrolling ships on the surrounding sea. Obviously, this is a military fortress of the Mist Village. Seeing this scene, Danzo wasn't worried, but happy. In his opinion, the more cautious the Mist Village is, the greater his chances of success will be. All the way to the center of the island, the Umbu leader pointed to a dark passage deep in the ground in front of him and said, Mizukage-sama is inside. Danzo nodded, and then quickly stepped into the dark passage. He wasn't worried that there would be any traps here, or rather, he didn't put the Mist Village in his eyes at all, even if the Mist Village really set up some traps here, for him, it's just a killing spree. After a moment, when Danzo reached the end of the passage, a short figure appeared in front of him. This person is the Mist Village's 4 generations Mizukage-sama Yagura. The Mist Village is mine. Looking at the 4 generations Mizukage-sama not far away, Danzo smiled playfully. Pitter-patter-patter, the rain curtain covered the whole world, and in this thick mist, the entire Mist Village was looming, making it seem unreal. Suddenly, a gray gull flew through the rain curtain like an arrow and landed on the Mizukage building. The ninja of the Mist Village quickly removed the scroll from the gull's leg and rushed to Mei, who was guarding the Mizukage building, and presented the urgent report from the shinobi continent to her. After undoing the seal on the scroll, Mei Ming took a quick glance and her expression changed drastically. She said to Qing, who was standing by the side, quickly gather the people. We must hurry to Bird Fairy Island immediately. Aojirai was puzzled, what's wrong? Mei's face was as cold as ice, I'm afraid that Danzo is playing us. That guy isn't desperate at all, he is now a complete monster. The leader of Akatsuki and the AB group of Kumo were defeated by him one after another. This time he came to the Mist Village, it's very likely that he has ideas about 4 generations. Aojirai took the report handed over by Mei and looked at it with an embarrassed expression, damn it, we must not let him succeed. The fact that the Mizukage, the head of the village, was secretly manipulated by Akatsuki and reduced to a puppet is already a great shame for the Mist Village. If Danzo does the same thing again, then the dignity of the Mist Village will really be trampled into the mud. Tododo Island, Underground Palace. The dark environment didn't hinder Danzo's sharp eyes. He glanced at the 4 generations Mizukage standing quietly in the deepest part of the underground palace, and confirmed the identity of the other party from the 3-tailed chakra that was coming out of the other party's body. You dare to meet me alone, should I say that you are stupid, or should I say that you are arrogant? The so-called Mizukage is this kind of trash, no wonder he became a puppet of Akatsuki. Danzo couldn't help but show a look of disdain on his face. He thought that there would be some twists and turns in the process of meeting the 4 generations Mizukage. After all, the Mist Village has suffered such a big loss, so it's impossible for the 4 generations Mizukage to not guard against the Manjikyu Sharingan. However, he had never thought that things would go so smoothly and that he would be able to meet the person in question so easily. And thinking that as long as he controls the 4 generations Mizukage in front of him, then the Kiri village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, will fall into his hands. Danzo was in a good mood and walked over, and the black pupils in his eyes turned scarlet. For generations Mizukage Goji Yugura suddenly asked, is this the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The Danzo's expression froze, and he stopped in his tracks. He knows that the Sharingan in his eye sockets is extraordinary, surpassing the level of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and is only 1 step away from the Rinnegan, which is known as the Sage's Eye, but he doesn't know that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is also a top secret within the Uchiha clan. So this pair of eyes is called the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. With an inexhaustible pupil power, the prefix eternal is just right. After a pause, Danzo asked, what else do you know about the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? Speak. At this moment, a voice came from the shadows of the underground palace. Yes, this is the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. It turns out that 4 generations Mizukage Goji Yugura didn't speak to Danzo from the beginning to the end. The person he just asked was the person hiding in the shadows, and after getting a reply from the other party, Yugura slightly bowed and asked, do you need me to stay and assist you? At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard in the quiet underground palace. Very soon, a figure wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a flame-patterned mask walked out from the shadows. He said calmly, there's no need for that. You may leave. For generations Mizukage Goji Yugura quickly saluted the figure, and then disappeared from the dark underground palace. Homasubi. How come you are here? After seeing the figure walking out of the shadows, Danzo was taken aback. There is no doubt that the person who appeared in the underground palace is none other than Hyojin. He sneered and said mockingly, the one who should be surprised is me. I really didn't expect that you would fall into my hands. Hyojin wasn't lying. When he received the message from Yugura in the air fortress, he was really surprised. He didn't expect that Danzo would fall into his hands. But now that he knows the exact whereabouts of Danzo, he naturally won't let go of this heaven-sent opportunity. Therefore, he ordered Yugura to lead Danzo to this remote island, while preparing to kill Danzo and retrieve the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Danzo suddenly understood, so, it turns out that Amatsukami has secretly controlled the Mist Village. The appearance of Homasubi, and the respectful attitude of 4 generations Mizukage towards Homasubi, all indicate that the Mist Village has probably become a puppet of Amatsukami. Then, Danzo frowned, but how did you do it? This old man has already sensed that 4 generations Mizukage chakra is normal. There is no sign of him being controlled by Jinjutsu at all. Hyojin lightly said, why would a dead man know such things? As soon as Hyojin's voice fell, 2 figures walked out of the shadows on both sides. These 2 figures were also wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a flame-pattern mask. 3 Homasubi. You. Looking at the 2 Homasubi from Amatsukami, Danzo was shocked. Like everyone else, he always thought that there were only 2 Homasubi in Amatsukami, 1 male and 1 female. He didn't expect that there was a 3rd Homasubi hidden in Amatsukami, and according to the practice of Amatsukami, those who can become Homasubi should at least have a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. In other words, there are a total of 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in Amatsukami. This is really strange to Danzo. He even had the illusion that the Uchiha clan has already surrendered to Amatsukami. But soon, the shock on Danzo's face turned into ecstasy. he covered his eyes with his hands and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, great, this old man doesn't have to look for you all over the shinobi world. After saying that, the Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets flashed with a strange light. Without wasting any more time, Suijin instantly activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and activated his Susanoo Manjikyu. And as Hyojin activated his Susanoo, Jishui and Itachi also activated their respective Susanoo. Good, 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 this old man wants to see whose Susanoo is stronger. In an instant, a fierce chakra burst out of Danzo's body, followed by a dark red projection projected from his body, letting out a beast-like roar. Boom. Boom. Boom, the four tall and mighty Susanoo burst out almost at the same time, instantly squeezing through the dome of the underground palace and making a huge roar. In the splashing gravel and billowing smoke, Hyojin, Jishui, and Itachi tacitly arranged themselves into a triangular formation, using their respective Susanoo to surround the dark red Susanoo of Danzo in the center. In the ruins of the underground palace, the four Susanoo were different from each other. Hyojin's golden flame Susanoo was holding a flaming long sword, surrounded by dazzling golden flames. From a distance, it looked like a majestic god of fire. Jishui's Yagami Susanoo was emerald green, holding the fire-red artifact Yagami mirror in its left hand, calm and reserved. Itachi's Susanoo was orange, holding a fire-engulfing artifact gourd in its right hand, and its eyes were glowing with divine light, looking majestic and extraordinary. Compared to the three orthodox Susanoo of Homasubi, Danzo's demon Susanoo didn't look like a god, but more like a demon that crawled out of hell. It had sharp claws and fangs, and it was standing on all fours like a beast. Its body was a size larger than the other three Susanoo, and its whole body was filled with a terrifying blood mist that could melt rocks and plants, giving people a chilling feeling. Its killing intent and violence were completely unconcealed, almost overflowing. Boom, suddenly, a burst of thunder sounded in the sky, followed by dark clouds and howling winds. This was the case in the country of water. The weather changed without warning. A moment ago, the sky was clear, but in the next moment, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered the sky. As the lightning flashed and the sky gradually darkened, the atmosphere on the island became even more gloomy and oppressive, making it hard for people to breathe. Obviously, an unprecedented Susanoo war in the shinobi world is about to break out. It's a pity that when Yagura left the underground palace before, he followed Hyojin's orders and withdrew all the mist ninjas on the island and in the nearby area, so there was no audience for this rare Susanoo battle. In the field. Despite being surrounded by three Susanoo, Danzo showed no signs of fear. Instead, he laughed wildly. Fools, you think you're hunting this old man, but this old man is actually hunting you. Flame demon? Humph, from today onwards, Amatsukami Sanyanmo will be removed from the shinobi world, and this old man will step on your bones to reach the peak of the shinobi world. After defeating Nagato's 6 paths of pain, Kusanagakure's hundreds of shinobi, Humo's AB and AB, as well as Orochimaru, Danzo's confidence in his own strength has reached the peak. Although he hasn't obtained the Rinnegan yet, at this time, he doesn't put the 3 flame demons in front of him in his eyes. He firmly believes that he is the strongest person in the shinobi world, and that he will definitely inform the shinobi world in the future. Something's wrong. How did this guy's chakra become so terrifying? Hyojin can ignore Danzo's madness, but he can't ignore the terrifying chakra on Danzo's body. Whether it is the pupillary power displayed by the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets or the sharp increase in chakra around his body, Danzo's strength is far beyond that of the previous battle in the lava cave. It can even be said that they are two different people. Therefore, although Hyojin doesn't know the series of dazzling achievements of Danzo, but in his heart, his vigilance towards Danzo has been secretly raised by several levels. Jishui and Itachi are both experienced ninjas. Seeing the terrifying power of Danzo, they didn't underestimate the enemy even though they have the advantage in numbers, nor did they become arrogant because of the artifact in their hands. Both of them secretly raised their vigilance like Hyojin. Pitter-patter-patter, at this moment, a dense drizzle fell from the gloomy sky. The falling rain seemed to be a signal, and the 4 Susanoo almost moved at the same time. Shimura Danzo's Susanoo demon was the largest of the 3, and it had an obvious advantage in speed and strength. It slammed its thick palms on the ground. Boom, amidst the roar, the whole island seemed to tremble, and the ground in front of Shimura Danzo was completely overturned under the heavy impact. At this time, the demon Susanoo of Danzo picked up the 10-meter-long boulder and smashed it hard at Itachi's Susanoo of 10 punches on its left. Whoosh, the boulder, which was more than 10 meters long and looked like a 3-story building, flew towards Itachi's Susanoo of 10 punches, the smallest of the 4 Susanoo. Clang. Because of saving the pupil power, Itachi rarely used Susanoo, so he was not proficient in the use of Susanoo. He was a little slow and failed to avoid the flying boulder. The Susanoo of 10 punches was smashed by the boulder, and the whole Susanoo of 10 punches flew out fiercely, plowing a gully several meters deep on the ground. Taking advantage of this gap, Danzo immediately urged the demon Susanoo, which was on all fours like a beast, to pounce on Jishui's Susanoo of 8 punches on the other side. While flying, Danzo, who was in the diamond-shaped area between the demon Susanoo's eyebrows, shouted, "Uchiha Jishui, this old man was right, you are a member of Amatsukami. Jishui's Susanoo was not a secret in my village, so as soon as Jishui used Susanoo, Danzo immediately recognized Jishui's identity." Jishui did not talk nonsense with Danzo, and immediately raised the artifact Yada no Kagami to meet it. Boom, another violent roar exploded on the island, the 2 Susanoo violently collided, smashing a large pit 7 or 8 meters deep on the ground. In the tremor, the cracks on the edge of the pit continued to spread around, and in a moment, these cracks were like a spider web, almost covering the entire island. At the same time, the demon Susanoo, who had hit the artifact Yada no Kagami, was sent flying. Its huge body kept rolling on the ground, plowing deep ditches, and raising the forest on the island to the ground. Naturally, Jishui did not have it easy either. The strength of the demon Susanoo of Shimizu is incredible, even the golden flame Susanoo of Hyuga Shimizu is no match for it, so even though Shursui has the artifact Yada no Kagami, he still felt very strenuous to block this blow. Under the impact of the opponent's attack, his Yada no Susanoo was forced to take several steps back and finally leaned on the ground, knocking down a large number of trees and smashing a large pit in the ground. So strong. For a moment, this was the only thought in Jishui's mind. Danzo's demon Susanoo was the real complete Susanoo, whether it was size, speed, strength, or flexibility, it crushed the ordinary Susanoo. Although Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan's pupillary power would not dry up because of the transplanted Hashirama cells, but in his eye sockets, it was only Manjikyu Sharingan, not eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. So no matter how much pupillary power he used, he could only upgrade Susanoo to a level close to the complete Susanoo, but he could not become the real, complete Susanoo. Therefore, in the battle with Danzo's demon Susanoo, whether it was him or Itachi, they were at a great disadvantage. And his advantage over Itachi was that his artifact Yada no Kagami was a defensive type and could be used in battle, while Itachi's artifact Totsuken was an offensive type. Because Hyojin still needed the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets, Itachi could not seal Danzo into Totsuken at all. Boom, after hitting a raised steep slope, demon Susanoo, who was fiercely bounced back by Yada no Kagami, barely managed to control his body. Danzo, who was dizzy from the recoil, was quite surprised. He knew something about Itachi's artifact Totsuken. After all, during the Battle of My Village, Itachi used Totsuken to seal obsidian once, but he didn't know anything about Jishui's artifact Yada no Kagami, so he mistakenly thought that this recoil ability was the special ability of Jishui's Susanoo, so he was a little afraid of Jishui's Yada no Kagami. Go to hell. At this time, accompanied by a whistling sound, Hyojin's golden flame Susanoo broke through the curtain of rain, like a god descending to earth. He waved the long flame sword in his hand and slashed at Danzo's demon Susanoo. Danzo, who had just been bounced back by Yada no Kagami, had no way to avoid, so he had to raise his arms to block. Boom, in an instant, the dazzling fiery longsword chopped down on the arms of the Danzo demon Susanoo. The speed and flexibility shown by Danzo really scared Hyojin. This degree of control of Susanoo was something that even he couldn't match. If Jishui didn't have the artifact Yada no Kagami, he would have been easily knocked away by Danzo like Itachi. Therefore, he didn't hold back and used all his strength. Therefore, the flaming sword quickly cut through Demon Susanoo's left arm and cut into his chest. While the huge impact acted on the Demon Susanoo, it also acted on the ground under the Demon Susanoo. Suddenly, with Danzo's Demon Susanoo as the center, cracks spread in all directions and intertwined with the cracks on the ground before. Boom, another clap of thunder resounded through the sky. Damn it! In the rain curtain of lightning and thunder, Danzo was also ruthless. Not only did he wave the remaining right arm of Demon Susanoo to grab Hyojin's golden flame Susanoo, he even urged Demon Susanoo to bite and tear Hyojin's golden flame Susanoo with his sharp fangs. He knew very well that only the golden flame Susanoo, which was also a complete form Susanoo, was his strong opponent, so he tried to get rid of Itachi and Jishui first, and then fight with Hyojin one-on-one. However, he didn't expect Jishui to have the artifact Yada no Kagami, so his rhythm was interrupted. Rumble, the two complete form Susanoo wrestled with each other, causing the whole island to shake, and the cracks on the ground became deeper and more numerous. The surrounding waves surged violently crashing against the small island, making the entire island look like it was on the verge of collapse. Itachi and Jishui, who got a chance to breathe, also joined the battle. With Hyojin's golden flame Susanoo in the front, Itachi's 10 punches Susanoo and Jishui's Yada no Kagami Susanoo also had room to play. Each Susanoo is a symbol of invincibility in the shinobi world, and just imagine how earth-shattering it would be if 4 Susanoo were to fight each other. On the small island, whether it was the buildings, trees, or rocks, everything was wiped out in the battle between the 4 Susanoo, and even the island itself was in the process of collapsing. After a while, all 4 Susanoo had lost their previous magical power, each of them was dim and damaged. Among them, the most seriously damaged was Danzo's demon Susanoo. It was almost cut into pieces by the other 3-foot Susanoo, its arms and legs were either cut off or torn off. In such an adverse situation, Danzo showed a fierce expression and roared, "Today, this old man will let you Uchiha see the true power of the Sharingan." After roaring, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets rotated rapidly while flashing with a strange brilliance. Mitsuki. With the eruption of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Danzo activated the Manjikyu pupil technique that he had been hiding for a long time. In an instant, the blood mist around the demon Susanoo suddenly soared, and then converged in the air into a bloody river filled with the aura of the underworld. Hyojin, who was at the front, realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated, but his golden flame Susanoo was still grazed by the Danzo's bloody river, and his entire left arm and half of his left shoulder were turned into nothingness. Hyojin was shocked and quickly warned Jishui and Itachi, "Everyone be careful." Hearing Hyojin's warning, Jishui and Itachi quickly retreated. At this time, Danzo, who was surrounded by the blood-red sticks, laughed and said, "Do you see this? This blood that can dissolve everything is the real sticks that my Sharingan used to communicate with the Mitsutsu River in Underworld. Ha ha ha, Uchiha's kaleidoscopes, I'm afraid you would never expect such a day to come." Laughing unscrupulously, Danzo activated his pupil technique and launched an attack. In the heavy rain, the river Styx floated in the air like a bloody ribbon, quickly sweeping toward Hyojin, Jishui, and Itachi. Susanoo. Seeing that the river Styx of the Mitsutsuka was rushing towards him, there was no way to avoid it, so Kuroto had no choice but to use the Manjikyu pupil technique. In an instant, his golden flame Susanoo was wrapped in a thick layer of golden flame armor, and an arm stretched out from both sides of his ribs, a total of 4 arms and 4 swords, and his whole body was shining with golden light. Amaterasu. Itachi knew that his Susanoo couldn't avoid the Danzo's bloody river Styx, so he also used the Manjikyu pupil technique. In an instant, a circle of black flames appeared in the rain, surrounding Itachi's Susanoo in the center. Yada no Kagami. Jishui quickly retreated while protecting the Yada no Kagami in front of him. The Styx was like a blood-colored ribbon floating in the air. Not only was it extremely fast, but its trajectory was also extremely erratic, completely unpredictable. No matter what it touched along the way, whether it was a rock or a tree, everything turned into nothingness in an instant, as if it never existed. Even the rain in the air and the soil on the ground couldn't be spared. In the face of such a terrifying and powerful Manjikyu jutsu of the Danzo, Hyojin, Jishui, and Itachi each used their own means, either using pupillary jutsu or activating their artifact. On Hyojin's side, after activating the Manjikyu jutsu Susanoo, Kuroto immediately activated the golden flame Susanoo, inserting the 4 flame swords in his 4 arms into the ground, and then fully activated the golden flames, making the entire golden flame Susanoo look like a huge golden torch wrapped in golden flames. Itachi also activated Amaterasu, using the black flames to protect himself. Jishui didn't have the ability to resist the Danzo's Mitsutsukawa's pupillary jutsu, so he had to fully activate the artifact Yada no Kagami and hid his own Susanoo behind the artifact. In the blink of an eye, the blood sticks floated through the rain and swept towards Hyojin's trio. Hyojin, who was at the forefront, was naturally the first to be swept by the blood sticks. The blood in the blood sticks and the dazzling golden flames of Hyojin's golden flame Susanoo instantly overlapped with each other, making a harsh poochie-poochie sound. In an instant, a pungent mist surged out amidst the ear-piercing sound. It spread in all directions, causing the gloomy island to have an indescribable hazy and illusory air. At the same time, one end of the blood stick swept in front of Itachi, making a large area of contact with the black flames that protected Itachi's 10 punches Susanoo. One is the blood sticks that can corrode everything, and the other is the inextinguishable black flames. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for these two things to encounter each other in the shinobi world, but the moment they encountered each other, a fierce battle of life and death broke out. The black flames spread crazily toward the Bloody Styx River, trying to burn the bloody water. The bloody water in the Styx River also corroded the black flames crazily, trying to dissolve the unyielding black flames. Both of them were unique existences. For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. After being delayed by Hyojin and Itachi for a while, the other end of the crimson sticks finally swept towards Jishui's Yada Susanoo, which was retreating rapidly. Jishui made a prompt decision and hurriedly used the divine artifact Yada no Kagami to block the blood-colored sticks that was sweeping towards him. Then, he pressed down and pressed the blood-colored sticks that was sweeping towards him to the ground. Pucci, the artifact Yada no Kagami, could block the crimson sticks, but the ground could not. Therefore, when Jishui pressed the crimson sticks that was sweeping towards him into the ground in front of him was instantly corroded into a bottomless pit. Kacha kacha. This bottomless pit seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. All kinds of cracks on the ground intertwined with each other at this moment, producing a chain effect, and the whole ground began to collapse. The huge shock caused the 4 Susanoo who were fighting on the island to become unstable at the same time, and they staggered a few steps. At this moment, whether it was Hyojin's side or Danzo who was being besieged, they all realized that the island seemed to be unable to withstand the destruction of the 4 Susanoo and was on the verge of collapse. But even so, neither side had any intention to stop or retreat. At this point, whether it was Hyojin or Danzo, neither of them could accept defeat. For them, only one side can leave this island alive today. Of course, that is if the island can hold on. Aha! Danzo clasped his hands together, his expression was distorted, and his saliva was splattering everywhere as he tried his best to activate the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. And under the full activation of his pupil power, the crimson sticks that was consumed in the golden and black flames was constantly replenished. As a result, this battle of 1 against 3 ended up in a stalemate as both sides consumed each other's energy. Frankly speaking, Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan technique Mitsuki no Kagami is very overbearing. It perfectly combines the elements of destruction, strangeness, and speed. If one is not vigilant in advance, even a Kage-level expert is likely to die in front of this Manjikyu Sharingan technique. But Hyojin and the others are not weaklings. The reason why they were temporarily suppressed by Danzo was not only because of the overbearing Mitsuki no Kagami, but also because Danzo's pupil power suppressed them. Although Hyojin's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is not inferior to Danzo's, but the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan implanted in this fire-release clone has neither the blessing of Hashirama cells, nor has it gone through the ritual. In terms of the strength of chakra, it is not a match for Danzo, who can almost be called a perfect ninja. Without the support of the powerful chakra, he is naturally at a disadvantage in the competition of pupil power. And Jishui and Itachi both have Manjikyu Sharingan. In terms of pupil power, they are inferior to Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. So even if Itachi has the overbearing Manjikyu Sharingan technique like Amaterasu, he is still suppressed by Danzo. The fierce confrontation of pupil power is still going on, but the island under their feet is somewhat unable to hold on. Kacha, kacha, the sound of rocks cracking can be heard one after another on the island. The cracks on the ground are increasing in number and depth. Some are even directly connected to the sea, causing seawater to pour in. In the curtain of lightning and thunder, under the surging waves, the entire Tori Island is like a large ship that is about to capsize. struggling to hold on. And the bloody river Styx of Danzo is like an eraser, and Tori Island is like a painting on a canvas. In the stalemate, the bloody river Styx that is constantly rolling up and down is like an eraser randomly rubbing on the painting, erasing the existence of the island one by one. More and more seawater is pouring in, almost drowning 70 to 80% of the island. Many broken rocks on the island fall into the raging sea with a roar, disappearing without a trace, causing the area of the island to shrink rapidly. In such a harsh environment, Hyojin knows that he has to fight, so he gritted his teeth and at the same time, pulled out the 4 flaming swords that are guarding the surroundings to resist the bloody river Styx, and threw them one by one at Danzo's demon Susanoo that is not far away. At the same time, he also activated his golden flame Susanoo, at the cost of sacrificing half of his body, forcibly crossing the bloody river Styx and pouncing towards Danzo. Swish swish swish, accompanied by a burst of whistling sounds, 4 dazzling flaming swords cut through the rain one after another, slashing towards the Danzo's demon Susanoo in the distance. "Your Sharingan is mine," the Danzo shouted, and with a ferocious expression, he urged the demon Susanoo to meet it. Suijin is well aware of the power of the golden flame Susanoo, and he knows that even with the defensive power of the demon Susanoo, if he is hit head-on, it won't be easy to deal with. But at this time, he could not help but covet Hyojin's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and his eye sockets had also been waiting for a long time. In any case, he could not allow himself to miss the opportunity to get the Rinnegan this time, so even if the 4 dazzling flaming swords rushed towards him, he still met them without hesitation. In an instant, the demon Susanoo swung his powerful forearm and forcefully slapped away the 2 flaming swords that were at the forefront of the group. Boom, boom, with 2 loud noises, the flaming swords that were slapped away swept out and hit the ground heavily, stirring up a large amount of gravel, causing the already crumbling island to become even more fragmented. Immediately after, the 3rd flaming sword directly drew an arc in the air. While breaking the rain, it also cut off the right arm of the Danzo's demon Susanoo. Finally, the 4th flaming sword whistled and pierced into the left chest of the Danzo's demon Susanoo. Roar, the demon Susanoo, whose chest was pierced by the flaming sword, suddenly burst out with a heart-wrenching roar that hurt people's eardrums. And at this time, Hyojin's golden flame Susanoo also flew over. Boom, at this moment, the sound of the collision of the 2 complete Susanoo and the sound of thunder in the air sounded at the same time. Under the curtain of lightning and thunder, the 2 behemoths once again engaged in the most primitive, most violent wrestle on this shattered island where seawater flowed in. At this time, the condition of the 2 Susanoo was extremely poor. Danzo's demon Susanoo's entire right arm had been severed, and his chest had been pierced by a fiery longsword, leaving a hole several meters wide. As for Hyojin's golden blaze Susanoo, half of his body had been melted away by the bloody waters of the river Styx, and he was in a wretched state of having his limbs severed. The 2 complete form Susanoo were already an arrow at the end of its flight, so after a few rounds of fighting, they were even more broken. Danzo seized the opportunity and abandoned his demon Susanoo. His body flashed, and he entered Hyojin's golden blaze Susanoo. Hyojin was shocked. He didn't expect Danzo to be so crazy, but his hands didn't slow down. He immediately used flame release, filling the interior of the Susanoo with dazzling golden flames. Whoosh, facing the boundless golden flames in front of him, a ruthless glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. Instead of retreating, he directly activated the rapid release and rushed towards Suijin while enduring the burning of the golden flames with a sharp whooshing sound. After grabbing Hyojin's neck with one hand, Danzo grinned and said, "There can only be one god in the ninja world, and that is this old man." Dark release? At the moment when Danzo grabbed his neck, Hyojin felt that the chakra in his body was leaking out uncontrollably, and he immediately understood that Danzo had used dark release to absorb the chakra. At this time, in the struggle, the mask on Hyojin's face also fell, revealing his immature face hidden under the mask. Looking at the face of Hyojin's fire release clone, Danzo was quite surprised. He frowned and said, "Younger than this old man expected, really not a simple Uchiha." In fact, Danzo has long felt that Homusubi of Amatsukami, who has been helping him to prepare for the Kekkei Genkai fusion ceremony, is not that old, but he didn't expect that the one he regarded as a mortal enemy is just a girl who looks only 16 or 17 years old. Hyojin, who was grabbed by the throat, gasped and said, "Cough, cough, are you surprised?" Danzo, who was still burned by the golden flames, narrowed his eyes and said, "Everything is no longer important, your eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is mine, and the ninja world is also mine." After saying that, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets flashed with a strange light. My pupil force. Suddenly, Hyojin's vision became blurred, and he couldn't see anything in front of him, and he felt that his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil force was rapidly fading away. Danzo suddenly laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha, how is it? This is also this old man's unique pupil technique. Your pupil force will soon belong to this old man." Danzo actually has a pupil technique that can extract pupil force from the air. This is completely out of everyone's expectation. Fortunately, when Danzo used this new pupil technique, whether it was the demon Susanoo, or the senjutsu that trapped Jishui and Itachi, all disappeared automatically. Obviously, Danzo can't maintain the other Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil force while extracting the pupil force. Flame. Yain Senpai. Without the entanglement of the blood sticks, Jishui and Itachi instantly urged their respective Susanoo to rush up, trying to rescue Hyojin, who was being extracted by Danzo. Danzo, who has been burned by the golden flame and has completely lost its human appearance, at this time, he opened his mouth and laughed. "No one can stop this old man from becoming a god." Accompanied by this presumptuous laughter, countless trees swarmed out from the ground. These would release that were as violent as Shimura. Danzo's mood immediately entangled Shishui and Itachi's Susanoo, trapping them in place, unable to move at all. How can Danzo's would release be so strong? Jishui was taken aback. After transplanting the Hashirama cells, he actually figured out some skills to use would release, but it's far from being as powerful as Danzo's would release. On the other side, Itachi couldn't care too much at this time. While releasing Amaterasu to burn the wood release that trapped him, he was preparing to use the artifact, Totsuken's sword, to seal Danzo and save Hyojin, who was being extracted by Danzo. Danzo seemed to have a premonition of something, and immediately grasped the void in the direction of Itachi with his empty left hand. He still didn't use the Sharingan pupil technique, but once again activated wood release, using wood release to wrap Itachi up. Because chakra and the pupil technique were being absorbed by Danzo at the same time, Hyojin's golden flame Susanoo collapsed little by little, and the golden flame that burned Danzo also slowly dissipated. While strangling Hyojin and using wood release to suppress Jishui and Itachi, Danzo looked up to the sky and roared like a winner, "The Rinnegan belongs to this old man. This old man will ascend to the top and become a god today." At this time, Hyojin, who was strangled by the neck, suddenly showed a smile and said in a very calm tone, "It seems that in this state, you really can't use the ability related to the Sharingan." Listening to Hyojin's words, Danzo was stunned for a moment. Danzo's ferocious face, which had been badly burned by the golden flames, suddenly flashed with a trace of doubt. After obtaining the power of omniscience that can distort the boundary between life and death, Danzo's intuition has become sharper and sharper, and it is precisely because of this keen intuition that he has been able to avoid several crises. After listening to Hyojin's words just now, he didn't know why, but a sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Facing the warning from his intuition, Danzo didn't ignore it. Instead, he carefully looked around the battlefield. However, the doubt on his face didn't disappear at all. Instead, it grew stronger. This was because at this moment on the battlefield, both Jishui and Itachi were trapped by the wood release. Although both of them used various methods to try and break through the wood release, it was obviously not something that could be done in a short time. As for Homasubi, who was being strangled by the neck and having his chakra and ocular powers extracted, he didn't even have the slightest resistance. He was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Where is this uneasiness coming from? Unable to find the reason, Danzo's uneasiness grew, and the doubt on his face became heavier. Everything on the battlefield was clearly under his control, and there was no possibility of the opponent turning the tables. Therefore, he didn't understand why his heart was filled with uneasiness. At this time, Danzo shifted his gaze to Hyojin's face and shouted hysterically, "Why aren't you afraid? Why aren't you afraid? Why aren't you willing to accept your fate?" "I never accept my fate. My fate is in my own hands." Hyojin, who was close to losing his sight, said in a calm tone as if he didn't care about his chakra and ocular powers being extracted. Danzo's burnt face suddenly twisted, and he snarled, "This time, you lost. It's your Amatsukami that lost. Do you know that even the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, was defeated by this old man? What makes you think you can compete with this old man? This old man has the strongest Sharingan, the strongest wood release, hell release, speed release, crystal release, boiling release, and mist release. This old man is invincible, and this old man will ascend to the peak of the shinobi world." The calmer Hyojin was, the more flustered Danzo felt. His hysterical roar didn't seem to be to make Hyojin yield, but to convince himself to resist the growing uneasiness in the depths of his heart. After confirming that he can't use any abilities related to the Sharingan, Hyojin chuckled, "Nagato will lose because he thinks that he is already a god, and I will win because I know that I am not a god yet." With that, Hyojin's head tilted and he lost consciousness. "You." Seeing this, Danzo was stunned for a moment. He vaguely felt that something has disappeared from Suijin's body, but because his Manjikyu Sharingan is currently absorbing the pupillary power of Suijin's Manjikyu Sharingan, all of his abilities are greatly limited, so he can't accurately determine what it is that disappeared from Suijin's body for a while. However, for some reason, when the flame devil in his hand lost consciousness, the uneasiness in his heart skyrocketed. A warning that came from his soul was frantically telling him to run. Run, boom. Boom. At this time, another rumble of thunder sounded in the gloomy sky. The rain became heavier and heavier, turning from a drizzle to a torrential downpour. Accompanied by the howling wind and the surging waves, it was a scene of doomsday. Standing on the broken island, Danzo held the unconscious Homasubi in his hand and shouted, "Even if the end of the world comes today, it will not be able to stop this old man." His reason was blinded by madness. He ignored the warning from his inner intuition and continued to greedily absorb the pupillary powers of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Homasubi's eye sockets. With the absorption of the pupillary powers, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets also changed. The original gear-shaped Manjikyu pattern gradually spread into a circle of Rinnegan lines, and the blood-like scarlet color also gradually faded. Soon, I will be able to obtain the legendary Sage's Eye. Feeling the evolution trend of the Sharingan in his eye sockets, Danzo was ecstatic. In a trance, he seemed to see the Rinnegan right in front of him. As long as he persisted a little longer, he would be able to obtain the Rinnegan, but at this moment, he suddenly felt an indescribably powerful chakra approaching him at a rapid speed, even faster than him who was using Hakushin at full strength. And the moment he sensed this chakra, his heart pounded violently, as if he had encountered a natural enemy, and his body instinctively reacted with fear. Whoosh, accompanied by a harsh whistling sound, a sapphire blue figure flew through the rain like a meteor. In just a blink of an eye, the figure that was still far away in the sky suddenly appeared behind Danzo, and without waiting for Danzo to react, the figure waved a black dagger and pierced through Danzo's body. Puff. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, then mechanically looked back, and after seeing the person who attacked him, his pupil suddenly shrank. "It's you, Hyojin." There is no doubt that the one who attacked Danzo was Hyojin, who was using the Yin release body. After confirming that during the absorption process, his fire clone and Danzo were unable to use any abilities related to the Sharingan, Hyojin decisively withdrew his spiritual body from the fire clone, and then returned to the Yin release body that was deployed not far away from Naruto Island, and activated the second backup plan. As Hyojin said before, he will win because he knows that he is not a god. So he will either not make a move, or once he makes a move, he will go all out like a lion, hunting a rabbit to ensure his victory. The Yin release body is not his final trump card. At this moment in the distant sky, the energy cannon of the Sky Fortress is charging and aiming at Naruto Island. If the Yin release body is unable to win, then the energy cannon in the Sky Fortress at 200% overload will completely erase the entire Naruto Island from the world in an instant. Because of this, Hyojin did not wear the Yama mask with the demon pattern on at this time. Staring at Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode, staring at Hyojin's eyes that seemed to contain the sun, moon, and stars, Danzo's hideous face was full of shock. "How could it be you? A mere cannon fodder of the Hyuga branch family, a poor worm who can't even control his own life and death, how could he be the leader of Amatsukami? First Sentai." Looking at Danzo's incredulous face, Hyojin chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, the founding of Amatsukami is related to you. If it wasn't for you forcing Nagato to rebel and trying to destroy Uchiha, I wouldn't have spent so much time and effort to establish Amatsukami. The reason Hyojin founded Amatsukami was to fight against Akatsuki. And the one who made the transition from Yahiko's era to Nagato's era was not Obsidian or Black Zetsu, but Danzo, who was the advisor of Mai. Danzo's face froze, and he was speechless. After learning that the leader of Amatsukami was Hyojin, he quickly recalled the history of Amatsukami and was surprised to find that Amatsukami was indeed using another method to protect the village against Akatsuki. How? How is this possible? How can the leader of Amatsukami be a Mai ninja? Danzo still couldn't believe that the leader of Amatsukami, 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 the leader of the Hyuga family, was actually a member of the Hyuga family. To him, this was simply too absurd. Hyojin curled his lips and said, "What made you think that the leader of Amatsukami is not a Mai ninja?" Danzo couldn't believe it. Amatsukami is a secret organization that can suppress Akatsuki. This old man has been searching for Yama for so many years, but there is no clue. How? How can it be you? How can you be a ninja from the village? If it wasn't for you acting on your own, plotting against Akatsuki and killing Yahiko, why would Nagato, the disciple of Jiraiya, hate Mai so much? The Akatsuki had a chance to merge with Konoha, and at the very least, they could become Konoha's ally. Didn't you push them away? After a pause, Hyojin coldly said, "Both Amatsukami and Akatsuki are actually Mai's people. The so-called confrontation is just an internal conflict between Mai and Akatsuki. Whether it is Nagato, the disciple of Jiraiya, or Obsidian of Uchiha clan, the two leaders of Akatsuki are inseparable from Mai. It can even be said that they are Mai's ninjas. And the one who created Nagato and Obito was none other than Uchiha Madara, one of the two leaders who created Konoha. Therefore, whether it is the current situation or the source, Akatsuki has the blood of Mai flowing in it. It is a piece of flesh separated from Mai. Not to mention, all the members of Amatsukami are Mai's ninjas. Therefore, the Akatsuki and Amatsukami that intimidated the shinobi world and suppressed the 5 great shinobi villages are actually Mai's people. The confrontation between Akatsuki and Amatsukami is just an internal conflict between the villages." Danzo's mouth was wide open, and he was speechless. What Kuroto said just now completely subverted his understanding of the two secret organizations, Akatsuki and Amatsukami, and also subverted his understanding of Konoha village, but soon, the evolution of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets pulled Danzo back from his thoughts. He glared at Suijin and roared, "Whether you are the leader of Amatsukami or not, in this old man's eyes, you are just a small fry of the Hyuga family, a bug that I can pinch in my hand and kill whenever I want." "Is that so?" Hyojin glanced at the black dagger that pierced Danzo's body and chuckled. This kind of injury is not even worth mentioning to this old man. This old man only wants. Halfway through his words, Danzo couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Then, he was surprised to find that the place where Hyojin's dagger pierced had completely lost feeling, and this numbness seemed to be spreading. Swish, after pulling out the black dagger that pierced Danzo's body, Hyojin played with the dagger and said, "This is called Truth-Seeking Ball, formed by the fusion of yin and yang, 5 elements, and 7 chakra. Without the power of the 6 realms or the immortal art chakra, you don't even have the qualification to touch it, let alone resist it. And if you are stabbed by it, even with your current body, it will be difficult for you to recover." Looking at the substance in Suijin's hand that sometimes turned into a black ball and sometimes into a black dagger, Danzo's expression turned solemn as he muttered, "Truth-seeking ball?" Danzo, who had experienced the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, understood what it meant to fuse yin and yang, 5 elements, and 7 chakra, so he was very clear about the power of this black ball. Hyojin then said, "Just now, you have missed the last chance to escape, now please die quietly." "How? Can this old man die in the hands of a mere Hyuga branch family?" After a loud shout, Danzo ignored the injuries on his body and used his empty hand to grasp at Hyojin. Rumble, in an instant, countless trees were uprooted from the ground and swarmed towards Hyojin, but at this moment, the black ball in Hyojin's hand suddenly turned into a black longsword, flying and blocking all the trees that were rushing towards Hyojin. These trees that were strengthened by the wood-release chakra were supposed to be very tough and strong, but under the black longsword's slash, they were like ordinary trees, easily chopped into pieces. The trees that covered the sky were actually blocked by the black longsword, unable to get close to Hyojin at all. Danzo was shocked. How is this possible? This old man's wood release is stronger than a Hashirama, how can it not be able to deal with you? Hyojin was speechless and said, you haven't even touched the threshold of the immortal technique, and you still dare to compete with a Hashirama in wood release, you are really ignorant and fearless. If it was a Hashirama who used wood release, a truth-seeking ball wouldn't be enough. After all, wood release is supported by the immortal technique, it is one of the most difficult abilities to deal with in the shinobi world. Hyojin was too lazy to deal with Danzo, he casually waved his hand, and the trees that were rushing towards him were immediately repelled. At this time, Danzo suddenly noticed the Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye sockets when he used rain pull, and immediately exclaimed, your eyes are not Byakugan. Whose eyes did you transplant? After repelling all the trees, Hyojin slowly walked towards Danzo, these are my eyes. Danzo retreated while shouting, no, this is impossible. This is not the Byakugan, you can't fool this old man. Hyojin lightly said, the Sharingan can evolve into Manjikyu Sharingan, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and even Rinnegan, so why can't the Byakugan evolve? These eyes of mine are the true treasure of the Hyuga clan. Danzo asked, what is it called? Tenseigan. Second cycle. Tenseigan? Danzo stared at the Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye sockets, seemingly fascinated by the bright light of the stars contained in the Tenseigan. Because of the activities of the Manjikyu Uchiha, even if he hates the Uchiha clan, in his heart, Danzo still firmly believes that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is not comparable to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. He even felt that the two were not on the same level at all. Or to be more precise, all other pupil technique Kekkei limit are dwarfed in front of the Sharingan that can continuously evolve, because the Manjikyu Sharingan, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and even the higher level Rinnegan known as the Sage's Eye are beyond the level of ordinary pupil techniques. But after seeing the pair of Tenseigan in Hyojin's eyes, he realized something and muttered, no wonder your Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan can be called the two great pupil bloodline clans. It turns out that the Byakugan can also evolve. At this time, Jishui and Itachi in the distance broke through the obstruction of the Danzo-S would release one after another, urging their respective Susanoo, accompanied by a whistling sound, rushed over. Senior! Senior! After seeing Hyojin personally take action, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Just like everyone else, the invincible image of Hyojin, the leader of Amatsukami, was deeply engraved in Jishui and Itachi's hearts. Therefore, as long as Hyojin was present, no matter what kind of enemy they faced, they were confident. Hyojin nodded at Jishui and Itachi, who were panting heavily. Danzo turned his attention to the two, as he gritted his teeth and roared, Uchiha Jishui, Itachi Uchiha, you two bastards have hidden your strength well. After fighting for a while, Itachi's mask of Balrog had fallen off, and Jishui's identity was exposed when he used Susanoo, so Danzo recognized them. And when he thought of the fact that all the members of Amatsukami were hiding right under his nose, swaggering in and out of the village, Danzo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Jishui and Itachi ignored Danzo's insults, instead focusing their attention on the seemingly unconscious Uchiha Takan, who was still clutched in Danzo's hand. Itachi couldn't help but shout, Senior Yen, are you alright? Danzo raised Hyojin's fire body clone, and grinned at Itachi, what do you think? At this moment, Hyojin's fire body clone had lost the support of its soul, and its aura was completely depleted. At first glance, it looked like a corpse that had just died. Itachi's face was immediately covered with a layer of cold frost. He had always liked to hide his emotions, but now, his killing intent had completely soared. Jishui was also shocked and angry, and hurriedly said to Hyojin with a face full of shame, Senpai, I'm sorry, we underestimated Danzo's strength, and let Takan fall into his hands. He is now absorbing Takan's pupil power, we must stop him. Hyojin waved his hand and said lightly, don't worry, I'm here. Hyojin has been having a headache about how to solve the problem of Danzo. It's not that he can't defeat Danzo, but because Danzo has mastered the forbidden technique Izanagi that can change fate of the Uchiha clan. If Danzo is really forced into a desperate situation, with Danzo's ruthless character, he will definitely sacrifice his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to activate Izanagi to save his life. But Hyojin doesn't have any means to stop Danzo from activating Izanagi, at most he can only affect Danzo from activating Izanagi. Therefore, how to solve the big problem of Danzo while preserving the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets has become a difficult problem for Hyojin. It is also because of this concern that Hyojin didn't use In Release to fight with Danzo from the beginning, but tried to use his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to fight with Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, in order to find a way to solve the problem of Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan without damaging Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Initially, Hyojin was hoping to exhaust Danzo's chakra through a 3-on-1 siege, so that Danzo would not be able to use the forbidden technique Izanagi that requires a large amount of chakra to activate. But as Jishui said just now, they all underestimated the strength of Danzo. They didn't expect that Danzo's strength would soar to such an extent after the adaptation period. Even though they were 3 against 1, they were still at a disadvantage in the end. Danzo even had a terrifying pupil technique that can directly absorb the pupil power of others, which caught Hyojin off guard. But soon Hyojin, who was controlling the fire clone, found that this was not a bad thing, but a godsend opportunity, because he found that Danzo temporarily lost any ability related to the Sharingan when absorbing the pupil power. In other words, in the process of absorbing the pupil power, Danzo couldn't activate Izanagi. After confirming this point, Suijin didn't hesitate and immediately withdrew his spirit body from the fire release clone and used the In release to join the battlefield again. Looking at Hyojin slowly walking towards him, Danzo raised Hyojin's fire clone in his hand and shouted, "Hyojin, your person is in this old man's hands, aren't you afraid that this old man will kill her? You can't escape." Hyojin's face was expressionless as he continued to walk towards Danzo. In his eyes, his fire clone is not a hostage in the hands of Danzo, but a shackle that restricts Danzo from using the forbidden jutsu. Izanagi. Seeing Hyojin's indifference, Danzo mistakenly thought that Hyojin is ruthless and doesn't care about the safety of his subordinates. After all, he is such a person, so he no longer threatened Hyojin with the fire clone in his hand, but launched a ninjutsu towards Hyojin. In an instant, Crystal Release, Nether Release, Boiling Release, Mist Release, and other Kekai ninjutsu were used one after another, but all of them were easily resolved by Hyojin. Looking at Hyojin's unstoppable pace, and feeling the evolution of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, Danzo roared with a crazy expression, "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more." However, what Danzo doesn't understand is that the closer he is to the Rinnegan, the closer he is to death. If he stopped absorbing the pupil power at this time, threw Hyojin's fire clone aside, and turned around and ran away, Hyojin wouldn't be able to do anything to him, but obviously, he was too greedy to realize this. At this time, after seeing Danzo's eyes began to show obvious changes, Hyojin, who has been deliberately dawdling, knew that the final opportunity to make a move has come, the first chapter. Swish, wrapped in the sapphire blue Tenseigan chakra, Hyojin quickly passed through the pouring rain like a flash of light and arrived in front of the Danzo. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The Danzo's face that was burned beyond recognition by the golden flames flashed with surprise, anger, and faint expectation, all of which were reflected in Hyojin's eyes. Hyojin can even clearly see the great changes in the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the Danzo's eye sockets. At this time, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan no longer has the iconic scarlet color of the Sharingan. Instead, it was replaced by a touch of pink, and the color continues to fade and become colder. It seems to be changing towards the cold dark purple color of the Rinnegan. As for the pattern in the pupil, it is also changing at this moment. The original gear shape has now become a series of slightly undulating circles, although there are some problems with the spacing of these circles, and some of the circles even overlap with each other, but the pattern of the Rinnegan has already begun to appear. There is no doubt that the evolution of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the Danzo is coming to an end. Capturing all the details reflected in the eyes of his reincarnation, the corners of Kuroto's mouth naturally rose. The timing of his attack was just right. There were only a few seconds left before the birth of a new pair of Rinnegan. In the face of Hyojin's surprise attack, the Danzo is not unable to react. Although Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode is extremely fast, he can't escape the insight of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that is about to evolve into the Rinnegan, not to mention that the Danzo also has the Hakusho. The reaction speed of his body is the best in the shinobi world, not inferior to Hyojin who has the Tenseigan. Therefore, at the moment when Hyojin launched his surprise attack, the Danzo had at least 1 or 2 seconds to react, and although this reaction time is not enough for him to completely get rid of Hyojin's surprise attack, it is enough for him to use the corresponding countermeasures. At this moment, the Danzo's keen intuition warned him frantically. He has never felt such a strong and crazy warning before, so Danzo didn't need to think about it to understand that he wouldn't be able to resist Suijin's attack, so his body instinctively reacted and subconsciously activated the forbidden technique Izanagi, which can change fate, in order to save his life. No. Just a little more, just a little more. However, just as his body was about to activate Izanagi, Danzo forcefully suppressed it. Kuroto can feel that in another 4 or 5 seconds, no, at most 2 or 3 seconds, that is, 1 or 2 breaths, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets will evolve into the Rinnegan, which is known as the Eye of the Sage. As long as this old man obtains the Eye of Samsara, the scales of victory will once again tilt towards this old man's side. This is the last chance, the only chance. Seeing Hyojin's figure getting closer and closer, Danzo roared hysterically in his heart. When faced with the choice between Eye of Reincarnation and life, he, who was driven by greed and anger, chose the former. He chose the Eye of Reincarnation that could only be obtained after 1 or 2 breaths. Huff. At the same time, Danzo gathered all the chakra in his body and launched all the ninjutsu he could at Hyojin at the same time. In an instant, boundless trees, blood-red crystals, dazzling lightning, pungent acid fog, and so on, all rushed towards Hyojin. All these were not to kill Hyojin, but to stop Hyojin for 1 or 2 breaths. Boom, with a loud noise, it was as if the frozen time was pushed forward. Trees, crystals, lightning, acid fog, and so on, were instantly disintegrated in front of the truth-seeking balls, as if they were illusions, and could not stop Hyojin at all. You. A moment ago, Danzo's face was filled with madness, but in the next second, all the expressions on his face froze, and he subconsciously cried out in surprise. Just as the word "you" came out of his mouth, and the next word was still in his throat, he suddenly felt his vision darken, and his eyes were dug out from his eye sockets. No. Danzo let out a roar full of despair from his chest. At this time, even he himself could not figure out whether this roar of despair came from the Manjikyu Sharingan being dug out, or from the Rinnegan again. Quickly removing the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from Danzo's eye sockets, Hyojin used rain pull to hold the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the air, and with a backhand wave, he used the truth-seeking ball to cut off Danzo's arm that was holding the fire clone, and then used rain pull to suck the fire clone to his side. After a little distance, Hyojin didn't care about Danzo who was kneeling on the ground, but calmly put the fire clone on the ground, and then took out a small nutrition tank from the ninja bag on his waist, and put the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in it. Through the small nutrition tank, Hyojin observed for a while. Perhaps because the evolution was interrupted again, this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which has the characteristics of the Rinnegan, not only returned to the appearance of an ordinary Sharingan, but also looked a little withered, completely losing the previous eerie feeling. Immediately afterward, Hyojin observed the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the eye sockets of the fire clone, and found that the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan had also lost its luster due to absorbing too much of the pupillary power. After this torment, it seems that it will take some time for these 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to recover. After a simple assessment, Hyojin confirmed that although the 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan were damaged, their foundation was not damaged, and they should be able to recover again after a little time. On the other side, seeing that Hyojin had instantly completed the eye-snatching and rescue of Uchiha, Jishui and Itachi both breathed a long sigh of relief and released their respective Susanoo. Glancing at Danzo who was kneeling on the ground and still wailing, Jishui said to Hyojin, "Fortunately you arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Itachi asked with a little shame, "Yama-senpai, is she okay?" Hyojin said, "I underestimated Danzo, you don't have to blame yourselves." Jishui squatted beside the fire clone with concern, wanting to check the injuries of the fire clone. In his heart, Uchiha Sharingan is his savior. If it weren't for Uchiha Sharingan generously lending him the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan last time, the probability of him surviving the Hashirama cell transplantation surgery would have been much smaller. Hyojin quickly stopped Jishui and said, "It's just that his pupillary power has been overused, you don't have to worry too much." At this time, Danzo stopped wailing, got up from the ground and tried to escape, but as soon as he got up, he staggered and fell to the ground. Then he felt the numbness of the wound continue to spread, and his whole body seemed to lose consciousness. He exclaimed, What's wrong with my body? The second chapter. After sealing the small nutrition tank containing the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into a storage scroll, and storing it in the ninja pouch on his waist, Hyojin walked towards Danzo. At this time, Danzo no longer has the previous madness and ruthlessness. His burnt face is full of panic. He crawled on the ground in embarrassment, moving a little bit, struggling in vain. The area on his back that was pierced by Hyojin's truth-seeking ball is completely necrotic, and this necrotic phenomenon is gradually spreading. The same is true for his severed arm, and because the area of the wound is too large, the area affected is much wider than the wound on his back, and even his neck has black spots of necrosis. Why? This kind of injury is obviously not worth mentioning. Why can't it heal? While struggling in vain, Danzo muttered. Walking towards Danzo, Hyojin said in a calm tone, as I said before, without the power of the sixth path, without the sage jutsu chakra, any material that comes into contact with the truth-seeking ball will be ruthlessly decomposed, and your body is no exception. Danzo was startled for a moment when he heard this, then suddenly said, That previous attack, you deliberately avoided this old man's vital parts? After losing the Manjikyu Sharingan, without the temptation of greed, without the influence of madness, Danzo's consciousness has become a lot clearer, and he immediately understood Hyojin's actions. Yes. Hyojin didn't hide it and nodded lightly. The reason why Kuroto deliberately avoided Danzo's vital parts when he used the Truth Seeker's Jade Thorn to stab Danzo's back was because he was afraid that Danzo would activate Izanagi and destroy an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The reason why he stabbed Danzo with the truth-seeking ball is because the essence of the truth-seeking ball is the fusion of 7 attributes of chakra, and any ordinary material that touches the truth-seeking ball will be destroyed and decomposed from the microscopic level. Although Danzo had survived the ritual and obtained the power of omniscient nature, and was only one step away from evolving the Rinnegan, after all, he had not reached the true meaning of the six-path realm. Therefore, although his body would not be completely decomposed by the truth-seeking ball in an instant like ordinary matter, the necrosis of his cells was inevitable. It can be said that the moment Danzo was hit by the truth-seeking ball, his strength was drained little by little, and his life began to enter a countdown, unless he could obtain the Eye of Samsara before his body completely died and use the more powerful boundless power of nature to repair his wounds. The necrosis of his body was irreversible, even if he had the first-generation cells. Danzo smiled bitterly and said, So you have been worried that this old man will use Izanagi to destroy the Manjikyu Sharingan. Combining the timing of Hyojin's 2 attacks, Danzo finally guessed the purpose of Hyojin's action. He suddenly understood that his own greed and arrogance are the main culprits that led to his current situation. If he had given up on absorbing the pupil power earlier, or suppressed the urge to immediately obtain the Rinnegan, and dug out the Manjikyu Sharingan of Homasubi, and found another safe place to absorb the pupil power, the result would have been different. Yes. Hyojin still didn't deny it. You deliberately let this old man absorb Homasubi's pupil power. After a pause, recalling Homasubi's abnormal behavior before, Danzo suddenly reacted. No, it was Homasubi who deliberately let this old man absorb her pupil power. It was she who personally handed the tempting poison Rinnegan to this old man, confusing this old man's judgment. Danzo had been wondering why Homasubi didn't put up any resistance after being captured by him. Instead, Homasubi kept trying to see if he could use the power of the Sharingan when he absorbed the pupil prowess. Now that he thought about it, everything became clear. It turned out that from that moment on, Homasubi has used his Manjikyu Sharingan as a sweet bait to restrict him from using Izanagi. Thinking of this, Danzo asked in confusion, why? Why would such a powerful Uchiha listen to Hyojin's orders, even at the cost of her Manjikyu Sharingan? Sacrificing the opportunity to obtain the Rinnegan? Why would Uchiha Jishui, Itachi Uchiha, these despicable and cunning Uchiha also follow your orders? This is unreasonable. Without waiting for Hyojin to answer, Jishui on the side said, Because only Kuroto-senpai can save Uchiha. Danzo turned his head towards Jishui's direction and roared, This old man is Naruto. Only this old man can save you damn Uchiha should obey this old man, not him. Humph. Jishui and Itachi snorted coldly in unison. At this time, Hyojin said to Jishui and Itachi, You two go back to the village first, I will take care of the aftermath here. Jishui glanced at the fire clone lying on the ground and asked, "Do you need us to take Hiro back to the village for treatment?" Shaking his head, Hyojin said, "Don't worry, I will treat her." Jishui and Itachi no longer said anything. They are very confident in Hyojin's ability, so they immediately left the island that was about to be engulfed by the storm. After Jishui and Itachi left, Hyojin said to Danzo, "To be honest, I should thank you. You helped me find the way ahead. Let me understand the loopholes and hidden dangers in the ritual." Danzo was shocked. The one behind all this is not Homusubi, but you. Before this, he always thought that it was only Homusubi who plotted against him, not the entire Amatsukami, because only Homusubi participated in the whole process of the ritual, and in the final stage, he showed his fangs and competed with him for the Eye of Rinnegan. Well, from the time when Hikari sold you the Chimera technique, to the time when Homusubi guided you to complete the ritual, it was all my idea, because I need a person with financial resources and courage to explore the path ahead. Hyojin's tone was flat, as if he was just chatting after a meal. After listening to Homusubi, Danzo's whole body was like falling into an ice cellar. He always thought that he was using the technology of Amatsukami and Orochimaru, and he was the leader and the beneficiary. But now he understood that it was this young man in front of him who was like using a carrot to tease a donkey, secretly guiding him step by step, and as the proxy of Naruto, he was completely reduced to a chess piece of the other party. No, it should be more accurate to say that he was a lab rat to explore the path to godhood. Danzo suddenly asked, "Why are you telling me this?" At this time, Hyojin waved his hand, and several truth-seeking balls hovered around him. Then he said to Danzo, "Telling you the truth is the reward for exploring the path ahead for me. Now, please disappear completely." Although Danzo had lost both his eyes and his vision, he still had the ability to sense chakra. When he felt the intense chakra wave from the truth-seeking ball, he immediately understood that Hyojin would not let him go, so he said, "This old man has always thought that the Hyuga clan is just a bunch of useless watchdogs. I didn't expect to see a monster like you. You obviously have such powerful strength, but you can still maintain the vigilance of a ninja and restrain the arrogance in your heart. Hyojin, this old man lost to you, and it's not an injustice." After a pause, the corner of Danzo's mouth cracked open, and he roared, "But this old man is Danzo, Mise Naruto. Even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me, you damn bastard." After roaring, the blood on Danzo's body spurted out like ink. The blood ink condensed into a sealing technique in the air, emitting a deathly aura. Inner Force Symbol Seal. Hyojin's expression did not change. He gently waved his left hand, and several truth-seeking balls around him flew out like arrows, quickly hitting Danzo, who was about to activate the Inner Force Symbol Seal. Bang bang, with two muffled sounds, Danzo's whole body was hit like a rag, and the place that was hit by the truth-seeking ball was completely pierced, and the surrounding flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. There was no doubt that after losing the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket, the omniscient force in Danzo's body was greatly weakened, and he could no longer resist the decomposition of the truth-seeking ball like before. Cough, cough, falling to the ground, Danzo, who was interrupted, coughed out a big mouthful of blood. Hyojin's eyes slightly narrowed. Danzo's life force had far exceeded his expectations. It was evident that the bloodline fusion ritual had indeed changed Danzo's body, and slightly raised Danzo's level of existence. At this time, Danzo, who was lying on the ground, said, "Hyojin, do you think that by killing this old man, no one will know your secret? I'm sure you know about the impure earth reincarnation technique that second-generation Aiden developed, right? This old man knows so many secrets. In the future, there will definitely be people who will try to use the impure earth reincarnation on me. At that time, you and your God's organization will be exposed to everyone." Hyojin said nothing, his face full of disdain and pity. The blind Danzo thought that he had scared Hyojin, so he hurriedly said, "I can keep your secret for you, as long as you are willing to let me go. You and your God's organization can continue to hide in the village and do whatever you want." Hyojin curled his lips. "In any case, you have been the representative of Naruto. Why do you have to embarrass yourself like this?" Danzo coughed up blood as he shouted, "I can't die. The village still needs me to revitalize it. How can I die in such a place? As long as you lie to yourself like this, you can order others to die with a peace of mind?" Chuckling, Suijin continued, "During the Kyubi rebellion, you, as the consulting elder, disappeared without a trace, and when the Akatsuki attacked the village last time, you did nothing and just watched the village collapse. Humph, don't talk about being the consulting elder, you haven't even fulfilled your duty as a my ninja. How can you talk about revitalizing the village? This kind of self-deception is too laughable. Danzo still wanted to say, if you want to keep the secret of your god's organization, you can't kill. Before Danzo could finish, several truth-seeking balls gathered together and turned into a huge sphere. Then, it covered Danzo from top to bottom, disintegrating him along with the ground beneath him. Following the final blow from the truth-seeking ball, Danzo's threatening shout came to an abrupt end. TSK, even in death, you don't forget to disgust others. Letting out a light sigh, Suijin released all the truth-seeking balls. He didn't care about Danzo's last threat at all. After all, the truth-seeking ball did not only disintegrate the physical body. Even the incorporeal spiritual body could not resist the disintegration of the truth-seeking ball. In the original space and time, the 4 generations Naruto of the impure earth form had both his arms completely destroyed by the truth-seeking ball. Even the infinite regenerative impure earth reincarnation technique was useless. The reason was because the truth-seeking ball destroyed the spiritual body of the 4 generations Naruto of the impure earth form, causing the impure earth reincarnation technique to fail. In other words, even the impure earth reincarnation technique, a forbidden technique that could distort the boundary between life and death, could not summon the spiritual body of a person who was disintegrated by the truth-seeking ball. This was because Danzo's spiritual body had been completely annihilated along with his body. Using the Tenseigan to scan the surroundings one last time, and after confirming that he didn't miss anything, Suijin took the fire clone lying on the ground, and with a flicker of his figure, he left the shattered Taberto Island. Arriving at a reef not far from Toroshato Island, Hyojin ordered the 4 generations Mizuki Jigura, who was guarding the reef alone, immediately arrange some people to chase after Danzo in the southwest direction, create the illusion that Danzo escaped to the desert of the Wind Nation. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Yugura nodded respectfully. Rumble, at this moment, Naidu Island in the distance was completely shattered by a huge wave. It fell into the raging sea in pieces, as if it had never existed. The traces of the Susanoo battle, the wood release ninjutsu, the crystal release ninjutsu and so on also sank into the vast sea together with the island. Boom, amidst the lightning and thunder, Mei and the others were rushing in the direction of Toroshato Island in the heavy rain. At this moment, all of their hearts were in their throats. When they thought of the shocking achievements of Danzo and the information that was just sent back to the village, they couldn't help but worry about the safety of the 4 generations Mizukage. Looking at the gloomy gray sky in front of them, Mei secretly vowed in her heart, I will never let the village repeat the same mistake and become a plaything in the palm of others again. After a long time, the group finally arrived near Toroshato Island. However, looking at the endless sea in front of them, everyone was stunned. Many of them had been to Toroshato Island, so they were sure that they didn't go in the wrong direction, but the huge Toroshato Island had disappeared. At this moment, the 4 generations Mizuki Jigura appeared from the sea and said to the people of the Mist Village, there's no need to look, Toroshato Island has sunk. Mei hurriedly asked, 4 generations, are you okay? Yugura shook his head and said, Danzo wanted to plot against me, but I saw through it. We had a big fight, and he couldn't win, so he fled southwest. Now everyone listen to my command, follow me and chase after Danzo. Mei turned her head and glanced at Aoi. Aoi nodded at Mei, hinting that Mizukage was not under the control of the illusion. Mei heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately followed the Mist Village in the rain to chase southwest. Second night. Inside the Sky Fortress. After throwing the fire clone into the large nutrition tank, Hyojin checked the physical signs of the fire clone with an instrument and found that many of the meridians in the fire clone's body have been damaged, and the injury is much more serious than he imagined. Is it because of the nether release? While looking at the physical signs of the fire clone detected by the instrument, Hyojin analyzed the cause of the injury in his heart. In the previous fierce battles, because of the protection of Susanoo, the fire release clone did not suffer any damage, so what caused the fire release clone to be damaged was the last stage when it was captured by Danzo and absorbed the pupil power. Hyojin doesn't know much about the nether release. However, as long as he thinks about it a little, he can guess that when the nether release extracts the enemy's chakra, it will not be gentle, and the whole extraction process will be destructive. It seems that this fire clone will also need some time to slowly recover. Hyojin shook his head and sighed lightly. At this moment, of the 6 large nutrition tanks in front of him specially prepared for the 6 chakra clones, 3 of them are already being repaired. Needless to say, the wind clone is already an old resident of the large nutrition tank, and in the foreseeable future, it will probably spend most of its time in the large nutrition tank. The earth clone number 2 that was damaged not long ago is also soaking in the large nutrition tank at this moment. The consequences of using the dust release rashly without fully mastering it are now completely revealed. How long will it take for the earth clone number 2 to completely recover? Even Hyojin can't judge for a while. Counting the fire clone that has just been thrown into the large nutrition tank and is soaking side by side with the wind clone and the earth clone number 2, it can be said that Hyojin can only use his Yin release and water clone at the moment. Fortunately, the matter with the Danzo has been resolved satisfactorily, and his pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has also been successfully recovered. Compared with this result, the damage to the fire release clone is not worth mentioning. Thinking of this, Hyojin took out the storage scroll with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan sealed in it from the ninja bag hanging on his waist. After unlocking the seal, through the glass wall of the small nutrition tank, Hyojin opened his Tenseigan and carefully observed the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan soaking in the small nutrition tank. The interruption of the evolution this time is very damaging to the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Not to mention the consumption of a large amount of pupil power, even the power of the world of nature used to attack the Rinnegan has been consumed in vain. At this time it has completely lost the monster feeling it had before, even the living characteristic has weakened a lot, as if it has become an ordinary Samagatama Sharingan. How can I help it recover its power? Rubbing his chin, Hyojin fell into deep thought. The biggest difference between the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and the Manjikyu Sharingan is that no matter how much pupil power is consumed in the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it can slowly recover over time. As long as the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is not seriously damaged, it will never lose its sight. But there is also a prerequisite, that is, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan needs a suitable host to act as the provider of the chakra to restore the pupil power. Soaking the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the nutrient tank alone will not help it recover. After thinking about it for a while, Hyojin took out his water clone and transplanted the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into the eye sockets of the water clone. Then, he used the soul descent technique to enter the body of the water clone. In an instant, a heavy trance filled Kuroto's mind, causing him to stagger and fall directly from the operating table, unable to recover for a long time. After a long time, Kuroto leaned on the operating table, gasping for breath, and muttered, "Damn it, I didn't expect the rejection to be so strong. It seems that the water clone is not compatible with this pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Once again, it has been proven that without the blood of Uchiha, without the special body of Senju and Uzumaki clan, it would be very difficult to control the Manjikyu Sharingan. After the spirit body returned to the main body, Hyojin didn't delay and immediately removed the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from the eye sockets of the water clone. Implanting the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into a body that is not compatible with the water clone is a heavy burden, whether it is for the Sharingan or the body, and over time, it will cause damage to both sides. It seems that I can only let Xianglin do it. Although there are many people under Hyojin who are qualified to nourish the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but the most suitable one is Xianglin, who has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. It must be known that Nagato, who also has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, was secretly transplanted with the Rinnegan by Madara Uchiha when he was a child. Xianglin's talent is actually not much worse than the Nagato of the same clan. Her innate healing talent is actually a direct manifestation of the high-intensity yang release chakra in her body. It can be said that even among the Uzumaki clan, Xianglin's talent is outstanding, and she belongs to the best of the Uzumaki clan. In the original time and space, she almost did not receive any formal ninja education during her childhood, not to mention the cultivation of the Uzumaki clan. After being incorporated by Orochimaru, she was only treated as a tool by Orochimaru, and he did not guide her carefully. But even so, she still comprehended the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan, including Kagura Mind Eye and Diamond Lock with her own talent, which shows how exaggerated her talent is. That's right, let her adapt to the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan first and prepare for the Rinnegan transplant in the future. Hyojin was also prepared to use Xianglin as his last insurance, so he implanted the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in her eye socket in advance. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Not only can he use Xianglin's physique to restore the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, but also let Xianglin adapt to the feeling of a pupil technique ninja in advance and prepare for the Rinnegan transplant in the future. According to his experience, Hyojin feels that the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan on the fire release clone will recover to its peak state in 3 to 4 months at most. Although the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his hands is slightly damaged, it will take at most half a year to recover. In other words, even if the fusion period of the Rinnegan is counted, it will take at most 8 or 9 months for Hyojin to obtain a pair of Rinnegan, so it is indeed necessary to plan in advance. First update. Wow, this hole is bigger than I thought. I really don't know how Sama made it. Holding the edge of the broken dome of the Sky Fortress, Xianglin looked around curiously and exclaimed. Down below, Gaara had a helpless look on his face. I heard from the instructor that it was caused by an accident when Sama was training. Well, come down quickly, it's very dangerous up there. The instructor in Gaara's mouth is the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets who are responsible for taking care of their daily lives and supervising their daily training. Humph, I haven't seen it clearly yet. After a pause, Xianglin waved to Gaara below. Hurry up, go up a little bit, I still want to see outside the dome. Gaara had no choice but to lift up his hands and control the sand carpet holding Xianglin to move up another half a meter, faintly lifting Xianglin out of the hole in the dome. Who allowed the two of you to come here? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the Sky Fortress. Gaara was taken aback. He didn't sense someone approaching at all, so his hands that were controlling the sand trembled slightly, causing the sand carpet holding Xianglin to tilt. Ah! As the sand carpet tilted, Xianglin, who was stretching her neck to look outside, immediately fell down with a cry of alarm. Gaara's expression froze. Oh no! Just as Gaara was about to control the sand carpet to catch Xianglin falling, a figure flashed silently in front of his eyes, and before the sand carpet arrived, the figure grabbed Xianglin and firmly lifted her in his hand. Gaara hurriedly greeted the figure and bowed deeply to the figure. My lord. Obviously, the person who grabbed Xianglin in his hand is none other than Hyojin, who is preparing to transplant the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into Xianglin. Putting Xianglin on the ground, Hyojin glanced at the two of them and said, Didn't I tell you not to approach this area until the repair is completed? Gaara lowered his head, not daring to look at Hyojin's eyes. Xianglin spat out her tongue. My lord, please don't blame Gaara, I was curious and dragged him here. Hyojin snorted lightly. It seems that I underestimated the two of you. The training tasks assigned to you are too few. I didn't expect you to have the leisure to be curious about other things. Listening to Hyojin's words, Gaara and Xianglin had a bad feeling and looked at each other bitterly. Hyojin said coldly, From today onwards, the daily training tasks will be doubled. I will let the instructor supervise the whole process. If the two of you can't finish it, you are not allowed to sleep. The daily training tasks assigned by Hyojin for Gaara and Xianglin are actually not few. Compared to other children of the same age, such as Hyojin's shinobi, Gaara and Xianxia's training can be called heavy. It's just that these two children are talented. Once they get used to the daily training, they gradually don't feel that it's hard. In addition, both of them are at the age where curiosity is the strongest, so after completing today's training tasks under the supervision of the instructor, the Kazekage puppets of the 3 generations, they secretly ran to the damaged part of the Sky Fortress. As soon as they heard that the daily training workload will be doubled, Gaara and Xianglin immediately cried and replied weakly, Yes. Xianglin, come with me. With that, Hyojin walked towards the laboratory. After making a face at Gaara, Xianglin trotted to catch up with Suijin and asked curiously, Sama, where are you taking me? Hyojin glanced at Xianglin, his eyes focused on the black-rimmed glasses on Xianglin's face and asked, Are these glasses good? Xianglin hurriedly nodded. After wearing the glasses you gave me, I can see much better. The black-rimmed glasses that Xianglin was wearing at this time were bought by Hyojin on the road when he took her away from the Kusanabo village. Xianglin is almost impeccable in all aspects. If you have to find a flaw in her, it would be that her eyes are not very good. There is a certain degree of vision defect. The reason for this, Hyojin feels that it is mostly because of the serious lack of nutrition when her body is developing, which has affected the development of her eyes. Hyojin asked, I have a pair of very good eyes here, do you want them? Xianglin was puzzled, but I already have eyes? Hyojin smiled, I can change a pair of eyes through surgery, so you don't have to wear glasses every day. Xianglin was a little moved, really? Hyojin nodded lightly. Xianglin quickly asked, then what kind of eyes do you want to change for me? Hyojin didn't say anything more, directly led Xianglin to the laboratory, and then handed the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan stored in a small nutrition tank to Xianglin's hand. Looking at the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan soaked in the nutrient solution, Xianglin became more and more curious. Sun-sama, why are these eyes red? Hyojin explained, they are called eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, a rare treasure in the shinobi world. Even if ordinary people get their hands on them, they won't be able to control them. And those who have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan happen to have the ability to control them, so I will now give the decision to you, whether you want to change the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan or not, it is up to you. Giving the decision to Xianglin is Hyojin's decision from the beginning. He can indeed order Xianglin to transplant the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but it doesn't make sense to do so. If Xianglin is not willing, then in the future, transplanting the Rinnegan will not only not be a life-saving measure, but will also become a hidden danger. Uchiha Madara is the best negative example. He thinks he can control everything, but Nagato and Obsidian, who he regarded as chess pieces, have betrayed him one after another, making all the arrangements he left for his resurrection before his death become ridiculous and useless. Therefore, on this issue, Hyojin will not force Xianglin, everything is up to Xianglin. Okay. However, to Hyojin's surprise, Xianglin agreed without thinking about it. Hyojin frowned, don't you want to think about it? Xianglin smiled and said, you brought me here because you want me to transplant these eyes, so there is no need to think about it, I will listen to your arrangement. Taking a deep look at Xianglin, Hyojin didn't say anything more and immediately began the operation. For today's Hyojin, such a small operation is not difficult at all, so it only took him a short quarter of an hour to successfully transplant the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into Xianglin's eye socket. After completing the operation, Hyojin observed the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Xianglin's eye socket and asked, how do you feel? After a while, Xianglin suddenly exclaimed, wow, I can see it so clearly. Hyojin threw Xianglin's black-rimmed glasses into the trash can and said with a smile, it seems that I won't need it in the future. Xianglin hurriedly ran to the trash can to pick up her glasses and carefully wiped them. Hyojin asked, why did you pick it up? Xianglin smiled brightly at Hyojin, because this is the first gift you gave me. Second watch. Looking at the clean and bright smile on Xianglin's face, Hyojin shook his head and said, it's just a pair of glasses. Xianglin smiled and didn't speak, but carefully put the black-rimmed glasses into his pocket. Xianglin, who witnessed the tragic death of her mother, and Mira, who became a pillar of strength and was hated by everyone around him, are different from ordinary children. Their childhood was filled with endless darkness and tragedy. Hyojin's care for them is very ordinary in Hyojin's eyes, but in their eyes, it is extremely precious. Because it is the appearance of Hyojin that fills the most missing part in their hearts. Not continuing to talk about the glasses, Hyojin packed up the surgical equipment and said, if there is any discomfort with these eyes, you must tell me in time. Compatibility is a very mysterious thing. Even if Xianglin has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, there is still the possibility of rejection with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Xianglin nodded, then bounced to a mirror, looked at it, and exclaimed, my lord, why did my eyes turn black again? Hyojin explained, the Sharingan will only turn red when it is activated. This pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is in a state of exhaustion, so after being transplanted into Xianglin's eye sockets, it automatically fell into dormancy. This is somewhat similar to the situation of Nagato transplanting the Rinnegan, but the Rinnegan transplanted to Nagato by Uchiha Madara is actively dormant to reduce the burden on the young body of Nagato, while this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is passively dormant. Xianglin asked curiously, Sama, how do I activate it? Hyojin shook his head, this pair of Sharingan is currently in a state of exhaustion due to some other reasons, it needs to be nourished for a period of time, so during this time, you should not deliberately activate it, stimulate it. Oh. Seeing that Xianglin was a little disappointed, Hyojin smiled and said, don't worry. I'll guide you on how to use it when it's almost recovered. but before that, you can't slack off for even a moment. For a ninja, their own chakra's amount and chakra controllability are two major factors that determine the upper limit of their strength. Your chakra's amount is already very good, so as long as you work hard on chakra control, your future achievements will be limitless. Xiang Lin nodded, not fully understanding. Yes, I will work hard. After exhorting Xiang Lin to pay attention to some matters, Hyojin sent Xiang Lin away. Ga. After a while, the cawing of a crow suddenly came from outside the laboratory. Walking out of the laboratory, Hyojin saw a communication crow landing outside the laboratory. He immediately took out a communication scroll from the crow's leggings. Opening it, his face sank. This communication crow was sent by 4 generations Mizuka Yugura. In the communication scroll, Yugura briefly talked about how he used his water clone to play the role of Danzo to create traces along the way, and how he led the mist elites to pursue Danzo into the vast desert of the Land of Wind. It also mentioned that Mai and the Sand Crypsis discovered their pursuit of Danzo and sent people to follow them. These were not the reasons that made Hyojin's face sink. What made Hyojin's face sink was the series of achievements of Danzo sweeping the Akatsuki organization, the Grass Village, and the Cloud Village. Curling his lips, Hyojin muttered, no wonder Danzo boasted that he defeated Nagato. It turns out that he really fought with Nagato, and even took advantage of him. 6 Paths of Pain is actually a part of Nagato, it's an extension of Nagato's will. It's just like Hyojin when he controls all kinds of doppelgangers. If Danzo defeated 6 Paths of Pain head-on, then his bragging about defeating Nagato is actually not bragging. But Hyojin is very clear that if Danzo met Nagato's true body, the result would be instant death. Because in the current shinobi world, except for the Sage of 6 Paths, no one can withstand the full strength of Nagato's true body, Chibaku Tensetsu. Without the help of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, even if Hyojin has entered the Tenseigan chakra mode, he would be no exception. Once he meets Danzo, he would be instantly killed without any room for maneuver. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought to himself, I didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization would also join the encirclement of Danzo. Fortunately, Danzo fell into the trap and fell into my hands, otherwise, the consequences would be really unpredictable. While rejoicing, Hyojin was also a little worried. The Akatsuki organization, which has been dormant since the last battle with Mai, unexpectedly became active again because of Danzo, which is obviously not a good thing for Hyojin. In the land of hot water. Whoosh. 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 With the sound of breaking wind, a figure wearing the Akatsuki red cloud suit landed beside Nagato, who was standing on the beach. Nagato, who was looking at the sea, asked lightly, did you investigate clearly? Shinichi stood up and replied, the traces of going to the land of the moon are fake, Danzo is not there. On the other side, Bipajuzo also stood up and said, the traces of going south to Mai should also be fake, we have been tracking them all the way, but we didn't see any trace of Danzo. At this time, Konan landed from the sky and shook her head towards Nagato, indicating that there was no trace of Danzo in the land of hot water either. Staring at the sea, Nagato said, he crossed the land of Long, land of Iron, land of Field, and land of hot water, all the way to the east, his destination is definitely not the nearby countries. Konan frowned, he wants to go to the land of water across the sea? Nagato gently nodded, the land of water is relatively isolated, it is a good place for him to hide. When the other Akatsuki members heard this, they also felt that it makes sense, there are a lot of uninhabited islands around the land of water, Danzo just needs to find a place to hide, it would be very difficult for others to find him. Just when Nagato was about to lead his people to the land of water to search for traces of Danzo, Zetsu suddenly poked half of his body out of the ground and reported to Nagato, Nagato, we have a major discovery, it is about Amatsukami, we have found the true identity of one of their members. What? All the Akatsuki members present were surprised after hearing this, even Nagato, who has always been indifferent, was no exception. Zetsu continued, not long ago, we encountered a new member of Amatsukami codenamed Xidagarba, although we couldn't catch him, but according to the ninjutsu he used, we have locked his identity. Nagato asked with a solemn expression, who is he? Zetsu firmly said, Xidagarba of Amatsukami is dead ale of Rock Village. Nagato immediately ordered without hesitation, let's go to Rock Village. First update. Although Danzo is hateful, but compared to the threat of Amatsukami, it is not even worth mentioning, because for Nagato, Danzo is the kind of ant that can be trampled to death at any time, and there is not much difference between trampling him to death earlier or later. Therefore, when he learned about Amatsukami, Nagato didn't hesitate and immediately gave up on hunting Danzo and prioritized dealing with Amatsukami, which is more troublesome. Therefore, the members of Akatsuki immediately turned around and rushed towards the direction of the Land of Earth. On the way, Zetsu briefly described to Nagato how he and Obsidian encountered Amatsukami's Xidagarba, and then said, I met Rock Village's dead ale once in the Land of Grass. He and Xidagarba used the same type of explosive clay, and both of them have the same build and age. Nagato, who was galloping forward, nodded lightly. This type of Kekai Genkai is not common in the shinobi world, so two ninjas using the same type of explosive clay, using the same type of ninjutsu, and having the same build and age are almost non-existent, unless these two people are the same person. Conan, who has always been wary of Zetsu, asked, Is there any more direct evidence? A member of Amatsukami shouldn't reveal his identity so easily, right? The surrounding members of Akatsuki also looked at Zetsu. They also felt that this matter is strange. With Amatsukami's cautious style, even a new member shouldn't leave such an obvious flaw. If not for Zetsu's solemn vow, they would have thought that this might be a scheme by Amatsukami to frame them. However, Zetsu shook his head and said with certainty, No, dead ale is Xidagarba. Nagato looked at Zetsu and asked, Why are you so sure? Zetsu replied in a deep voice, Because he knows dust release. Nagato's eyes narrowed, and there was no longer any doubt on his face. In today's shinobi world, only Inoki of the 3 generations has mastered the dust release, which is above the Kekii limit. If there is a second person who can master the dust release, then it can only be Inoki's direct disciple, the genius ninja of Rock Village, Dead Ale. At this time, Lil Nant's suspicions were also gone. As long as we capture Dead Ale, we can unveil the mysterious veil of God's organization. Uchiha Shinichi, who was at the end of the line, had the same eagerness on his face as the other Akatsuki members, but he couldn't help but curse inwardly, What the hell is the boss doing? How can he be so careless in recruiting new members? He actually recruited that crazy Dead Ale. Oh no, this is really bad. The members of the Akatsuki were the elites of the elites, plus their goal was clear this time, so there was no need to waste time searching separately. Therefore, in just a few days, they passed through several countries and arrived at the Land of Earth where the Rock Village was located. Under the starry night, the Akatsuki group avoided the patrols of the Rock Village and quietly appeared on a high cliff on the outskirts of the Rock Village. The Akatsuki members, standing, squatting, sitting, or flying, lined up on the high cliff and looked at the Rock Village in the distance. Looking at the brightly lit Rock Village under the night sky, Onishi, who was carrying the double-bladed flounder on his shoulder, grinned and said, Hey, I didn't expect the Rock Village to be so prosperous. It seems that the Mist Village is the only village that becomes gloomy at night. Misato, who was sitting on the edge of the cliff, looked gloomy. Ryu, who was squatting on the ground, curled his lips. Bipa Juzo, who was leaning on his sword, was expressionless, but a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Obviously, Onishi's words made the few mist renegades around him sigh with emotion. At this time, Zetsu, who was the first to enter the Rock Village to investigate, came out from the ground and said, I have inquired, Dead Ale and the 3 generations of Tsutsuki-sama are in the village. It seems that they are in one of the practice fields exclusive to the Tsutsuki-sama, but there are more than a dozen practice fields exclusive to the Tsutsuki-sama in the Rock Village, so their specific location is still uncertain. Nagato asked lightly, What about the 4 Tails Jinchuriki and the 5 Tails Jinchuriki? Zetsu replied, The 4 Tails Jinchuriki is still under house arrest by the Tsutsuki-sama. As for the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, his whereabouts are still unknown, he should be hidden by the Tsutsuki-sama. The 4 Tails Jinchuriki is a very experienced and bad-tempered rock ninja. Because of his bad temper, he didn't get along with the 3 generations of Tsutsuki-sama Inoki, so he left the village and wandered in the shinobi world. However, because of the last battle with Mai, the purpose of Akatsuki's capturing Jinchuriki was exposed, so the 3 generations of Tsutsuki-sama Inoki captured Purple, who was wandering in the shinobi world, back to the village and put him under house arrest. At the same time, Inoki also hid the 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Not to mention the ninjas from other villages, even the ninjas of Rock Village rarely know the whereabouts of the 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Shinichi suddenly said, "It is very likely that there are other members of Amatsukami hidden in the rock village, so it is best for us to find out the specific location of all the targets before we act." Conan echoed, "Well, the strength of the rock village itself is not weak, plus this place is likely to be the lair of Amatsukami, we should indeed be cautious." Nagato nodded. Shinichi volunteered and said, "I have the Manjikyu Sharingan, so it is easy for me to use Genjutsu to investigate the specific location of Dead Ale." Nagato pondered for a moment and then said, "Alright, Shinichi, Zetsu, you two go together to investigate the specific location of Dead Ale and report to me immediately if there is any news. Juzo, your mist squad will go to the residence of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Once the fight starts, your mist squad will be responsible for capturing the Jinchuriki." "Yes." The members of Akatsuki responded in unison. Nagato then shifted his gaze towards the brightly lit rock village in the distance and said, "Be careful, there are 2 ninjas in this village who can use dust release." "Understood." Amidst the sound of breaking wind, the members of Akatsuki used body flicker technique one after another to leave the high cliff. Shinichi, who sneaked into the rock village, immediately found an empty corner, bit his finger and shouted, "Summoning technique." Rock village, Suchikige's exclusive practice field. Dedale's clasped hands slowly separated and a luster sphere of light appeared in his palm. He was startled upon seeing this and immediately shouted, old man, come and take a look." 3 generations Inoki, who was dozing off not far away, didn't open his eyes and scolded, "What are you yelling for? Practice honestly for me." Dedale became even more excited, "Old man, look, I learned it." 3 generations Inoki was annoyed, "You brat, what do you think dust release is?" "I suffered a lot to practice dust release in the past." Inoki was just halfway through his lecture when he froze because he saw the sparkling light in Dedale's palm. Second night. "You little brat." When Inoki saw the glittering light in Dedale's palm, a thought emerged in his mind, and that is, the position of the Tsuchikage of the 3 generations should be handed over to this young man. No one knew better than Inoki how difficult it was to cultivate the dust escape technique. Just practicing the dust release requires 3 distinct chakra attributes of earth, fire, and wind, which are the main and secondary attributes, and it has blocked 99% of the ninjas in the entire rock village. And the remaining small number of ninjas who barely meet the requirements of practicing chakra attribute of dust release are either lacking in talent or the amount of chakra isn't enough. Let alone mastering dust release, they can't even try to fuse the 3 attributes of earth, fire, and wind within their body. Even Inoki's son, Yellow Earth, and his granddaughter, Black Earth, are no exception. Therefore, Inoki once pessimistically believed that he might be the last ninja of Rock Village to master dust release, and once he dies, Rock Village's dust release will probably be lost along with Konoha's wood release. However, the scene in front of him swept away the haze that has shrouded his heart for many years. Dead Ale has shortcomings, frivolous, impulsive, strange artistic views, and so on. Indeed, he doesn't have the appearance of a village leader, but with the cruel situation in the shinobi world, a powerful but unreliable Tsuchikage is far more useful than a reliable Tsuchikage without any strength. In the final analysis, strength is respected in the shinobi world. For a Kage, the ability to govern the village is important, but if they don't even have the strength to protect themselves, then the ability to govern the village is meaningless. Naturally, Dead Ale didn't know what Inoki was thinking. He smiled and said, "Old man, you see, I have mastered dust release." Although he was happy in his heart, Inoki still put on a serious face. "Humph, you have just touched the threshold, you are still far from mastering dust release." Dead Ale looked unhappy. "Hey, don't look down on me. Old man, just wait and see. In at most a month, I'll be able to use the dust escape as skillfully as you." Inoki was just about to say something to provoke Dead Ale and make him work harder when he suddenly noticed a fat orange cat sneakily looking at the training field from the corner of his eye. A ninja cat? With just a quick glance, the experienced Inoki could tell from the chakra wave on the orange tabby that was peeking its head out at the door that it was not an ordinary house cat. At this time, the orange cat also saw Dead Ale and Inoki in the practice field, so he swaggered inside. After walking up to him, the orange cat looked at Dead Ale from top to bottom and muttered to himself, "Meow, sure enough, you're a bit of a fool. No wonder your identity was exposed on your first mission." There was no doubt that this orange cat was Uchiha Shinichi's spiritual beast, Moneymaker. Uchiha Shinichi, who had already sneaked into the rock village, obviously didn't have the time to notify Suijin, so he sent Kasai over to Suijin through telepathy, and then split up with Kasai, hoping that he or Kasai would be able to find Dead Ale first and warn him. "You damned cat, what nonsense are you spouting?" The corners of Dedale's eyes twitched. This was the first time in his life that he had been shamed and angered by a cat, an orange cat at that. He was completely confused. Moneymaker sat on the ground and extended its front paw towards Dead Ale. "Thank you, 10,000. Dead Ale opened his eyes wide with an incredulous expression. "Damned cat, you cursed me, and you still dare to ask me for money?" Facing the angry Dead Ale, Moneymaker wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Head can be broken, blood can flow, but the rule of asking for money can't be forgotten. At this time, Inoki stopped Dead Ale, who was about to make a move, and calmly asked, "Why are you looking for Dead Ale? Who sent you?" Moneymaker shook its front paw, indicating that it wouldn't answer without money. Normally, Inoki wouldn't pay attention to this ninja cat that appeared out of nowhere, but this time, he suddenly felt uneasy, so he decisively handed Inoki 10,000 ryo and said, "If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will let you know what will happen to you if you play tricks on such a kid." Moneymaker happily put the 10,000 into the small bag hanging on its body and looked at Dead Ale with contempt. "Meow, Dead Ale, your business level is too poor, your identity has been exposed. Now that Akatsuki has infiltrated your hidden rock village, you should quickly escape, lest you get caught by Akatsuki and leak their secrets." After saying that, Moneymaker waved its hand at the sluggish Dead Ale and Inoki, and then disappeared without a trace in a burst of white smoke. After being stunned for a moment, Dead Ale said, "Old man, did we just get cheated of 10,000 by a damned cat?" Inoki stared at Dead Ale with spirited eyes and asked word by word, "You joined God's organization?" Boom. Before Dead Ale could explain, there was a roar outside. Dead Ale was startled. "No way, what that damned cat said just now was true." Inoki also looked in the direction of the explosion, and his expression suddenly turned cold because the location of the explosion happened to be a secret training ground arranged by the village for the five-tailed Jinchurihin. All of a sudden, all sorts of thoughts surged into Inoki's mind. Looking at the five-tailed Jinchurihin wearing a red bamboo hat and red heavy armor in front of him, Shinichi Uchiha secretly cursed his bad luck. Originally, he wanted to quickly search the Tsuchikage practice grounds and find Dead Ale before Zetsu, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to find Dead Ale. Instead, he ran into the five-tailed Jinchurihin, whose whereabouts weren't known to the Akatsuki. Seeing Shinichi dressed as an Akatsuki member, the five-tailed Jinchurihin didn't give Shinichi any chance to explain and immediately attacked, resulting in the explosion just now. Soon, the entire rock village was restless. Shinichi, who had superior perception, immediately perceived at least 100 rock ninjas surrounding him. The five-tailed Jinchurihin stared at Shinichi and said fiercely, "Humph, your Akatsuki dared to sneak into the village, you're too arrogant." Boom boom boom, just as Shinichi was thinking about how to get away, there was another explosion not far away. Obviously, after he alarmed the rock ninjas here, the other members of Akatsuki who sneaked into the rock village no longer hid and directly attacked. Sigh. Shinichi could only sigh lightly. First update. The huge flame suddenly lit up half of the sky, illuminating the hidden rock village in the night sky into a fiery red. Roar. Then, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the rock village, accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky. What's going on? Isn't that the four-tailed? Did old Purple Senpai go berserk? After seeing that the huge figure that appeared in the corner of the village was not a bystander, but one of the two-tailed beasts in their village, the people in the rock village suddenly exclaimed. It's not a trivial matter for a tailed beast to go berserk, and the four-tailed also mastered the extremely destructive lava release Kekiai Genkai, the kind of monster that can easily destroy a village. Therefore, groups of rock ninjas rushed towards the area where the four-tailed went berserk from all directions, while the ordinary villagers in the area rushed to escape from the scene. For a time, shouts, cries, and curses were endless. In just the blink of an eye, the originally peaceful rock village fell into endless noise and chaos. Whoosh. At this time, accompanied by the sound of the wind breaking, the four people of the Akatsuki organization's mist team landed on the roof of a tall building less than 2 blocks away from the raging four-tailed. Looking at the four-tailed that was wreaking havoc in the rock village not far away, Lotus smiled and said, "Hey, I didn't expect that guy to go out of control with just a little stimulation. It seems that the strength of the four-tailed Jinchuriki is very ordinary. If we had acted more decisively just now, maybe we could have killed him directly. Bipajuzo said, "Don't talk nonsense, the leader is still watching not far away." Musashi frowned, "It's not easy to subdue this big guy." In the Mist team, Bipajuzo and Lotus are both body technique ninjas, while Musashi himself is a pupil technique ninja. They are not good at dealing with large-tailed beasts. At this time, Ghost Mermaid, who was carrying the double-bladed flounder, stood up and said, "I will deal with it, you go and deal with the Rock Village people, don't let them hinder me." Bipajuzo glanced at Ghost Mermaid and confirmed, "You want to fight with the four-tailed?" Lotus Flower had a playful look on her face. "Yo, our tailless tailed beast wants to arm wrestle with a real tailed beast." The reason why he got this title was because the amount of chakra stored in his body was astonishing, far beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas. The Ghost Mermaid grinned, then swung the flounder towards the four tails. While the Ghost Mermaid was fighting the four tails, a clay bird silently hovered above the village. However, as the village was already in a mess, with explosions rising one after another and dimming the dark sky, not many people noticed that clay bird hovering in the air. On the high cliff not far away, Nagato and Xiaonan, who had been paying close attention to the hidden rock village, naturally noticed the clay bird and the figure standing on it. "He should be Deidara." Xiaonan, who had a pair of wings on her back, leaped into the air, turned to Nagato and said, "I will deal with him." Nagato also needs to guard against the possible appearance of Amatsukami members, so he didn't stop Xiaonan, but said, "He has mastered dust release, you have to be careful." "Okay." Xiaonan responded, then her whole body turned into countless pieces of paper, floating in the air. On the clay bird, Deidara supported his chin with one hand and observed the situation of the entire rock village. At this time, although the rock village looked chaotic, he was keenly aware that there were only two places where the real fighting broke out. One was the berserk four-tailed, and the other was the training ground where the five-tailed Jinchuriki was. It seems that the Akatsuki's target is the tailed beast. Deidara quickly made a judgment, then the corner of his mouth rose, and his hands unconsciously reached into the ninja bag on his waist. For him, who has just learned dust release, the current Akatsuki's attack isn't all bad. At least he can try it on the members of the Akatsuki. Just as Deidara was thinking about which battle to join, a flying paper blocked in front of him, then gathered together and turned into a woman wearing the Akatsuki red cloud suit with a paper flower on her head. This woman is naturally Konan. She looked at Deidara coldly and said, "Should I call you Deidara or Xidagarba?" "Xidagarba?" Deidara was startled and asked, "What Xidagarba?" Konan said, "I will make you tell me the truth soon." Deidara smiled, "Is that so? You're out of luck to find me." Konan lightly snorted, "Humph, isn't it just dust release?" Deidara's eyes turned cold, "How do you know that I've learned dust release?" He only learned dust release 10 minutes ago. At that time, there was only one Inoki of the 3 generations present. When the Kasai pill arrived, he had already deactivated dust release, so it stands to reason that the only person in the entire shinobi world who knows that he has dust release should be his teacher Inoki. Because of this, after being called out by Konan, his heart was filled with astonishment and shock. "My village." Hyojin, who returned to the village from the Sky Fortress, once again lived a tight life of practicing Hashiman Tonku during the day and studying the In seal at night. And after a few days of fermentation, the news of Danzo defeating the Akatsuki organization, 6 Paths of Pain, hundreds of shinobi from Kusanagakure, and the Kumo AB combination spread throughout the shinobi world, causing a huge sensation. With this series of achievements as evidence, it is already an irrefutable fact that Danzo has the strength of a super Kage. Therefore, including Mai, all the shinobi villages cancelled the plan to encircle Danzo, only keeping a certain number of scouts to search for the whereabouts of Danzo. Although the 4 generations Laying lost face because of this incident, but considering the threat of Danzo, he still sent an application to the other great shinobi villages to convene the Gakage assembly using the identity of Laying. Naturally, Mai was the first to respond. After all, Danzo served as the acting Naruto before he defected. As a traitor of Mai, his existence alone is enough to embarrass Mai. Therefore, from the standpoint of Mai, Danzo must be dealt with, and he must be dealt with by Mai himself, Because of Danzo's sensitive identity, the Gakage assembly was chosen to be held in my village. Both the Mist and Sand Crypsis agreed to participate in the Gakage assembly, only the Rock Village did not reply. And just when I was anxiously waiting for the Rock Village's reply, the news that the Rock Village was attacked by the Akatsuki organization suddenly came. Second update. The conference room was completely quiet. If it weren't for the slight sound of breathing, it would be easy to mistake the entire conference room as empty. On the main seat, 3 generations Naruto glanced at the crowd with a tired expression, sighed faintly and said, "Everyone has read the summary of the intelligence report, now let's talk about your thoughts." Closing the report at hand, Jiraiya curled his lips and said, "We have obviously been fooled by that guy Danzo. I don't know if there is anything wrong with his body or not, but the fact that he was injured by Kakashi is definitely intentional. This guy is definitely planning something." Tsunade echoed, "Well, according to the intelligence report from Kumo, when Laying encountered Danzo, Danzo didn't show any signs of injury at all. He deliberately spread the false news that he was injured and leaked his whereabouts. Now it seems that he is probably setting up a trap to lure someone." All the senior members of my nodded in agreement. There are too many true and false rumors in the past, so no one is clear about the true condition of Danzo's body or his true purpose. Now that all kinds of intelligence have been collected, and the series of plans and achievements of Danzo have also been made public, it's not difficult for everyone to guess what exactly Danzo is planning. It's just that there isn't enough information on who Danzo is plotting against. But with Danzo's current strength of Super Kage, he still needs to set up such a trap. It can be seen that the person he is plotting against is definitely not weak. In the current shinobi world, there aren't many targets that meet this standard. In addition to the 5 Kage, there are only Akatsuki and Amatsukami, therefore, Danzo's target is most likely Akatsuki and Amatsukami. However, as to why Danzo would take the risk to target Akatsuki and Amatsukami, no one knows. At this time, Fuyue crossed his arms and said, "We must find out where Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan came from. The Uchiha clan doesn't care about Danzo's life or death, what they care about is where Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan came from. After all, there are only 6 Manjikyu Uchiha in the shinobi world, and they belong to the Uchiha clan, Fuyue, Jishue, Amatsukami, and Akatsuki, Obsidian, Shinichi. Therefore, as the head of the Uchiha clan, Fuyue is more concerned about the origin of Danzo than anyone else." At this time, Jishue, who was sitting next to Fuyue, subconsciously looked at Hyojin who was sitting opposite him without saying a word. Originally, Jishue was not eligible to participate in the Mai's high-level meeting, but due to the exposure of Danzo's Super Kage strength, the threat to the village is too great, coupled with the Akatsuki becoming active in the shinobi world. In order to win over and appease the increasingly restless Uchiha clan, the 3 generations granted Jishue the right to participate in the Mai's high-level meeting. Feeling Jishue's gaze, Hyojin calmly returned a look, signaling Jishue to calm down. No one knows the origin of Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan better than Hyojin, but he obviously won't mention the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual in the high-level meeting. What's more, now that Danzo has been dealt with by him, he naturally doesn't want to cause any trouble. At this time, Hayashi asked, "Have you found any traces of Danzo?" Shikaku, the leader of the Jonin class, replied, "At present, no specific traces of Danzo have been found, but according to the information from the Mist, after Danzo was defeated by the 4 generations Mizukage, he fled all the way to the Land of Wind and disappeared in the desert of the Land of Wind, and the Sand Crypsis has already organized people to investigate the desert of the Land of Wind. Regarding the Danzo's defeat at the hands of the 4 generations Mizukage, no one has any doubt. First of all, Danzo has experienced a series of fierce battles. Even if he wasn't injured, chakra must have consumed a lot of energy, and his state is certainly not at its peak. Secondly, the location of the battle was on the Boundless Sea, which is the home field of the 4 generations Mizukage. Even if the 4 generations Mizukage's combat power is doubled, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Xuan Xiaochun sighed lightly, hiding in the desert of the Land of Wind, what a mess. Kaichi Yamanaka of the intelligence class said, "The Cloud Village hopes to use this meeting to gather the power of the 5 Kage to launch a decisive encirclement and suppression of Danzo, and eradicate the hidden danger of Danzo, which is a huge threat to the peace of the shinobi world." Jiraiya said, "I didn't expect Laying to ask for help. It seems that Danzo really gave him a lot of pressure." Tsunade looked worried, but with such a thing happening in the rock village, wouldn't it be too risky for us to focus on the encirclement and suppression of Danzo at this time? 3 generations. Naruto nodded. This is exactly what I'm worried about. The rock village was raided by the Akatsuki, the third Tsuchikage was seriously injured, and his whereabouts were unknown. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki both fell into the hands of the Akatsuki. The entire rock village was almost destroyed, and more than half of the rock ninjas were killed or injured. When this news reached the ears of Mai, it was like a bolt from the blue, catching Mai and the others off guard. One must know that the strength of the current rock village is no less than that of Mai and Kumo. Not only is there the 3 generations Tsuchikage who mastered the dust release, but there are also the 2 Jinchuriki and Kumo shinobi. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Rock Village is obviously stronger than the Mist and Sand Crypsis, and belongs to the same echelon as Mai and Kumo shinobi. But even so, such a powerful shinobi village was still vulnerable in front of the Akatsuki organization. Not only were the 3 generations Tsuchikage injured and missing, but even the 2 Jinchuriki were also wiped out by the Akatsuki organization. As a result, as many as 3 Jinchuriki have fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. In addition, in the previous battle with Mai, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki, Yugura, and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, were all killed by the Akatsuki organization's erudite chakra. Therefore, the only tailed beasts that haven't been touched by the Akatsuki organization are the 1 in Gaara's body, the 6 in Hagoromo's body, the 7 in Hibari's body, and the 9 tails in Naruto's body. Although they don't know the ultimate purpose of the Akatsuki organization, as more and more tailed beasts fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization, 3 generations instinctively felt a strong sense of unease. Confused, Hayashi asked, hasn't the Akatsuki organization been very peaceful recently? Why did they suddenly launch a raid on the rock village? Is it because of the 4th and 5th tails? Kakashi, who was also allowed to participate in the high-level meeting like Jisue, shook his head and said, I'm afraid that's not the case. I think that the Akatsuki organization's raid on the rock village is related to the new member of Amatsukami, Xidagarba. Xidagarba? First Sentinel. Many of the Mai executives who attended the meeting did not know about the existence of Xidagarba, a new member of Amatsukami. Therefore, after listening to Kakashi's explanation, they were all puzzled. After obtaining the permission of 3 generations Naruto, Kakashi told the senior Mai members in detail how they encountered the Akatsuki members when they were hunting for Danzo, and how they were helped by Xidagarba of Amatsukami. He also emphasized on the exciting battle between Xidagarba and Obsidian. After listening to Kakashi's description, Hayashi took a deep breath. A 15 or 16-year-old youth not only mastered the explosion escape blood limit, but he also mastered the dust escape blood limit elimination. This was really hard to believe. Hayashi was not the only one who had a strange expression on his face. The other senior members of Mai who didn't know about it in advance were also surprised. The status of dust release in the shinobi world makes every ninja who has mastered dust release inevitably become the focus of the major shinobi villages. Jisue looked at Hyojin with a puzzled expression. Obviously, he was more curious about Xidagarba, the new member of Amatsukami, because he had never heard Hyojin mention such a person in the organization. Hyojin was speechless. He finally understood the reason why the Akatsuki raided Rock Village. When he thought about how he was forced to use the second Earth Release clone to fight against the Akatsuki's members in order to rescue Storm and other Umbu's old subordinates, and the result was that the Rock Village was destroyed by the Akatsuki. 4-tailed and 5-tailed were captured, and Tsuchikage was nowhere to be found. He couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of fate. Fuyue narrowed his eyes and snorted. As expected of God's organization. Every member they choose is a Kage-level elite. Zhuan Shaochun said, with explosion release and dust release, this Xidagarba should be a member of the Rock Village, right? Kakashi gently nodded. I also have the same suspicion, so after returning to the village, I started to investigate from the Rock Village. After saying that, Kakashi got up and distributed a pile of documents that he had prepared in advance to all the elders present, and then said, soon I locked on to a rock ninja that matches the identity of Xidagarba. The information in front of you is all the information about this rock ninja collected by the village. Hyojin opened the documents in front of him, and as expected, Dedale's photo. Hyojin looked at Dedale. Same explosive clay, same explosion release ninjutsu, physical characteristics and age are very similar, plus he is Inoki's disciple. Yes, it's this guy. Fuyue quickly came to a conclusion. After reading the document, the other high-level members also nodded, because the probability of there being a second ninja in the shinobi world that matches these clues is almost zero, so everyone has already determined that the disciple of the 3 generations Tsuchikage is the new member of Amatsukami, Xidagarba. At this time, Kakashi also said, the Akatsuki probably knew that Rock Village's dead ale is Xidagarba, that's why they raided Rock Village. I didn't expect there to be such a reason. After a pause, Fuyue raised a question, but if Dead Ale is a member of Amatsukami, then why didn't Amatsukami intervene when the Akatsuki raided Rock Village? If they get involved, the Akatsuki won't be able to gain any advantage, right? After pondering for a while, Kakashi said, my personal guess is that Danzo attracted the attention of Amatsukami, so Akatsuki took advantage of the loophole. Everyone pondered for a while and felt that what Kakashi said is very reasonable. It is very likely that Danzo wanted to plot against Amatsukami, and Amatsukami also sent Xidagarba to investigate Danzo's hideout in the Land of Hot Water, which means that Amatsukami is also paying attention to Danzo. Because they focused on Danzo, they ignored the threat of Amatsukami, which led to them not intervening in Akatsuki's raid on Rock Village. From a reasonable point of view, it makes sense. Listening to everyone's analysis, Hyojin only felt that it is ridiculous. He obviously accidentally exposed the second Earth release body, which has not been fully developed, but it led to a lot of trouble. Jishue was at a loss. At this time, Hayashi suddenly asked 3 generations, Naruto-sama, why don't you directly confirm with Amatsukami? Hayashi's question immediately attracted the attention of all the Mai's higher-ups, and everyone's eyes instantly focused on 3 generations Naruto. Cough, cough, after coughing twice, 3 generations Naruto helplessly said, the village can't contact Amatsukami at the moment, and we have lost contact with Wind Chime and Homasubi. What? Except for a few of Naruto's higher-ups who know about the situation, such as Hayashi, Fuyue, and other higher-ups were all shocked. Before, they always thought that the village had a channel to contact Amatsukami, so they weren't worried about Amatsukami's raid. Now that they learned that the village has completely lost contact with Amatsukami, they suddenly panicked because with the current strength of Amatsukami, no village can resist Amatsukami's raid alone. Looking at everyone's uneasiness, 3 generations immediately changed to a tough tone and said, we must use this time's Kage assembly to completely solve the threat of Danzo, and at the same time, we must speed up the search for Tsuchikage and Deadale's whereabouts. Deadale is likely to be our only way to contact Amatsukami at the moment. Yes. 3 generations' tough tone made the participants feel like they have a backbone. At this time, Hyojin suddenly raised his hand and said to 3 generations, Naruto-sama, I am going to conduct a practical training for all the students of the ninja school in the near future. I hope that the village can cooperate with me. The Akatsuki's raid on Rock Village was a wake-up call for Suijin, so he decided to use double insurance to speed up his Kekiai trap plan and also speed up the cultivation of the next generation, especially Naruto and Sasuke, the 2 children of the prophecy. As long as Naruto and Sasuke can grow up smoothly, with the help of Sage of 6 Paths, even if Hyojin is careless, there will be Naruto and Sasuke to support the situation, so the situation will not fall into a hopeless situation, so that Hyojin won't even have the chance to launch a backup plan. 3 generations thought that Hyojin simply felt the threat of Danzo and the Akatsuki organization, and wanted to speed up the growth of the children in the ninja school, so they nodded and said, good, submit a plan as soon as possible. After the meeting, Hyojin, Jishue, and Kakashi walked out of the Naruto building side by side. This time, the village's high-level meeting clearly reflected the trend of the replacement of the old and the new. The older generation of 3 generations began to gradually fade away from the center of the village's power, while the younger generation of Hyojin's generation has more and more power to speak. Second update. As former teammates of the Umbu and now representatives of the new generation of the village, Hyojin, Jishue, and Kakashi walked side by side out of the Naruto building. Under the attention of many Mai ninjas along the way, they chatted casually. Glancing at Kakashi's ordinary jonin attire today, Hyojin casually asked, I heard that you have officially withdrawn from the Umbu? Well, it means 3 generations. Kakashi responded absent-mindedly. Today, he was allowed to participate in the high-level meeting of the village as an exception, and he was allowed to withdraw from the Embu. These are undoubtedly signals that 3 generations will soon promote and use Kakashi. In fact, after Kakashi successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, 3 generations has consciously begun to cultivate him as the successor of Naruto. This is not a secret in the eyes of discerning people. After all, Kakashi is the disciple of 4 generations, and belongs to the most orthodox Naruto ninja in the younger generation of Mai. Kakashi obviously has something on his mind. After chatting casually for a while, he said goodbye to Hyojin and Jishui. Looking at Kakashi's departing figure, Jishui said, "Kakashi-senpai seems to have a lot on his mind recently." Hyojin sighed and said, "He is carrying too many things on his back." Jishui couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senpai, we are actually carrying a lot of things on our backs. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be overwhelmed by these secrets. By the way, what's going on with Xianxia? Is he a newly recruited member of the organization?" "Well, almost." Hyojin can't explain in detail to Jishui about the clone at the moment, so he could only give a perfunctory answer. Jishui curiously asked, "Is Xianxia really Rock Village's dead ale?" "No, Xianxia is someone else. You will know about this in the future." Shaking his head, Hyojin changed the topic. "How is Itachi? How bad is your vision?" Jishui nodded. "He has used up too much of his pupillary power this time. His eyesight has deteriorated." In the previous battle on the island, both Hyojin and Danzo used Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Although Jishui only used Manjikyu Sharingan, but because of the Hashirama cells transplanted into his body, he was able to recover the consumed pupil power. Only Itachi was a normal kaleidoscope Uchiha, so after using so many kaleidoscope techniques, Itachi's vision inevitably deteriorated. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, "If his vision deteriorates seriously, I suggest that he undergo a transplant surgery. Anyway, he will have to do it eventually. Moreover, I have recently made a breakthrough in the field of fusion solution, and the success rate of the surgery is at least 5% higher than when you were at that time. It is worth a try." Jishui has been worried about Itachi's vision, so after listening to Hyojin's words, he was overjoyed. "Great. When we return to the clan, I will tell him the good news." For dojutsu ninjas who are accustomed to relying on dojutsu, the decline in their eyesight is a great weakening, which will seriously affect the insight and judgment of dojutsu ninjas on the battlefield. It is a big problem that must be solved as soon as possible. After a while, the joy on Jishui's face was replaced by a deep worry. He hesitantly asked, "Kuroto-san, what action do you think Akatsuki will take next? Will their next target be our Mai?" Hyojin thought for a moment and said, "They should not take any action in the short term. Akatsuki's sudden attack on the Rock Village shows that they are afraid of Amatsukami. Otherwise, they would not have given up on tracking the Danzo and turned around to attack the Rock Village just for Xianxia. From Akatsuki's standpoint, the fact that they didn't manage to dig out Amatsukami from the Rock Village meant that they had already alerted Amatsukami. In the short term, Akatsuki wouldn't make any further moves to avoid falling into Amatsukami's trap. In addition, they also captured 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki along the way this time. It would take some time to deal with these 2 Jinchuriki. In short, as long as Hyojin's false image of Yama as the strongest shinobi in the shinobi world is not exposed, then Akatsuki won't be able to act recklessly in the shinobi world. Therefore, the current situation of Konoha being on guard against both the Danzo and Akatsuki, and making a lot of arrangements, in Hyojin's opinion, it is all for naught, and it is completely a battle of wits and courage with the air. After walking for a while, the 2 of them arrived outside the ninja school. Seeing that the bulletin board outside the school gate was full of people, Hyojin couldn't help but ask, "Hey, why are there so many people here?" Jishui smiled and said, "Kuroto-san, did you forget that today is the day when the results of the taijutsu assessment will be announced? Irika should have already reported the results of the taijutsu assessment to you, right?" Hyojin also smiled and said, "Oh, so that's how it is." Since he became the headmaster of the ninja school has set a rule that there will be a monthly test and a monthly announcement. Last month, the test was about the 3-body technique, and last month's test was about taijutsu. Today happens to be the day when the results of the taijutsu assessment will be announced, so the bulletin board at the school gate is full of people. As he passed through the crowd, Hyojin glanced at the bulletin board and glanced at the name at the end of the list and grinned. This time, the person who fell to the last place in the taijutsu assessment is not someone else, but Uzumaki Naruto. It is reasonable to say that with Naruto's strength, he won't fall to the last place in the taijutsu assessment, but fate is so magical. His first opponent was unexpectedly Sasuke, and the result is self-evident, he lost instantly. In the second round, he met Xiaoli and lost again. In the third round, he met Xianxia, who was just eliminated by Ningxi, and after a hard battle, he lost again. In the fourth round, he met the sickly Yakumo, and Naruto felt that defeating a weak girl was unfair, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. In the fifth round, he met Ya, who was also unlucky. Both sides knew that they can't lose again, so they had a fierce battle. In the end, Naruto was slightly inferior and was defeated by Ya, becoming the person who lost all 5 battles and had the least points in the entire assessment. Therefore, he took over the title of last place from Xiaoli and became the new last place in the ninja school, on the playground of the ninja school. Sasuke, I want to challenge you. Knowing that he became the new last place, Naruto's face turned red and directly found Sasuke. Humph, last place. With his hands in his pockets, Sasuke contemptuously snorted and walked away. Ningxi, I want to challenge you. Naruto found the second place in the physical technique assessment, Ningxi. Ningxi ignored Naruto and walked away. He was angry and annoyed at losing to Sasuke. Seeing that both Sasuke and Ningxi ignored his challenge, Naruto shouted, "Ah, you two bastards, how dare you ignore me?" Xiaoli came over and patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, although we are the last place, we can still surpass those geniuses through hard work. Come on. Naruto said with a sad face, thick-eyebrow watermelon head, don't put me in the same category as you. I'm not at the bottom. The White Snake Immortal said that I'm a rare genius. Asking for monthly votes. As soon as Hyojin returned to the headmaster's office, Ningxi followed him in with a depressed look on his face. Hyojin asked, Ningxi, what's the matter? After bowing deeply to Hyojin, Ningxi said guiltily, Sensei, this time I have lost face for you. I have lost face for our Hyuga clan. In this physical technique assessment, Ningxi lost to Sasuke with a slight disadvantage, which was beyond the expectations of many people. Hyojin froze for a moment, and then smiled, I have told you many times, a temporary victory or defeat is nothing. You don't have to comfort me, I know I have let everyone down this time. Ningxi lowered his head and said in a depressed tone. If he lost to Sasuke in a normal competition, he would not be so depressed, but he lost to Sasuke in the physical technique assessment where the Hyuga clan has the advantage, which is unacceptable to him in any case. Looking at Ningxi, Hyojin did not say anything more. Hyojin is actually very clear that because of the competition mechanism deliberately introduced by the headmaster, the current ninja school is completely different from the original ninja school of the loose and leisurely atmosphere in the ninja school of the original world. In particular, the monthly assessment results announcement system not only increases the pressure on every student, but also increases the pressure on the major clans behind the students. As far as he knows, now the major clans have privately carried out extra training for their children to avoid their children from making a fool of themselves in the ninja school assessment and dragging down the reputation of their family. Naruto unexpectedly fell to the last place this time is actually related to this. If it weren't for the Aikido clan behind Xianxia and the Inuzuka clan behind Ya, who privately gave Xianxia and Ya remedial lessons, they would not have been able to defeat Naruto in physical technique. It was precisely because of this competitive atmosphere that every assessment was not only a competition between the students themselves, but also the prestige of the families behind the students. That was why when the results of the assessment were announced earlier, there was a huge crowd in front of the bulletin board. Therefore, the fact that the Hyuga clan lost to the Uchiha clan in physical technique is likely to become a hot topic of discussion among the villagers for a period of time in the future. After leaving Ningxi hanging for a while, Hyojin, who was drafting the actual combat drill plan, said slowly, the project of this month's school assessment will be an actual combat drill that is close to a real battle. Ningxi raised his head, actual combat drill? Hyojin glanced at Ningxi and said lightly, only in actual combat can a ninja's true strength be tested, so I hope to be able to perform well in this assessment. Ningxi quickly promised, "Sensei, please rest assured, this time I will not let you and the family lose face." Hyojin moved his gaze back to the plan that was being drafted and said casually, "By the way, this actual combat assessment happens to overlap with the upcoming 5 Kage assembly held in the village. At that time, it will not only be my family that will pay attention to this actual combat drill, so whether you can make a name for yourself and your family in front of the 5 Kage depends on your ability." What? Ningxi was taken aback at first, but immediately his eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Kuroto's light words suddenly tugged at Niji's heartstrings, causing his blood to surge and his whole body to suddenly be filled with energy. For a child of his age, there is nothing more glorious than making a name for himself and his family in front of the 5 Kage. Hyojin continued, "The news will be announced in 2 days, so prepare well." "Yes." Ningxi nodded again and again, his mind was no longer on this. Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Don't be happy too early, this actual combat drill was personally drafted by me, the difficulty is not small, if you don't have the determination to die, it is very likely that you will make a fool of yourself." At night, with his hands in his trouser pockets, Sasuke had a proud smile on his face all the way from the ninja school back to the clanland. In all the assessments of the ninja school, he got the first place, especially in the physical technique assessment of the school. He defeated Ningxi, the genius of the Hyuga clan who specializes in soft boxing. Not only did he get the first place again, but he also proved to everyone that even the physical technique of the Uchiha clan is not worse than the Hyuga clan. "I want to be the first to tell my brother this good news, I am now the same as him." At the thought of being able to dominate the ninja school like his brother Itachi and get his father's praise, the corners of Sasuke's mouth rose even more. Coming to the Uchiha clan's exclusive training ground, Sasuke found that his brother Itachi is really practicing shuriken throwing in the training ground. In addition, Jishui is also on the side, so he trotted over and said, "Brother, Jishui-san." Seeing Sasuke running over, Jishui and Itachi tacitly ended the topic of cell transplantation. "Brother, in this school's physical technique assessment, I got the first place again." As Sasuke said that, he showed an expression that said, "Praise me quickly." Jishui said with a smile, "I didn't expect Sasuke to be able to defeat Ningxi this time, I was really surprised when I heard it." Sasuke curled his lips, "Brother Jishui, what do you mean by this? I defeated Ningxi with my own strength, humph, in front of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Hyuga family's soft fist is nothing." Itachi and Jishui looked at each other and smiled. Sasuke then said to Itachi, "Brother, rest assured, I will definitely keep the title of the first place in the same batch until graduation." Itachi said, "Don't be proud, I heard that the students in this batch are very hardworking, if you relax, you will be caught up by others." At this time, Jishui remembered that Hyojin proposed the actual combat drill at the high-level meeting, so he said, "Sasuke, this month's school assessment is likely to be a combat drill, and most likely the rules will be set by the principal himself, so be careful." "Combat drill? Hey, that's what I'm best at." A smile appeared on Sasuke's childish face, and his eyes were full of eagerness. In the ninja school's faculty dormitory, Do stared at the peaceful my village outside the window, the expression on his face uncertain, and he thought in his heart, could something have happened to Orochimaru? It had been 2 days since the scheduled communication with Orochimaru, but Orochimaru's communication had still not arrived. This kind of thing had never happened before, so Do felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Do's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he noticed that someone was approaching his dormitory, but soon his expression softened again. Knock knock. Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside. Opening the door, Do asked, "Naruto, it's so late, why don't you go home to rest?" Naruto, who still had faint traces of tears on his face, said, "Brother Do, can you teach me martial arts?" Second chapter. 1 week later, after a thorough investigation by the 4 great shinobi villages, the details of the Akatsuki's attack on Rock Village were finally revealed to everyone. This attack was the same as the attack on Mai, it also happened at night, and the 4 Jinchuriki of Rock Village inexplicably went berserk, opening the whole chaos. In the process of evacuating the ordinary villagers, Dead Ale, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, the elite Jonin Yellow, and other experts of Rock Village immediately launched a counterattack. Especially the fierce battle between Dead Ale and Konan of the Akatsuki, both of them are ninjas with amazing destructive power, and even if they deliberately restrained themselves, the aftermath of their battle almost razed half of the village. Then the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, took action. With Nagato's attack, the situation that was originally in a stalemate suddenly changed. Ordinary rock ninjas were simply unable to withstand a single blow from Nagato. Even the elite Jonin of Rock Village could only slightly consume some of Nagato's chakra. They couldn't pose any real threat to Nagato. Nagato defeated the Rock Village's shinobi army with a sweeping momentum, subduing the Rock Village's five-tailed Jinchuriki and almost capturing Dead Ale. Just when Dead Ale was in danger, the three generations Inoki suddenly took action and saved Dead Ale from Nagato, and finally escaped with Dead Ale with serious injuries. After this battle, the Rock Village was destroyed. However, when Mai was destroyed, the three generations Inoki considered how the Rock Village would deal with the same situation as Mai, so during the period when the Akatsuki was dormant, he secretly moved the Rock Village's secret library of ninjutsu, files, and other important materials to another safe and hidden place. At the same time, he also built many temporary shelters in the Land of Earth to accommodate the fleeing villagers. It can be said that before the Akatsuki's raid occurred, the three generations Inoki had already prepared for the worst-case scenario that Rock Village might fall and arranged an escape route for Rock Village. But even so, this battle still greatly damaged Rock Village, and the loss of personnel and property is immeasurable. Fortunately, three generations of Inoki still exist, and as long as he is still alive, no matter how poor Rock Village is, it can still be called one of the 5 great shinobi villages. In addition to the news from Rock Village, the whereabouts of Danzo is also the focus of the shinobi world. However, it was as if the Danzo had vanished from the face of the earth. There was no trace of him at all. Various forces had searched the entire desert of the Wind Nation, but they did not find any clues. Hence, the various factions began to speculate that Danzo was truly injured, and was hiding somewhere to recuperate. After all, Danzo's previous record of sweeping the 6 paths of pain, Kusanagi Shinobi, and Kumo Shinobi is too shocking. If he didn't suffer any injuries after such a series of battles, then it would be too terrifying. And just as Hyojin expected, after the Akatsuki raided Rock Village, the Akatsuki didn't immediately carry out the next action, but went into dormancy again. Obviously, the Akatsuki is also worried that Amatsukami would set up a trap for them. These disturbances in the shinobi world didn't affect Hyojin, and he is still carrying out his various plans in an orderly manner. Because the meridians of the Earth clone number 2 were damaged, it will take some time to recover, so the development of the Earth clone can only be delayed for the time being. Therefore, Kuroto's energy is focused on practicing the Hashiman Tonku, improving the In seal, and preparing for the actual combat drill of the shinobi school. Perhaps because the actual combat drill happened to overlap with the Gakage assembly, all the major shinobi clans in the Mai Kingdom are working hard, hoping that their children can make a name for themselves in this actual combat drill. Even if they can't show their faces, at least they won't make a fool of themselves in front of the Gakage. In the classroom of the shinobi school, feeling the eager and nervous gazes of the children, Hyojin smiled and said, "In order to simulate a real battlefield, this actual combat drill will be carried out in the form of group confrontation." Group confrontation? The children were surprised, but at the same time, they were also looking forward to it. If they could form a team with excellent teammates, then the probability of winning the actual combat drill would undoubtedly be greatly increased. So, for a time, many people's eyes were on Sasuke and Neji, the 2 powerful students of the same batch. Sasuke, who was sitting in his seat with his hands crossed over his chest, seemed to enjoy this kind of gaze. The corners of his mouth were smiling, and there wasn't the slightest trace of awkwardness on his face. For him, it doesn't matter what kind of teammates he forms, because even if he is alone, he is still confident that he can win this actual combat drill. Compared to Sasuke, Ningxi slightly frowned. Ningxi is very clear that his overall strength is obviously inferior to Sasuke, so if the teammates he forms with are too weak, then the probability of him defeating Sasuke in the actual combat drill will be even lower. Naruto looked left and right, scratching his ears and cheeks, trying to figure out which teammates he should form with. Beside him, Hinata blushed and timidly peeked at Naruto. Fu, who is sitting in the last row, is muttering that she wants to form a team with Ye and Ding Xi, who are familiar with her. In the corner, Sai is sketching on a small notebook, Shikamaru is bored to death, and Sakura and Ino, as usual, are looking at Sasuke like love-struck idiots. After the news of the grouping was announced, the classroom suddenly became noisy. At this time, Hyojin said again, "For the sake of fairness, your grouping has been decided this time. Iruka, announce it." After receiving Hyojin's order, Iruka immediately walked to the podium and loudly announced the grouping of the actual combat drill. Hyojin did not deliberately change the grouping of Mai's 12 roaches, so they still maintained the original time and space. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were in one group, Ningxi, Xiaoli, and Tian were in another group, Shikamaru, Ding Ci, and Ino were in another group, and Hinata, Ya, and Shino were in another group. The only difference is that among the children who are paying special attention to, there are also Ziyuan, Yakumo, Sai, and Takunin Mura's Shichibi Lifu's group. After Iruka announced the grouping, some people in the classroom were happy and some were sad. Naruto was the first to stand up and said discontentedly, "Why do I have to be in a group with that guy Sasuke?" Iruka said with a black face, "Idiot, because you're the last one. Putting you in a group with the strongest Sasuke can balance the strength of all the groups." Sasuke snorted coldly and said, "Humph, the last one. Don't drag me down this time. You arrogant guy." Naruto said and started playing with Sasuke. Ningxi, who was on the side, let out a long sigh of relief. Tian, who had been paying attention to Ningxi, asked curiously, "Ningxi, what's wrong?" Ningxi shook his head and said, "Nothing, I'm just glad that I didn't get into a group with that idiot Naruto." Although they were both the last ones, in Ningxi's eyes, Xiaoli, who was in the same group as him, was obviously more reliable than Naruto. First chapter. Bang, 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 the black shadow shuttled back and forth, stirring up a huge wave of air in the training ground. The whistling sound produced by the air wave gradually converged into a line, turning into a low dull sound that seemed to have substance. After a while, the black figure stopped and revealed its strong and healthy body. There was no doubt that this was Hyojin, who was practicing the 8 inner hidden gates in his exclusive training ground. Hoo-hoo, although he was panting lightly, Hyojin's face was very ruddy, and he still seemed to be at ease. After several weeks of hard practice, his body had gradually become accustomed to maintaining the first 3 gates, Gate of Opening, Gate of Healing, and Gate of Life at the same time. After a while, Hyojin's breathing calmed down. He clenched his fists and said, "Hey, after adapting to the Gate of Life, my body's control seems to have improved a lot." When he was practicing just now, he faintly found that his body seemed to have become a lot more flexible. Not only was his speed faster, but his endurance was also better. Even his nerve reaction seemed to have improved significantly. It could be said that the overall quality of his body had improved. It must be known that at Hyojin's current level, the effect of ordinary exercise was very limited. Most of the time, exercise was just to maintain the state and prevent the decline of physical fitness. However, practicing the 8 inner hidden gates could bring him such a significant improvement. It could be seen that the 8 inner hidden gates was indeed unique in digging out the potential of the human body. The next step is to break through the 4th gate, Gate of Pain. I don't know if I'm faster or if Kakashi is faster. Kuroto couldn't help but smile at the thought of competing with Kakashi in the cultivation of the Hashiman inner hidden gates. Because of the backfeeding of the Tenseigan to the body over the years, Hyojin's current aptitude was stronger than Kakashi's, who was 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Coupled with his huge advantage in chakra's amount, he thought that he would not lose to Kakashi in practicing the 8 inner hidden gates. Swish, at this time, Homusubi used the body flicker technique to land on the practice field and reported to Kuroto, "Kuroto-san, all the people you are looking for have arrived, do you want to see them now?" Hyojin picked up a towel to wipe his sweat and said, "Take them to the principal's office first. I'll be there soon." N. Shursui responded, and then his figure disappeared from the training ground. After a quick shower, Hyojin changed into casual clothes and walked to the principal's office. IGL Literature, #free reading. At this moment, in the headmaster's office, other than Ji Shuei, there were 4 other people standing side by side. They were Iruka, Shuei-mu, Steel, and Shinyu Izumo. "Principal." Seeing Hyojin come in, they all bowed to Hyojin. Sitting back in his seat, Hyojin glanced at the 4 Chunin ninjas in front of him and said, "My arrangements, Jishui should have already told you, right?" The 4 nodded respectively, only Irika's face showed an expression of wanting to say something. Noticing this, Hyojin asked, "Irika, do you have anything to say?" Irika hesitated for a moment and said, "Principal, do we need to do this? We are all Chunin, how could those children defeat us?" Kuroto grinned at Kuroto. He called Irika, Shuei-mu, Steel, and Shinyu Izumo to the principal's office, not for anything else, but for the upcoming actual combat drill. He had already drawn up the rules of the actual combat drill of the ninja school and announced it to the public. The location of the actual combat drill was in the Forest of Death at the edge of the village. The students would enter the Forest of Death from different entrances in groups, and then engage in an unruly melee in the Forest of Death. Before each group entered the Forest of Death, they would carry 3 tool scrolls. Every time they lost in the Forest of Death, they would lose 1 tool scroll. If a group lost all the tool scrolls, the group would be judged to be eliminated, and the group that won the most tool scrolls would be the final winner of the actual combat drill. And in order to make the actual combat drill more difficult, Suijin also deliberately arranged a team of instructors, namely, Irika, Mizuki, Tetsuya, and Kamizuki Izumo, the 4 experienced Chunin in front of him. The instructors would also enter the Forest of Death and indiscriminately attack any group of students that they found in the actual combat drill. Therefore, how to avoid the instructors was one of the key points of the actual combat assessment. Seeing that Hyojin didn't seem to be moved, Irika continued, "Principal, these children have only entered the ninja school for less than half a year, and now they are going to undergo such a harsh assessment, will it?" Before Irika could finish, Hyojin interrupted him, "I can wait for them to grow slowly, but the Akatsuki organization may not have the patience. We don't have much time." This. Irika opened his mouth, but he couldn't refute Hyojin. Shuei-mu interrupted, "Please rest assured, Principal. I will let these kids understand the difference between actual combat and assessment." Hyojin said, "Don't look down on these kids just because you are Chunin. If you are easily defeated by these kids, it will be embarrassing." Mizuki smiled proudly, "You underestimate us Chunin too much." Hyojin glanced at Shuei-mu and said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to your performance." After Irika and the others left the principal's office, Jishui said, "Senpai, isn't it too strict to let the instructors join the actual combat drill this time?" In Jishui's opinion, even Sasuke, who was the strongest among the students, couldn't be a match for the 4 Chunin in the instructor team, so the addition of the instructor team would inevitably be a one-sided crushing. Hyojin put away the smile on his face and asked, "Jishui, you have already been on the battlefield when you were their age, right?" Jishui was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. He went to the battlefield when he was less than 10 years old, and at the age of 11, he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan on the battlefield. Kuroto turned his head and looked out of the window. The current situation in the shinobi world is even more critical than during the Third Shinobi World War. Even a great shinobi village like the Rock Village can be easily destroyed. In such a situation, letting the children play ninja games in a ninja school for a few years without any worries is irresponsible to them and the entire village. Jishui said, "I didn't think it through." Hyojin then said, "What's more, sending a team of instructors is not an actual combat drill, this is just an appetizer." Jishui was taken aback, "What? Do you have other arrangements?" Hyojin said, "Just wait and see." Second Sentinel. On the giant clay dragon. From time to time, Red glanced at Dedale with an inquisitive look on her face. Noticing Red's gaze, Dedale's face turned black as he said uncomfortably, "I told you, I'm not that damn Xidagarba, don't look at me like that." Red quickly said, "I have no intention of spying on your Amatsukami, I just want to know about Wind Chime, how is he recently?" Seeing that Red didn't believe him, Dedale lightly snorted and turned his head to the side. 3 generations Inoki, who was sitting in the front, shook his head, "Mai's girl, Dedale didn't lie, he really isn't a member of Amatsukami." Inoki also suspected that Dedale had joined Amatsukami without telling him, but after inquiring about the time when Xidagarba appeared, he ruled out Dedale as a suspect. Because when Xidagarba appeared in the country of hot water and fought with Akatsuki, Dedale was practicing dust release with him, so it was impossible for Dedale to be Xidagarba. Red, don't say any more. Kakashi stopped Red, who was about to continue questioning. At this time, Inoki asked Kakashi, the other Kages should have arrived in Mai, right? Kakashi gently nodded, yes, Lei-ing-sama, Mizukage-sama, and Kazekage-sama have arrived in the village smoothly. They are just waiting for you to arrive, then the Kage meeting can be held. Kakashi and Red were sent by 3 generations Naruto after receiving the message from Rock Village to Mai, so both of them were now flying towards Mai's clay dragon. It didn't take long for the clay dragon to reach Konoha. After landing at the secret entrance of the original root base, the 4 people on the clay dragon went through the secret entrance outside the village and went all the way to the original root base under Mai. After sending 3 generations and Dead Ale to the secret meeting room, Kakashi and Red left the original root base. On the way, Red asked, Kakashi, do you think Dead Ale is Xidagarba? After muttering to himself for a moment, Kakashi replied, they don't seem to be the same person in terms of temperament. You have also seen Xidagarba. He is a very calm guy, while this Dead Ale's character is very jumpy. The 2 of them have opposite characters. Red said, I also feel that something is wrong, but the Xidagarba's explosive clay is too similar to Xidagarba. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Kakashi said, actually, you don't need to spend so much effort to judge. As long as you confirm one thing, you will know whether Dead Ale is God's organization Xidagarba. Red's eyes narrowed. Dust release? Kakashi nodded and said, if Dead Ale also knows dust release, then it can basically be concluded that he is Xidagarba. Using the same kind of explosive clay may be a coincidence, but if he also knows dust release, then it can't be explained by coincidence, because there should be no one in the shinobi world who can develop dust release without the guidance of 3 generations such a Kage. Red echoed, if he knows dust release, then it means that he is very good at disguising himself. His frivolity and nervousness are actually a deliberate disguise. Just as Red and Kakashi were discussing whether Dead Ale was God's organization's Xidagarba, the same discussion was taking place in the secret conference room of the 5 Kage assembly. For generations Lei-ing impatiently said, all the evidence points to you. How long are you going to quibble? Humph. Dead Ale crossed his arms over his chest and directly ignored the question of 4 generations Lei-ing. 3 generations Tsuchikage explained, I can prove that Dead Ale is not God's organization's Xidagarba because when Xidagarba appeared in the land of hot water, Dead Ale was in the village. For generations Kazekage questioned, what can this prove? Clay clone has the ability to pass off the fake as the real one. 3 generations Tsuchikage said with certainty, no, it was Dead Ale who was in the village at that time. The reason why Inoki was so sure is that practicing dust release requires one to try to fuse the 3 attributes of chakra in the body, and a mere clay clone can't do this. However, this involves the secret of Dead Ale's practice of dust release, so Inoki can't say it clearly. 3 generations Naruto looked at Dead Ale and asked the question that everyone was concerned about, Dead Ale, have you mastered dust release? Feeling everyone's gazes, Dead Ale had a gloomy expression. That's right, I have indeed grasped dust evasion, but I'm not that damned Xidagarba. I want to know who that damned Xidagarba is more than all of you. If he falls into my hands, I'll definitely turn him into a big firework. Ever since he met Amatsukumi's Balrog, Dead Ale felt as if his fate was being controlled. Absurd coincidences came one after another, making him surprised and angry, but also helpless. After getting an affirmative answer from Dead Ale, 3 generations Naruto said, well, the topic about Xidagarba ends here. After confirming that Dead Ale mastered dust release, everyone knew what was going on and no longer continued to interrogate Dead Ale. If Dead Ale really isn't Xidagarba, then forcing him would be useless, and if Dead Ale is Xidagarba, then forcing him would be useless. Soon, under the guidance of 3 generations Naruto, the focus of the 5 Kages discussion shifted from Dead Ale to the encirclement and suppression of Danzo, as well as how to deal with the threat of the Akatsuki and how to protect the existing Jinchuriki. Because of the terrifying strength that Danzo showed, the 5 Kages temporarily suppressed their own selfishness and quickly finalized a joint plan to search for Danzo's whereabouts. At the same time, the investigation and countermeasures against the Akatsuki also became the focus of the discussion. However, because the strength of the Akatsuki's leader, Nagato, is too strong, even if the 5 Kage come together, it would still be difficult for them to deal with him, so this topic was stopped midway. Seeing that everyone was tired, 3 generations Naruto announced, let's end the discussion here for today. For the next few days, you can walk around our Mai, rest, and wait for the latest information. The 4 generations of Kazekage suddenly said, I heard that the ninja school of your village will hold an actual combat drill tomorrow, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki and 7 tails Jinchuriki will participate? Because the topic of protecting the existing Jinchuriki of the 5 great shinobi villages has been discussed before, the senior members of the 5 great shinobi villages present all know that the 7-tailed Jinchuriki of Takanobi village is in Mai. 3 generations Naruto smiled and nodded. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. Here's the first update, asking for monthly votes. Early in the morning, as soon as the refreshing first rays of the sun shone on the ground, the area outside the Forest of Death, which was usually quiet, became lively for some reason. Ninjas from various clans and ordinary villagers flocked to the area at the same time. Standing on the temporarily built high platform, Hyojin curled his lips. Why are there so many people here to watch the fun? With just a glance, Hyojin even saw a few peddlers pushing carts in the crowd. On the side, Jishui smiled and said, isn't it because of the assessment results publicity system formulated by Senpai Kuroto-san, which makes all the ninja clans in the village afraid that their children will be disgraced, so under the attention of all parties, the influence of our ninja school is getting bigger and bigger. Sometimes Jishui really admires Hyojin from the bottom of his heart, because no matter what Hyojin does, he can always play tricks. For example, after the implementation of the assessment results publicity system, the major ninja clans in the village either actively or passively paid attention to the ninja school. Because the results announced by the ninja school are too eye-catching, it's hard for the major ninja clans not to pay attention to it. After all, if their children make a fool of themselves in the rankings, the news will spread throughout the village in less than half a day. And my village is a real ninja village, even ordinary villagers are inextricably linked with the major ninja clans in the village, so after several times, every assessment of the ninja school has attracted more and more attention from the villagers, and gradually it has become a very interesting activity for the villagers. After all, Mai has always had such a tradition. For example, Naruto's Chunin exam in the original time and space also sold tickets, making it like an entertainment activity. Seeing more and more villagers flocking here, the students participating in the assessment also became restless. Even Sasuke, Ningxi, and other outstanding geniuses were a little nervous under the public attention. Father, why are you here? Mom, I'm here. Oh no, my old man is also here. Soon, many students found their relatives in the crowd. Some students were surprised. It seems that they did not expect their relatives to come. Some students greeted their relatives happily. Sakura is also one of them. Looking at her parents waving to her outside the field, she held her forehead and said, why are they here? Don't give me so much pressure. Naruto put his hands on the back of his head and deliberately put on an indifferent expression. Parents are the most troublesome. Humph. The cool-looking Sasuke snorted lightly, as if he was very disdainful of Sakura's parents coming to cheer for them. However, he would occasionally glance at the sidelines from the corner of his eyes, revealing his true feelings. And when he saw his parents and his brother Itachi coming together, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised high, and he secretly vowed in his heart, today, I must let everyone in the village understand the power of the Uchiha clan. On the other side, after seeing the figure of his father Richa and patriarch Hayashi coming together, Ningxi also secretly vowed in his heart that he must win back the glory for the Hyuga clan. Then, Ningxi subconsciously turned his head to look at Sasuke on the other side. For Ningxi, the biggest obstacle to winning this actual combat drill is Sasuke, because he has the Byakugan. The probability of avoiding the instructor group is much higher than others, so the instructor group that is the most dangerous for other students is nothing for him. When Ningxi looked at Sasuke, Sasuke also happened to look at Ningxi, because for Sasuke, Ningxi is also his biggest obstacle to winning this actual combat drill. Looking at the confrontation between Ningxi and Sasuke, Tian, who was carrying a scroll bigger than her head, said to Ningxi, don't worry, we can win. Xiaoli on the side also nodded, Ningxi, I will definitely not hold you back. Ningxi withdrew his gaze from Sasuke, looked at the 2 teammates beside him, and said solemnly, this time, I'll leave it to you. Suddenly, there was a noise in the crowd on the sidelines, followed by cheers from far to near. Listening to the faint cheers in the distance, Ino asked with a puzzled look, is Naruto-sama here? Dingy, who was eating a potato chip, replied vaguely, "It seems so." Shikamaru shook his head and casually analyzed, "If only Naruto-sama is here, he shouldn't be so ostentatious. I guess it's likely that all 5 Kage are here." TSK, is the village trying to use our actual combat drill to boost the morale of the 5 villages? The destruction of the Rock Village by the Akatsuki organization has greatly impacted the morale of the 5 villages, so this time in the village of Mai, the village didn't hide the fact that all 5 Kage, including the Tsuchikage, are currently in the village of Mai. And just as Shikamaru expected, the 5 Kage soon boarded the temporarily built high platform. Looking at the 5 ninjas on the high platform, standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, the trainees who are about to participate in the actual combat drill suddenly became excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Even Sasuke and Ningxi were no exception, all of them blushed. At this moment, they completely realized that this actual combat drill is completely different from the previous assessment. Once they get the first place in today's actual combat drill, then they can really make a name for their family in the shinobi world. With the arrival of all the high-level participants, Hyojin, as the principal of the ninja school, no longer delayed and directly said to the students on the high platform, "You should all be clear about the rules of this actual combat drill, so I won't be long-winded here. I just want to emphasize one point: don't treat this drill as an ordinary ninja game. If you are not careful, you will really die." After saying that, Hyojin waved his hand. A group of staff members who have been waiting on the sidelines immediately led the student groups to different entrances. Watching the groups of students leave the venue under the leadership of the staff members, Kakashi moved closer to Hyojin's side and whispered, "What you just said can't be serious, right?" Hyojin smiled and said, "What do you think?" At this time, Jishui came over and said, "Senpai, Asuma Senpai and the others have arrived." Kakashi was startled and asked curiously, "Why did you call Asuma and the others?" Hyojin patted Kakashi's shoulder, "You will know in a moment." In the distance, Obsidian, wearing the vortex mask, stood on a tree branch and looked at the lively venue outside the Forest of Death. At this time, Zetsu suddenly poked half of his body out of the tree trunk and said, "I still can't find Dead Ale, he should be hidden by my second update, asking for monthly votes." Seeing Obsidian silently looking at the death forest in the distance, Zetsu also looked at him and jokingly said, "Your informant seems to be very interested in the ninja school. I heard that after he took office, he carried out many reforms in Mai's ninja school, and this actual combat drill seems to be promoted by him. It seems that he wants to train these kids to fight against us." The Obito showed a look of disdain. "Kuroto is still as naive as ever. No matter how much he trains these little brats, what use can they have? The future of the shinobi world is already doomed." Zetsu suddenly said, "I heard that Mai's 9 Tails Jinchuriki will also participate in this actual combat drill. Maybe we can take this opportunity to kidnap the 9 Tails Jinchuriki." The Obito hesitated for a moment. "Rock Village has just been destroyed by us, and Konoha is holding such a high-profile event, and they even let the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki participate. Don't you think it's strange?" Zetsu turned his head and looked at Obsidian. "Are you worried that this is a trap set by Amatsukami? We can't ignore this possibility." After a pause, Obsidian explained, "When Nagato was defeated by Amatsukami's Yama, you were also there. The strength of the other party is not something that the two of us can resist." Recalling the previous battle between Nagato and Yama, Zetsu suddenly felt a lingering fear. Well, that monster Yama can summon meteorites at will, even the Outer Path demon statue couldn't resist it. The injuries that Nagato suffered in that battle have not completely healed up until now. If we meet him, I'm afraid that we will be in big trouble. The meteorite attack launched by Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon with the help of the giant Tenseigan has always been attributed to Hyojin by Akatsuki, so everyone in Akatsuki, including their leader Nagato, is very afraid of Yama. It was also because of the meteorite attack that the leader Nagato was seriously injured, which forced the Akatsuki to lay dormant for so long. Even now, Nagato hasn't fully recovered from his injuries. Obsidian continued, "You don't have to worry too much. Yama didn't chase us last time, which means that he is also afraid of Nagato. Now that we have captured the 4th-tailed and the 5-tailed, as long as the Sasori transformation plan is successful, Yama will no longer be the strongest in the shinobi world, and our plan can be pushed forward again." Ju asked with some pity, "After entering the Forest of Death, there are only 2 brats of the same age beside 9 Tailses. Jinchuriki. It's a pity to let go of this opportunity. After weighing the pros and cons, Obsidian, who was quite confident in his ability to escape, said, "Then let's go and take a look. If there's really a chance, we'll make a move." On the field outside the Forest of Death, a number of surveillance screens were quickly set up. Since the Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki and the Seven-Tailed Jinchuriki are participating in the actual combat drill at the same time, Hyojin naturally has to ensure their safety, and these hundreds of surveillance cameras arranged in the Forest of Death are part of the safety protection. These surveillance cameras can not only monitor the vast majority of the areas in the Forest of Death, but also provide live footage of the actual combat drill for the 5 Kage as well as the villagers. The only drawback is that it costs a lot of money, but the actual combat drill this time was approved by the village's high-level meeting, so all the expenses will be borne by the village. Hyojin doesn't have to worry about it. In addition to these surveillance cameras, many important nodes in the Forest of Death are also guarded by the Umbu Squad, which can reach any area in the Forest of Death within 3 minutes. Moreover, Kakashi has also arranged the Flying Thunder God Jutsu on Naruto and Fu. As long as there is an accident, Kakashi can instantly transfer these two important Jinchuriki away. Walking down the high platform, Hyojin came in front of Asuma, Red, Gale, and Quion. In addition to Asuma, Red and the other two were specially invited by Hyojin, and Asuma also came along when he heard that Red was coming. After throwing 4 sets of Akatsuki's red cloud uniforms to the 4 people in front of him, Hyojin said, "Put them on." After receiving the Akatsuki's red cloud uniforms, Asuma was confused. "Kuroto-san, what are you doing?" Ahem. After coughing twice, Gale asked, "Kuroto-san, you don't want us to pretend to be Akatsuki members to scare those children, do you?" Hyojin smiled, "Yes." Red frowned and said, "Kuroto-san, you are playing too big. They are just a group of children, they haven't even graduated from the shinobi school, and they are not even genin. You have already crossed the line by arranging a team of chunin as instructors, and now you want us jonin to do it? Isn't this deliberately discouraging those children? Don't forget that the 5 Kages are watching." There is no doubt that Red is thinking for Hyojin's sake. Making the children make a fool of themselves on such an occasion is undoubtedly an embarrassment to the major clans behind these children. Hyojin glanced at Asuma and said lightly, "I am not afraid of offending people, are you?" In front of Red, Asuma immediately said, "Are you kidding me? I have nothing to be afraid of." Hyojin patted Asuma's shoulder with satisfaction, as expected of a member of the Azuma family. "You are very tough." "You." After sighing speechlessly, Red said, "Forget it, one of you is the son of a noble family, and the other is the son of Naruto. I am too lazy to talk to you." Seeing that Red also agreed, Gale hurriedly said, "Kuroto-san, what exactly are we going to do?" Hyojin handed over the information of the 12 roaches of Mai, Zun, Yakumo, Sakai's group, and Takanabu's group, a total of 6 groups, and then ordered, "You don't need to worry about anything else, just keep an eye on these 6 groups, make them mistakenly think that you are the real members of the Akatsuki, let them feel the pressure of death." Asuma said with some uneasiness, "There are 9 tails Jinchuriki here. If he suddenly loses control, what should we do?" Currently, only a few high-level members of Mai know about the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, as well as a few high-level members of the 5 great shinobi villages who have participated in the Gakage assembly, so Asuma doesn't know that Fu is a Jinchuriki of the 7 tails. At this time, Jishuei, who has been standing beside Hyojin without saying a word, stood up and said with a smile, "If Naruto goes berserk, I will deal with it, please don't worry, Asuma-san." Asuma was still a little uneasy. These children are the children of the strongest shinobi clan in the village, and there are also geniuses of your Hyuga clan among them. Is it really necessary to go to this extent? Hyojin said calmly, "If you think of them as children, then they will always be children. I want them to know what they will face in the future. I also want them to understand that death is always around them, it has never left. Third, I want to ask for monthly votes." Looking up and down at Asuma, Kurenai, Sasuke, and Kurenai, Hyojin smiled and immediately took out 4 gray masks and threw them over. "Put them on." Asuma muttered, "I remember that only members of Amatsukami wear masks, but the people of Akatsuki don't seem to wear masks." Hyojin curled his lips, "Don't worry about these details, as long as your performance is strong and ruthless enough. Are you afraid that you won't be able to deceive those kids?" Kurenai, who has a good relationship with the Hyuga clan, said, Ningxi has the Byakugan, even if he wears a mask, he will still be exposed. At this time, Jishui explained to the others, the masks in your hands have been personally processed by the headmaster. There is a special sealing technique engraved inside, which can block the vision of the Byakugan ninja. What? The others were taken aback. Kurenai looked at the mask in her hand seriously and said, then, isn't this mask similar to the masks of Amatsukami? Hyojin said casually, I don't know how the masks of Amatsukami are made, but anyway, it's not too difficult to block the vision of the Byakugan ninja. Asma glanced at Hyojin, I didn't expect you to have such a high level of attainment in sealing techniques. Hyojin changed the topic and continued, I have already reported your existence to the village, and the Umbu stationed in the Forest of Death also know about it. Only the student group and the instructor group who participated in the actual combat drill don't know about it. Kurenai was taken aback, what, you don't even know about the instructor group? Of course. After a pause, Hyojin continued, the instructor group that I arranged was originally given to you to deal with. Only by dealing with the instructor group in front of the students will the students quickly believe that you are the real members of Akatsuki. At that time, we will be able to see whether the students who are in a desperate situation can face everything like a ninja. Kurenai opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say, and finally said, Kuroto, being your student is really unlucky. Asma and the others nodded in agreement. In the Forest of Death. The Inoshika child's team was quickly traversing through the dense forest. The three of them had never had such a serious expression on their faces, even the usually undisciplined Shikamaru was no exception. After a while, the three of them stopped under a big tree. Ino panted as he asked, Shikamaru, what should we do next? Shikamaru took out a map from the ninja bag on his waist and spread it on the ground. Then, he squatted beside the map and said, we entered the Forest of Death from the third entrance of Area B. Sasuke's team is in Area A, and Ningxi's team is in Area C. So, Sasuke's team should be on our left, and Ningxi's team should be on our right. Ino also understood that they must avoid Sasuke's and Ningxi's teams, as well as the instructor's team, so he said, then we can only go straight forward? Shikamaru shook his head, no, we won't move, we'll just hide here. Why? Shikamaru said, in terms of probability, as long as we ensure that we don't lose our 3-item scrolls, it's impossible for us to be at the bottom, and we don't have the confidence to defeat Sasuke and Ningxi. So to ensure that we don't lose our item scrolls and end this exercise in the middle is the safest plan. I nodded. My father also told me in the morning that I can't be eliminated too early. Ino also echoed, well, that's what my father told me. Shikamaru smiled and said, then it's decided. Anyway, this actual combat exercise is not our stage. Sasuke and Ningxi are the protagonists. As Shikamaru expected, after the actual combat exercise officially began, Sasuke and Ningxi's teams began their respective hunting. The other student teams had no chance of winning in front of them. In less than an hour, they defeated several teams in succession and won a lot of item scrolls. In the venue outside the Forest of Death. Looking at the monitor screen, Sasuke once again easily defeated his opponent and won another item scroll. For generations of Kazekage on the high platform couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the Sharingan Uchiha clan. 3 generations, Tsuchikage said, the kid with the Byakugan is also very good. His physical skills are clean and neat, and he's very experienced. He doesn't look like someone his age should have. For generations of Laying asked at this time, the yellow-haired kid next to Uchiha, is he Nine Tails' Jinchuriki? 3 generations of Naruto smoked his pipe and nodded. Look, that team is the instructor team, right? They seem to be rushing towards the Uchiha clan's kid. There's a good show to watch. At this time, there was a burst of exclamation from the crowd in the venue because the figure of the instructor team appeared on the monitor screen, and judging from the route, they were going straight to Sasuke's team. In the Forest of Death. After throwing another item scroll to Sakura, Sasuke asked, how many scrolls have we got? Sakura replied happily, including our own, there are already 7. Sasuke, you're really the strongest. Naruto muttered, Sakura, I also contributed just now. Sakura directly ignored Naruto, went to Sasuke's side, and handed over the water bottle. Sasuke, drink some water. Just as Sasuke was about to take the water bottle from Sakura, there was a sound of wind breaking. Then, 4 figures landed in front of Sasuke and the others. The instructor team, after seeing who it was, not only was Sasuke not afraid, but the corners of his mouth cracked open, and his eyes turned scarlet in an instant. Shueimu from the instructor team said, "Sasuke, hand over a scroll and run." Sakura subconsciously wanted to hand over an item scroll. In her mind, since she was caught by the instructor group of 4 Chunin, there was no point in resisting. Instead of wasting her chakra or getting injured, it was better to listen to Mizuki-sensei's words and hand over an item scroll, which was more cost-effective. At this time, Sasuke reached out to stop Sakura and said coldly, "Run? Are you kidding me?" Irika frowned. "Sasuke, if you get injured now, it will affect your entire performance." Sasuke curled his lips and said, "Teacher Irika, it's not certain who will win and who will lose." Iron Steel chuckled. "Are the younger generation so arrogant nowadays?" Shinyu Izumo said with a straight face, "In that case, let these kids use their bodies to feel what it means to be a Chunin." Not far away. After gently pushing aside the grass, Tian looked shocked. "Are Sasuke and the others crazy? They actually want to fight with the instructor team when they have extra scrolls." Ningxi, who had activated the Byakugan, said, "If it were me, I wouldn't hand over any scrolls so easily." Tian was speechless. "You geniuses are really hard to understand. There are only 2 days left in this month, and I'm still quite far away from my goal of being in the top 5 of the monthly votes. The few big shots in front of me are getting stronger and stronger. Although I'm a salted fish, I also want to be a salted fish with a dream. Please support me, everyone. If I don't vote for the monthly votes today and tomorrow, it'll be a waste, so please remember to vote, thank you." The 4th chapter of Naruto's World in the Eyes of Reincarnation has been updated, asking for monthly votes, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Seeing that Sasuke on the monitor actually took a fighting posture against the Chunin instructor group, countless exclamations immediately came out in the huge venue. There is no doubt that a 10-year-old child did not flinch in the face of 4 Chunin, this alone is enough to be praised. Also in the venue, Sasuke's mother, Uchiha Makoto, stared at the monitor and complained softly, "This child is really too much." Itachi smiled on the side, "It is indeed a bit difficult." Itachi still knows the strength of Sasuke. It is not a big problem to deal with a Chunin, but if he wants to deal with 4 Chunin at the same time, the result is very difficult to predict. As his father, Fuyue raised the corner of his mouth, he was very satisfied that Sasuke dared to fight against the instructor group. In his opinion, Uchiha should be like this, on the high platform. For generations, Liang said in a muffled voice, "I thought that this actual combat drill is just a ninja game for kids. I didn't expect it to be more exciting than I expected." Through the monitors densely scattered throughout the Death Forest, the people in the venue could not only see the confrontation between Sasuke and the instructor group, but also found that near the confrontation area, several student groups including Ningxi's group were hiding. Some of these student groups were lurking in the blind spot far away, observing Sasuke's battlefield through pupil techniques, some were hiding nearby using Genjutsu, and some were flying in the air, using high-altitude vision to spy on Sasuke's battlefield. They didn't scatter because of the appearance of the instructor group, but they used their own magic, hiding nearby, looking for opportunities to attack like real ninjas. 3 generations. Tsukiha looked at the scene on the monitor with a serious expression on his face, and sighed with emotion, the younger generation will surpass the older. Although because of the existence of the Akatsuki organization, the 5 great shinobi villages have changed from the previous confrontation to the current alliance, but the internal competition between the 5 great shinobi villages still exists, so when he saw so many outstanding talents emerging from Konoha, such a kid who just lost the rock village inevitably felt a little sour in his heart. As the host, Naruto smiled and said, "Sasuke is still a little immature, it is not a wise choice to fight with the instructor group at this time." In the fight with the instructor group, regardless of victory or defeat, Sasuke will become the prey of the other student groups hiding nearby, and if he is not careful, he may lose the lead. Death Forest. "Sakura, Naruto, you are not their opponent, retreat." Sasuke twisted his neck, and the single Magatama rotated rapidly in his scarlet eyes. Obviously, he not only wants to fight with the instructor group, but also intends to challenge the 4 Chunin ninjas of the instructor group alone, Naruto quickly said, "Hey, what do you mean? Don't forget that we are a team. If we are going to fight, of course, we will fight together." Sakura looked nervous. "Sasuke, is it really okay for us to do this? The opponent is Teacher Irika and the others. Why don't we hand over an item scroll?" At this time, Irika on the opposite side said seriously, "Sasuke, you are indeed the best of all the students I have ever seen, but arrogance is not a good habit. Let's save the lesson for later, Teacher Irika." Sasuke grinned, revealing a sly smile. Irika frowned, and was about to persuade him again, but he found that Sasuke's hand suddenly pulled out from the ninja bag, and then threw several shurikens towards his side, swoosh swoosh. In an instant, the sound of shurikens breaking through the air sounded in the forest. As Sasuke took the initiative to attack, the battle between the students and the instructor group broke out. As Chunin ninjas, the 4 instructor group easily dodged the shurikens thrown by Sasuke without warning each other. However, when the shurikens brushed past them, they saw that these shurikens were tied with special steel wires that were not reflective, and there were small balls tied to the end of the steel wires. What is this? In an instant, the eyes of Irika and the others were attracted by the small balls tied to the end of the steel wires. Bang bang bang. Before they could determine the use of these small balls, the small balls exploded one by one, like a smoke bomb, instantly creating a large cloud of smoke on the battlefield. Swoosh. Almost at the moment when the smoke surged, a figure flashed into the smoke and pounced on the 4 instructor group members who were trapped in the smoke. Soon, a dense sound of fists and feet came from the smoke. Listening to the sound of fists and feet constantly echoing in his ears, Naruto reacted and wondered, has the battle already started? Looking at the smoke in front of her, Sakura said uncertainly, It seems so. In the grass in the distance. Xiaoli covered her mouth and whispered, "Sasuke's speed is so fast." Ningxi, who activated the Byakugan, did not say anything, but stared at the fierce battle in the distance. The expression on his face gradually became serious. On the other side, Ziyuan, who was hiding behind a big tree and covered by the illusion, muttered, "Why does it look like Sasuke has the upper hand?" Yakumo, who was maintaining the Jinjutsu, also had some doubts. Maybe the teachers didn't use their full strength. They are all Chunin, so they shouldn't be defeated by Sasuke alone. Sai silently drew an ink bird on the scroll, so that he could retreat when the situation was not good. In the air, Fu borrowed a bit of her 7 tails power and flew to the crown of a tree. She rested her chin on her hands and looked at the fierce battle not far away. "The instructors aren't as strong as I thought," she muttered. In a secret monitoring room in the Forest of Death, Asuma, who had changed into the Akatsuki uniform, stared at the monitor screen in front of him and said, "No way, 4 Chunin were dragged into a stalemate by a 10-year-old child." Kurenai was also speechless. "It seems that we have to appear early." She thought that they would have to wait until at least noon, or even at night, for the instructor group to teach the kids a good lesson, then they would have the opportunity to appear. She never thought that the instructor group would meet a tough opponent as soon as they appeared. Gale said, "This Uchiha Sasuke is really strong." Xian agreed, "Well, his throwing skills are very high, his physical skills are not bad, and his tactical qualities are first class. He is really a genius of the Uchiha clan." Asuma put on his mask with a smile and said, "Well, let's go. If the instructor team is defeated by a kid, they will be embarrassed in the village in the future. So let's go and help them. At least they won't lose too much face if they are defeated by us." First update, ask for monthly votes. After Asuma's team moved, their figures immediately appeared on the monitoring screens in the venue. Who are those people? Akatsuki. Akatsuki? How did they sneak in here? In an instant, a wave of clamor broke out in the hall. Cries of alarm, warnings, and even curses rose and fell in succession. Uchiha Mikoto, who was watching the fierce battle between Sasuke and the instructor group, also noticed Asuma's team disguised as members of Akatsuki, and immediately exclaimed, "Not good, they are coming for Sasuke." Fuyue also frowned, but after all, he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, so he didn't panic too much. Instead, he first looked at the 5 Kage on the high platform not far away. Seeing no movement from the 5 Kage, he asked Itachi, "What's going on?" Itachi quickly explained, "Father, Mother, please don't worry, Brother Jishui told me that this is also the arrangement of the ninja school. The team wearing the Akatsuki Red Cloud uniform are all jonins from the village. Uchiha Mikoto breathed a long sigh of relief. I was scared to death. At this time, the staff in the venue also began to announce the truth to the villagers. After learning that the Akatsuki members wearing gray masks in the Forest of Death were all jonins from the village in disguise, and their purpose was to test the students' ability to deal with desperate situations, the villagers were surprised, praised, cheered, worried, and various other emotions. Listening to the noise in the ears, Uchiha Mikoto began to worry. Jishui's team is too reckless. Itachi explained, the school also hopes to train the students' ability to respond when they encounter a strong enemy through this actual combat drill. After all, only by creating a situation that is close to a real desperate situation can we test whether the students can make the correct response in a desperate situation. Uchiha Mikoto was still worried and asked Fuyue, Sasuke should be okay, right? Fuyue crossed his arms in front of his chest and didn't answer. Obviously, this arrangement of the ninja school is completely beyond his expectation. Now he can't say whether Sasuke can deal with this situation or not. All the major clans in the venue have the same mood as Fuyue at this moment. They didn't expect that the ninja school would play such a big game, so all of them are worried that their children will be humiliated in public. On the high platform, 3 Generations Tsukiha glanced at Naruto 3 Generations and said, sending people to disguise as Akatsuki, only your mic can come up with such an idea. 4 Generations Laying smiled and said, I really want to see how these kids will react now. 4 Generations of Kazekage showed a thoughtful expression. Compared with other villages, the Sand Crypsis is the most serious, so he seems to want to learn from Mai's method of training talents. 3 Generations Naruto squeezed out a smile. 3 Generations Naruto didn't know about this arrangement of the ninja school before. Hyojin almost hid it from everyone. After the actual combat exercise officially began, he quietly reported it to 3 Generations Naruto. At that time, the personnel have already been arranged. His son Asuma was among the impersonators, so although it was a bit inappropriate, 3 Generations Naruto couldn't stop it. In the Death Forest. Looking at Asuma and the other 3 who were wearing the Akatsuki Red Cloud suit not far away, Obsidian and Zetsu who were hiding in the blind spot of the monitor looked at each other. After a while, Obsidian asked, did Nagato also send people? Zetsu was confused. No, he should be busy dealing with the Jinchuriki right now, right? Obsidian asked again, then who are those guys wearing the gray mask and the Akatsuki Red Cloud suit? Zetsu shrugged his shoulders, I haven't seen them, but they are definitely not our people. The Zetsu is referring to is not Akatsuki, but the Obsidian faction in Akatsuki. Today, there are still 2 factions in Akatsuki, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Bipajuzo, who were recruited by Nagato and Konan, belong to the Nagato faction, while Shinichi and the Mist Squad, who were recruited by the Obsidian, belong to the Obsidian faction. But also because of the external pressure from Amatsukami, these 2 factions are now getting along quite well. Obsidian pondered for a while and said, let's go, let's follow them and take a look. On the battlefield on Sasuke's side. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing several figures intertwined with each other. Sasuke, who has activated his Sharingan, dodged left and right, appearing to be at ease under the siege of 4 Chunin. He was holding the kunai in his left hand, while his right hand and mouth were pulling and biting several pieces of steel wire. The other end of the steel wire was tied to a shuriken that was flying up and down, as if it had a mind of its own. It could always attack the several Chunin of the instructor group from strange angles, causing them to be annoyed. Damn it! Mizuki cursed and immediately shot a few shurikens at Sasuke. Sasuke subconsciously wanted to dodge, but as soon as he jumped up, something seemed to grab him from under his feet and pulled him back to the ground. In desperation, Sasuke had to use the kunai in his hand to block the incoming shurikens, while using the corner of his eyes to look at his feet. Glue. Only then did he discover that his feet were covered with a transparent glue-like substance, and it was this glue that pulled him back to the ground just now. There is no doubt that this is Kamikaze Izumo's unique water-release ninjutsu Water Taste Takahara. Once it is used, it can quietly cover the entire battlefield with glue, and if the enemy is not aware of it in time, they will immediately be trapped by the glue and unable to move. Izumo, good job. Tetsuya smiled and immediately shouted, Psychic Jutsu. Bang! In a burst of white smoke, a strange shell-like sledgehammer was summoned by Tetsuya. Soon, Tetsuya flew up and swung the sledgehammer in his hand at Sasuke, who was bound by the glue. Not far away, Sakura was shocked and scared when she saw this scene, and quickly shouted, "Sasuke, be careful." Naruto also rushed over, wanting to save Sasuke. Boom! Before Sakura finished speaking, Tetsuya's sledgehammer hit Sasuke's body. Perhaps he wanted to teach Sasuke a lesson, but Tetsuya's attack was not weak. Although he avoided Sasuke's vital parts, if he was hit by this attack, Sasuke would definitely be injured and have to withdraw from today's actual combat practice. However, what was reflected in everyone's practice was not Sasuke who was sent flying, but a white smoke. Tetsuya was stunned. Shadow clone technique? At this moment, Sasuke, who had released chakra and stepped on the glue, suddenly appeared behind Tetsuya, pressed the kunai in his hand against the back of Tetsuya's neck, and said with a smile, "Sensei, don't look down on me. I'm asking for monthly votes." In the bushes. Looking at Sasuke's wonderful performance in the distance, Xiali was dumbfounded. This is too exaggerated. I can't believe Sasuke is in the same class as us. Tian was also surprised. The one who fought against 4 people in the thick smoke was just a shadow clone? When did Sasuke make his move? I didn't notice it at all. Still staring at the battlefield in the distance, Xianxia explained in a deep voice, when he broke into the thick smoke, he used the smoke as a cover to launch the shadow clone jutsu. Tian was relieved. No wonder I didn't notice it. Xiali said, using the shuriken to create smoke, and then using the smoke as a cover to launch the shadow clone jutsu, Sasuke's tactical ability is very strong. Xianxia said plainly, this is very normal. When I don't know what ninjutsu the sensei is good at, if it was me, I would also choose to use the shadow clone to test it out. Tian was speechless. This is very abnormal, okay? Not everyone can use the shadow clone jutsu like Sasuke. If it was me and Xiali just now, we would have been hit by sensei's big hammer. Xiali quickly nodded. A rare smile appeared on Xianxia's serious face because he thought that if he was in Sasuke's position just now, even if it wasn't the shadow clone, he would still have the means to resist the attack of Steel Iron's sledgehammer. This method was the secret technique of soft fist revolving heaven that he had just mastered in the past few days. Ever since he lost to Sasuke during the physical technique assessment, he had been brooding over it and hadn't been able to relax for even a moment. Now that he had mastered the secret technique of revolving heaven, which could be called the absolute defense of soft fists, he had the confidence to defeat Sasuke in today's battle practice, on the battlefield. Sasuke, who was using his kunai to press against the back of Steel Iron's neck, laughed. Sensei, if you lost, shouldn't you also lose a prop scroll to me? TSK, brat. Gongzi Tai spat, and with a bang, his whole body turned into a cloud of white smoke. Sasuke frowned. Shadow clone? At this time, Gangzidi's real body walked out from behind a big tree not far away. With a wave of his hand, his shell-shaped sledgehammer immediately changed its shape and flew back to his real body's hand like a dart. Iron Steel gnashed his teeth. Brat, don't look down on us teachers. Sasuke's eyes sank, and he used the Sharingan in his eye socket to look at the 4 teachers who were scattered in 4 directions and faintly surrounding him. Through the exchange just now, he had already realized that if he were to fight one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the instructor group. However, if he were to fight 1 against 4, it would be a little difficult. And this was under the condition that the instructor group had shown mercy. If the 4 Chunin ninjas from the instructor group fought like they were on a real battlefield, then the pressure on him would be even greater. Sure enough, it's still too difficult. Glancing at his 2 teammates, Naruto and Sakura, who were not far away, Sasuke secretly curled his lips. It's a pity that Naruto and Sakura are trash that will drag us down. If it was Xianxia, it wouldn't be difficult for the 2 of us to defeat the instructor group. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, just as Sasuke was thinking about how to escape from the instructor group, there was a sound of wind breaking without warning. Then, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Sasuke's pupils shrank. Akatsuki. How is this possible? The 4 Chunin ninjas from the instructor group were also shocked. Not far away, Naruto and Sakura were so scared that they sat on the ground. When they saw the 3 figures that suddenly appeared, all of them were wearing the Akatsuki's iconic red cloud uniform. Whether it was Sasuke's team or the instructor group composed of 4 Chunin, all of them were shocked and lost their sense of propriety. The prestige of the Akatsuki organization that has destroyed the two great shinobi villages of Mai and Rock Village is not a joke. In today's shinobi world, it can even be said that the name Akatsuki has reached the point where the name Akatsuki is feared. Tetsuya shouted loudly, "Damn it, what do you want to do by sneaking into the village?" Kamizuki Izumo said fiercely, "No matter what these guys want to do, they won't succeed. The 5 Kage are in the village, and none of you will be able to escape today." At this time, Iruka directly rushed to Sasuke's side and hurriedly ordered, "Today's actual combat drill is over. Sasuke, quickly take Naruto and Sakura away from here, we will hold these guys back." "Hold us back? Hey, with just the few of you?" Asuma, wearing a gray mask and a red cloud uniform according to Hyojin's request, seriously played the role of a member of the Akatsuki organization. Iruka clenched the kunai in his hand and shouted, "Sasuke, what are you waiting for? Quickly take Naruto and Sakura and escape." Looking at the panicked instructor group, Sasuke realized that everything in front of him was not an illusion, but an accident that really happened. In what he thought was just a show, the Akatsuki organization really appeared. "If I don't escape, I will really die here." Just for a moment, this thought flashed in Sasuke's mind. But just when he wanted to abandon the instructor group and turn around to escape, he doesn't know why, but his legs were a little soft, and his body began to tremble, faintly unable to exert any strength. Is this the real battlefield? I'm timid? After realizing that his body instinctively reacted because of fear, Sasuke was shocked and angry. He always thought that he was already a ninja who could take charge of things alone, but now he realized that he was not ready to face death. At this moment, Red, who was also wearing a gray mask and a red cloud uniform, quickly made a hand seal and launched a genjutsu. Bang bang, with two muffled sounds, the two Chunin ninjas, Tetsuya and Kamizuki Izumo fainted on the ground. Compared with Itachi and Jishui who have Manjikyu Sharingan, Red's genjutsu is indeed inferior, but in front of ordinary ninjas, Red who specializes in genjutsu is a rare master of genjutsu. Therefore, Red easily subdued Tetsuya and Kamizuki Izumo with a genjutsu. "Run!" Finally, after shouting to Sasuke, Iruka rushed to Asuma. However, as a Chunin, Iruka was no match for the Jonin Asuma. Even if Asuma held back, he still defeated Iruka in a few moves. Seeing that the rest of the instructor group had been taken care of, Shuimu swallowed and directly left Sasuke's team of students, fleeing out of the forest of death without looking back. Bang, however, as soon as Shuimu jumped up, he was knocked down from the air by a transparent figure and fell to the ground. Then, the transparent figure also revealed itself. Just like the three people who appeared before, he was also wearing a gray mask and a red cloud uniform from the Akatsuki organization. In the blink of an eye, the instructor group was taken care of in front of him. On the battlefield, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were all stunned, not knowing what to do. First chapter, asking for monthly votes. In the venue, Mikoto Uchiha, who was staring at the monitor, said with a distressed expression, "Oh no, Sasuke is scared." As Sasuke's mother, she knows Sasuke better than anyone. When the Asuma squad disguised as the Akatsuki organization appeared, even if there was no sound on the monitor, she could still feel the fear and helplessness in Sasuke's heart. Fuyue also narrowed his eyes slightly. He can also see that Sasuke is afraid. The picture on the monitor is not very clear, so Sasuke's body trembling slightly due to fear is not very conspicuous in the picture, but this can only fool the ordinary audience in the venue, not Fuyue who has the Manjikyu Sharingan. But he doesn't feel that there is anything wrong with this. Because even he, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, if suddenly encountered several members of the Akatsuki organization, he would also be nervous, not to mention a child who hasn't even graduated from a ninja school. What he really cares about is whether his son can break free from this fear. Compared to his mother's worries and his father's expectations, Itachi, as the older brother, is very calm. He doesn't demand anything from Sasuke. In his opinion, Sasuke is already excellent enough. On the high platform of the venue, the 5 Kages who were leaning on the bench watching the monitor unconsciously leaned forward slightly at this moment, focusing their attention on the Uchiha Sasuke who is facing the members of the Akatsuki organization. From the beginning of today's actual combat drill until now, even from the perspective of the 5 Kages, Uchiha Sasuke's performance can be said to be impeccable. It is almost foreseeable that as long as Sasuke can grow up smoothly, he will definitely become another famous Uchiha expert in the shinobi world, and the more the 5 Kages look forward to the young Sasuke's performance in the face of a desperate situation. One must know that just now, even a Chunin in the teacher group couldn't withstand the power of the members of the Akatsuki organization and chose to abandon the students in fear and escape. For generations of Kazekage smiled and said, "Do you think he will retreat?" 3 generations of Tsukiha said with a serious face, "His response at this time will determine his future achievements. We will soon know whether he has the potential to become a real strong person or not." Sandaime Hokage's face was a little gloomy. Mizuki's despicable act of abandoning his students and running away without a fight made him feel a little embarrassed in front of the other Hokage. Such a weak guy is not suitable to teach students in the ninja school. When today is over, I must transfer him out of the ninja school, in the Death Forest. Next to a depression a dozen miles away from Sasuke's battlefield, Ya said to Hinata and Shina with a smile, "Hey, before the actual combat exercise, I have secretly let Akamaru remember the smell of Sasuke and Ningxi, so as long as I am here, our team will not be caught by those 2 monsters." Woof, Akamaru, who was squatting on the side, also barked. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, this actual combat exercise really put a lot of pressure on her. She was really worried that she would be the first to be eliminated and lose the face of the Hyuga clan. Shina asked, "So where are Sasuke and Ningxi now?" Ya looked directly at Akamaru. Akamaru sniffed and then pointed in a direction. Ya was puzzled. "They are in the same group. It can't be, right? Those 2 monsters are already fighting each other?" Shina pondered for a moment, and said, "This may be our chance." Ya immediately reacted, "Yes, if Sasuke and Ningxi fight and both of them are injured, then we have a chance to win the first place in this actual combat exercise." After saying that, Ya ignored Shina and Hinata in his group and rushed in the direction of Sasuke and Ningxi. Shina and Hinata could only helplessly look at each other and then followed. On Sasuke's battlefield, Tian, who was hiding in the grass in the distance, asked Ningxi with her teeth chattering, "Ningxi, they don't seem to have found us yet, should we escape?" Ningxi was confused. The sudden appearance of the Akatsuki members also scared him, but seeing that Sasuke and the others were blocked by the Akatsuki members, he really couldn't bear to abandon Sasuke and the others and escape. Similarly, Ziyuan's group, who was hiding not far away, was also in a dilemma. Tightly holding the little bell that sealed her witch power, Ziyuan stuttered and asked, "What should we do?" Yakuma was not much better than Ziyuan, not to mention coming up with ideas. Even Chakra, who was maintaining the illusion, began to fluctuate, revealing her inner panic. Sakai, who had stayed in the route for a while, was obviously calmer. He quickly drew a few vivid mice on the scroll, and then made a hand seal to activate the fake Super Beast painting. In an instant, the mice in the ink painting came out of the scroll as if they were alive, and surrounded Sakai, squeaking. Ziyuan curiously asked, "What are you going to do?" Sakai said, "Of course, I'm going to spread the news. The Akatsuki definitely didn't sneak into the village just to deal with us ninja school students, so we must inform the village about the infiltration of the Akatsuki members as soon as possible." After saying that, Sakai ordered the mice to scatter and disappear into the grass. On the other side, Fu, who was hiding on the top of the tree, saw that Asma and the others were disguised as members of the Akatsuki. She immediately wanted to escape, but thinking that the teacher group was completely destroyed, and Sasuke's group was blocked by the Akatsuki members, she suppressed the fear in her heart and hid in the dense canopy while observing the battlefield, looking for a chance to help. On the battlefield, facing the indifferent eyes of the 4 Akatsuki members in front of him, Sasuke could even hear his heart pounding. "If I resist, I will die. I will die." A voice kept shouting in Sasuke's heart, telling him to choose to retreat, to choose to surrender. After all, he had the experience of being kidnapped by the Akatsuki. As long as he doesn't resist, there is a high probability that he can survive. "No, brother, father, and mother are watching me. As Uchiha, how can I just surrender and humiliate the family's prestige?" Just when Sasuke was about to surrender under the gaze of the 4 Akatsuki members, he suddenly realized a key problem, that is, his brother and parents are watching him. In Sasuke's heart, compared to the disappointment of his brother and parents, compared to the glory of the family, death is nothing, so, from his throat came out a roar, Naruto, quickly take Sakura and run. I will stop them. Second update. Naruto, take Sakura and run. I will stop them. After roaring out from his chest, Sasuke suddenly felt a sense of relief that he had never felt before, and at the same time, the fear that filled his body also receded like the tide. At this moment, Sasuke's face no longer had any fear and hesitation, instead, it was replaced with a fighting spirit. Asuma and the others who were pretending to be members of the Akatsuki not only felt the change in Sasuke's temperament, but also discovered that Sasuke's single Sharingan has turned into double Sharingan. His Sharingan has evolved? Asuma and the others looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect that just by listening to Hyojin's ridiculous arrangement, Uchiha and Sasuke's Sharingan had evolved from single Sharingan to double Sharingan, so they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that this little brat from the Uchiha family is really not simple. At this time, Sasuke, who was ready to fight the Akatsuki alone, was surprised to find that Naruto and Sakura, whom he had always regarded as a burden, didn't run away. Instead, they stood side by side with him. You too. Looking at Naruto, who had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, and Sakura, who was trembling in fear, Sasuke felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Naruto swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Sasuke, we are a team, how can we watch you die alone? Sakura also nodded. You two idiots, even if you stay, you won't be of any help. After cursing, Sasuke continued, don't worry, there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the Death Forest. The Akatsuki organization must have already been discovered by the village. As long as we hold on for a while, the village's reinforcements will arrive soon. There were cameras everywhere in the Forest of Death. Although they were camouflaged, they couldn't hide from Sasuke, who had Sharingan. Therefore, he firmly believed that the village's reinforcements were already on their way, and his father and brother must be on their way. Great! Naruto and Sakura cheered. Asuma snorted coldly. How long can you kids last? 2 minutes? Or 3 minutes? Asuma was very clear about the audience outside the Death Forest at this moment. Even the 5 Kage were probably talking about this, so he would never allow himself to be dragged into a stalemate by a 10-year-old child like the previous instructor group. He couldn't afford to lose his face like that. Sasuke said to his companions around him, hey, what skills do you two have? Use them now. If you don't fight with your lives, you will really die this time. Naruto no longer hesitated, immediately bit his right thumb and prepared to make a hand seal. Swish, suddenly, a figure suddenly attacked without warning, and kicked Naruto, who had just made a hand seal. You! Naruto was taken aback, but before he could react, he felt a pain in his chest, and then his whole body flew out like a kite without a string, and fell hard on the ground. Sasuke on the side barely dodged the attack, quickly made a hand seal, and shouted, fire release, great fireball technique. Boom, in an instant, a fierce fireball blasted the place where Naruto was just now. Asuma, who kicked Naruto, twitched the corner of his mouth, and his body swayed slightly. Not only did he easily dodge Sasuke's great fireball technique, but he also sneaked behind Sakura, who was a little confused, and knocked out Sakura with a knife hand strike. Tisk, as expected of a member of the Akatsuki. Sasuke, who had dodged to the side, spat with a gloomy face. He had already expected that the opponent would be very strong, but after the real fight, he personally experienced the horror of the opponent. Although the opponent only used taijutsu, the fierceness and speed that the opponent showed was not at the level of an ordinary chunin, so when Naruto and Sakura were instantly knocked out by the opponent, although Sasuke was worried, he was not surprised, because even if he had the Sharingan, he could be instantly knocked out by the opponent. At this time, Asuma smiled at Sasuke, your speed is not bad. Sasuke did not say anything, but quickly recalled the information he had read about the Akatsuki before, but found that the 4 people in front of him did not match the description of the Akatsuki members collected by the village so far. Are these people the new members of the Akatsuki? But why are they wearing masks? Isn't it only the Akatsuki that likes to wear masks? One by one, doubts surged in Sasuke's mind. Suddenly, Sasuke felt that there was something wrong with the airflow behind him, his heart shivered, and just as he was about to turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and then a strong force poured into his body. and he was kicked out like Naruto just now. Damn it. Sasuke, who was kicked in the air, endured the sharp pain coming from his back, and shot 2 shurikens tied with steel wires, nailing them on a big tree not far away, and then pulled the steel wires. Using the traction force of the steel wires, his whole body flew towards the big tree. But at this moment, a shuriken shot out and cut off the steel wire that was nailed to the tree and leading Sasuke to escape. Bang! Sasuke, who was flying in the air, lost his traction and suddenly fell to the ground, dizzy from the fall. Asuma slowly walked in front of Sasuke, and sneered, "Humph, you have a lot of tricks, but unfortunately, they don't work in front of me." Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, looked at the 2 Asuma in front of him, one near and one far, and suddenly understood that the one who attacked Naruto and Sakura was just a shadow clone, and the one who attacked him from behind was the real one. Sure enough, there is no way to fight. Only one of the 4 opponents made a move, and he was no match for him. For a moment, Sasuke felt endless frustration. Voila, just when Sasuke was about to accept his fate, suddenly a figure rushed out of the grass. The reinforcements are here? Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, suddenly looked up, only to find that the person who rushed out of the grass was not the village's reinforcements, but Tooth, who had a blank look on his face. Without a doubt, after hearing the sound of fighting, Tooth mistakenly thought that the 2 monsters of the same batch, Sasuke and Xianxia, were fighting, so he rushed over recklessly, wanting to take advantage of them. However, he did not expect that everything in front of him was completely different from what he expected. Not only was Sasuke's team all lying on the ground, but even the 4 Chunin of the instructor team were also lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. What shocked Tooth even more was that there were 4 guys wearing the Akatsuki red cloud uniform standing in the field. Tooth murmured, "Did I get into trouble?" Woof, Akamaru, who was lying on Tooth's head, barked cooperatively. Sigh, Sasuke, who had just felt a little hopeful, sighed. Asuma laughed and said, "Hey, another one is coming too." Die. Swoosh, in a flash, Asuma suddenly appeared in front of the bewildered Tooth, and his raised fist was about to swing down. "Do it!" Along with a light shout from not far away. Suddenly, a tiger that looked like it was drawn by ink and wash appeared from the side, pouncing towards Asuma. At the same time, along with a series of buzzing noises, parasitic parasites flew towards Red, Gale, and Xianxia from the other side like a black cloud. Opposite of the parasitic worms, countless kunai, shurikens, and other ninja tools, accompanied by the sound of the wind, shot over like raindrops. Also, I would like to thank everyone for your support last month. When I think of your support, I, a salted fish rider, feel very warm. I will also do my best this month. Please continue to support me. Naruto's World in the Eyes of Reincarnation seeking monthly votes for August, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Amidst a series of buzzing noises, parasitic parasites swarmed towards the battlefield like dark clouds, darkening the already dim battlefield even further. At the same time, Tian, who was standing on a tree branch in the distance, waved a scroll that was even bigger than her head, and from it, she shot out all kinds of projectiles towards the battlefield like raindrops. In an instant, the originally clear situation on the battlefield fell into chaos. With regards to this sudden attack, Asuma, Red, Gale, and Xianxia, who were disguised as members of the Akatsuki, were mentally prepared, but at the same time, they were extremely surprised. Although the 4 of them are not perception-type ninjas in the true sense, they are still experienced jonin. They are well aware of the fact that there is a group of little brats lurking nearby, so they were prepared for an attack. However, the fact that the little brats are not afraid of the deterrence of the Akatsuki members and are working together is beyond their expectations. Seeing the parasitic worms and the throwing tools coming towards them, Kurenai, Baikes, and Quian, the 3 jonin of the Umbu naturally wouldn't foolishly resist, so their figures flickered and dodged. However, as soon as Red landed on the ground, she felt her vision darken, and the scenery around her changed. A genjutsu. Red, who was slightly surprised, unconsciously raised the corner of her mouth and chuckled, "Hee, it should be a child from the Kurama family. How dare you use a genjutsu on me? You're quite brave." She really did not expect that a student would dare to use a genjutsu on her. Xianxia, who was not far away, saw that Red was suddenly stunned, and the chakra on her body was unusually chaotic. She immediately understood that someone had used a genjutsu on Red, so she swept her sharp gaze around. Very quickly, Xian's gaze fell on a patch of grass not far away. The opponent's technique was too immature, and he did not try to hide it. In front of the experienced Xian, she saw through it with a glance, and her position was instantly locked. However, at this moment, Xian found that her body seemed to be bound by something, and she could not move. Sealing technique. Lowering her head to take a look, Xian discovered that at some point in time, many sealing techniques had wrapped around her legs like snakes, restricting her movements. Humph, I've been underestimated. Xian snorted and immediately unleashed chakra, forcibly breaking free from the seals binding her. Then, she walked towards the bush where the other party was hiding. In the bushes. Seeing Xian approaching, Ziyuan immediately panicked. Huh? Why did my sealing technique fail? That shouldn't be the case. Yakumo, who was using a powerful illusion to tangle with Red, was sweating profusely. She said weakly, he's already breaking my illusion, I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. On the side, Sai couldn't care less about his two teammates, Ziyuan and Yakumo, because he was controlling the painted tiger that was activated by the fake superbeast painting to pounce on Asma. On Asma's side. Seeing Huahu pouncing over, Asma first dodged to the side, dodging Huahu's attack. Then, he turned around and kicked Ya, who was frightened to the point of being absent-minded. Pung pung, but just as Asma's kick was about to land on Ya, another figure appeared from the bushes. She waved her hands that were flashing with blue chakra and forcefully blocked Asma's kick. Soft fist, Hyuga Hinata. Seeing the childish little girl in front of Ya, Asma was shocked. He didn't think that the daughter of the Hyuga clan would put herself in danger for her companions. This didn't fit the style of the Hyuga clan in his eyes at all. At this time, Ningxi, who was not far away, shouted, Tian Tian, cover me. Tian Tian, who was on the tree branch, waved the big scroll again and responded, yes. Swoosh, after activating the body flicker technique, Ningxi cut into the battlefield from a strange angle. First, he used the soft fist to force back Asma who was in front of Hinata and Ya, and then his figure flickered and came to the side of Sasuke who was lying on the ground and asked, hey, can you still fight? Ningxi's thinking is very simple. Although there are many students present, only he and Sasuke can really pose a threat to the Akatsuki, so after helping Hinata and Ya, he immediately came to Sasuke's side. Sasuke, who was already discouraged and closed his eyes waiting for death, saw so many companions coming to his rescue, a layer of mist gushed out of his Sharingan. Ningxi, who had activated the Byakugan, glanced at the tearful Sasuke and said coldly, I didn't help to save you. Thank you. Sasuke didn't say much, just thanked him, and then gritted his teeth and stood up while enduring the pain in his back, in the venue outside the Forest of Death. Seeing the three groups of students risking their lives to save Sasuke's group and fighting against Asma and the others who disguised as the Akatsuki, the whole venue cheered. Fuyue, who still had his hands crossed in front of his chest, didn't have his usual serious face, but a rare smile on his face. Sasuke's performance can be said to be perfect, whether it is as a father or as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he is very happy. On the other side of the venue, Hayashi and Richa also whispered with a smile on their faces. Hinata and Ningxi didn't choose to abandon their companions even when they knew that there was a strong enemy, but whether this is good or bad, right or wrong, may be debatable, but in the actual combat drill, with so many spectators and the attention of the 5 Kage, this is obviously an action that brings glory to the Hyuga clan. The Inuzuka clan, the Kurama clan, as well as Tenna's father who runs a ninja shop, and other relatives of the students who participated in the battle were all smiling at this moment, talking and laughing with the people around them. Only the three families of Ino Shikacho, and Ino Shikacho looked a little embarrassed when they saw Shikamaru, Ino, and Shinichi hiding in the tree hole on the monitor. On the high platform. For generations of Kazekage said sincerely, I have to say, the ninja education of your village is really impressive. 3 generations of Naruto said with a smile, Kazekage-sama is overpraising us. 3 generations of Naruto was secretly relieved that the students didn't scatter under the pressure of the Akatsuki members, nor did they betray their companions. For generations of Lei Ying, who has been trying to challenge Mai's position as the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, said, "Humph, it's too early to say these things." 3 generations of such a kid echoed, "Yes, although these kids are courageous, courage alone is not enough, we still have to see how they perform." Next. Inside the main monitoring room. An UMBU member who was responsible for checking the monitors suddenly got up from his seat and pointed at a monitor screen and exclaimed, "Look, there are 2 people here." Hyojin, who was in the main monitoring room, looked towards the source of the sound, and his face suddenly sank as he muttered to himself, "Obsidian, Zetsu, why are they in the Death Forest?" First watch. The surveillance camera that captured Obsidian and Zetsu's figure was arranged by an UMBU member of the Obsidian tribe. Using the insect control technique of the Obsidian tribe, he placed the surveillance camera in an inconspicuous hive. Because of the chakra of the countless ninja bees in the hive, even Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan was unable to detect the surveillance camera in the hive, thus inadvertently revealing their tracks. Staring at the 2 blurred figures in the surveillance camera, Jiraiya frowned, "Damn it, they really targeted our Mai." Tsunade carefully identified the 2 figures and said, "The one wearing the vortex mask should be the Uchiha clansman of the Akatsuki organization who mastered the space-time ninjutsu, right? Is the other one the Akatsuki member who is good at Earth release?" "Yeah." Jiraiya gently nodded. He has seen both Obsidian and Zetsu on the battlefield many times, so he can recognize them at a glance. After seeing the figure of Obsidian in the surveillance camera, Kakashi on the side had a complex expression and was silent. The sudden appearance of the real Akatsuki member is undoubtedly a threat to all the people who are participating in the actual combat drill, especially the 9 Tails Jinchuriki Naruto and the 7 Tails Jinchuriki Lifu. So after confirming the identity of the other party, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Hyojin at the same time. As the headmaster of the ninja school, Hyojin is the highest person in charge of this actual combat drill, so even Jiraiya and Tsunade, who are the Sannin of the Mai, can't arbitrarily give orders without Hyojin's approval. As Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Hyojin, Kakashi, Jishue, Mute, Suzume, Uchiha, Izumi, and other Mai ninjas who are responsible for the medical treatment of the injured also looked at Hyojin. In the face of such a troublesome situation, everyone is waiting for Hyojin's decision. Kuroto, on the other hand, stared at the monitor thoughtfully. Both Obsidian and Black Zetsu are very difficult opponents to deal with. They belong to the most difficult characters to kill in the shinobi world. In the case of the 2 of them being vigilant, it is almost impossible to kill them. At the beginning, when Obsidian was just a fledgling and only had 1 Manjikyu Sharingan, even the 4 generations Naruto couldn't stop him and could only let him go. Black Zetsu is even more troublesome. Hyojin is very sure that Black Zetsu's body must still retain a part of the supreme power of Kekii net left to him by Kagaya. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain how Black Zetsu was able to subdue Madara Uchiha in the state of 6 paths. One must know that at that time, when Guy opened the 8th gate of Hashimantanku, he kicked half of Madara's body, and Madara could recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was as if nothing happened to him. But Black Zetsu made Madara completely lose the ability to resist with just a sneak attack, which is simply unreasonable. What's more, if Black Zetsu didn't have the power of Kekii net left to him by Kagaya, it would be impossible for him to modify the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths. After all, Black Zetsu has neither the Manjikyu Sharingan nor the Rinnegan. Under normal circumstances, let alone modifying the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths, he doesn't even have the qualifications to understand the contents of the stone tablet. Therefore, this can also prove that Black Zetsu's body contains a power that surpasses the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. However, this power should not be much left, perhaps it can only be used once or twice, so Black Zetsu has been dormant for thousands of years, waiting for the best opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, "Both of them are members of the Akatsuki organization who are good at infiltration and reconnaissance, so their appearance is likely to be just for reconnaissance." Jiraiya agreed with Hyojin's analysis. The other party's target may be Naruto, who is participating in the actual combat exercise in the Forest of Death. Tsunade immediately said, "Then we should immediately end the actual combat exercise and protect Naruto." Hyojin shook his head and said lightly, "Before we figure out the specific intentions of the Akatsuki organization, our overreaction may send a bad signal to the Akatsuki organization, letting them perceive that we are not confident enough. Kakashi nodded. Well, the reason why they sneaked in is probably because they are worried that we might will join forces with Amatsukami to deal with them. Once we show weakness and end the actual combat exercise in advance, it may reveal the fact that we have lost contact with Amatsukami, which will lead to a disaster. Tsunade frowned, but we can't just turn a blind eye to their infiltration, can we? At this time, Hyojin said calmly, well, I'll go test them and see what their purpose is. Jisue quickly said, Kuroto-san, then I'll go with you. No, you stay here. After a pause, Hyojin continued, if the Akatsuki organization really wants to attack the village, you will cooperate with Kakashi to protect the shinobi. Yes. Jisue immediately responded. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Neither of them thought that Hyojin would really dare to order the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu like a subordinate in public, and what surprised them even more was the respectful attitude of Jisue towards Hyojin. How can Uchiha clan's Manjikyu be so respectful to a member of the Hyuga clan? For a moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade had this question in their minds at the same time. On the other hand, Yui exclaimed, Kuroto-san, you want to go alone? They are the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya also asked curiously, how are you going to test them? Hyojin didn't say any nonsense and directly used the shadow clone jutsu to create 4 shadow clones, and then took out 5 sets of Amatsukami's black cloaks from the ninja bag on his waist, as well as the masks of Yama, Suijin, Homasubi, Uchiha, and Xidagarba. After that, Hyojin and the 4 shadow clones put on the black cloaks of Amatsukami and each put on a mask of a member of Amatsukami. Looking at Hyojin's actions, the entire monitoring room was silent, and everyone was stunned. After putting on the mask of Yama, Hyojin said to everyone, why are you all looking at me like this? Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly, why do you have these Amatsukami clothes? Hyojin took out a few more Akatsuki clothes from the ninja bag and said, what's so strange about this, I also have Akatsuki's clothes here. Tsunade said, do you want to pretend to be Amatsukami and test Akatsuki? Hyojin said matter-of-factly, since Amatsukami is afraid of Amatsukami, why don't we make good use of it? Kakashi said worriedly, but if Amatsukami knows about this, won't they find trouble with us? Hyojin curled his lips, then let them come to me. Second update. The people on the battlefield and the audience outside the Forest of Death didn't know what was happening through the secret camera in the monitoring room. On the battlefield, Sasuke and Ningxi stood side by side. These two geniuses who were called monsters by their peers didn't hesitate to join hands in the face of a desperate situation. Sasuke's Sharingan was spinning rapidly as he glanced at the battlefield. At this moment, Yakumo's Genjutsu was used by Yakumo's family's secret technique to restrain Kurenai. But Kurenai had already found the bushes where Ziyuan's group was hiding and was heading towards them. Although Ziyuan's group was temporarily restraining Yakumo and Kurenai, they obviously couldn't hold on for long. Asuma on the battlefield was surrounded by Hinata, Shaoli, and Sakai's painted tiger. Further away, there was Tion who was standing on a tree branch with a big scroll, and Jinai who was hiding somewhere and commanding the parasitic bugs to help everyone. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes shrank. No, one of them is missing. Ningxi nodded, that guy is invisible. Sasuke asked, even your Byakugan can't see it? Ningxi looked around, he should be hiding. There are a lot of ninja bugs and ninja beasts living in the Forest of Death. The source of chakra is chaotic. As long as he hides a bit further, my Byakugan won't be able to see him. Although Gale's transparent release can't hide from Byakugan's insight, but it can confuse Byakugan's judgment, especially in a complex environment like the Death Forest. As long as he hides a little further, it will be difficult for Byakugan to distinguish his chakra fluctuations, which are suppressed by transparent release. Sasuke became more vigilant and said, we just need to hold on for a while, the village's reinforcements will arrive. Yes. Ningxi naturally understood this. At this time, both of them looked at Kurenai who was approaching the bushes where Ziyuan and the others were hiding. They looked at each other and reached a tacit agreement. Swish, with the sound of rushing wind, Sasuke and Ningxi attacked together. Their target was Shiyan. At the same time, under Ningxi's signal, Tion, who was on a nearby tree, immediately attacked Red, who had fallen into an illusion. Hinata and the others, who were surrounding Asuma, also attacked. The short standoff was broken in an instant, and the entire battlefield once again descended into chaos. Clang clang clang, amidst the sound of metal clashing, Sasuke took the lead in fighting with Xian, who was wielding a long saber. Immediately afterward, Xianxia, whose palms were flashing with a blue chakra, also launched a soft fist and joined the battle. In an instant, amid the sparks from the collision of the weapons, three figures overlapped each other. Sasuke, who had outstanding physical abilities, had just awakened the Magatama Sharingan, and his strength had increased a lot. Coupled with the help of Xianxia, who was using the soft fist, he was able to fight with Xian, who had the strength of a Jonin, for a short period of time. Ziyuan, who was hiding in the bushes, patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. When these two monsters are teammates, they really make people feel inexplicably reliable. From Ziyuan's point of view, among the four enemies, Red was trapped by Yakumo's illusion, and Xian was fighting against Sasuke and Xianxia. Asuma had to protect Red, who was trapped in the illusion, and was also temporarily pinned down. Although there was still one enemy missing, the overall situation on the battlefield was obviously developing in a good direction. I didn't expect that we could really fight against the Akatsuki. At this moment, Ziyuan's heart was filled with pride, and a bright smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Red, who was trapped in the illusion, suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of her mouth. Puff, at the same time, Yakumo, who was next to Ziyuan, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Before Ziyuan could react, there was a scream from afar. From the sound, it seemed to be Shina, who had been controlling the parasite worm and helping everyone. Bang bang bang, then, with a low muffled sound, Hinata, and Shaoli, who were besieging Asuma, were almost knocked down at the same time. The smile on Ziyuan's face instantly froze. The situation that was just good just a moment ago, suddenly took a turn for the worse. In an instant, there were only herself, Sasuke, Sasuke, and Xianxia left on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Ziyuan hurriedly looked at Tian, who was standing on a tree branch not far away, and was shocked to find that the enemy who could become invisible appeared behind Tian with the fainted Shina. Tian, be careful! Ziyuan subconsciously shouted. However, Ziyuan's warning was still half a step too late. Tian was hit in the back of the neck by the enemy and fainted. Bang bang, after throwing the fainted Shina and Tian into the battlefield, Gale revealed his figure. At this time, Red came to the bushes and instantly subdued Sasuke, who was trying to resist, and threw Sasuke and Ziyuan, who was shocked, into the battlefield. Sensing that something was wrong, Sasuke and Xianxia immediately stopped attacking Xian and retreated to the side. Looking at their companions who were knocked down one by one and thrown into the battlefield, Sasuke and Xianxia's faces were extremely gloomy. At this moment, the students who were subdued looked at Sasuke and Xianxia with anticipation. To them, the two geniuses of the same batch, Sasuke and Xianxia, were their last hope. Swoosh! At this time, Asuma suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke and Xianxia, and swung his fist at a speed that the two could not react to. Bang bang! In the low muffled sound, Sasuke and Xianxia's abdomen were hit by a heavy punch at the same time, and they flew out violently. Then, like a prawn ball, they curled up on the ground in pain. Asuma teased, "Is that all you've got?" Sasuke and Xianxia were in so much pain that they could not even stand up, and they could not respond to Asuma's teasing at all. Seeing Sasuke and Xianxia, whom they had placed all their hopes on, being knocked down to the ground without any resistance, all the students present fell into deep despair. Suddenly, just as everyone was in despair, Naruto got up from the ground. After seeing that it was Naruto, the students who had been knocked down to the ground shook their heads. Even geniuses like Sasuke and Xianxia could not resist, so what could Naruto, who was at the bottom of the rankings, do? At this moment, Naruto shouted, "You guys stop." Asuma asked, "Are you still not going to escape?" Escape. After a pause, Naruto's gaze swept across the instructors and students who had fallen to the ground, and then he shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? I, Whirlpool Naruto, am going to become Naruto's man." Asuma smiled. "If you want to become Naruto, shouldn't you think of a way to survive?" Naruto bit his right thumb again and said to himself, "Brother Do, I'm sorry. In order to save everyone, I have to break my promise with you." After saying that, Naruto quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Psychic art." First update. Bang, as a huge cloud of white smoke suddenly exploded, everyone on the battlefield felt that the light around them had dimmed, as if something huge had blocked the sunlight. Soon, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a huge figure. The figure that emerged from the smoke was a huge crimson snake that was coiled on the ground like a small hill. Every scale on its body was almost the size of an adult. Trees that could not be encircled by 3 or 4 people were like slender twigs in front of it. Just by coiling there, it blocked most of the sunlight and blocked the flow of air around it. Its body was also filled with a strong smell of blood, and its huge chakra wave that was comparable to a tailed beast was even more terrifying. This is a ninja snake, the top ninja snake in the ninja world. In just a moment, the 4 experienced jonins, Asuma, Red, Xian, and Gale, made a judgment. The giant snake in front of Kuroto is undoubtedly of the same level as the shaman beast Bunta Toad of the Sannin Jiraiya. And this kind of top-level shaman beast is treated as a strategic weapon in the shinobi world just like the tailed beasts. It is a terrifying existence that only the elite jonin or even the Kage-level experts can barely control. As their vision moved up, everyone saw a scene that they could not believe. They saw Naruto, who was regarded by everyone as the weakest, at this moment, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, like the owner of the giant snake, quietly standing on the head of the giant snake, looking down at everyone below. Asuma turned his head with difficulty and asked Red next to him, Am I under an illusion?" At this time, his face no longer had the calmness from before. Looking at Naruto who was standing on the head of the giant snake, he only felt that this scene was extremely absurd and strange. Maybe we are all under an illusion. Red was also obviously shocked by the giant snake. This kind of top spiritual beast, even as a jonin, she did not often see this kind of top spiritual beast. She recalled the last time she was kidnapped by Orochimaru. The ninja snake that Orochimaru summoned at that time was not as big as this one in front of her. Compared to Asuma and Red, Gale, and Xian, who were slightly weaker, were so shocked that they could not speak. Obviously, it was not only Asuma and the others who were disguised as members of the Akatsuki that were shocked. All the students present looked up at Naruto who was standing on the giant snake, and all of them were stunned. Ziyuan murmured, "Am I dreaming?" Sai had a look of admiration on his face. "So big, this is the biggest spiritual beast I have ever seen." Sasuke unconsciously opened his mouth. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Naruto, who was standing on the head of the giant snake, was so strange, so unreal. Ningxi was not much better. His usually cold face was filled with disbelief. Because he had Byakugan, he knew the terror of the giant snake in front of him better than anyone else. The chakra inside the giant snake was not only incomparably huge, but also very special, as if it had merged with heaven and earth. In his vision with Byakugan, the giant snake was like a chakra sun. All the surrounding chakra waves seemed incomparably small in front of this giant snake. In the venue outside the Forest of Death. With the sudden appearance of the giant snake, the venue was in an uproar again. This unforeseen event was completely out of everyone's expectations, causing everyone to be surprised and excited. Uchiha Makoto, who had been worried about her son, asked her husband in surprise, "What happened? Why did such a terrifying spiritual beast appear?" "I'm not too sure either." Fuyue furrowed his eyebrows. Even as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, he rarely had the chance to interact with such a top-notch spiritual beast. This was because most of these spiritual beasts belonged to sacred grounds like Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shiku Forest. One needed some luck to come into contact with them. At this moment, Itachi was also a little worried because the scene before him was obviously not part of the plan that Jisue had told him. On the stage. The moment the giant snake appeared, the 5 shadows stood up from their seats in shock. The 4 generations of Kazekage, who was pointing at the monitor, was about to say something when he was about to say it, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. He vaguely remembered that a few decades ago, when the 3 generations of Kazekage were young, they seemed to have signed a spiritual contract with a giant red snake. However, the contract was cancelled for some unknown reason. After that, the 3 generations of Kazekage successfully cultivated magnetic release and was chosen as the Kazekage by the village. Since then, there were fewer opportunities for them to make a move, and gradually, no one mentioned this matter anymore. The 3 generations of Tsukiha laughed and said, "Hey, this kid with 9 tails human Jinchuriki is really not simple." Although the spiritual contract could be signed as long as both parties agreed, the more powerful the spiritual beast, the more difficult it was to communicate with it. For a top-notch spiritual beast like the giant snake in the monitor, without chakra amount of jonin, it would be very difficult to communicate with it. Therefore, just by completing this spiritual contract, the 3 generations of Tsukiha had a higher opinion of Naruto. Quickly inform Hyojin to stop the actual combat exercise. Different from the other Kage who were either surprised or appreciative, the 3 generations of Naruto was really panicking this time. No one had expected that Naruto would be able to summon out such a powerful psychic beast. Furthermore, successfully summoning a psychic beast and being able to control it were 2 different things. One should know that even the powerful Orochimaru couldn't completely control the snake, so the 3 generations of Naruto was very worried that the giant snake that Naruto summoned would not listen to Naruto's command and go berserk, on the battlefield in the Forest of Death. Xianxia, who was summoned, sprayed a white mist from his nostrils and said in a muffled voice, "Naruto, I am sleeping, why did you summon me?" Naruto pointed at Asuma and the others who were disguised as Akatsuki members and said, "Xianxia, please help me defeat those bad guys, please." Xianxia glanced at Asuma and the others and said unhappily, "It's just 4 little bugs, and you dare to summon me? What do you think I am?" Naruto immediately said, "They are not ordinary people, they are members of Akatsuki, our village and Rock Village have been destroyed by them, they are the real bad guys." Xianxia spat out his tongue and said, "So that's how it is, alright, I will be merciful and help you." "That's great." Naruto jumped in joy. Xianxia suddenly asked, "Naruto, what are you doing? Why don't you have any natural energy in your body?" Naruto scratched his head and said, "Absorbing natural energy outside is very slow, there is no time at all." After a cold snort, Xianxia said, "Useless guy, I will pass some to you." In an instant, Naruto felt a surge of natural energy coming from under his feet, and it was the natural energy from the Ryuchi cave that he was most familiar with, the natural energy that he had the highest affinity with. Whoosh, with a burst of air, Naruto entered Sage Mode, second update. That's great. After successfully entering Sage Mode, Naruto waved his fist with all his might. At this time, his entire temperament was completely different. His originally pure blue eyes had turned into snake-like vertical pupils, and slight scales had appeared on his face. "Do it." Feeling that Naruto had entered Sage Mode above his head, Xianxia immediately roared. Seeing Xianxia's huge body twisting, Naruto hurriedly said, "Xianxia, other than those 4 bad guys, everyone else here are your companions. You must not hurt them." "Humph, so troublesome." Although Xianxia was grumbling, his movements were much slower. Seeing the huge monster in front of them suddenly moving and getting into an attack posture, Asuma and the others suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, hesitating whether to reveal their true identities. At this moment, Xianxia's thick and powerful tail suddenly whipped, sweeping towards Asuma and the others, boom boom boom, with a series of rumbling sounds, all the trees along the way were uprooted by this blow. Gravel, sawdust, and air waves mixed together, like a storm covering the entire battlefield. Asuma and the others' attention was all on the head of the giant snake. They did not expect the giant snake to be so cunning. The previous arched body into an attack posture turned out to be a cover for the tail attack. Facing this sudden fierce tail attack, Asuma and the others could not avoid it at all. They could only barely raise their hands to protect their vital parts. Boom. The storm instantly swept through the entire battlefield. As jonins, Asuma and the others were as small as insects in this storm, and were fiercely thrown out. Bang, after his body slammed into a big tree, Asuma, who coughed out a mouthful of blood, managed to stabilize his body. Then he subconsciously looked at the messy battlefield, and was suddenly shocked. Oh no, the children, as a jonin, he was already in such a sorry state in the storm. Needless to say, those children who were unconscious or subdued would definitely be severely injured if they were not dead after being hit by this attack. Red, Gale, and Xian barely managed to stabilize themselves. They ignored their injuries and looked at the dust-filled battlefield worriedly. They didn't expect the giant snake to be so cunning. It didn't even give them a chance to explain, let alone save the children. Soon, the smoke and dust dispersed. Asuma, Red, and the others hurriedly looked over, only to discover that on the messy battlefield, there was not a single person to be seen. The instructors and students who were lying all over the ground had all disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Asuma furrowed his brows. Could it be that they were all blown away by the storm just now? As Gale spoke, he scanned his surroundings. However, he did not find any instructors or students in the messy forest. Swish, Naruto descended from the sky and pressed his hand on the ground. Rumble, in an instant, accompanied by a tremor on the ground, the soil and stones seemed to have a life of their own, lifting the instructors and students from the ground and sending them back to the ground. It turned out that when Xianxia launched his tail attack just now, Naruto had already activated the immortal art inorganic reincarnation, temporarily giving life to the ground, allowing the ground to wrap all his companions who were lying on the ground. Not only did it protect his companions from being accidentally injured by Xianxia's tail attack, but it also cleverly separated his companions from Asuma and the others who were disguised as Akatsuki. Looking at the whole ground that seemed to have a life of its own, wriggling and lifting the instructors and students out of the ground, Asuma suddenly asked with a puzzled look, "This? What ninjutsu is this?" Although he was not as knowledgeable as his father, the 3 generations Naruto, but under the influence of the 3 generations Naruto, who was known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, he could almost recognize most of the conventional ninjutsu in the ninja world at a glance. However, the scene in front of him made him search his mind for nothing. Kurenai shook her head. All the earth-release ninjutsu that she knew did not match the scene in front of her. Sasuke, who was wrapped in the soil, first looked around with a blank face, then his eyes focused on the back of Naruto, who was standing in front of him. "Ming. Naruto?" he called out uncertainly. Naruto did not look back, he just raised his right hand that gave a thumbs up, leaving his back to Sasuke. "Sasuke, don't worry, I will definitely protect you." At this time, Xianxia said in a muffled voice, "Hey, Naruto, your companions are safe, we can go all out now." "Yes." Naruto responded with great momentum. Looking at Naruto, who was communicating with the giant snake on an equal footing, Sasuke opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. A sour feeling surged uncontrollably in his heart. Ningxi, who came back to his senses, also looked at the giant snake with a face full of horror, a bitter expression on his face. As a self-proclaimed genius, his only opponent was Sasuke, and he had never put Naruto, who was at the bottom of the ranking, in his eyes. But in a desperate situation, he found that whether it was himself or Sasuke, they were all vulnerable, and it was Naruto, who was at the bottom of the ranking, who had become the big hero who saved everyone. In the distance, seeing Naruto and the giant snake cooperate well, Asuma curled his lips. "So the giant snake's attack just now was just to separate us from the trainees?" Red, Gale, and Xian also realized that the giant snake in front of them did not lose control and go on a rampage, but was very loyal to Naruto. After discovering this, the few of them were not in a hurry to reveal their identities. As Jounin, as long as the trainees' safety was not threatened, they had the intention to test Naruto's limits. After all, the reason why Hyojin arranged this actual combat exercise was to see the trainees' performance in desperate situations, as well as their potential. Whoosh, at this time, Xianxia spat a mouthful of grey mud at Asuma and the others. Poochie, Poochie, when the mud splashed on the trees, it immediately made a sound of corrosion. At the same time, the trees that came into contact with it were quickly petrified, turning into lifeless rocks. "Everyone be careful." Seeing this, Asuma dodged and warned the others. Although he did not know what the mud Xianxia spat out was, his intuition told him that once the mud touched a body, it would be over. Swoosh, suddenly, a figure pounced in front of Asuma. "Little devil." After discovering that it was Naruto, the corner of Asuma's mouth twitched, and he swung his fist to meet it. As a Jounin, his honor did not allow him to run away from the little devil without fighting, not to mention that he was good at physical skills. Bang, the two fists collided, and there was a low muffled sound that seemed to strike directly at the soul. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, the tall Asuma was sent flying by Naruto's punch. First update. Boom. Boom. Boom, accompanied by a loud noise, Asma, who was sent flying, knocked down 3 or 4 towering trees in a row, barely stopped his body and fell to the ground in a cloud of smoke. Puff, as soon as he landed, he knelt down and spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the red blood dripped along the edge of the gray mask on his face, and in just a moment, a large pool of blood dripped on the ground in front of him. How could this be? Not far away, Red was shocked. As a Jonin, Asma was sent flying by Naruto. Sasuke and Xianxia, who were still lying on the ground, looked at each other after seeing this scene. Through the previous fight, the strength of Asma, who was disguised as a member of the Akatsuki organization, was clear to both of them. In terms of physical skills, he is definitely a Jonin, a strong person who can defeat them in an instant. But such a strong person actually lost to Naruto in physical skills. Not long ago, Naruto was ranked last in the ninja school's physical skills assessment, and was laughed at by all the students for a whole month. There is no doubt that looking at this scene, whether it was the people disguised as the Akatsuki organization or the students, they all felt an inexplicable surprise and absurdity. At this time Asma, who took a breath, stood up. His whole right arm was hanging unnaturally, and the joint was obviously twisted and deformed. Obviously, it was fractured. And on Naruto's side, his right arm was also obviously twisted. It can be seen that in the confrontation just now, his arm also suffered a serious injury. But soon, a magical scene happened. Naruto's twisted arm quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. About 3 or 4 breaths of time, the whole arm was restored to its original state. Not even a trace of injury was left. Asma furrowed his brows and cursed inwardly. Damn it, how did this brat do it? In the confrontation just now, Asma felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. The strength of the other party was so great that he simply could not accept it, because this kind of strength was not something that Naruto's body should have. Coupled with that terrifying recovery ability, as a Jonin, Asma faintly felt a little guilty. At this moment, a breeze blew past. Gale, who had activated penetrating escape, had stealthily sneaked behind Naruto. Xianxia, who was lying on the ground, noticed this and immediately shouted, "Naruto, little." Before Xianxia could finish his words, Naruto turned around abruptly as though he had a pair of white eyes that could see through everything behind him. He threw a punch right at Gale, who was sneaking up on him. Gale was taken aback and immediately raised the long sword in his hand horizontally to protect his front. Clang, with a crisp sound, the long sword that was hit by Naruto's fist broke into 2. After taking advantage of the momentum to retreat, Gale looked at the broken sword that was made of fine steel in his hand and gasped, how could this brat have such great strength? At this time, Red quickly formed a seal, and then her whole body turned into a large piece of flying petals, flying around Naruto. Oh no, it's an illusion. Due to his sensitivity to illusion, Sasuke, whose double Magatama Sharingan was slowly rotating in his eye sockets, immediately noticed that Red was casting an illusion on Naruto. Sasuke was sure that only he, who had Sharingan, could resist the illusion of the other party, so he wanted to get up and help Naruto, but just as he stood up, the sharp pain from his abdomen made him lose his balance and fall to the ground. But at this moment, there was a muffled sound of Red being repelled in the distance. Sasuke, who fell to the ground, quickly turned his head and looked, only to see that Red, who had just activated the illusion, had been hit and was leaning against a big tree, panting heavily. Naruto doesn't even have Sharingan, how could he resist the illusion of the Akatsuki members? Sasuke was at a loss for a moment. Naturally, Naruto doesn't have this ability. Even in the Sage mode, he doesn't have the ability to be immune to illusion, and it was actually Nine Tails who helped him to dispel the illusion. Today, Naruto and Nine Tails indeed have no friendship, but Nine Tails, who lives in Naruto's body, is not ignorant of the outside world. It is very clear that the members of the Akatsuki are hunting tailed beasts all over the shinobi world, and they have successfully captured several tailed beasts, so when Naruto was disturbed by Red's illusion, Nine Tails mistakenly thought that Red and the others were the real members of the Akatsuki, so it took the initiative to send the tail beast chakra to Naruto, instantly dispelling the illusion for Naruto. For Nine Tails, although Naruto's father, for generations, Naruto, sealed it and had a lot of conflicts with it, but compared to being captured by the Akatsuki, staying in Naruto's body is obviously safer. Whoosh, another wave of air spread around, and an orange-tailed beast coat appeared on Naruto's body. and the chakra fluctuations on his body suddenly increased more than 10 times. Tail Beast Transformation. Asuma and the others were shocked and horrified. At this moment, they no longer have the calmness of a jonin, and all of them looked at Naruto with stunned eyes. Xianxia also narrowed his one eye, the fierce chakra that surged out of Naruto's body, even he felt a little uncomfortable. Below Xianxia, Sasuke, Ningxi, Ziyuan, Sai, and the other students who were gradually waking up raised their hands to cover their faces, because the chakra on Naruto's body was too fierce, causing waves of air to blow, and they almost couldn't open their eyes. Sasuke was shocked. What's going on? Ningxi, who had his Byakugan activated, shook his head. I don't know, my vision is completely filled with chakra, I can't see anything clearly. Ningxi hadn't received high-level Byakugan training, so he didn't know how to adjust and observe the chakra fluctuations, and was blinded by the sudden surge of chakra fluctuations. Just when everyone thought that Naruto was about to lose control and go berserk, because it was the first time he received a large amount of chakra from Nine Tails, Naruto, who was at a loss, muttered to himself, what's going on? Hearing Naruto's muttering, Asuma, Red, Gale, and Xian all heaved a sigh of relief. This muttering meant that Naruto was still conscious, and hadn't gone berserk. This little guy can already control Nine Tails? But it was precisely because of this that they were shocked. Under normal circumstances, if a Jinchuriki can enter the tailed beast state while conscious, it means that this Jinchuriki has mastered the method of controlling the tailed beast, and has become a qualified Jinchuriki. Today, in the ninja world, only the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Tachibana Yagura, and Cloud Village's 8 Tails Jinchuriki, can do this. Other Jinchuriki such as 1 Tails Jinchuriki Gaara, 6 Tails Jinchuriki Taka, and 7 Tails Jinchuriki Lifu don't have this ability. Second update. After entering the tailed beast transformation in Sage mode, the immortal chakra in Naruto's body and the Nine Tails chakra intertwined uncontrollably. Whether it is the immortal chakra or the tailed beast chakra, both belong to the extremely high-quality chakra in the shinobi world, and these two chakra are extremely corrosive, so after they are intertwined, they quickly penetrate each other and complete a complete fusion, giving birth to a new type of chakra that contains the characteristics of the immortal chakra and the tailed beast chakra. This new type of chakra is extremely majestic. Naruto just stood in the same place and did nothing, but his tailed beast coat stirred up waves of violent air, sweeping around. In the violent air waves, Naruto looked confused. He was also a little confused at this moment. He didn't understand what was going on at all. He only felt that his body seemed to have an inexhaustible and infinite power. Driven by this power, he raised his hand and waved gently. Rumble. The tailed beast coat covering his body turned into a 10-meter-long orange claw, sweeping everything in front of him in the direction of Naruto's arm. In front of the sharp claws of the tailed beast coat, whether it was a thick tree or a hard rock, all of them were instantly uprooted and completely razed. If Asuma and the others hadn't seen this situation quickly and dodged early, this blow would have completely torn them to pieces. After dodging far away, Asuma subconsciously reached out to wipe the cold sweat oozing from his forehead, but when he touched the mask, he remembered that he was still wearing the mask. Obviously, Asuma was not the only one who was confused. In the face of such a terrifying Naruto, Kurenai, Gale, and Quion are also uneasy at this moment, and they have long lost the pride of a jonin. One must know that the Jinchuriki in the berserk state is extremely troublesome even for the powerful 5 great shinobi villages, and it is not something that a few jonin can easily deal with. Ailer was too unstable and often went on a rampage, causing great losses to the Sand Crypsis. That was why the Sand Crypsis decided to kill him. As for the current Naruto's destructive power, it was almost no different from a berserk Jinchuriki. Naruto still retained his consciousness and the techniques of a ninja. He also had a top-notch spiritual beast by his side. Therefore, the current Naruto was even more terrifying than some berserk Jinchuriki and even more difficult to deal with. Clutching his fractured right arm, Asuma gritted his teeth and said, "Kuroto really screwed us over." Gale said, "Now that something like this has happened, the leader should be on his way." Xian asked, "Should we reveal our identities now?" Quion frowned and said, "I am worried that even if we reveal our identities, that little brat might not believe us." Looking at Naruto's not very smart look, Kurenai voiced out the worry in her heart. On the student's side, withstanding the waves of air, the students saw through the gaps between their fingertips that Naruto just lightly waved his hand and swept a large area, forcing the 4 Akatsuki members to retreat far away. All of them were stunned. Sakura, who had just woken up, stuttered and asked, "Hey, is that guy really Naruto?" Yakumo, who had also woken up, was shocked. How can Naruto have such a strong chakra? Ziyuan's little hand that was holding the bell finally loosened at this moment. This bell that she carried with her was not only a protective magical artifact, but also a seal that imprisoned her power. Originally, she wanted to remove the seal in a desperate situation and activate the power of the witch to save everyone. Now that she saw that Naruto had stood out, she was relieved and also gave up on the idea of removing the seal. After all, her mother had warned her before she died not to use the power of the witch unless it was absolutely necessary. Damn it! Compared to the other students' shock, Sasuke's heart was filled with unwillingness, a deep unwillingness. He couldn't accept the fact that he, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, was saved by Naruto, who was the weakest among them. He couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't help in the face of a strong enemy and could only be a bystander. Why is it always like this? Ningxi, who was also a genius, had similar thoughts as Sasuke. He thought that this actual combat drill would be a stage to show his talent, but he didn't expect that he would just be lying on the ground and become an insignificant supporting character. Whoosh, at this moment, Kakashi and Jishui hurried to the scene. Jishui didn't care about anything else. She first came to Naruto and shouted, "Naruto, relax, there are no enemies here." Kakashi looked at the towering serpent vigilantly, in case it went berserk and hurt people. Naruto hurriedly pointed at Asuma and said anxiously, "Jishui-sensei, you finally arrived. These Akatsuki members have sneaked into the village." "Don't worry, they are not really members of Akatsuki. They were specially invited by the headmaster to test you. They are actually jonin from the village." Seeing that Naruto still retained his consciousness, Jishui couldn't help but sigh in relief. The spinning speed of the 3-tomo Sharingan also slowed down. Ah! Naruto was startled. Asuma and the other 3 also came forward at this time. One by one they took off the gray mask on their faces, revealing the My Ninja head protector under the mask. "Little guy, you really surprised me." In order to maintain the dignity of a jonin, Asuma, who had lost an arm, pretended to make a casual joke. Naruto looked at Asuma, Kurenai, Gale, and Kurenai vigilantly and asked, "Are you really jonin from the village?" Jishui laughed, "You little brat, do you think I would lie to you?" Naruto curled his lips, "The headmaster is too bad." Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this time, the sound of wind breaking sounded one after another. One figure after another landed on the battlefield, and in just a moment, the surrounding area was filled with people. The one in the front is naturally the 3 generations Naruto. After discovering that Naruto had entered the tailed beast form on the monitor, the 3 generations Naruto could no longer sit still and immediately led the team into the forest of death. In the view of the 3 generations Naruto, it is impossible for the young Naruto to control the violent 9 tails, so once he entered the tailed beast form, it means that Naruto must have lost control. On the night of the 9 Tails Rebellion, the 3 generations Naruto still remembered the loss of the village, so he was more anxious than anyone else. Equally anxious was Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fuyue. He set off almost at the same time as the 3 generations Naruto, and in order to rescue Sasuke, he was even prepared to expose the Manjikyu Sharingan. After all, in terms of suppressing the raging Jinchuriki, other than the first generations would release, the Manjikyu Sharingan was the most convenient, the first update. After Maya and the others arrived at the battlefield one after another, they were all on guard. Some of them were on guard against Naruto, who was covered in a layer of tailed beast coat, while others were on guard against the mountain-like giant snake. Because this giant crimson snake gave people a strong sense of oppression, it was not inferior to Naruto, who was wearing a tailed beast coat, and it could not be ignored. At this time, Naruto of the 3 generations walked in front of Naruto vigilantly. Seeing that Naruto's expression was natural and there was no sign of him losing control, he was surprised. "Naruto, you..." Naruto scratched his head, "Grandpa Naruto, I don't know what's going on." As soon as his voice fell, the tailed beast coat covering Naruto's body disappeared. Obviously, after knowing that the person he encountered was not a real member of the Akatsuki organization, the 9 tails in Naruto's body immediately withdrew the tailed beast chakra that had been instilled into Naruto before. With the disappearance of the tailed beast coat, Naruto also naturally exited the sage mode, and the snake-like vertical pupils in his eye sockets also returned to the original clear sky blue color. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Naruto of the three generations breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the actual combat exercise held by the ninja school was effective, it was really frightening, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Not far away, Fuyue came in front of Sasuke and silently reached out his hand. Looking at his father's outstretched hand, Sasuke, who fell on the ground, reached out and shook it while saying guiltily, "Father, I brought shame to the family." Fuyue pulled Sasuke up from the ground and did not say anything. Instead, he shifted his gaze upwards and sized up the giant crimson snake in front of him. After close contact, Fuyue found that this giant snake was more aggressive than it looked on the monitor. Even he, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, could not help but feel a little uneasy in the face of this giant snake. Sasuke looked at Naruto in the distance, who was surrounded by a myriad of stars. He felt upset. Damn it, I actually lost to Naruto. On the other side, Hayashi and Richa arrived in front of Hinata and Ningxi. After checking the injuries on the two children, Hayashi said, "Fortunately, they're just superficial wounds." For this actual combat drill, Hayashi is a little dissatisfied, because it's too dangerous. A slight mistake and Hinata, as the eldest daughter of the clan, may lose her life. However, the one who presided over this actual combat drill is Hyojin, so Hayashi naturally will not show his dissatisfaction in front of outsiders. Hinata lowered her head and avoided her father's gaze, but from time to time, her eyes glanced at Naruto, who was talking with the three generations Naruto in the distance. Ningxi looked at the giant snake in front of him and was a little lost in thought. There was a little bitterness in his eyes, but also a little bit of imperceptible envy. In the shinobi world, summoning beasts are an important part of the strength of many ninjas. For example, the Inuzuka clan and the Yomi clan in the village have reached the point where they have to rely on summoning beasts and parasitic worms. However, powerful summoning beasts are very rare in the shinobi world, and they can only be found by chance. The reason why the Sannin of Konoha is able to shake the entire shinobi world is because of the Sannin of Konoha, the toad, the snake, and the slug. It is precisely because of these top-notch summoning beasts that the Sannin have the strength to control the outcome of the battle even in the battlefield of thousands of shinobi. Looking at Ningxi, who was looking up at the giant snake, Richa also moved his gaze towards the giant snake. The giant snake in front of him reminded Richa of the suggestion that Hyojin once put forward to change the predicament of the Hyuga clan. When the Hyuga clan faces giant enemies, such as giant summoning beasts, tailed beasts, etc., there is almost no way for the Hyuga clan to deal with them. The soft fist that the Hyuga clan is proud of is completely like a tickle to these monsters, and these monsters only need to wave their claws and sweep their tails to easily harvest the Jonin and Jonin of the Hyuga clan. And the Uchiha clan, which is also a clan of dojutsu bloodlines, at least has the Manjikyu Sharingan and the Susanoo, which can directly shake the tailed beast. What does our Hyuga clan have? We don't have anything. Thinking of this, Richa couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The other Mai ninjas who arrived one after another were also looking at the giant snake in front of them. This kind of giant summoning beast is actually quite rare even for a Jonin. Humph. Seeing a group of Mai ninjas pointing at him, the bad-tempered Xianxia snorted heavily, and a white mist sprayed out of his nostrils. The surrounding Mai ninjas were suddenly startled by the cold snort of the giant snake, and their faces showed a look of fear and embarrassment. Three generations Naruto was also observing the giant snake at this time and asked Naruto, "Naruto, how did you sign a summoning contract with this giant snake?" "Grandpa Naruto, his name is Xianxia, I met him in the Ryuchi cave." After a pause, Naruto asked proudly, "How is it? Xianxia is very powerful, right?" Three generations Naruto nodded with a smile. "Well, he is a very powerful summoning beast." Xianxia said impatiently, "Naruto, if there is nothing else, this uncle will go back to sleep." After saying that, without waiting for Naruto to answer, Xianxia turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared without a trace. The giant snake's departure made all the Mai ninjas present at the scene heave a sigh of relief. Facing such a huge monster, no matter who it was, would more or less feel pressured. Three generations Naruto looked around and asked Shisui doubtfully, "Where is Hyojin?" "On the other side of the forest of death." Listening to the continuous rumbling sound from afar, Obsidian and Ju looked at each other, then their bodies flashed and flew in the direction of the rumbling sound. After a while, the two of them suddenly stopped moving. This was because on a big tree not far in front of them, there was a figure wearing a black gold-edged cloak from Amatsukami and a rock-pattern mask sitting with his legs down. Xianxia. Obsidian squinted his eyes and subconsciously went into the illusory state, while Ju also half submerged into the ground. You didn't get blasted to death by my clay clone. The person sitting on the tree branch chuckled and teased, you're really as hard to kill as a cockroach as they say. Humph. Obsidian snorted coldly. As soon as he heard the other party mention the clay clone's self-destruction, he was sure that the person in front of him was Amatsukami's organization Xianxia, who had fought with him before and caused him to use up one of his 3 Tomo Sharingan. The person sitting on the tree branch stood up and said coldly, today, I will settle the account with the village. I, Deidara, am not easy to bully. Obsidian secretly said, Xianxia really is Deidara. At this time, Ju suddenly warned, be careful. Hearing this, Obsidian's expression turned cold as he found that a few more figures had walked out of the surrounding forest. Glancing at the masks on the faces of these figures one by one, Obsidian frowned and said, Master, Balrog, Wind Chime, you are actually all in my. The figure wearing the mountain and river mask walked out and said with a smile, you have all fought with him, so this time it should be my turn. Hee, I want to see if he really can't be killed. Second update. Inside the monitoring room. Jiraiya and Tsunade stared at the monitor in front of them with a solemn and nervous expression. Naruto's accidental transformation into a tailed beast is indeed a worrying thing, but compared to the threat of the Akatsuki, Naruto's rampage is a trivial matter. Therefore, they didn't leave the monitoring room with Jishui and Kakashi, but monitored Hyojin's probing of the Akatsuki members through the secret camera. In the monitor, Hyojin has successfully intercepted the Akatsuki members who sneaked into the village. However, the monitor is silent, and both sides are wearing masks, so it's impossible to read the lips of the two sides, so they can only see the unclear picture of the scene, but not the content of the conversation between the two sides. I should have stopped him just now, this is ridiculous. Tsunade shook her head in annoyance. Until now, she still feels that Hyojin's method of probing the Akatsuki is too rash. If it is seen through, not only will Hyojin's life be in danger, but the village will also suffer. One must know that at this time, Mai is not ready to start a full-scale war with the Akatsuki. Even at the Gakage meeting just now, no specific measures to deal with the Akatsuki were discussed. Jiraiya said, we can only trust him now, I hope he can scare away the Akatsuki. For the current Mai, the best result is that Hyojin can use the prestige of Amatsukami to scare away the two Akatsuki members who sneaked into the village, allowing the village to escape this catastrophe. How could such a small trick work? The opponent is the Akatsuki, how can they not see through a mere shadow clone? After a pause, Tsunade continued to complain, Hyojin is too naive, he doesn't have any experience in dealing with the Akatsuki, we shouldn't have let him do this. Tsunade doesn't believe that the Akatsuki that has stirred up a bloodbath in the shinobi world will be scared away by Hyojin. On the side, Yui stared at the monitor nervously, her eyes full of worry. On the side, Uchiha Izumi held Yui's shoulder and comforted her softly, Sensei, Kuroto-senpai will definitely succeed. Yuri muttered, but he's facing the Akatsuki. Uchiha Izumi smiled and said, Itachi once told me that he is very lucky that in this chaotic era, there is a person like Senior Jing in the village, so don't worry too much, Senior Jing will be fine. Uchiha Izumi unconditionally believed in the judgment of her childhood sweetheart, Itachi Uchiha. Since Itachi believed that Hyojin was a strong person who could save Mai, then she also believed in him. Yui prayed silently, Kuroto-kun, please succeed, in the forest of death. Listening to the taunting of the river master, Bao Tu, whose scars were exposed in front of him, felt ashamed and angry. His face under the whirlpool mask was twisted. As Suijin said, he had indeed been defeated by the members of Amatsukami several times. For example, he was ambushed by Homosubi in the underground palace of the Mizukage building and relied on the forbidden technique Izanagi to barely save his life. In the previous battle of Konoha, he fell in the hands of Kazuma, and he also relied on Izanagi to save his life. Not long ago, when he was hunting for Danzo, he was ambushed by Xianxia's dust release and was forced to suffer the self-destruction of a clay clone in his godly power space. He only escaped with Izanagi's help. So, among the 4 members of Amatsukami in front of him, 3 of them had killed him, and this didn't include the time when he was sealed by another member of Amatsukami, Homasubi, using the divine artifact Tenseigan. You bastard! Obsidian glared at Suijin and gritted his teeth. It was precisely because the other party was telling the truth that he felt even more embarrassed. At the same time, he no longer had any doubts about the identity of the members of Amatsukami in front of him, because many of the things that Xianxia and Suijin said just now are not known to outsiders, so these people in front of him must be the real members of Amatsukami. Moreover, through the Manjikyu Sharingan's insight, Kuroto can confirm that the masks on these people's faces and the cloaks of Amatsukami are real and not simulated by the transfiguration technique. While looking at the members of Amatsukami who appeared one after another, Zetsu reminded Obsidian, "Hey, now is not the time to be impulsive." Whether it was white Zetsu or black Zetsu, both of them were inexplicably shocked at this moment. Because as far as they know, Amatsukami always acts with 2 members, and most of the time only 1 member acts alone, and there has never been a case of more than 2 members acting at the same time. But now, Amatsukami has made an exception and sent 4 members at once, and among them are Hikari and Homasubi, who are very difficult to deal with. It can be seen that this raid on Rock Village has really angered Amatsukami. One must know that according to the internal assessment of the members of Amatsukami, Hikari, who has 2 powerful Kekii and Homasubi, is a terrifying existence second only to the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. Whether it is the male Homasubi who wields the divine artifact Hikari or the female Homasubi who can use Susanoo, both of them are troublesome characters that must be dealt with at the level of a Super Kage. In contrast, Suijin, who was the first to make a name for himself, is less dangerous. According to the internal assessment of Akatsuki, he belongs to the level of an elite jonin. Therefore, being surrounded by such troublesome characters, even if he and Obsidian are proficient in escaping, it is still very dangerous. At this moment, another figure slowly walked out of the forest. After seeing the demonic mask on the face of the figure walking towards them, Obsidian and Zetsu's eyes turned cold, and they exclaimed in unison, "Yama." Being blocked by Suijin, Hikari, Homasubi, and Xianxia is already extremely dangerous. Now that the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, has appeared, there is no time to distinguish whether the other party is real or fake. Obsidian, who is in the state of illusory, suddenly shrank back and disappeared into the twisting vortex. Zetsu, who is half hidden in the ground, split into 7 or 8 clones, dived into the ground in panic, and fled in different directions. In the main surveillance room. After seeing Obsidian and Zetsu flee in panic, the Mai ninjas in the central surveillance room immediately cheered. Tsunade was stunned and said, "The members of Akatsuki escaped? They just ran away like that?" Jiraiya was also surprised. Are the people of Akatsuki so easy to deceive? Both of them could not believe that a crisis that could lead to the destruction of my village was actually solved by Hyojin in such a ridiculous way. First update. Looking at the fleeing Obsidian and Zetsu, Hyojin slowly took off the mask on his face and muttered, "Am I that scary?" Originally, he was still a little hesitant, not knowing what kind of words he should say to scare away Obsidian and Zetsu. After all, the members of Amatsukami around him were all shadow clones, and if he were to make a move, he would be exposed immediately. Moreover, he was also under the surveillance of the secret cameras, so it wasn't convenient for him to make a move. So, he really had a headache on how to scare away Obsidian and Zetsu. But, as soon as he appeared, he didn't even have the time to say a few words. Obsidian and Zetsu ran away in panic. It seems that the fake identity of the strongest in the shinobi world is really useful. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin smiled leisurely. After removing all the shadow clones disguised as members of Amatsukami, and retrieving all the black gold-edged cloaks and masks, Hyojin turned his head and looked into the distance. In that direction. The sudden surge of chakra in the distance not only attracted the attention of Obsidian and Zetsu, but also Hyojin. He vaguely remembered that Asuma and the others disguised as members of Akatsuki attacked Sasuke and Naruto's group, and thinking of the 9 tails in Naruto's body, Hyojin suddenly had a bad guess. Swish, with a sway of his body, Hyojin disappeared from where he stood. A moment later, Hyojin arrived at a messy battlefield. Seeing Hyojin coming, Jishui quickly greeted him, "Kuroto-san, is the matter solved?" Kakashi also came over and looked at Hyojin with an anxious expression. Hyojin smiled and said, well, the other party should just be probing and have no intention of launching a large-scale attack. After being scared by me, they didn't bother me and directly retreated. Jishui and Kakashi heaved a sigh of relief. Although they rushed here to deal with Naruto's tailed beast transformation, they were actually worried about Hyojin. Because no one knows how many Akatsuki members sneaked into the village and what they are planning. So, they knew that Hyojin going alone to test the Akatsuki members is very dangerous. Hyojin looked around at the mess and asked, what happened here? Jishui immediately told Hyojin everything that had just happened. In the end, he lamented, if it weren't for your combat practice, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that Naruto is so powerful. Kakashi was also quite surprised. I didn't expect Naruto to have mastered an immortal technique at such a young age. Looking at Naruto, who was surrounded by his peers with a smug look on his face, the corners of Suijin's mouth rose. What happened to Naruto just now may be unimaginable in the eyes of others, but in Hyojin's view, it's nothing more than normal, and he is very clear that Naruto's potential is far more than this. The child of prophecy that can change the world of shinobi is not a joke. At this time, Asuma, Kurenai, Hayate, and Suiyen arrived in front of Hyojin. Swinging his broken arm, Asuma complained, Kuroto, my sacrifice this time is not small, don't forget to treat me to a meal. Hyojin joked, you were beaten so badly by a little kid, and you still have the nerve to ask me to treat you to a meal? Asuma immediately had an awkward expression on his face. Is that kid an ordinary kid? That's an immortal technique. There aren't many ninjas in the shinobi world who have mastered immortal techniques. Moreover, you didn't see it, that kid actually has a top-notch shinobi with him. Look around, it was that shinobi who did it, with just a sweep of its tail, the whole forest was turned upside down. The scene of a typhoon passing through the forest added a lot of persuasiveness to Asuma's words. Hyojin smiled and patted Asuma's shoulder, don't worry, you won't miss a big meal. After chatting with everyone for a while, Hyojin came to the 3 generations of Naruto and reported to the 3 generations of Naruto that the Akatsuki members sneaked into the Forest of Death, and also reported the result of his probe. After listening to Hyojin's report, the 3 generations of Naruto sighed faintly, thank you for your hard work. For the 3 generations of Naruto, this is already the best result. After all, the 5 great shinobi villages are not ready for a decisive battle with the Akatsuki organization, nor have they formulated corresponding strategies and tactics. Because of Naruto's unexpected tailed beast transformation, the 3 generations of Naruto personally intervened, causing the actual combat drill to end prematurely. The villagers who gathered at the venue outside the Forest of Death returned to their village while talking about Naruto's performance in the actual combat drill in high spirits. Whether it is Xianxia or the tailed beast transformation of the Jinchuriki, both are very rare, so it can be foreseen that these will become the topic of conversation for the villagers of my village in the next few weeks or even months. Naruto's bravery and fearlessness when protecting his companions also changed the villagers' impression of Naruto a lot. On the way back to the village, almost no one would call Naruto as a fox demon, which was a discriminatory term to him. A few days passed in a flash, and the impact of the actual combat drill organized by the ninja school is still fermenting. The biggest change is undoubtedly Naruto. With the word of mouth of the villagers who watched the actual combat drill, Naruto suddenly became a celebrity in the village, and everyone no longer evaded him like before. At the same time, the major clans of my village have also paid more attention to the assessment of the ninja school, and in private, they have strengthened the training of their children, making the students complain incessantly. Hyuga clan. On the way to the Hyuga clan residence, Hyojin asked Richa beside him, why is there a sudden clan meeting? Unlike the Uchiha clan that holds the clan meeting every 2 or 3 days, the frequency of the Hyuga clan's clan meeting is not high. If there is no major event, it is even difficult to hold a clan meeting once a year. Therefore, Hyojin is a little curious about this sudden clan meeting. Richa shook his head, I don't know, in short, be careful. Be careful. Slightly startled, Hyojin saw Richa's solemn face and a little worry in his eyes, so he asked again, what happened? Richa pondered for a while and said, I don't know much about the specific situation, but I vaguely heard that the Hyuga clan seems to be a little dissatisfied with Ningxi's performance this time. Hyojin frowned, dissatisfied with Ningxi's performance. What do you mean? Among the students in the same batch, Ningxi is already very good, even compared with Uchiha and Sasuke, he is not much worse. Richa, who wanted to say something more, saw that the Hyuga clan residence was in front of him, so he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and just sighed. His expression was full of helplessness. Second update. End of chapter 702. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.